This is the 2022 NFL Draft with Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, Dave Hellman, and Kyle Yeomans.
It's the day of the scouts. Day 3 of the NFL Draft is upon us, and the Cowboys have plenty of ammo heading into round 4. They've got a 4th-round pick at 129, 4 5th-round picks, and a 6th-round pick. As we sit at the moment, plenty of time for us to talk about potential new Cowboys as we welcome you back to the Star in Frisco and the Ford Center at the Star SWBC Studios. David Hellman, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, I'm Kyle Yeomans back with you here for day 3 of the NFL Draft. Cowboys have addressed a ton of their needs to this point. You talk about the 3 picks they've made. You started with Tyler Smith, offensive line, check, out of the way. Then you took edge rusher Sam Williams out of Ole Miss in the 2nd round. Edge rusher, at least at the moment, addressed. And then wide receiver with Jalen Tolbert in the 3rd. David, you happy with what the Cowboys have done hitting those needs to this point?
It's just, for a team that didn't have any musts, they hit all the musts. I'm going to keep harping on that because I don't like having my intelligence insulted. The Cowboys had some needs, and we'll see how those picks play out. Tyler Smith, so much potential. There's going to be plenty of commentary about whether it was a reach or not. The Cowboys feel great about it. And then 2 guys that we've been talking about this entire time on day 2. 2 guys, I think, forget the order. I think most people feel good about those prospects, however it is they wound up with them. And, yeah, they check the 3 biggest boxes on this team's need list.
I think as they look at this draft and as they analyze it, it went to perfection for them. And, again, there's going to be a lot of let's see what happens with Smith as a guard. If that's the development, if everything that that they feel like the player can be, then that's one of those ones we're going to look back and say, man, maybe next time we need to think about these coaches developing, or maybe a player having all the traits with the exception of maybe having some technique. But I think if you asked anybody yesterday going in, and I know Bobby and I and Dave, we all talked to people, they were thinking about somehow, some way, defensive end and wide receiver. Maybe even a tight end was thrown in the mix. But whatever order, I think that we might have had it going the other way. Maybe if you look at your grades and your boards and stuff like that. But they got the 2 guys I think yesterday they absolutely wanted. And you mentioned today there's still a lot of names, still a lot of really good names on that board. I think you're going to be hunting a tight end this morning. I think you might be hunting a cornerback, too. And we'll get into that as we mosey on through this day.
Yeah, I think yesterday I would have anticipated, like we said, I would have thought the receiver would have come first just because that felt more pressing to me. I felt like you've got DeMarcus Lawrence, you've got Chauncey Golston, who they're very high on.
You were higher on.
I was higher on.
Yeah, you were higher. And I think there's scouts in that room that were higher.
Yeah. Look, and I mean, again, I think that's also just kind of a sidebar. I meant to say this yesterday. When we talk about certain players like Sky Moore, and we go like, I think they think he's a slot. Understand that that's what the collaborative process came to. That does not mean that there are not people in that room who believe, there are people in there, I think, who think Sky Moore could play outside. Sure, but it's not what they came to as a consensus, and that's what they're going off of. And so to that end, I'm sure there's some people who thought they liked Jalen Tolbert better, but they went with Sam Williams, and they played it correctly. Yeah. They saw it right. They said that there's a better chance Tolbert gets to 88 than Sam Williams does. And in the end, they were probably right.
I kind of have a feeling, though, that and again, just watching War Room Cam and kind of analyzing maybe that a little bit, with Will McClay standing up and Jerry Jones kind of having his arm around him, stuff like that, that might have been when you talk about Sam Williams, that might have been him. Will and Dan Quinn are very close. They're very close. And Will, they have the utmost respect for each other. I think that was one of those things that in the room you need sponsors. You need somebody to speak up when tags are certain levels. And the discussion, I think, came up. I watched Will, talk. I watched, how they reacted then. It kind of gave me that vibe that maybe that Will was championing Sam Williams for Dan Quinn. And Dan Quinn's in that room. So, when you just need that one guy maybe to kind of push things. But you're right, Bobby. They played it the right way. They ended up with the right players. For them, they did. Yeah. But I kind of got that feeling that maybe that this was one of those ones like, okay, I know how much you like this defensive end. Let's go.
Well, and we talk about it a lot too, I think. And There's going to be disagreement about Sam Williams. I know a lot of people had him graded as a third-round pick, but
they didn't. That's the key.
Of course, yes, A, but B, if you think a guy at a position like that has the traits to be a difference maker, that's the guy you take.
Right.
And, I mean, it's not to discredit Jalen Tolbert's skill set, but you feel better that you can find that later on. Whereas if this is the guy that you have identified as the guy that can bend the corner and get low, get around the tackle, all that stuff, then you take him. You take him where you can.
And the most animated reaction I think we've seen from the War Room was Steven when they picked Sam Williams. Steven was literally doing this and looked real. So I think Steven's a big fan. He did one of these whole full on and then grabbed somebody and shook him, and he was excited.
See, that's where I think and I think there's a lot of trust in this building for what Dan Quinn brings. I think Dan.
Down.
Yeah, I think Dan.
Everybody
Quinn,
trusts him.
And you kind of get that feeling that when these scouts and these you look at the family and their reactions and stuff like that, to him. I mean, I think with what they were able to do with him coming in, those coaches coming from Atlanta, we were all screaming if this could just be a middle of the pack defense, this team would be out. Would have a great chance. It was more than just a middle-of-the-pack defense. And the reason a lot of it was because all of a sudden you bring guys like Dan Quinn in and Witt and AD and those guys, and they're coaching these guys up. And, all of a sudden, Curse, who in the media, we're all going, oh, this is just another guy. This is just another guy. It's another guy they're going to cut in training camp. It was a waste of time. And then he ends up starting 16 games and only missing 3 tackles. That's the kind of a value. George Edwards gets a lot of credit for that too. But I'm just saying, though, I think there's some coaches, and I think the number one rule that I ever learned when I was running a draft at one time was, and being in draft rooms was, know what coaches can evaluate. Know the ones that can evaluate. The ones that can't say, well, thank you. Okay, we've got going next. You just move on from that. And I think Dan Quinn and Will McClay pushed that Williams pick. I really, really do.
And I know you've told the story before. Who was the coach in Philly who wouldn't talk to you?
Oh, Emmett Thomas.
Yeah. So it is not unusual in NFL circles for there to be a little bit of a we're the coaches, you're the scouts, and maybe not as a whole staff, but it's not unusual to have that. That is a unique thing that after year one I think is really special about Dan Quinn is that it is the front office loves him, the scouts love him, the players love him. Everyone loves Dan Quinn and trusts him completely.
The scouts love Dan Quinn, the way that he works.
Because he works. He grinds with them.
He enjoys that stuff. I mean, we talked last year about how he hit every pro day.
Yeah.
He was an active part of this process again. I mean, the reason we were on Sam Williams so early is because he personally worked him out.
Yeah, I think that was the first thing when we were working on the draft show the 3-4 weeks before, when they were going through the pro days, and then we were starting to see video surface from Oxford of Sam Williams being worked out by Dan Quinn. That's not by accident.
No.
And Dan Quinn's upbringing is as a defensive line coach. So that was going to be, you knew that. You just, again, you don't send your coach out, unless you say these teams hunting quarterbacks and stuff like that. Those guys hit all those pro days. But to send a guy to that specific spot, I think is pretty good.
It really is something to behold. The whole process that you go through and having these names start to pop up along the way. You see it every single year, and there are guys that certainly stick out. There are others that don't as much, and the scouting department does a fantastic job of picking those names out early on to make sure that they are ready to go. And we are joined now by a member of that scouting department, Mr. Chris Vaughn, joining us here on the Draft Show, 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Chris, how you doing?
Good morning. Doing well. How are you guys?
Super.
This is a treat, man. I mean, we see y'all around. We know the work that you do, but y'all are like this, you're seen but not heard in a lot of cases. So it's really fun to have you on with us.
Well, thank you for the opportunity.
How's the weekend going so far for you guys? Feels pretty good, right?
Going really well. Excited about today. Got a couple more picks and see if we can get them in the boat.
What is a day like this like when you have so much ammo in terms of picks? I mean, you've got a busy day ahead of you. You've had a great weekend so far, but there's still a lot of work left to be done.
Right. The most interesting thing is there's so many moving parts, because everybody has picks, right? So you're kind of seeing if your guy's still hanging in there, if, who's going to take him, who's coming up, So it's exciting to have the picks. It's exciting to kind of see how it all kind of works together, and our guys are doing a great job.
So, Chris, you are the Southeast area scout, which again, like the things that we have to resort to get information. Sometimes you're just like, well, like Chris is there. I guess the Southeast guy's here. Maybe that means they like this guy. And in the case of Sam Williams, there were a lot of indicators that y'all really like this guy, at least on our end. And so, that's your area. We would love to hear some of your expertise on, first of all, what exactly you like about him. And I'm also fascinated by the process of, like, how do you go from the process of one or two guys are like, yo, this guy's good, to the whole organization is kind of like focused in on a guy? Right.
Well, actually, we kind of split the Southeast up. Different organizations break it a couple different ways. Sam Garza is actually the scout that handles the state of Mississippi. Fortunately, I was able to go in and do a cross check on him. So Sammy did a great job of setting the table and giving us a base of, hey, here are the players there, and of course Sam's name was on there. And going in, you just saw a guy that had unbelievable talent, great get off, naturally strong, productive in the SEC. All those things are, of course, intriguing. Those are things we're looking for in the NFL. And when you went into the school, he had a lot of guys on that staff that really fought for Sam. I know several coaches there. I coached there for a couple of years, so I still know a lot of people in the area, and they love Sam. And so I got a lot of texts last night. Congratulations on getting Sam and hitting them back, and we're excited. So it was a interesting. Kind of how everything fell and the way it worked, but we're excited to have Sam.
Chris, I scouted in a different era where they didn't have social media. And and so, and now it's with guys like us, we talk about this. Everybody loves the draft. I mean, my first combine, they had 8 guys covering the whole combine. Right. And so you walked outside and you might bumped into a Rick Goslin or Jeff Legwell or something like that, and you'd walk with them and you'd talk with them a little bit. But is it difficult now with everybody just so focused on the draft and trying to keep the noise to a minimum? Because, again, there's people that were been somewhat critical of, the first pick with Smith and all that. And, if you watch him play, it just looks like to me little technique issues. Not a full-blown, we got to rebuild this guy and it's a reach and all that stuff like that. But how much do you guys hear that? Or how do you keep from hearing guys like me and Dave and others talk about these players? Is it something you just accept, or is it something you just kind of say, they don't know what the hell they're talking about?
Well, to be honest, you just kind of ignore it. We don't listen to you guys. I mean, I guess that's the best way to put it.
No. I'm actually happy to hear you say that, honestly.
Of course, after the fact, everybody likes to kind of pick up newspapers.
Sure.
See
what's a grade? What grade do we get?
What people say. Yeah. But at the end of the day, one thing that Will and the Joneses do a great job of is setting we do a draft for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
So, when we take guys where we take guys, it's because for us, not for the Seahawks or not for the Texans or not for – because everybody has different needs. But for our organization, these guys fit what we need. They fit where, our vision and our philosophy, and we feel like we've hit that in these first 3 picks.
Do you feel like, though, like to say, okay, go back to Smith and, and again, there's people – I mean, we were so focused on the other guards, and I'm sure you guys had, Zion Johnson and Green and all that where they needed to be and all that. But as comparison to where those guys were, because we were late. I felt like we were late getting in on – I mean, there were some mock drafts that had – had him in there, but kind of talk about where you saw him with those guards. I mean, the top guard and that kind of stuff. Where did his strengths over those other guys? Where were they at for you guys?
Well, and I have to be careful answering that question because I didn't personally evaluate.
Sure.
So, but I do know that our group, our decision-making group, just fell in love with his physicality, the way he does finish.
He's a bully.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
As a former coach, I will say, you've always heard, well, there's some penalties there.
Yeah.
Well, not all penalties are the same.
Right.
Right. You're putting somebody on their back.
Yeah, exactly.
And all of a sudden.
Oh, no, you see that.
Right. As opposed to getting beat and grabbing a guy.
Right.
So just like old DB coach myself, it's, sometimes you get a PI because the coverage is too good.
Yeah.
Referees don't understand. So that's what I would holler anyway. So, But no, I think our decision makers just saw a guy that was smart, very instinctive, powerful,
Yeah.
physical, all the traits to be a really good player, and flexibility.
Yeah.
So I know we're excited about him. I thought he knocked the interview out, the press conference out.
Sure, he did a great job. He really did. We interviewed him yesterday on the radio, and I looked at my co-hosts, and I'm like, man, they might have got somebody here, that kind of thing.
So and we're projecting players.
Sure.
And so you put that on top of the young man that he is, and you get really, really excited.
Okay, look, run us through real quick, too, because the pandemic hurt scouts. I talked to more guys, and their families are like, Dad, when are you going to get back out on the road? Families aren't used to having Dad at home during the pandemic.
Right.
But talk about how nice it was to get back out on the road and hit your area, hit your schools, reconnect with those people that are your lifeblood to finding out about these players.
Right. Well, being in person, they're so important just because, a lot of what we do, we're like investigative, reporters, right?
Sure.
So a lot of it's not what they say, but how they say it, what they don't say. And sometimes you can't get that conveyed over a phone call.
Right.
So to sit down with a position coach or sit down with a coordinator and talk to them about a player, a couple different statements can be made, but the way they say it, well, what do you think about Johnny? Oh, I love Johnny.
Yeah.
What do you think about Johnny? Well, I love Johnny. So those are two examples of how you read.
You get
how
the
people,
reaction,
no doubt. So now it gives us context because not very, we can pick up sometimes if there's some issues where coaches aren't telling us there are issues, but it's kind of how they say, how we word questions, how they respond to try to get to the facts or get to where we need to go do a little more investigating or things like that. So getting back on the road and the great thing about being on the road, I can talk to the janitor.
Yeah.
I can talk to a secretary.
You're smart doing that, by the way.
Right, because they know who
they
those
know the
guys
player.
are.
They know him.
I talk about character all the time. Character is who you are when you deal with people that can't.
That's right.
You.
You're smart scouts.
So those are the things that we get when we get a chance to get on the road and get in the building. So it's a huge part of the process, and glad we were able to get back out there.
Chris Vaughn, Southeast Area Scout, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Now, Chris, you being in the Southeast, you, of course, have a guy selected yesterday as well in Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver from South Alabama at the 88th overall pick. Give me your rundown of what you saw from Jalen Tolbert and what he brings to the table for this football team.
Well, excited about Jalen. I mean, when you watch him on tape, he stretches the field, really good going to attack the ball. And that stood out. Him in contested catch situations was really, really good. He's quarterback friendly and a great kid. I mean, not a kid, young man. That's the coach in me. Call everybody
That's
a kid,
okay.
and then you go.
And these prospects were born in like 2001.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
unbelievable. So I have to remind myself these young men, but such a great young man. Covering the area, you kind of get to see those guys grow and like the progression that they make. So sometimes, when guys kind of evaluate a guy 1 year in a vacuum, it's like, well, okay. But when you see a guy kind of come up, last year they had a really good prospect. Yeah. And I'm evaluating him. And then all of a sudden you see Jalen over there and you're like, wow, man, they got one coming.
Yeah.
So that's always exciting to kind of, see the progression of a guy and like, man, this guy's coming.
We were talking about that last night. We're like, I love scouts are always like, yeah, he's cool. You need to be watching this guy.
Right.
Like, this is the guy that you need to step on
another
your
one
eyes
is
on.
when you're sitting there watching tape with your group, and all of a sudden somebody goes, well, who's that
that guy?
number 96?
That's right.
Oh, that's a sophomore you got to know about. And
That's
they always
exactly
happen
right.
Florida State, Miami. It was always, that's that Warren Sapp. You'll have to know about him at a little bit later date.
Exactly.
There's a couple guys like that at Kansas State, one of which that plays in the backfield, wears number 22.
I was waiting when we were going to bring that up.
Running back, a couple years down the road, but hey, there's a pretty good running back coming up. But
We'll have to have you on to break down Deuce Vaughn's tape one of these days.
Well, so you'll get, if I'm here by myself, you'll get a realistic breakdown.
Okay.
My wife happens to be in earshot. I'm sorry, guys. I've got to do what I've got to do to keep a
Totally
happy
understandable.
Home,
Well, Chris, thank you so much for taking some time with us. We've got to take a break, but this has been fantastic.
Thank you for your time, man. Appreciate it. Really do.
We are excited for the future and, of course, for the rest of the picks today. Good luck on the other side of the building.
Thank you very much, fellas.
There he goes, Chris Vaughn, scout for the Dallas Cowboys. We'll be right back with more draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. And we are back on the DallasCowboys.com side of things. And just like that, this is one of the perks of being in the building is we get special guest after special guest along the way. And we just had a great conversation with Chris Vaughn. And Dave, you're pretty pumped about our next special guest.
Heck yeah. Well, I said it when Chris just came on. Like, the scouts do all of the grunt work. No offense to Will and Steven and all the other bigwigs. And it's nice to see him get some shine. What's up, Klein?
What's going on, guys? Grunt work's probably a little too much.
Is it?
Yeah.
You guys spend a lot of hours in the off season and in the regular season.
Travel the country, we see beautiful places,
Hey, embrace the grind. I love it.
By the way, a formal introduction, Klein Kubiak joining us here on 105.3 The Fan and I guess DallasCowboys.com side. But
Ice Owls legend, Klein Kubiak.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Now that is way too much credit.
You've got the navy and white on. You're repping them colors a little bit there.
I'm always an owl. You know what I mean? It was just really convenient to get to stick with the same colors when I got here.
Yeah. Just don't have to change your wardrobe.
Yeah. What's the weekend been like for you? And, 3 picks through the first 2 days, and now you've got a slew of picks today.
Yeah, it's been great. It's a lot of hurry up and wait. I mean, especially when you're picking later in the round, which is the blessing in disguise. It means you had a good year, but it's been fun. It's been fun to see it unravel, and I think today's going to be exciting because it's kind of a really random look at what's going on. There's a lot of wow factors happening already.
We've been talking about that on and off, and of course, I mean, media is going to be behind on things. Media is going to be higher on some guys, lower on some guys, all that stuff, but you, as somebody that does this for a living and gets to be inside of these meetings, what's kind of your and we can get to the Cowboys picks, but like the league as a whole, what's your impression of just what this draft has been like, whether it's been the amount of movement or maybe some of the names that have gone off the board? What's your impression of what we've seen so far?
I think it's probably one of the best actual pictures of how volatile this business is. I mean, you see scouts on the road all year, and guys have 7th rounds or 1st rounds or 3rd rounds. I mean, if 15 people watch the same tape, they're going to have 15 different opinions, and I think this draft has been a really good example of just that.
I'm just going to ask you how. I've known your father for a long time, and I was with him at Texas A&M way back in the day. But how much has he influenced you? I mean, you growing up on a football field, when you evaluate players, you have a unique perspective that other scouts might not have. I mean, guys play the game and stuff like that, but it's been your life. When you go out and look at players, is there somebody? Does it kind of give you a different perspective of certain positions and things like that when you evaluate?
Yeah, I'm really lucky to have grown up in the background that I've got, and I mean, I grew up in the locker room.
Sure did,
and so I think the thing that helps me out is I've been looking at it for a really long time from the in the locker room perspective or from a coach's perspective. And so when I walk out of a school, we're asked to talk about who these kids are as athletes, but I feel like I've got a good grasp on, hey, who's he going to be when he's in here? And the coaches have to work with him and stuff like that. So I'm really lucky to have the background I've got, but I'm also really fortunate with Will and everybody else that gives us the leash they give us to project who these guys are going to be when they get here.
Steven talked about in the pre-draft press conference that he's like, man, this is a really deep draft, like rounds 3, 4, 5. That's where you're going to see the heart of it. Is this an exciting opportunity for you guys today, especially having just 5 picks right and where, it seems like everybody's talking about, this is the heart of the draft this year?
Yeah, I think it's really exciting. It is deep and it's thick in today's rounds, right? And that's kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier. That's what's going to make it so volatile. I mean, you have to make your money in 4, 5, 6, and 7 because those are the guys that they play special teams. They round out your roster, and something we've done a really good job of in the past, and makes you really excited for today.
We joke all. Oh, sorry, Brian.
No, go ahead.
We joke all the time about OCs, DCs, position coaches lobbying for their guys. I'm just curious. Yeah. What role does a scout play in that? Like, you've got your guys you love, you've got your guys from your area. What role does your voice play when a guy that you love or a guy that you really did a lot of work on comes up in the conversation?
I think for us it's a perspective of we want to see the best in that player, and we see the upside and who they could be. And I think you're battling for, hey, this is what we see in him 2, 3, 4 years from now, and how he helps us. And I think you want to fight for the guys that you feel really good and really firm on. But you just want to be a piece of information that's it's what we do. I mean, we go on the road, we gather everything and anything we can to just make this decision a lot easier for, Mr. Jones and Steven and Will and Coach. We're kind of here to help. I mean, we just want to make sure that we have the best perspective on every single player and decide who's best for the Dallas Cowboys.
Is there that satisfaction, though, when you're following along with the sheets and the guy that you really pushed hard for? And maybe the team, maybe the group didn't see it that way, but somebody takes them and you're like going, you write down, you kind of make that mental note like, okay, I got you here. Yeah.
I want to have you re-ask that question when we get back on the radio side.
Okay.
Yeah. Should be any second now.
It was like that?
Oh, we are back here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. We are now joined by Midwest scout Klein Kubiak here at the Star in Frisco. And Brian, you were just asking a fantastic question.
Yeah, Klein, I was going to, when we were talking while we were on the .com side a little bit, but I'll refresh our radio guys. When you're following along in the draft and there's a certain player maybe that you've really pushed hard for, maybe the group didn't go with you on that. And now, do you take a little bit of satisfaction of saying, okay, when a guy gets picked, it's, and the team, and my team is always the Ravens. And I love when the Ravens pick somebody that I liked because that makes me feel better about, what I did and I'm not saying there's a certain team or anything, but do you get that satisfaction about that when you fought for a guy and maybe he went a little earlier than maybe the group thought?
I think there's satisfaction in the confirmation of it, but there's also some disappointment because if you
should have got the guy
and you want him here, you're hoping he falls to wherever you're sitting. But yeah, I mean, I think you get excited when there's confirmation on what you saw, but the tough part about this whole side of the business is we don't really know for another 2, 3, 4 years whether or not you're right. So you're kind of just hoping and hoping that kid turns out, and obviously unless he is on our schedule, then
and worry about that quicker than you thought. Man, Klein was right about that guy. We should have probably listened to him.
So, Tyler Smith is from Tulsa. He falls into your region, and again, I just love the idea of you go out and you see him and you're like, okay, we got a guy, and then from there it goes all the way to the point where the organization is rallying behind this guy. What were your early impressions of Tyler that made him stand out and made you want to fight for him?
Yeah, Tyler was a guy, I mean, he's young, obviously, redshirt sophomore there. So when I went to training camp, you get a whisper, hey, there's a young kid out there, just take a peek. Because you never really know with the young players. And, it didn't take more than a peek to say, hey, we probably need to start looking at this kid. But it's exciting when you watch a guy, you like him. And when you're the first one out there, you're not discovering anything. I mean, nobody discovered Tyler Smith. I mean, he played ball, and everybody figured out who he was pretty darn quick. But it is fun when you put that grade on him, and through the process, you get in with the coaches, you get in with other scouts, you start hearing similar things, and it starts to make you feel good about what you saw. And shoot, now he's ours, so you're even more excited about it.
When people have talked about, okay, there's some rawness in his game, he's still got to work on some technique, things like that. How much of when you're making that projection of here's the ability we think he can reach, and here's where he's at right now, how much of that projection is about the type of person you find out that he is, and the type of worker that you find out as he is how much of that is part of your projection of his ability to reach it? I
think it's a huge part. I mean, a lot of people have upside, but not everybody has the want to and the intangibles to get to that upside, right? And I was always told, that potential is just something you haven't reached yet. So if you have guys that just have potential but don't have work ethic, you're going to struggle to get them there. So Tyler's a guy with upside, and he's got a hell of a work ethic too. So that's one of the things we're most excited about.
When was the first time that you had a conversation with Tyler, and what was that like? Because we all first had our conversations with him over the last couple of days, and he absolutely lights up a room. I'm sure it was the same for you guys.
Yeah, I think probably the Combine, because he was a late declare. So I think that was the first time we really got our hands on him and got to have a conversation with him there. And it just confirmed everything you were told when you walked in the door at Tulsa. I mean, they raved about the kid. They talk about how much, like you said, he lights up a room. He's just personality through the roof, and you saw that immediately. And it's watching him walk around the facility yesterday and just kind of work the rooms. It's just awesome to see because you get told things at a school, and you love when it comes to fruition and you find out that everything you're being told is true.
Midwest scout Klein Kubiak joining us on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. I mean, it's been a fantastic weekend so far. What do you expect out of today? You mentioned how exciting it is to have so many picks. Any nervousness in the fact that you've got 6 selections on the tap?
No, I mean, hey, what's to be nervous about?
Good. That's what I like to hear.
Done, the hay's in the barn. I mean, we love the board. We love that we've got options, we've got selections, and I mean, we're just really excited to find out who the next 5 or 6 Dallas Cowboys are.
Yeah, this is probably a terrible question for you, Klein, but your board's holding together pretty well. I mean, when you look, I'm just looking at how it looks. I mean, I'm not asking for the tags, but do you feel like you got pockets of players everywhere you need to pick?
That's a question that's way above my pay grade.
I was taking a chance there.
That kind of goes back to what I asked you just about the process when it comes to a guy like Tyler, but I'm just fascinated by the machinations of how this all works during these 3 days. I mean, like, what is this weekend like for you? Are you sitting down the hall from the war room to waiting to see if somebody like get Klein in here? We need to talk about something, or like what are you doing?
Yeah, that's exactly how it is, right? I mean, you guys see who's in the war room. The scouts are just down the hall, and every once in a while you get a text message, "Hey, come in. You know, we're talking about 2 or 3," and you know, you give your 2 cents, you answer the questions you're asked, but this weekend, like I said, it's hurry up and wait. I mean, You've done all the work, you've prepped the board, it's all there, but all you can control is that clock and how quickly everybody else makes their picks. So it's fun for us to watch, but it's also it's 3 days of toe tapping and nervousness because you're hoping that your guys or our guys make it to the spot we want them to make it to.
Well, how'd you think about the catfish then yesterday? Did you like the catfish meal yesterday? Or
as a true Catholic, I love me some catfish.
Very well said. Klein Kubiak joining us on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you so much for taking some time with us.
This was fun, man.
Good hunting today.
Good luck.
Absolutely.
Have fun throughout the rest of the day, and go get us some badasses again. Go get some more picks.
Well said.
We're going to do what we can. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it, Klein.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
there
man.
he goes, Klein Kubiak, Midwest scout for your Dallas Cowboys. And man, we've had Chris Vaughn in here. We've had Klein Kubiak. We're soon to be joined by Robert Prince, wide receivers coach, here in a couple minutes as well. So we're going to get a chance to talk about Jalen Tolbert coming up.
The beauty of having an hour of pre-show is like we got some time to sort of catch our breath and talk to some people. Yeah, this is great.
And like Dave said, I love when we can get the scouts because they operate kind of in the shadows for a lot of the fans, and it's cool when they get to hear from them.
I think most of them prefer it that way.
Sure, yeah.
I enjoy that, and I mean I'm fascinated by their jobs. Anytime I get to talk to them is my favorite.
Anything surprise you there, Brian, of what they've been talking about specifically?
No, and it's funny. I was asking him about the board and how it was holding together and stuff. I tried. I mean, and again, that's
Klein. Who are you going to pick?
No, I was not.
Klein, what'd you think of Karlaftis?
Maybe there's like a big tight end up there somewhere in Iowa. Maybe I don't know. Is he names?
Yeah. Tell me about your visit there at Iowa State. Yeah, but no, that's with it's always fascinating. And it's right, and it's a lot different from those guys we've talked about with Klein and then with Chris. Also, now getting back out and being able to scout again, that was something these guys really, really miss. And the pandemic really robbed them of that opportunity to go out there and have those interactions with their sources, with their to see the players live too. I think was another thing that those guys really, really missed.
Yeah, and look, I think that. This is Klein kind of said it there that in a way they're also sort of private investigators.
Yeah.
They're not just scouts, and that's the thing where when fans get frustrated about a certain pick because it's like, well, I don't like this or I don't like that. To me, it's like you got to remember these guys. It's not just they're opening a laptop and watching tape. They are doing deep dives to figure out these projections and get to know these people, and it is a long. These guys grind for a year. It is a long, arduous process that they are really digging in on. And if it was as simple as just sitting there and watching it on a laptop, I mean, they wouldn't be on the road away from their families, 9 months out of the year, basically. And so, I mean, I think it's important to put that context in about, there's a little bit of latitude I think you got to have for the team whenever they go with somebody like that.
I'll never forget. It was a few years ago. We all loved a guy and he fell and we were just killing him for it and they didn't take him and. We wouldn't shut up about how much we hated that they didn't take this guy. And later, I had a conversation with some of the scouts, and they were like, "Well, did you know this, this, and this? And I was like,
Yeah, and you can't know those things.
No, that never made it to public knowledge. And they were like, yeah, well, we know those things, so maybe give us a break. And I was like, yeah, okay, good to know.
It's a good lesson to learn.
Yeah, I mean, not saying that. Of course, they're not always right.
Sure.
I mean, it's impossible. It is a very hard job. They're going to get some stuff wrong, but they're working with a lot clearer picture than we are.
Now, let's go ahead and take our second break here because we do have Robert Prince coming up, and we want to get as much of it on the 105.3 The Fan side of things. But we will, of course, continue on our coverage on 105.3 The Fan, DallasCowboys.com right after this. Back on the internet side, Brian, you mentioned this in the conversation with Klein a moment ago, but I'm kind of curious, as the former scout in the room, which era would you have rather scouted in? The one that you did?
Oh no, man!
Brian would never survive this era. There's no way.
No, this era would have killed me. Yeah, for sure.
You see the way Brian snipes at people on Twitter as a member of the media. Can you imagine if people
he was a scout?
If Brian Broaddus scouted Tyler Smith and people were killing his pick? I don't know, man. I don't know if that would go well for you.
You know what? This is actually a good chance to, I think, hit on something because obviously it wasn't the same Twitter era, but you did have the Philadelphia media killing your draft class.
Well, yeah, WIP, the radio station killed our picks.
Did you feel like there were things, not just they're missing the evaluation, they're missing the player, did you feel like there were things about the projections that you had on those players that it's like the media doesn't know these things that I know, and this is why I know these are the guys?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, it was one of those things too where quickly, we figured things out though with that media, and again, we got a guest coming in here, so we'll talk about that here a little bit later.
Yeah, now pleased to be joined by Robert Prince, wide receivers coach here of the Dallas Cowboys. First off, welcome to Dallas.
Say an introduction.
Yeah,
of sorts.
hello.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. I didn't know this room existed right now.
That's pretty cool.
We find people on the football side often don't know that there's this other side of things where we do all this, so we're glad you made it over here. It's good to see you.
Yeah.
Well, and congratulations in the fact that you have a new receiver to work with. Jalen Tolbert picked yesterday at pick number 88 in the third round. Go ahead and outline that whole process of getting to know Jalen and why he's going to add something to this football team.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to say that our scouting department, starting with Will, they do a great job, tremendous job of narrowing down the guys that I need to look at. So, they kind of weed out the guys that say, hey, RP, you don't need to look at these guys. And, they do a tremendous job. So we had Jalen as one of the targeted guys. So I got a chance to go out to Mobile, and I did a private workout with him and got a chance to meet with him and do a little board work and really liked the kid. And shoot, everybody in the building just loves the kid and, said very good things about the kid and shoot, how to have to kick him out of the building. And then the private workout, he did a nice job. So.
When you talk about coaching, you got that there, and every coach has a different way they work these kids out and stuff like that. Is it something that you said, okay, maybe I have to do something a little different with this kid? You talk about the board work, but do you kind of work the same way, or do you kind of get an idea as you go through the workout of what you really, really want to see with this kid? Did you the plan that you had to make that workout go to get all the things you wanted to see out of him?
Yeah, that's a great question. So. Obviously the tape doesn't lie.
Right.
So you watch the tape.
Oh, he talks crap if you watch tape. I got on him last night. It looked like to me he's always talking crap to whoever he's playing against. I like that about
You like that
kid.
on the island.
Yeah.
Just, giving a little evaluation. So, we get a chance to see a lot of the routes on tape.
Sure.
And there's some routes that you don't see. So what's great about a private workout is say, hey, you know what, let's line you up in this spot.
Sure.
And, let's run this route, and I'll teach them the route, and, we'll work on a route, and, that's something that we get a chance to do.
Do you find the kid that's coachable? Do you maybe say, man, this kid's coachable? Or have you ever walked away and said, man, I don't know if I could reach this kid? Do you get those kind of thoughts? I mean, obviously you thought you reached this kid with the way you were able to coach him up and get the best out of him.
Yeah, some guys, they're fast learners, and you can just say something and they got it immediately. Sometimes it takes a guy, a couple times to learn something. But, that's something that you can find out with the workout and the board work.
When you look at what you want in a receiver, because obviously, I think position coaches have different things that they like. What are you looking for when you're evaluating receivers and looking to bring somebody on like Jalen Tolbert?
Well, there is the height, weight, speed that we do have those type of parameters. But then, like we say, the tape doesn't lie. We try to look at what they do on tape. Some kids, they might go out there and run a 4-3, 4-4, but you watch the tape, but they don't play like that. Mm-hmm. On the flip side, there might be a guy that runs 4-6, 4-7, but you're like, he plays faster. And we always say, hey, watch the tape. The tape doesn't lie. And, the thing with Jalen is, his speed transition to the field with his deep balls that he caught. And, he does have good run after catch ability. So, those are the things that we really liked.
Talking about Jalen Tolbert with the newest Dallas Cowboy and the newest Dallas Cowboy a position coach, wide receivers coach, Robert Prince, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Now, you mentioned Jalen Tolbert and his IQ and kind of his smarts when it comes to the football field. When was the first time you got to notice just how sharp he was? Because you mentioned the work ethic and how much he lights up a room. The IQ part of it just kind of puts it all together, right?
Well, the South Alabama staff did a great job with him and said, he is kind of a student of the game and really wants to study the game. And so what I do is I'll give him like an install meeting. So, I'll install some plays, and then I'll have a 12-play cut-up of him. And then so after the install, we'll watch the tape. And the thing is as soon as the play was on, before the play started, he goes, oh, yeah, I remember this play. This was like in the third quarter. We were down, and,
sure,
this was my thought process. Or like, hey, during the week, we thought we were going to be able to get, this route on the safety. And, so he had great recall. And I'm like, okay, that was one thing that was impressive. And then when he took the test, the details that he had on the paper was tremendous. So just writing down the coaching points.
Yeah, when you look at traits for receivers, I mean, coaches are all different in traits and stuff like that. When you look at a wide receiver, when you evaluate, are there 2-3 traits that you look at and say he has to be able to do this? I guess hands catching is probably number one, but are there a set of traits that you go through that a receiver absolutely has to have to be able to play for you?
Yeah. So as silly as it might sound. The two things that a receiver has to do is, one, he has to have the ability to get open.
Right.
And then two, he's got to catch the ball.
Right.
I mean, as simple as that sounds, those are the first two things. Then after that, what makes him special? What's his redeeming quality? Is he a great run after catch guy? Is he a great contested catch guy? Is he a red zone threat? So those are all the type of things that we'll take into account.
I'm really curious, Robert, and I wrote the story when you joined the staff, and I remember looking at your resume like, oh my God, this guy's coached receivers all over the place at the college and pro level, and it just seems like we're in this mode right now where receivers are coming into the league more prepared than they've ever been. I mean, every single year it seems like there's 3, 4, 5 guys that doesn't matter where they're drafted. They're ready to be contributors and playmakers right away. Just what do you make of this evolution of wide receivers to the point where they're just churning them out the way they are these days?
You know what? I don't know if I have the answer to that. It seems like the college game, with all the RPOs, I mean, it's turned into really a big passing league or passing, game. And so I think a lot of these players probably are more ready-made when they come into to the NFL.
Now, I know you were in your first year in Detroit was 2014, I believe, and that's when Kellen Moore was also there still as a quarterback. How interesting has that been to now be working with him as on the coaching staff together?
Yeah, so my first experience with Kellen is I coached at Boise.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
And, I got there Kellen's senior year. And so, I'm watching tape and I'm learning the offense, and there's a certain play and there's a certain progression the quarterback's supposed to make, right? He's supposed to look at the quick out to the over to the backside in. And so I'm watching this cut up, and then, the quarterback, Kellen, he goes and throws it to the back immediately, and the back gets like 15 yards. And I'm like, well, why is he going there? Like, how did he know to go there?
Yeah.
And then, just Kellen, he's just a special guy, and his anticipation was phenomenal. I mean, the guy went 50-3 in college,
Yeah.
and, 2 games he lost because the kicker missed the kick.
Yeah. So you're the reason why those Boise receivers are so good now. You started all that, is what you did. Is what you're telling right
Built
now.
the foundation.
Well, okay, if I could talk. Okay, you know, you're new at the program. You come in, you're looking at all the cut-ups from last season of your current receivers and stuff like that. Just your impressions on, you know, the guys that you currently have right now. We haven't had a chance to really talk to you about this or anything like that, but just kind of some little thumbnail about the guys that you currently have playing receiver for you for the Cowboys.
Well, the first thing that impresses me is how hard they want to work. They want to learn. They've been doing a great job in meetings. Haven't got a chance to work with them on the field. We'll start that come next week. But just their willingness to learn and try to get better. So, you know, I'm impressed with them that way. Obviously, you know, with CD, he's a very special player with the ball in his hands. And, you know, when he was coming out, I'm like, man, you know, when Dallas got him, I'm like, I actually texted a couple of the coaches. I'm like, man, you guys got a special one right there. But the room is great. Like I said, they're all willing to work, and you know, I'm excited to work with those guys.
Now, there was a video on social media that surfaced. By the way, wide receivers coach Robert Prince joining us on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. But there was a video of you pitching for Jalen Tolbert inside the draft room, and it surfaced last night after the pick was made. I mean, you were fighting for him. You talked about his work ethic, and you had to kick him out of the building and things like that. But what does that feel like for you as a coach when you do fight for a guy and he ultimately ends up being that selection?
Well, you know, like I said, it all started with the scouting department. I mean, they've done more homework than I've ever have done. So for them to narrow down the guys I need to look at, you know, they did a phenomenal job. And then when I left that workout in Mobile, I'm like, man, you know, this is a guy I have circled. I said I would want to draft this kid, and it just turned out perfect. I mean. Sure, I would have been ready to take him earlier.
Did you feel like you had to sweat that one a little bit?
You know what? My job is to coach these. Their job is.
We were trying to get him to where you wanted him. Trust me, we were trying.
56, like, I don't know, guys.
We were all
I don't
sitting there
know.
going, come on.
We were cheering for you. Trust me.
I mean, it was a deep draft. And, like I said, those guys in the scouting department, they know what they're doing, and you know, they did a great job.
They sure did.
And it worked out in your favor, Jalen Tolbert. Now, part of this receiving core, and we're going to have a lot of fun watching him and watching you coach these guys over the next couple of years. Robert, thank you so much for taking some time and getting to talk with us through this weekend. Good luck today. And hey, I mean, wide receiver's not out of the question today either. You can maybe get another one at some point along the way.
Yeah, who knows? We'll see.
We'll see. Thank
Really
you very
appreciate
much.
it. Very nice to meet you.
Thank you, Coach.
There he goes, wide receiver coach Robert Prince here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Another fantastic guest joining us here in the hour of lead up that we have to the NFL draft that kicks off in about 13 minutes or so.
Yeah, he was sweating that pick.
Hell yeah.
I would be too.
I don't want to put him on the spot with a microphone in front of him, but you know he left the war room when they decided on Sam, and he was like, "Oh gosh,
Yeah, that's a long
Come
wait.
on,
That is
man.
a long wait right there for sure.
I like this. This is fun. We get to talk to two scouts. We don't hear, and that's like really the first any of us have gotten to hear from Robert Prince.
I think
it's good.
we're going to be busy as hell during the 5th round, but hopefully the wonderful Roxanne Medina can bring us some more people, depending on what happens here.
Yeah, that'd be wonderful.
That's
Yeah.
if they let's
Roxy's
say
the best at doing this.
Even if they don't make what, so they have 6 picks. Even if they only make 4 for some reason, that's still 4 other scouts and coaches that might have something to say about it.
And we have another one on the way, by the way. Joe Philbin is going to join us. Offensive line.
Hey, there we go.
So we can talk a little bit about Tyler Smith and what he brings to the table. Apparently, he's eating breakfast and finishing up at the moment.
You know what really stood out to me about Joe Philbin when I was at Texas A&M?
What's that?
How tall he is.
Yeah.
I had no idea he was that tall.
He's a tall dude.
You see him on TV and stuff like that, and you know you're a little removed just because of the way COVID had been. So when I was actually out there at A&M, I was like, goodness, this man is much larger than I anticipated.
I guess while we have a little bit of time, we can talk about what's happening today in terms of day 3 as we wait for Joe Philbin. But the Jaguars will start on the clock at pick number 106, followed by. Is it the Texans next? Or,
I believe so. Yeah, it's Tampa's
It's
on
Tampa
the clock.
Bay. I thought
Tampa
Tampa
on
Bay
the
starts this day. Yeah.
Wasn't Tampa on the clock yesterday too at the top?
Yes, they were.
Yeah.
They took Logan Hall.
That's a savvy move there, Brian.
Yep.
From your
You want to be able to sleep
the guy
on,
you dislike.
You want to be able to
Jason
sleep on your board and really get your hands around it.
Are we looking at so I mean, just as a preview of Dallas, and obviously they're down a little ways. Are we thinking tight end is the focus here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that, and two, again, kind of hearing some whispers about potentially cornerbacks as well. Caleb Evans is a name from Missouri that I was hearing about. So
trained out in Frisco with Sauce Gardner.
Yeah, so he's a kid that actually, it's funny, he was a transfer from Tulsa.
Yep.
So here you go. Maybe a little connection
Get
here.
you Caleb Evans, go grab you Chris Paul. We're just going to load up on Tulsa.
Tulsa time.
I've heard about LSU's Damon Clark as a possibility in the later half here as well, just because he's had the neck fusion, right?
Yeah, I mean. He's going to miss some time. He's probably going to be out for 6 or 7 months if I had to guess. So, but the later you go, the more comfortable I feel with that. Like I said last night, second round feels awfully early for a guy that's going to miss some of his rookie season. But
would you feel comfortable in the fourth? At 129, if you get wiped out at tight end, let's say
it depends on
tight ends.
It depends on who else is there. I mean.
Fourth is rich. I
Fourth
think
feels rich to me.
You've got Micah, you've got Jabril Cox. I mean, it'd be nice. I don't know that I'd want to take that gamble in a draft this deep, though.
Fifth round, you feel good though?
Fifth round, I feel good,
picks?
Or maybe
I would just maybe the last start you have if he's there sixth round.
Yeah, I would just ride this thing to the end.
I just think
and see.
No, it's a different thing, but I mean, just like we've seen, there was whispers about Leighton's neck being a problem, and that's continued to be a problem into the NFL. So I have a little PTSD.
I'm gonna. Okay,
I don't blame you.
That's pick 19. I'm gonna disagree.
I know. I'm just saying I have PTSD about injured linebackers. Jalen, LVE.
He's a top 100 player if he's healthy, and they have had terrible.
Says the LSU guy.
They have had.
I agree with him though.
He's a good player.
I have him as
he can
player
rush the passer.
292
he's
before
more
the
athletic
injury.
Than he gets credit for. You had him as what?
I have his player 292 before the injury.
That's ridiculous.
And then 293 was Derek Stingley.
That's exactly. You're just a troll. You're just a troll.
No,
he's a good player. Their track record with fifth rounders is not that great. I mean, just as an example, and I'm not trying to dog the guy, but like Simi Fehoko, I mean, he was inactive for most of his rookie season. So if you can get a guy like that with that pick, I think that's a great value.
Yeah.
Now, as we continue our draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com, we're pleased to be joined by Cowboys offensive line coach Joe Philbin, who has just walked into the room. Joe, how's it going?
Great. Good morning.
Good morning. How's the weekend been for you so far? You got a new player in the first round with Tyler Smith out of Tulsa. What's it been like throughout this weekend?
No, it's been, it's great. He came by yesterday, obviously, and I was fortunate that I went to scout him back in March. Had a private workout with him and spent some time with him in the classroom and those type of things. So as I talked to him on Thursday night, I said, Christmas must have came early for you, Tyler. You grow up in Fort Worth, Texas, and you become the first-round draft choice of the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, that's unbelievable. So he was really grateful. He's a great kid. Mom was here. His brother was here. So it just got acclimated a little bit and showed him around a little bit. And, really excited about the opportunity to work with him. And I know he's ecstatic about, as he should be, about being a member of the Dallas Cowboys.
I would imagine it feels a little bit like Christmas came early for you. I mean, you lose Connor Williams to free agency. Lyle is no longer here. And it's your position group that gets a first-round pick. I mean, what's your feeling knowing you've got a talent like that to work with?
Yeah, like I said, excited. Can't wait to get him on the field and get working with him. I took him into the O-line room, kind of gave him a lay of the land a little bit. Obviously, we're not talking a lot of football. Yesterday wasn't a day for X's and O's or drive blocks or pass sets. It's more about him, welcoming him to the Dallas Cowboy football family. But certainly, when you're a coach, you want to coach guys that want to be great. First and foremost, it doesn't matter if they're a center, a guard, a tackle. They got to have a passion for the game. Obviously, at this level, they have to have a certain degree of talent, or they wouldn't be here. In which he has plenty of that. So those are really two good places to start. A guy that wants to be great, a guy that wants to be coached, someone that's eager, and then someone with the athletic traits and skill set that he has. So that's can't wait to get going with him.
You have a history though of taking linemen from one position and moving them maybe inside or outside and stuff like that. Is that something that's just been throughout your career? Is it something that that you've always had that is something you can hang your hat on?
A little bit. I mean, good football players are good football players. When my last college job at Iowa, we took 3 tight ends and moved them to the offensive line. One got drafted in the second round as a center. One got drafted in the second round as a guard. One ended up winning the Outland Trophy as a tackle. So I think good football players are good football players at all levels. Now you want to obviously find a home for somebody and let them get their feet underneath them, especially a young player, right? Tyler just turned 21 years old.
21
a couple of weeks ago. He's a young guy with a lot of talent. So you want to just obviously flexibility is great, but there's also value in a guy. Hey, you know what he is, and he plays it. So, but he certainly has some flexibility, no doubt about it.
Coach, can I ask you about then? Because we don't know much about, like you drafted with Farniak last year at center and stuff. Can you kind of talk about? I mean, people are always asking about development of some of the backup guys. Ball, another one we didn't see, kind of got redshirted as well. We were thinking maybe needed more strength and stuff like that. Can you kind of give us an update on those the backup guys you're dealing with? We're going to see here this training camp.
Yeah. Well, they've both been living here. I mean, we kid Farniak. I mean, I don't think he's left the building, for God's sake. He's gotten every free meal that has been passed out. But, again, that foundation of, okay, they're a young player. You've heard coach talk, in between year 1 and year 2 is the greatest period of growth and development for an NFL football player. And these guys have been working extremely hard in the off season. We're actually getting an opportunity in phase 2 to step on the field on Monday. And as I said to them, I think we have a 23-minute individual period on Monday where we get to actually work on some football-related things. We've been doing a lot of things in the classroom. And, the way the rules are these days, compared to when I got in the league 20 years ago, every single minute for these young guys is important. So I think they've taken the right steps to put them in a position to compete this spring. And ultimately, when you get pads on in training camp, we'll obviously know a lot more. But, really pleased with the things that, and our strength and conditioning staff does a great job. And so, looking forward to them getting on the field Monday and getting at it right away.
Cowboys offensive line coach Joe Philbin joining us here on our NFL draft coverage. Don't worry, he's not going anywhere just yet, but we do have to take a break on the radio side of things. We'll be right back with more Joe Philbin, more NFL draft coverage as the 4th round just about ready to get kicked off on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. And we're back on the website side of things. So we've got a radio and a website.
We don't actually take breaks.
Yeah, these are our friends.
We're grateful you came in here to save us.
Well,
is what we're trying to say.
I don't even carry my cell phone, so you know how old I am. I was born before that generation. So.
Kind of going back to what you were talking about there with some of the guys that you have in the building at the moment. You've got a lot of youth on this offensive line now with Connor Williams' departure, and you still have Tyler Biadasz entering year 3. Farniak, Josh Ball, Tyler Smith, a part of that. How much does that influence your decision-making as a coach going into an off-season program like that with so much youth around your unit?
Yeah. Well, that's why I think the value of everything you do is so important with the way the NFL is structured these days, with the time and the number of practices and the number of repetitions that you get to get these guys ready. But, when you have young guys, the good news is, you can kind of bring them up in your own system, in your own way of thinking and how you approach things. And this is the way we do things. So you kind of get them indoctrinated to that. And these guys are, you want a guy that's confident, obviously, but somewhat when they're young, you want them to be a little bit of a sponge, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I think even when I was up in Tulsa with Tyler, I think he's going to be an eager learner, somebody that, as I tell the players and I tell the veterans, our first meeting this year I put up, and I'm going to be wrong on the date, but I think Tyron Smith's been a Dallas Cowboy for like 4,008 days. And Matt Farniak has been one for 352 at that point. That was 2 Mondays ago. So that was all I put up on the board. I said, in the off-season program, Joe Philbin's been coaching 40 years. Yeah. So, but if we all think we got all the answers, now is Matt Farniak with 352 days going to improve maybe a little bit more dramatically than Tyron Smith? Sure, the expectation would be that. But if we all walk around the building thinking, hey, I got all the answers, I've been doing this 40 years, we're just going to roll the ball out and off we go. I think that's not a good mindset to have as a player or a coach in the National Football League. So yeah, it's exciting to have your own guys. They've been with you for a while. Terrence Steele, Biotic, Farniak, Ball, all these, Braylon Jones, some of the young guys. Connor McGovern's still a young guy, right? Because really his first year wasn't able to practice much. So just getting them going and.
Coach, I think a lot of us in the media have been really unfair to you about Steele. And I think, when you watch with him, and we were thinking like, what the hell? There's going to be problems here. They can't play with him at right tackle. You guys go out and win like 6 straight games with him. He sounds like the guy you were talking about, first in, last out, wants to be coached, wants to be in the weight room. Is that the type of guy, that we're dealing with here when you talk about Smiths and guys like that?
I think so, yeah. And again, Tyler, all the feedback from the people at Tulsa was excellent on him. He's a quality human being, team guy, not a selfish guy, hard worker. And Terrence Steele is like that. The first day he stepped in, remember that was COVID. Yeah. So the first day we stepped on that field, he was first in line. And this kid has his work capacity, as I like to say, it's off the chain. And it's fun to just see anybody. It doesn't matter, as I tell the guys all the time. Right now, and I told Tyler this yesterday. Once the veterans come in, and when he comes back after rookie minicamp, and he sits in one of those chairs, I don't really care when I don't care if you're the 24th pick or the 237th. Yeah. Ultimately, you got a job to do, and you have to do it, and you have to prove you can do it better than somebody else sitting in one of those chairs. And that's the beauty of football. It's an inexact science. This whole process is, and it's fun, and you see how it all shakes out. But you never want to underestimate people. Terrence is, contributed a lot so far, with a lot more hopefully to come, and still has a lot of things to improve, as we all do. But it's been fun watching him develop.
The snapshot on Tyler and talking about coaching is just, Tyler talked about it himself at his press conference. He's said a few times, like, I'm ready for the coaching, I'm eager for the coaching. Like I said, the media snapshot is kind of maybe a guy that needs to refine his technique a little bit. As the person in charge of that, where do you feel about where he is and where he can go in this early part of his career?
Yeah, again, I said the same thing to him, and I'll say it again. Listen, you're going to come in here in a couple of weeks, and all these veterans are going to be here. Zach Martin's all-pro. Tyron Smith's been all-pro. They're not perfect either. You're not going to be. And I said, we got to go from step 1 to step 99. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to be, magic. I don't have magic, nor does he. But, one day at a time, let's do the best we can. Let's be all about football when we're in this building and when we're on that field. And then we'll, he'll get better. There's no doubt about it. And he's eager, like you said. And, but everybody has stuff to work on. Zach's not perfect. Tyron's not perfect. Joe Philbin's been doing it 40 years. He's not close to perfect. So we just got to get all the guys together, get them working, and give them a clear vision and go from there.
Back on the 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com side of things, our 2022 NFL Draft coverage rolls on from the Star in Frisco. We're having a fantastic conversation with Cowboys offensive line coach Joe Philbin here inside the SWBC studios. And you're talking about the mixing and matching of all of these different guys. And I know you may not be able to tell us an answer here, but I'm going to try it anyways. I'm pulling my best Brian Broaddus out of the hat as I can. Mike McCarthy said left side for Tyler Smith. Is there any indication on where he could be playing as soon as the rookie mini camps and moving forward as in terms of guard and tackle?
Sure. Left side, just like the head coach. You got to remember, there's a chain of command.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, there is.
You follow the chain of command.
You tried, Kyle. Good job.
That's okay. I thought I'd throw it out there.
Very good.
Anything else for Joe Philbin, everybody?
I think I'm good. I really appreciate you stopping by.
Absolutely.
The insight was incredible, Coach.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot for having me, and you guys have a great weekend.
Good luck the rest of the way. Joe Philbin joining us here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. And, man, special thanks to Roxanne Medina, by the way, for hooking us up with a couple of scouts, couple of coaches throughout the weekend, and, of course, this hour leading into round number 4 of the NFL Draft.
You're not going to hear Rox's name
not a lot
said a lot. She prefers it that way. Yeah, yep. I see you.
I'm going to buy her steak dinner is what I'm about to do.
Yep. She's the most beloved person in this building.
I agree.
Yeah. So thank you
Nobody
very much,
says
Rox.
no to her.
Seriously.
Yeah.
She could walk into any office in this building and be like, I need you to do 5 minutes on, and they'll say, I don't wanna, and she'll be like, I need you to do 5 minutes on this podcast, and they'll be down here. That's how it works.
She is an MVP for sure.
Yeah. And special thanks to all of the scouts, Chris Vaughn, Klein Kubiak, who have joined us, and then we had Robert Prince, wide receivers coach, and Joe Philbin from the offensive line side of things joining us today. And
we've got the Las Vegas nonsense back on. We
got Blue Man Group making this pick?
The draft is underway again, so the Blue Man Group is making a pick.
This is a lot better than the I don't know,
the
YOLO Bros or whatever was yesterday.
Cheeky Boyos?
Yeah, sure.
That
whatever that was.
We hurt Kyle's feelings. He likes the Cheeky Boyos.
Oh,
I think they're
sorry.
funny. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
I think they're funny.
Actually, I don't think they're making a pick. I think they're opening the third or the fourth round.
Oh, is that what it is? Chris Angel did something like that yesterday.
Good for them.
Yeah.
This is terrible radio when you're not describing what they're
We're
doing.
just watching TV.
It's kind of mesmerizing. They're painting with gumballs. They had gumballs in a little gumball machine, and then they had a canvas, and they basically painted with the gumballs. That's what it was.
I will say,
Casual Raj is back.
I know. I love Casual Raj. My favorite thing was the COVID draft where
he's in his boxers,
and then it went up, and then it was like there's a glass of whiskey next to it. Like it's just he became more and more just like tired.
We need to see him like the cat in boxers, white T-shirt, and the glass of whiskey next to the chair. That was the best.
Oh man, the Buccaneers on the clock here in a couple of moments. Roger Goodell getting us underway out in Las Vegas. The fourth round is here. Hey, we've made it to the day of the scouts. Brian, it's your favorite day.
It is, and there's going to be a lot of Kyle resetting. Who do you like? Who is on the board? And there's going to be a lot of, oh my gosh, who they just take? Maybe not the Cowboys, but maybe somebody else. I've got a lot of really good names for these teams. I mean, I still have as I just look at guys, Kennard, the guard from Kentucky, Howell, the quarterback from North Carolina, and Winfrey. I want to know what's going on with that Oklahoma defensive lineman there. I mean, that was a guy that I think everybody kind of thought was pretty high up the board.
You didn't. I know Daniel Jeremiah, who again he talks to a lot of these teams. He gets a lot of this insight too. Daniel Jeremiah has him as like outside of Howell, his highest ranked player left. So DJ was off on that too. Something's amiss.
That's interesting because, I mean, he was one of those guys, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday, Dave, that was just off the charts in Mobile. I mean, he was the game's MVP, most arguably outside of maybe Jermaine Johnson, the most impressive in the practices. So
That's the funny, like that. I give Brian grief all the time. Like Brian, when a guy like this falls, he's like, "Oh, I must be dumb. I must be saying something wrong." I'm like, "No, we just don't know something." That's what I.
Well, that's the problem that you get into. Like I say, you do your best to try and make these evaluations, and just off the tape, Bobby, everybody looks at this tape, and we just try, and you don't know the medical stuff, you don't know the, maybe some of the background stuff, the character stuff. I mean, Chris and Klein, and they did a great job of talking about how they investigate these players, but it does make you pause because you're thinking like, okay, well on the tape this guy is this, but there's going to be a point in time where the tape is good enough, but where's the and always back in the day, the fourth round, Dave, what was my favorite saying about the fourth round? This was the criminal round.
The criminal round?
The criminal and medical round.
The Bengals will take the guy. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't care.
That's what I'm saying. This is when teams kind of say, you know what, the value of the player is too good to pass up here right now. And I think we're going to have some of these guys it's going to fall that way for them.
Anybody stick out in your mind of the top guys? Another name was Isaiah Spiller, running back from Texas A&M. I know running back is kind of a devalued position in today's NFL, but I still thought he would be a top 3 round guy. I thought he would go somewhere on day 2. And
I'll tell you this. Again, just going off of draft boards and grades, I was surprised to see guys like Tyrion Davis-Price and Rachaad White go before him. I mean, sure. I thought it was pretty consensus that he was one of the 3 or 4 best backs.
Rachaad White, actually, he was I think he was Dane's lowest rated player who went yesterday.
Yeah, I mean that's why I was so excited when he went, because I've been feeling like an idiot.
Zachary Carter.
Zachary Carter was
number 220 for him.
Zachary Carter was low for me too.
But most places have Rachaad White as like a 5th round guy. And I was feeling real stupid about it until I don't even remember who took him. Tampa made me feel like a genius.
There you go.
Appreciate you.
They've also got Logan Hall. Tampa's secretly having a good draft, and they're on the clock right now. Their pick is in. Actually, that's the only couple selections they've made. Logan Hall, Luke Gadecki, and then White on there as well. Now, if we're looking at the top draft classes so far, Brian, I'm sorry. Baltimore, right up at the top of the list. Kyle Hamilton, Tyler Linderbaum, David Ojabo, and Travis Jones. That's the 4 picks that they made in days 1 and 2.
Beasts.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, let's look around. Who really stands out? I know the Giants getting
the Jets are getting a lot of credit for what they've done too.
Ahmad Garner, Garrett Wilson, Jermaine Johnson, Breece Hall, and Jeremy Ruckert for the Jets.
Man, sound like a pretty solid draft. Sound like that might save some jobs there in New York.
Giants, I think them getting obviously Thibodeau and Neal at the top, but then Wan'Dale Robinson, which that is, like we said yesterday, that's a clear tip-off. I think that Tony's out.
Yeah.
They're pushing Kadarius Toney out, I think. But then with all their movebacks, they've got 2 fourths today, 3 fifths, and a 6th.
Wow. Lots of mid-round picks for NFC East opponents. Speaking of NFC East, Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, Cam Jurgens. That's the Philadelphia draft at the moment.
And they traded for the wide receiver.
He ain't a prospect, but A.J. Brown's on that team now, too.
Good point.
And we know the Ravens, Brian's favorite team.
Mm-hmm.
They got 3 guys or they got 4 guys that I think were in some mocks all in the first round. Yeah. Kyle Hamilton, Tyler Linderbaum, David Ojabo, Travis Jones. It's incredible. Here's the Buccaneers.
I'm going to go root for the Ravens.
Oh, we're at Wembley or Munich.
That's Bayern
Good day,
Munich.
mate.
Allianz Arena.
From Munich. All of Deutschland is excited to have the 2-time Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers playing right here at the FC Bayern Stadium in Munich this season. Welcome Tom Brady and his crew. And now let us announce the draft pick. With the 100 picks in this 2022 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Kate Oaten, tight end.
Wow.
Darn.
That one hurts the Cowboys.
That's a gut punch for me right off the jump.
Yep.
Right,
I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
Wow. Cade Otten out of Washington, a complete tight end, or at least the most complete tight end that's left on the board at the moment. He was my number 2 tight end. I think he's a top 100 player in this draft. Brian, what do you got on Mr. Otten?
Yeah, this is a guy that was a little bit banged up during the season, and he dealt with the COVID issue as well. But you watch him play. I mean, it was just every time they needed a big play, he was the guy involved, whether it's red zone, first downs, whatever. They play him as a wing. They play him as an edge. They play him in line. He is better than just a getting-away blocker. I mean, he is a guy right here. You see, if you're watching along with us, right there, just a little seal block. Get that guy, knock him outside, let the ball come up inside. That's the kind of stuff that you can do with him. You know, at 245 pounds, he's really a very good athlete. But he catches the ball well. You see him; he's able to get up the field. Kind of got a little bit of niftiness to his game. I was hoping that Dallas was going to get this guy today.
Loving that roll.
Oh man, if he could have fallen all the way to 129, I think he's the pick. I really do.
He's all around solid.
Yeah.
I mean, he blocks. He can run routes. He's got that. Like, even though, like, I mean, he is a decent athlete. But even still, even where it's not like, you know, oh, you're this like vertical seam, like you're not Isaiah Likely even or whatever like that. He's got that almost like that little Jason Witten like nuanced route running that's like it's just a little move here or there and it just gets you enough separation.
I will say, you look at the way that he was utilized at Washington, it felt like he was underutilized a lot in that offense, Brian. And they've had some pretty good tight ends over the last couple of years. I mean, they had one we liked a couple years ago, and Hunter Bryant, or not Hunter Bryant,
Will Dissly was
Brian's
a guy.
guy.
Will Dissly was a guy, that he kind of. I was. My hope was this guy. I drove in. I knew Dave was going to have some breakfast sandwiches for us. I was going to enjoy that, and I was going to enjoy talking about Cade Otten maybe being a Dallas Cowboy. But
y'all got breakfast sandwiches?
Yeah, we did. Hey, Dave, thank you for those.
They're actually tacos, and they're in the control room.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying.
Jasmine told me she was going to tell you.
She may have. I was doing TV. I'm sorry.
Well, when we go to a
I'll figure it out.
When we go to a .com break, go
sorry,
get you
Brian.
one.
We didn't mean to cut you off.
No problem at all, though. But he was one of those guys that, as a matter of fact, I was just texting a buddy of mine overseas, and he was asking me who I thought, and I put Otten down as a guy. And as soon as I typed the name, boom, he goes, well, who's the Texans?
Hello, world, coming at you live from Monterrey, Mexico. This is Roy Lopez, defensive lineman for the Houston Texans. And with the 107th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Damian Pierce, running back from Florida. Go Texans, baby!
Another Senior Bowl standout, Damian Pierce out of Florida. Dave really likes his running backs from Senior Bowl, and Pierce was one of them. Now, we can talk about Pierce. I will want to go back to Oaten at some point just because it has so much Cowboys implications in that pick. But tell us about Damien Pierce and what he brings to the table, because out of the running backs that were in Mobile, he was certainly fun to watch.
Yeah, he's a guy that's kind of a little bit of a he's got some complete back to his game, and I was super impressed with him. He's really a powerful ball carrier. Feet stay really low to the ground when he runs. It's almost like he's shuffling his feet. There's no real high knee or anything like that, but he can be difficult to get to the ground. I think he does a great job of finishing the play. He's a closer at the goal line. He's going to find a way to get in. He's an outstanding receiver with the ball, by the way. They throw him the ball in the flat. They throw him those Texas routes underneath. They wheel him up the field. He makes the adjustments there. I thought that, he's kind of got that, like I was talking about, that complete back traits to him.
I really like his patience. I mean, he's just willing to wait for things to open up the way that he needs them to. It always seems like he's it starts one way and he winds up taking it in a completely different direction based on what he's seeing. And I know, how every time a guy gets picked, the Twitter's going to be like, hey, Houston fans, check this out. It's going to be the video of him running with his helmet off.
No helmet.
All over the place.
Paging Ed Marinaro.
Here's the Browns at 108 as they're taking their time to get to the stage. Here he goes.
All right, I think there we go.
Thank you.
It's a morning in
With
Vegas.
the 108th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Perion Winfrey.
There he goes.
Defensive tackle, Oklahoma.
Perion Winfrey. We were just knocking off these Senior Bowl guys off the top, and this is
You
the
got
MVP
some on him?
of them all.
No?
Absolutely, I've got something on him. He was one of the players that he was actually my top player on my board left whenever we were getting into the day. Talk about getting in the backfield with some force. His first step, his strength, he has great leverage. One of the more athletic interior prospects, I think, in this draft class. We don't know if there's any medical that caused him to slip down the board. I thought he was a early second-round player, and he dominated every single Senior Bowl practice we had. If he's healthy, I think the Browns may have gotten the best value out of anybody in this entire draft at the moment. Now, I will say he's on the ground a lot. He plays pretty reckless. He's one of those guys that's going to be on the turf. He'll get tripped up. He'll get pancaked. There are times on tape where things lapse for him, but his highlights are as high as anybody's in this entire defensive line class of players.
I think you got the player absolutely right. I think the question about him is he play this at one technique, a head up, or does he going to play the three? And if you watch him play against Cam Jurgens from Nebraska, you wouldn't draft Cam Jurgens.
Yeah.
So this kid's got that kind of ability, though. He can wreck you with the way he plays.
Steal the word from our producer Kaden Gates because I liked it so much. He plays with violence.
Yeah.
He's just attacking people, just hitting the hell out of anybody that's in front of him, and he tends to get into the backfield.
I'm surprised it went this late just because he is a guy who, it's not always consistent with him, but he does, whenever any defensive lineman flashes like he does, you typically see somebody with those traits and those flashes go early, and people go we'll figure it out. Even with the inconsistencies, we'll figure it out. Makes me wonder if there's some medical thing there. I'm reaching out to some people just trying to figure out if there's something medical. I know he was banged up around Senior Bowl before it. I know he was dealing with stuff during the draft process, but I don't know if any of it was serious. He was Senior Bowl MVP and got all his stuff stolen in Frisco, by the way.
Did he really?
Yeah, it got stolen out of his car the next day while he was parked in Frisco. He lost his trophy.
No
Seriously?
way.
Mm-hmm.
That's awful.
Well, surely we can get him another one.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And good luck to Perion Winfrey in Cleveland. I like the pick. He's great to talk to at the Combine. I got a chance to catch up with him there, and I think Cleveland has great value. By the way, since he was the top player on my board left, Darian Kennard and Daniel Falele are my top two remaining. So both offensive linemen that are still available.
I just heard back on Winfrey. He had some soft tissue stuff, but there's nothing substantial.
Okay.
So shouldn't have knocked him down.
League just doesn't like him.
Guess
Weird.
not.
Okay.
Now, I want to go back to tight end. Cade Oaten selected with the opening pick here, the 4th round by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then it was Damien Pierce to the Texans at 107. The Browns take Perrion Winfrey at pick 108. So going back to Oaten, with the Cowboys searching tight end, hunting tight end here in this 4th round, with him going off the board so early, it kind of knocks down at least one of their options. Does it kick you into gear to trade up, or does it cause you to sit back and let whatever happens in front of you happen?
Well, let's look here. So we got Kohler. We should have just said Klein. Hey, if
seriously,
yeah.
Hey, so
where's Kohler? You got Kohler. You've got Daniel Bellinger, San Diego State, who's still on there.
There's a lot of people like him a lot.
Daniel Jeremiah has Bellinger. I think is like his 80th overall player.
If I had to rank him, I'd put Kohler at 91 on my stack, and I would put Bellinger at 99 on my stack. Is where I'd have him right there. So
there's a lot of momentum behind Bellinger heading into today. Now, I do want to take a break real quickly. When we come back, we've got more picks on the way, and the Cowboys, of course, still at pick 129. We got 20 selections, so the Cowboys are on the clock. When we come back with more NFL draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. And we're back on the internet side. Sorry, Brian, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, not at all. I mean, I think there's actually maybe some more love for the Wisconsin tight end in this
Ferguson
in this building.
Ferguson's a name to know. Bellinger, might be a little early for them on Isaiah Likely, but I know they.
I think they've. I wonder.
All right of him.
What do you guys feel like? Because I mentioned about cornerback is what I was. I mentioned
your Mizzou kid.
Yeah, the Mizzou kid. I mean, to me, that's where. The tight ends. You think the tight ends will stretch a little bit better than what we got with? I mentioned that's Evans from Missouri.
Yeah.
I don't know because, like I say, I look at that. I look at the 4th round where I have Evans, and now I got all these tight ends in the 4th. I got Bellinger. I got Turner, who I really like from Reno. Likely, a Maryland kid, Okwanwu. I like him as a guy. Well, Seattle's picks in here. Let's see what we got.
With the 109th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Kobe Bryant, defensive back.
That's a good pick.
Kobe.
It's a very good pick.
John must not be in the room today.
Man, look at that. Like John is just knocking it out of the park.
No, good for John.
John is not knocking it out of the park. They drafted a running back, whatever.
John was in the room for
So
that
you hate
one.
running backs?
Really good running back.
I hate running backs in the top 50 when you already have running backs on the roster.
Hater.
Kobe
and you
Bryant.
need a million other things, yeah.
We talked about leaders on the field with Desmond Ridder in the Cincinnati team early on. This was the defensive leader on the field for that Cincinnati ball club. He was, and yes, by the way, he is named after Kobe Bryant, but spelled differently.
Yeah.
Kobe with a C, not with a K.
And with a Y.
And with a Y at the end. Yeah, that's a little bit different. But he was the Jim Thorpe Award winner in 2021, first Bearcat to win a national award, period, since 2000 when their punter won the Luke Rosa Award. So, 3 interceptions, 3 forced fumbles. He had 11 pass breakups, Brian. He flew over that defense. He was the corner opposite of Sauce Gardner, so he saw a lot of action.
Yeah, I remember he does not. It says the 4.47 there. I thought initially he did not have very good time speed, but they must be a redo on that one. So that's good.
It was 4.54 at the combine. That's his pro day time.
Pro day time.
So
there you go. So good, man. And then when I did the player, it wasn't the time is good. I'm glad he ran better there.
Sure.
This cat doesn't give up many plays. I think he really does a great job of maintaining his position in the route and is able to track the ball. He's a hard guy to run away from, and that's when the 4.5 speed, I was like, well, what? This doesn't look like that kind of a guy. But especially when he gets his hands on receivers, guys aren't going to get away. His technique is impressive with his ability to play with that off hand and able to stab guys and then knock the ball away when he has to. So he doesn't give quarterbacks much space to throw the football in.
By the way, Perrion Winfrey heard he might not have interviewed well.
Okay.
Some teams didn't like him.
I find that surprising.
At least it's more than just his tape. Yeah, he seems like a really.
I liked.
They thought he had. The word I got was polarizing energy.
Interesting.
What is this like a?
I'm just telling you.
I would have never.
What do you want me to do, Dave? What do you want me to do?
I would have never used that word because I didn't know what polarizing meant.
He's got
polarizing splits you.
He's got big Libra energy. We can't draft this guy. He's a Libra. Whatever.
Scouting's come a long way.
I don't even know what.
How about the Ravens?
Oh, here's your team. What first rounder? Who's the first? Okay, is this where they get
Kennard?
Kennard. If this is Kennard, Brian's gonna have a stroke.
Tariq Woolen, that's my call.
With the 110th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Daniel Fa'alele.
I knew this was going to happen.
Tackle from
It's the Ravens.
It's a massive dude.
You want to do it again?
No, it's cool, man.
Look at the comp.
Back here on the 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft. Glad you're with us. Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, David Hellman, I'm Kyle Yeomans. The Baltimore Ravens have just now selected another fantastic player at the top of everybody's board. Daniel Fa'alele, offensive tackle from Minnesota. Brian, they did it again.
I tell you what, this is the comp was Orlando Brown Jr., right? Is that what we're talking about right there?
And that's the one they traded away.
Yeah, this is the big. I believe this is the biggest man in the draft.
Oh, we just got to see him throw a touchdown pass too.
But he's 6'8", he's 384 pounds, and he's a starter at right tackle for the Gophers, or was massive man. He's got in line with some bigger tackles that we've studied in this draft, like Neal at Alabama. It surprises you how well these guys move for their size, though. So, yeah, he gets away from the line. He opens up and just kind of works back. You need a scooter to get around him. He's so big. I mean, you literally got to get on a scooter and drive around him because he's that massive. He tends to be a little tall out of his stance, so you'll see him catch some blocks, but he's all about maintaining that control. You just can't move him back. You know, he's one of those guys. He doesn't play on the ground. He gets pushed in the running game because of his mass. So you could have asked me who the Ravens going to take. That's exactly who I thought they were going to take.
We've already given Jim Nagy at the Senior Bowl a ton of credit on this show, but the last four of the first five in the fourth round have been Senior Bowl players.
Here's the Jets at 111.
Hello, coming here to you guys from London on the 72nd floor of the Shard, the view from the Shard, and I have with me the 111th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. My beloved New York Jets select Max Mitchell, tackle, Louisiana Lafayette. Let's get him, Big Hoss.
Reaction there, Brian.
I'm so happy he said Lafayette.
Yeah.
They hate when you do that.
He did.
Just go to Louisiana.
They want to be Louisiana.
Oh, I thought you said the pronunciation.
Is there like a law against that?
It's not a law.
I thought it was actual legislature that
the
said
university prefers that you don't say it, but I, as an LSU grad, really love it. Anyway,
by the way, 5 of first 6 now. All
I refer to them as the true Louisiana school.
Shut up, Bobby.
That's how I talk about them.
First team Sun Belt 2021. He was second team a year prior.
Yeah.
He started all over the line. 29 starts at right tackle. He had 7 at left, and he started at guard as well, right?
Yeah, you're right about this guy. And again, here's the broadest special right here. Guy's not too strong, so he's going to end up in the Pro Bowl.
It's a good tight end there, James.
Get ready.
Mitchell.
Yeah.
Broadest special is you being wrong about a guy?
No, this is what happens.
Because he doesn't have
you have this
power.
guy. Yeah, he's not. Again, he tends to play with straight legs. You see him get pulled and yanked off balance is because he doesn't have lower body power. But I thought he did a pretty good job of staying in the battle, trying to fight his guy. His feet get real close together as a pass blocker, so you could kind of see people jerk him around. He's 6'6", he's 307. We'll see what happens next to the Giants. But yeah, guy didn't have much strength, probably be an All-Pro.
Is that Cake Boss?
112th pick of the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select
Pepper Johnson.
Daniel Bellinger, tight end, San Diego State.
Bobby, you were right about him.
Well, not quite. I thought he'd go in the third, but yeah, I knew that I had heard about, there's a lot of chatter about Isaiah Likely, and I heard from people that Likely's more a media guy, that Bellinger was the one that was going to go higher than a lot of people thought.
So now the top 2 tight end targets potentially for the Cowboys are off the board.
This is that run at tight ends that Brian was worried about.
Yeah, I
was dreading.
I thought it was going to happen earlier. But
I did want to say this, though. I just wonder, and we went through the list of guys that they could like, guys that would make sense. I wonder if Oaten was the only one that they would be willing to go up for. Like I can hear people like pounding their tables, like go get your tight end, go do it. I don't think they like any of the other ones enough to do it.
I don't think they do either. I'm right there with you.
No, and now as we look at if the tight ends start going, and we're talking about not going up, there is some of these corners that look like, Dan Quinn type players that are still there. Tariq Woolen. 6'4", 205, speedster.
I'd be excited about that.
You think they think okay of the Sam Houston State kid, Zion McCallum?
I'll tell you, he is a good-looking kid, and he plays really well on tape.
He has an identical twin that's supposed to go undrafted.
Yeah, and it's funny because he was I learned that he was getting recruited by Utah and didn't go. And I was kind of wondering, like, how does this guy end up at, Sam? Nothing against Sam Houston, but you wonder if a player like that. I thought really highly of this kid when he was watching the tape and stuff like that. I'm going to say, like I say, the whisper name I keep hearing is Evans.
Caleb Evans.
Yeah, that's the whisper name I keep hearing. So
I would rather have
M-I-Z.
I would rather have Tyreek Woolen, Mizzou.
I didn't hear what you said.
Missouri.
Yeah.
I thought you said NYC. I was like, what are you talking about?
Shout out Danny Sarek, wherever you
Mickey
are.
Spagnola, Brad
Phoenix,
Sham.
probably.
I mean, everybody.
I would. Well, maybe Scottsdale. I don't know.
That's true.
Or Glendale.
Probably in Glendale. She works with the Cardinals now. For
Which,
those
by
of
the
you
way,
who
just
do not know.
random take. The Danny Sarek blow up is one of my favorite things. I'm so happy she's doing well over there. She's awesome,
killing it. Now, talking about the options for the Cowboys, because no more Cade Oaten, no more Daniel Bellinger. Tight end looking scarce. In terms of their options, do you still have Jake Ferguson?
Kohler, Ferguson.
Charlie Kohler, Isaiah
I don't
Likely.
know. Yeah, do they think highly enough of Likely to put him in the fourth?
I doubt it. I think
they like him, but it's just it's the limitations because he's a seam guy and he's not going to block.
Kellen Moore did go do a workout there, and was he watching the running back, the quarterback?
State?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, that's Kohler. I was talking about Likely just there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was talking about the seam.
Okay, I thought you were talking.
I think they're both similar in that guard. They're not blocking tight ends.
No,
neither one of those guys.
But I mean, like Kohler at least I think could have more of the frame to do it though at some point.
I mean, he's massive.
Yeah,
6'6".
Is it too early for Cole Turner?
I love Cole Turner, and I don't know if anybody else does.
I have Kohler and Likely ahead of him, but I like.
Sure, no, I to me when I look at my board, man, I got just too much going on here with my board.
I meant to when I got in here at 9:50. Hold on.
No, I'm good. I'm good, bro.
Do it.
We're gonna do it.
No, I'm cool, bro.
No, I want to glance at it.
We just want to see how hopeless
next time you
are.
pull up your scouting reports, I am going to show you how to do Control F.
Okay.
What if I told you it was as easy as pressing the control button and the F button?
You know what, man? There's some things you just got to do in life. Okay, Kohler's my okay. All the tight ends are wiped out ahead of him. UCLA's gone, Otten's gone, Wood's gone, Rutgers gone. Kohler's my third round guy. Okay. We just lost. Bellinger was the top of the fourth round for me. Turner was after Bellinger, so I had Turner, Likely, the Maryland kid, and then I'm sorry, I kept Weidemeyer there. I watched the tape. You can tell me he's an idiot.
Okay with that.
You can tell me he's a bum and an idiot and all that. All I know is he's catching the ball against Ole Miss, LSU, Alabama, and all these other places. I'm sorry, if he's a bad dude, I'll wear it. I'll wear it.
He's
the
a
tape.
bad dude. I think his testing.
Brian, your vertical is better than Jalen Weidermeyer's.
Yeah.
But you watch the tape. The guy makes plays.
With the 113th
So did Tease
pick
Tabor.
in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Percy Butler, defensive back
from the Louisiana.
ULL having a little run here.
How about that?
Good
Percy
for them.
Butler,
little brother.
Oh.
Kind of safety, right? Is what we're talking about here.
We talked about him on the show the other day. He was a Tell Me More guy.
Tell me more.
All right, do it, Bob. What do we got? How do I find it? Right here.
Okay,
Go for it.
We're gonna do it right now.
Okay, I'm going to give the scouting report that I've got on Percy
go ahead.
Butler.
Yeah.
Second team All Sun Belt. I mean, combined for
His name.
105 tackles. He had 3 interceptions over his final 2 seasons. He was a free safety, and he was about as steady of a free safety player. He was not one of those boom or bust guys. He's not going to make the extra highlight play. He may cause a turnover here and there, but you see him against good competition at times. They played Texas, they played Iowa State, and there are multiple times throughout that.
Everybody needs tabbed. I can't just search a whole thing. He has a tab, so you got to click the tab and search.
Look, Percy Butler's on my notes here. Let's see what he's going to say. Excellent time speed, but you always don't see him.
So we're stuck waiting 50 seconds.
No,
for Brian to get
if
there
Kyle would just carry the thing a little further, Bobby,
you guys, the Giants at 114.
Dane Belton, defensive back.
There's another safety.
Another Tell Me More. I did a good job with the Tell Me More.
You did.
Year.
You definitely did.
You're telling me Moore's getting picked in the 3rd and 4th round.
One of only 7 Power 5 defenders with at least 5 interceptions this season. Dane Belton.
Yeah, how about that? Iowa. He's always around the football.
Excuse me.
Yeah, he's always solid finisher. There's snaps where he's lunging or going low to make a tackle. That's the only thing I really kind of saw about him. They'll use him in coverage. He's got pretty good awareness, what's going around him. His strength is his ability to see the field and react. I've seen him come off man in order to make the play. You talk about the turnovers and stuff. This guy has that ability to create those things.
Tell me more. Back-to-back guys for David Hellman coming off the board here.
Shout out
Percy
Dane
Butler,
Brugler.
too, I could tell you about that.
I just went down Dane's board, and I was like, I guess I need to know more about this guy. He's got a 4th or 5th round grade.
On Dane Belton?
Yeah, but he's going ahead of
Dane's got
Broncos,
too.
too.
I think he's got a 4th on him.
Pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Damari Mathis, defensive back, Pittsburgh.
3 in a row, bro. We did all these guys on the show.
You were top-notch, my friend.
I'm not anything but lucky, maybe.
Damari Mathis out of Pittsburgh. Brian, Senior Bowl guy. Look at the timings. He had a 4.39. I mean, you talk about fantastic speed. He is one of those guys. Missed all of 2020 with a shoulder injury that he suffered off the field, which was kind of interesting. But he had a hyperextended knee in the ACC title game, which I think knocked his draft stock enough.
Yeah.
He did participate throughout the Senior Bowl week, but still a guy that I think is good value here for the Broncos at pick 115.
Yeah, this guy flips sides as a corner. I thought he might be just a boundary guy, but he plays both sides. He'll walk down in the slot as well. He's a square player as a press man guy. At the snap of the ball, he'll turn and then open, but you could see him where he's running. I mean, he's flying with this guy. He doesn't struggle to run with the receiver. He's super physical in the way he plays. He's always battling the receiver, even after the play. He's a good tackler. He's not afraid to play off a block and get in on a tackle. Wraps up in space. I wouldn't say that there's not much of a back pedal due to the way he bails, but I wouldn't say that's going to be a problem. I think this guy's got some pretty quick feet.
Denver, by the way, back-to-back picks here in the 4th round, and they haven't necessarily traded out of any of them. The Cowboys last night during their post-second, third-round draft press conference talked about if they were to trade up, it would be teams that have 2 picks in front of them. And there were 5 teams on that list that had multiple picks in front of them, the Broncos being one of them, and then you had the Jets that were in front. They've already made one of those selections. The other teams were the Browns made one, the Ravens made one, and the Patriots who have made one. So all of their options starting to fly off the board in that regard as well. I'm not saying I think they're going to trade up now that they're tight ends.
No, I don't think they're going to either. No, I was going to laugh. I think he's made his peace with it by now, but it's fun watching Mike McCarthy kind of adjust to working for Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
Where Jerry just sat up there and was like, yeah, we might trade, and these are the places we're looking at. And Mike McCarthy's eyes bugged out of his head. He was like, we're just saying this in a press conference? Okay, sure. Why not?
Makes it interesting for sure.
A little more of a. Do you think Ted Thompson would ever do that?
Heck no.
No.
My God.
No way.
Teddy and Teddy hated even talking to the media, so you weren't going to get anything out. And Mike, and Jerry even said this about Mike the other day. He's like, listen, I know he didn't have much of an opportunity to do personnel with the Packers. He's not wrong about that. So, I as much as I think too, by the way, that the guys like Evans and stuff like that Mathis is going off the board. It is surprising, though. There's kind of that pocket of guys you mentioned, the Woolen, McCallum, Armour Davis is another one from Alabama that I kind of liked. So there's some of these corners I think teams are going to start picking these guys off here in a little bit.
I'm looking at I'm still
Castro Fields, another one from Penn State, was a guy.
I don't want to pigeonhole tight end here. I really don't, because I think at this point, if you don't have your guys on the board, don't force anything. But we've talked about Likely at Coastal Carolina. We've talked about Charlie Kohler at Iowa State. Even Cole Turner from Nevada. Have we talked enough about Jake Ferguson?
No, that's where I think I think that Jake Ferguson is in this mix. I really do.
He's my top-rated tight end.
Ferguson, Likely, I think are they brought in Weidemeyer. They talked to Weidemeyer probably to find out how much he really hates football. Whatever. That kind of thing.
Was that a thing?
No, they're probably asking him why do you not care? Why do you not care about working out?
Yeah,
why do you not care? Are you a lazy guy? That's what they probably asked him. I mean, I'm sure somebody point blank asked him, "Why are you so lazy, dude?"
Wow.
If a tight end's going to be the pick at 129, I would bet on Ferguson or Kohler.
Yeah. Here's the Broncos at 116.
With the 116th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Iyuma Owazurike, defensive tackle, Iowa State.
That's a name I thought the Cowboys may have looked at maybe in the 5th. I don't know if I would have seen them even have him in the conversation here in the 4th, but we do need to take another break. We'll continue breaking down day 3 of the NFL Draft. We are just getting started. 12 selections till the Cowboys are on the board at pick 129. When we come back on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Iyuma Owazurike, defensive tackle, kind of another tweener guy, a little bit light, but hey, he's 315. He could still play in the middle.
Yeah.
Good player out of the Big 12.
Yeah, he is. He's super active as a defensive tackle. He's always working towards the ball. He's got initial quickness, upper body strength to be a really good inside player for a long time. Once he gets going, he can be hard to stop. It doesn't matter whether it's a lineman or a running back. He's likely to bust through and make a play. He's strong enough to bring a ball carrier down with one hand. I saw that in the Baylor game. Powerful player. He makes him disruptive. He finds ways to get in the opponent's backfield. The inconsistent pad level, I think, gets him. Sometimes he's a little bit too tall, needs to establish a little bit a base, can get wild with his pursuit. But I'll tell you what, this guy's a really good football player for like a big guy.
First team all Big 12 this past year. He was 4th in the Big 12. He had 9 sacks. And here's the fun thing. We don't have Dane Brugler here for day 3, but I want to try this out. We have his reports.
Yeah, give one a whirl.
Let's give one a whirl. Heckma Harrison did a fantastic job with these. He is our voice of Dane's reports. This is straight from the beast. Dane, a great friend of the show. Everybody who listens to this should probably know Dane Brugler by now. If you don't,
they do.
This is your first year.
If you're listening to this, I know you know who Dane is.
Exactly. So let's listen. This is Dane's report read by Heckma Harrison on Iyuma Owazurike.
Iyuma Owazurike, defensive lineman, Iowa State, 6'6", 316 pounds. Owazurike needs to play with more consistent pad level and contact balance to secure run fits, but his blend of length and athleticism allow him to be disruptive from different alignments. He fits even in odd fronts and might be best as a 5 technique.
That goes back to the tweener we were just talking about.
Yeah.
It's like I was reading The Beast. I mean, I got a copy of it right here.
Well, no, that's and it's funny, and it's great that we have that opportunity to be able to do that and to have the little bit of a Dane's insight as well. And I think he's absolutely right about the player. We were talking about, you say, the tweener. Maybe he plays a little bit. He could play tackle. He could play a little bit of end right there. But he is a disruptive player. He really, really is. I do like this guy.
Broncos going back-to-back with defensive players. Damari Mathis. And at 115, 116, they go with Owazurike. The Jets are on the clock now, followed by the Browns. Hey, and then the Ravens are back, Brian. What first rounder are they going to take? Hey,
yeah, exactly.
Darian Kennard's still on the board, so we can maybe go take him now. Jets, Browns, Ravens, and then the Commanders are the next 4 picks. That's the top 120 in this NFL draft. So we're still thinking potential at tight end for the Cowboys at 129. Still got a ways to go until we get there, and 2 of their targets have already flown off the board from the tight end spot. Cade Oaten was the first pick in the 4th round to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and then you've got Daniel Bellinger, who was the 112 pick to the New York Giants out of San Diego State. So I like your thought process, though, on corner, because it goes back to what you were talking about night 1 when we were here a year ago.
Yeah.
We were talking about corner as a must-have. Go get J.C. Horn. Go get Patrick Surtain. A lot of that was positional value where they were picking at 10th in the draft last year. But they haven't necessarily, outside of the Kelvin Joseph pick last year, done a whole lot in terms of starting caliber players that have been on this roster. Trayvon Diggs took the next step. That helped you out a lot. But that's still technically a need for this Cowboys team as you look to the future on this roster.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And, it depends on, you never can have enough corners. I mean, this is a team last year in the first round were interested in drafting a corner, even though they had all their starters back. I mean, they had Diggs and Brown and Lewis. They had them. They were interested in drafting a corner. But, you look with what Witt and what, Quinn and those guys did with the secondary. Al Harris, you got to give him a lot of credit. But I think and it's not just because of what's going on with Kelvin Joseph. I think you honestly do need corners. I just think that you need to bring them in, compete. If you got 5 or 6 on your board, that's what you got to do.
Pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Michael Clemens, defensive end, Texas A&M.
Bobby, that hurt them a little bit, didn't it? The Cowboys, Clemens.
Turn that on. They liked him. I don't know if he would have been in the conversation at this point after they had went and got Williams. Mm-hmm. If he had still been hanging around, obviously in the 5th round, and you're talking about depth and value and everything there. But no, would have been more in play if they had lost Williams, I think.
I think I'm with you. I don't think it's out of the question in the 5th. So just to recap the last couple of picks here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com, your NFL draft coverage rolls on from Ford Center at the Star, as always, brought to you by our friends over at Miller Lite. Last 5 picks, Percy Butler goes to the Commanders at 113. At 114, Dane Belton, the safety from Iowa, goes to the Falcons. Broncos go back-to-back with defensive players. Damari Mathis, corner from Pittsburgh at 115, 116. And Yoma Iwazurike from Iowa State, interior defensive lineman, goes to the Broncos at 116. And then at 117, Michael Clemens, edge rusher from Texas A&M, a 30 visit from the Dallas Cowboys, taken by the New York Jets. And maybe not a 4th-round prospect like we were talking about, Bobby, but maybe a 5th round, 6th round guy if the Cowboys saw him last.
Well, no, I think if Sam Williams had not, if they had not gotten Sam Williams, if they took Jalen Tolbert at 56, sure, and then they had lost Sam Williams in between, I do think Clemens could have potentially been discussed there in the 3rd round. I just think that now that they've addressed defensive end, I don't think even if he had been there in the 4th round, I don't think he would have been a priority for them. But if he had kept on and they had some of their 5th round darts, they might have then, just because it would have been like the value's too great. But could have been a discussion.
How do you feel about, real quick, I'm sorry, Bob.
No, you're good.
I can't get these thoughts out of my head sometimes. Okay, Vikings are on the clock. Well, they're picking now. Let's go to there.
The Cleveland Browns have traded the 118th pick to the Minnesota Vikings. With the 118th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select a Caleb Evans, defensive back, Missouri.
Darn it.
Can you make that noise again? What's that?
MIZ. There he goes, off the board. Caleb Evans, 30 tackles. He had 6 pass breakups and a couple forced fumbles in 2021. Another Tulsa former player, but he transferred to Missouri and played there for a couple of years. 6'2", 197 pounds. He's got some speed. I was underwhelmed by his inconsistencies at times on tape, Brian, but overall a 4th round, 5th round prospect that you said the Cowboys had their eyes on.
Some whispers about this guy.
No, I thought this was going to be a guy. I really did, and that's one of the reasons why I brought the name up. Sure. But this guy, he's long and he's rangy, and he's 6'2", he's 197. He'll make his share of plays down the field, and I think that there's, if he needs a little work, it's about getting the eyes around a little quicker, but he can run. And there were some snaps where I felt like that he was like, when you watched him go with these receivers, that he was able to handle that. He's got a really his speed, the quickness he has. He can mirror guys. He can play vertically with them. the pedal, everything about him. I thought his size plays it helped him when he played man coverage. So I could see why the Cowboys were kind of maybe honing in on him a little bit. But those eyes will need some work as far as turning and find the ball. But he make his share of plays.
Terms of the trade there, because that was the Vikings going up. Maybe they knew Dallas liked him, but the Vikings gave up 156 and a 2023 fourth rounder for 118.
So that is kind of the price of a move there.
Yeah.
You give up a fifth and then fourth in next year's draft.
What's the rule? If you're going a year in advance, you dock it around. So a 2023 fourth is more like getting a fifth this year. So 2 fifths for 118.
Yep.
By the way,
Need a
from
fifth
McKinney,
after that
Texas, he was a local guy.
Yeah.
Evans, he was from McKinney, so not too far from where we sit right now here at the Star in Frisco.
He was at Dallas Day.
You got real frisky after a sip of beer last night, Brian. I don't know if I want you sipping on a fifth.
There's another one right here. It's a little lukewarm. But
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Then.
Want me to drive?
I'm older now. I don't have to do those things like I used to back in the day.
Oh man, I'm Karloftis.
Yeah,
classic.
We'll get there.
Hey, the Ravens. Are
that
up
was
right
that
now.
was Minnesota's pick, right?
It was
Minnesota's pick. Okay,
Yes.
I just want to make sure I got a lot going on. Here.
All right, let's see who's the top players on your board right now, Brian, because Baltimore's about to pick them.
Why would you ask me that question?
Yeah, Darian Kennard's up there for me. I'll give you some time. I'll buy you some time.
Thank you.
Brandon Smith, linebacker from Penn State, still there. Carson Strong now up there for me too, Bobby. I know you like him a lot out of Nevada, quarterback. Darion Kendrick from Georgia. Isaiah Spiller, Texas A&M. Jeremy Sawyer, or Jamari Sawyer, excuse me, from Georgia is there. Lots of potentials here for the Cowboys.
The South Carolina
for
kid,
the Ravens.
South Carolina kid hasn't been taken yet, right?
Which one?
Enigbari?
Enigbari?
Still there. Okay, cool. Sometimes I mess this thing up. That would be a guy I'd look at. Man, that's my 60th best player on the board right there. That would be. We talked about Woolen from.
Where do you have Woolen?
I have Woolen at 76.
Yeah.
So I mean, again, and now you're getting into guys like Marcus Hayes, the guard from Oklahoma, Dominique Robinson from Miami, Ohio. I mean, those are guys more in the 80s right now there. So those I've got some pretty good value there with some of those guys.
John Ridgeway III out of Arkansas.
All right, keep an eye on him. That's another name. Keep an eye on Ridgeway, the Arkansas.
For Dallas specifically?
Yes. Now, I mean, like you say, it was going to be the corner, the tight end, and then also this defensive tackle. So keep an eye on Ridgeway.
Is Darian Beavers still on the board?
He is.
Has he been? He has not been taken yet?
He has not been taken.
I wonder if they would consider him as a linebacker option there.
Well,
it's just I'm looking at top names on here. Here's the Ravens at 119.
119th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. The Baltimore Ravens select Jalen Armour Davis.
Come on, you did not know. We do not know.
Well, somebody called it on their
Guess
set.
the NFL Network guys knew.
Somebody got it.
I brought this name up, and I think this has to do because I brought this name up because again, the Ozzie Newsome connection with Alabama.
They like a Bama kid.
They like an Alabama kid.
A Bama man?
And a Bama man for sure. And I'll say this though about this cat's a pretty good player. I mean, he's a right corner, but the ball always seems to bounce his direction. I mean, he will make his share of interceptions just being at the right place. And it is best when he can take advantage of opponents' mistakes. I was super impressed with his ability to make plays on the ball. He's physical when he can play press coverage. He does a nice job of fighting, maintaining that inside leverage. He doesn't let his guy get inside on him. Super aggressive approach when it comes to driving on the ball. I like when everything's in front of him because I think he sees it a little bit better. That technique can be a little bit all over the place, but he does a nice job of playing that ball, and he's a really, really good tackler in open field.
Led that Bama defense in interceptions. He was also second-team All-SEC this year. Had a knee injury in high school that kind of kept him out for a little bit of time and kind of stunted his growth early in his career. But really, once he took over as a starter as a junior, really worked into that, and now he's a redshirt junior, kind of had that extra COVID year of eligibility. I was a little shocked that he came out. I really am. I thought he would stay a year and then be a top day one, day two guy. I'm interested to see how his growth goes because he's got speed, Brian. 4.39, a 1.52 split.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's got that next level speed. He's got some length to his game. I like this pick for Baltimore, but I think this is a developmental pick for sure moving forward. He's going to be a guy that to think about in a couple of years. So now you look at Baltimore making that selection. The pick is in for the Carolina Panthers, who are back on the board. Got their quarterback, Matt Corral, in the 3rd round.
Draft another one. Sam Howell's there. Why not?
Just you want Sam Darnold, Sam Howell, and Matt Corral?
Hey, you need one.
That'd be fun.
2 guys that might have been in the second are still here.
The Washington Commanders have traded the 120th pick to the Carolina Panthers.
With the 120th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers keep pounding and select Brandon Smith, linebacker, Penn State.
There you go.
So another linebacker off the board. Saw another one. Actually, that's the first one today that's off the board.
That shouldn't be surprising. Like, guys with athleticism like that get drafted maybe higher than their tape suggests they should. Because that was kind of the read on him, right? He's kind of a reckless guy.
He's all over the place at times. I mean, he's crazy athletic. He's got a great frame, sideline-to-sideline ability. But you look at his coverage, it's solid, but he plays out of control a lot. I mean, he was 13 Big Ten. He probably would have been better than that. But, I mean, he gives up big plays. He's not a great tackler. Especially in space, I think he really struggles with missed tackles at times. But long, speedy defender. I think you put him in that sub package, that nickel role, he's going to really take some next steps at the next level.
6'3", 244 pounds with 34-inch arms.
Yeah.
And can run a 4.5.
The New England Patriots select Jack Jones, defensive back, Arizona State.
I did not look at Jack Jones, so if anybody wants to do this, go for it.
Let me get there. Arizona State, Jack Jones.
Kyle's on it.
5'10", 177 pounds. He's out of Long Beach, California. Ran a 4.51, so he's a little bit slow out of the gate. Transfer from Moon Park College is where he started his career. This is really interesting. Started his career at Moore Park College. Then he was out of football in 2018, went back to school at junior college level, and then went to USC before going to Arizona State. He was all over the place.
Sound like a much-traveled man.
Very well-traveled. Apparently, he committed to USC, was academically ineligible, did never play for the Trojans, but then he goes to Arizona State, and he was a 2-time honorable mention all Pac-12. So had 9 pass breakups, 3 interceptions. He made the big plays, but in terms of the traits, he's one of those guys that I think is just lacking some of those next-level pro traits. Something that, hey, makes sense for Bill Belichick, I think. He's put him with a good coach. He may be in the right situation here.
Former 5-star recruit got dismissed from USC. He was he's somebody that I just like. I was looking through names and I thought that name sounded familiar. I don't know anything about him other than he was not projected to go here at all.
Yeah,
this is pretty really early.
Yep. All right, let's take our break. When we come back, the Cowboys inching closer and closer to their selection at 129. 7 teams sit in front of them. Hope you'll stick with us. The 2022 NFL Draft coverage rolls on from the Star in Frisco on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. And here we are, back on the internet side of things. David Hellman brought me some breakfast tacos.
Yeah, eat a taco.
I'm going to eat a taco
I'll
while
talk
we're on
for
here.
you, Kyle.
Thanks, Dave.
And I was about to say, I sit here every time, and it goes from like, man, we got a long way to go before the Cowboys pick to, holy crap, Cowboys are going to pick really soon in the blink of an eye. And I don't feel as much. I don't feel the anticipation here. You know, like I'm not sweating this, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Is that because it's day 3, or I think they lost Cade Oaten and now they're just like, yeah, there are a few guys we'll like at this spot.
I think it's because we lost the obvious crushes, and we're looking at them picking 5 times in like the next 50, 60 picks or something, and so.
I'm getting tweets from a few people that are like, go up and get your guy. I'm just like, for who? For what?
They talked about shout out Ricky Waters.
Thank you.
No, I think they look at this as, like they talked about, this is really deep draft. I think they're content to just stand in, make these 5 picks, and throw darts where the value is.
Okay, 2 things. One, that would be amazing if they make all 9 picks the year after making 11 picks. And I wonder, all 11 of those guys made the roster. there's no way all 9 of these guys can make the roster unless they're taking jobs from guys that got drafted last year. That sounds like a free-for-all if 20 of your roster members are guys that got drafted within the last 2 years. That would be pretty wild.
Lost a lot of free agents.
They
lost
did.
a lot, and not necessarily all starters, but you lost a lot of rotational depth people.
We talked through, and the other thing I wanted to say is if there is a name that maybe a lot of people are surprised to still see here, it's probably Darian Kennard. Just, is that slow feet? Why?
Yeah, I think that maybe, the projection was for him to play inside. And there are people also tell you that when you watch him play, when I watched him play myself, I didn't think they were terrible. But, yeah, that's probably what they're downgrading him on.
So as we sit here, still, 7 more picks to make. But, yeah, I'm just looking at the options that are available to you. Calvin Austin, I don't think that ever made sense for the Cowboys. Certainly not now that Jalen Tolbert's here. Brian, you mentioned, you brought up the Missouri corner.
Yeah.
Are there any corners that catch your eye even if he's off the board? I wonder. It's easy to draw a line to Tariq Woolen because Dan Quinn
the length
5'6" guys last year. I wonder if they would do
2
that
kids
again.
from the state of Texas. I look at Woolen and I look at McCallum are the 2 guys I would look at there. I've got 3rd-round grades on those guys.
Yeah.
So Bryant went already. Mathis went already. Davis, Amore Davis, he's already gone. So I got Woolen and McCallum both sitting there.
Yeah, we've had 4 taken in the first half of the fourth
and
round.
I wonder, is there a linebacker you like there? I don't know. Do you like Doman, the kid from Nebraska? JoJo Doman. I mentioned Beavers as a name. People are telling me maybe the guy doesn't run very well.
I'll be honest. I think this is what they've done to this point.
I'm looking at. I'm getting value. I think I'm getting value with Ridgeway, the defensive tackle. That from Arkansas. I'm getting value there. Kohler. It makes a lot of sense. I got a 3rd-round grade on him.
I got my eye on Charlie Kohler and Jake Ferguson. I feel like they would feel fine drafting either one of those guys, and there's a good bet one of them will be available.
It's not out of the question to go get a receiving tight end because of what Charlie Kohler can do stretching the field with Dak Prescott and just giving him another target to throw the football to. But for the most part, what we've heard about their wants and their needs across the building are the fact that they want a blocking tight end. They want an inline blocker that's going to go downfield, lead the way from the run game, and the Raiders are picking at 122 here.
Vikings has traded their 122nd pick to the Las Vegas Raiders.
With the 122nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select
Zamir White,
running back, Georgia.
So there's Zamir White off the board. I want to finish my thought, though, is if that's the case, if it's a blocking tight end, Jake Ferguson's the one for me.
Yeah, I think that makes... Oh, sorry.
Just past noon Central Time here from the Star in Frisco, Fort Center at the Star in the SWBC studios as NFL draft coverage rolls on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com alongside Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, David Hellman. I'm Kyle Yeomans. Glad you're with us. Spending your Saturday on day 3 of the NFL draft. We've seen a couple picks off the board since we last left the radio. Jalen Armour-Davis, the cornerback out of Alabama, goes to the Baltimore Ravens at 119. 120, the Panthers go get Brandon Smith, linebacker from Penn State. Jack Jones, the corner from Arizona State, goes to the Patriots at 121. And then Zamir White, running back from Georgia, off the board at pick number 122. The Las Vegas Raiders make that selection. So the Cowboys now closing in on their 4th pick in this draft. 6 teams remain: Chargers, the Browns, the Dolphins, the Vikings, and the Patriots. Oh, and the Ravens pick right in front of the Cowboys there as well. That is what they've got to deal with coming
Ravens.
up.
Did any of you guys like any running backs on this thing?
My favorite guys.
I know we just saw one go, but the Spiller or Algier, the
we mentioned Haskins last night.
Haskins, yeah.
Is that too soon for Haskins?
I would say
I have
yes.
Spiller and then the BYU kid. I have the Williams from Notre Dame.
Kyren
Williams. I have those guys. I mean, I've lost some guys along the way here. I don't know.
Maybe Spiller becomes a really good value at some point.
I've heard they have Haskins in the 4th.
Okay.
Interesting.
So that wouldn't be too early in terms of matching up with their grade.
And Isaiah Spiller, Brian mentioned value there. Why is he still on the board when all these other running backs have already flown off?
I don't know. I mean, again, I think there's such a problem now, and I'll say this: when I was scouting, I think running backs were valued. Running backs were an important part of what you do. And you know what I've learned to do? I've learned to try and find the most complete ones, because those are the guys that are going to go. The Brian Robinsons and guys like that can run, block, catch. I mean, it's not always about having to get 1,000 yards with these guys, but if you could do a lot of other things. Here are the Chargers.
Good morning, Las Vegas. With the 123rd pick of the 2022 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Isaiah Spiller.
There we go.
Running back from
There he is.
Texas A&M.
Isaiah Spiller off the board. Back-to-back running backs here in the 4th round.
Maybe a little run now, and we keep talking about when there was that tight end run, and maybe there's not going to be a tight end run. Maybe it's something else.
That might be the run. I mean, two guys going back to two guys that a lot of people liked going back to back too.
I would throw Brian's top names that he was talking about because they're the two remaining now. Kyren Williams from Notre Dame is my 4th best running back, and then Tyler Algier, I don't know, BYU. He's my 6th running back.
Where's your pronunciation guide, Brian?
It's been a long.
Did I send it to you?
No, you did. You did. I
got it too.
I want to do this. Yeah. I want to do this.
I tried to help you guys.
I believe it's Algier.
I'm gonna get it. Don't worry.
Algier.
Algier.
Dang it.
Algier. Tyler Algier.
Oh well.
Look at that, Brian. When you sent me that, I was like, what are the odds I'm going to remember to use this thing? Well, there we are.
Good job, Dave. Well done.
Good job, Brian.
Good job, Brian.
That's called preparation.
You're darn right. So it's the Browns. Their picks are in. Then you've got the Dolphins, the Vikings, the Patriots, the Ravens, and then the Cowboys at pick number 129. What are you thinking here with the Browns, Brian, as we go to their selection at 124?
I have no idea.
I love it.
I really don't.
Where the hell's Dane Brugler when you need
him?
No, I mean,
he's the one guy that understands the Browns. But
we're not going to have to wait very long.
No, here we go.
Cade York, kicker.
No! In the 4th round, Cade York, LSU kicker, off the board. Damn it!
I'm doing my best Brian impression right now.
Everybody in their car just turned down their speakers.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. Cade York off the board. 15 of 19 field goals from 50-plus yards in his career, the most in the Bayou Bengals history. One of the best kickers that program has ever seen. Second team All-SEC selection this year, and just as clutch as they come, Brian.
Yeah, and this guy's outstanding. And Dave, we could talk about this guy because he made a kick at the Swamp in the worst conditions.
57 yards.
It was crazy.
In 57 yards in a pea soup fog.
There's no way he could even see the goalpost when he let that ball go off his foot.
At the end of just a craptastic season. The kid's got a leg, man. And on top of that, it sounds silly to say, he's a highly recruited kicker. I know they're not the sexiest recruits, but he was a big-time recruit, true freshman on that 2019 LSU team that won the national title, and he made some big kicks for them that year. I mean, he came in as an 18-year-old and was reliable in some clutch situations.
Here's the Dolphins pick at 125.
Fãs da NFL, aqui é o Felipe Luiz, lateral do Flamengo. Diretamente do Cristo Redentor, no Brasil, o mais novo mercado para o Miami Dolphins. Contamos com o apoio de vocês. Felipe Luiz from Flamengo, here at the Christ, the Redeemer statue in Brazil. The newest market for the Miami Dolphins. With the 125th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Eric Ezukama, wide receiver from Texas Tech. Fees up.
Eric Ezukama from Texas Tech, 6'1", nearly 6'2", 210 pounds, second team All Big 12.
Tell me more guy too, right, Dave?
It is.
Yes, sir.
Led the team in receiving yards.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, I wonder. We don't have to spend a ton of time on a kicker, especially since he's not a Cowboy. But pick 124 is pretty high for a kicker.
And rookie kickers have had some success in the state of Ohio recently.
They certainly have. Evan McPherson was a big-time piece of that Bengals team, but that's a hell of a spotlight to put on a kicker. So, I have all the faith that Cade York will live up to it, but I have a feeling he's going to have a lot of attention on him going in there as a rookie.
Vincent Kimma, by the way, Fort Worth, Texas native. He was a Dallas Day invite. Led the team in receiving. Brian, kind of boomer bust throughout his career.
Yeah.
7 games that he had less than 60 yards in 2021,
yeah.
I read.
Yeah, he's, to me, when you watch him play, there were a lot of times where he was just wide open. I mean, and you're thinking like, oh, my God, there's so many busts in the second. But I think that's what that Tech offense will do to you. He's really interesting because he plays really big on tape. I mean, he's one of those, when the ball goes in the air, he's going to get it. He's got super strong hands. He's got the ability to catch in it. He makes his share of huge plays in the game. It doesn't matter if he's covered or not. He finds a way to come down with the ball. I've seen him defeat double teams in red zones by just going up and taking the ball away. But, yeah, he's got the body control, the balance. He's aware on the sidelines and stuff like that. I just thought that here's a guy that could really extend to go get that football.
Let's hear Dane's report on Mr. Ezukama, or I'm already messing it up again. I had it right the first time. Let's hear it from Dane's the Beast.
Eric Ezukama, wide receiver, Texas Tech, 6'1", 209 pounds. Ezukama is a predictable route runner with only average speed, but he is a natural ball tracker with toughness and talent down the field. He projects as a WR4, WR5, who could see opportunities and move up the depth chart in the right situation.
So Dane has him as a wide receiver 4 or 5.
Yeah.
I think
That's
you
what
and I
this team
both have
needs
him
right now.
Yeah.
higher. That's interesting to think you spend a 4th-round pick on a receiver like that.
No, I mean,
It's a little high.
Yeah, no, I was impressed. I really was. Maybe it's the Tech offense or what, because there were just a lot of times where he was just wide open. And I'm like, man, they busted here. But he makes plays. And the impressive thing, like I wrote in my notes that I read, was you watch him in the red zone, he's going up and getting the ball. That's the thing I think that was super impressive, that he's going up with the attitude that that's my ball, I'm going to go get it.
If they had lost Jalen Tolbert and didn't get a receiver last night, I think he could have been in play here for them.
Yeah.
If they had gone tight end at 88 and came into the 4th round, I think Ezukama could have been a target for them.
Anybody else you're looking at in that kind of realm, Bobby, as guys that the Cowboys could be targeting here? We've got 3 picks till they select, and the Raiders are on the clock. They switched with the Vikings. Then you've got the Patriots and the Ravens, and then it's right there to the Cowboys. I wonder, can we get a look into the war room if we could? Chris Beam in the back, Kevin Timmons doing a great job, Tim Collins with us again from the fan side of things. I mean, the Cowboys getting closer here. Would love a chance to see inside that war room and kind of see what the activity is like.
Yeah, they haven't been on camera yet today, have they?
For a brief second, they were.
Okay.
By the way, the Raiders just selected Neil Farrell Jr. out of LSU.
Boys going off the board.
Yeah,
Couple
there you go.
of them. Defensive tackle. You got anything on him, Brian, off the top?
Yeah, this is a guy, when you watch him play, he is a big man, and he is really hard to move. And I think that you kind of say, well, does he get down the line? Is he able to make those long plays and stuff like that? I think that might be a little bit of a problem. But there's so much initial quickness, and there's times when you watch him play, he won't come off the field. He doesn't look like he gets tired down as the game wears on. He plays in a rotating system, which helps a little bit. He doesn't have many pass first moves. He's going to rely on strength and power to get pressure. He can push the pocket when coming off the ball. He throws a hand up every once in a while to tip a ball, knock it down and stuff like that. But he anchors down and will hold that ground. Can kind of be a hard guy to move at that 6'4" and 330 pounds.
So the Patriots are on the clock now. The Ravens follow, then it's the Cowboys. So we're talking about Neil Farrell Jr. Would love to go back to the war room. We saw a quick snippet of it a second ago. There it is down in the right-hand corner for those of you watching. I know if you're on the fan, you can't necessarily see. We're going to outline it for you as soon as we can really see.
Basically, like 10 people sitting around a horseshoe-shaped table.
It's a really nice horseshoe-shaped teller.
I painted a very clear picture for you there.
It's very nice. There's a navy blue star. I think you've probably seen it a couple times up on the wall behind them. There's a helmet in front of them, and they're having active conversation. Looks like Jerry Jones talking with Will McClay at the moment.
I like to do this. So on the bottom left we got Mitch LaPointe, who is one of is he a national scout?
National scout,
One
yeah.
of the national scouts.
No.
Assistant director,
college scout.
Right.
Yeah.
I knew he had a new title. Jerry Jones Jr. next to him. Obviously, the big man Mike McCarthy. Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones. That would be Charlotte Jones's son, Shai. Charlotte sitting next to him. Then there's Will McClay. Chris Hall, director of college scouting, I believe.
He's a coordinator of college. Yeah, they all have different titles now.
There's like 18 like coordinator and a executive and vice and all sorts of words that I get misplaced all the time.
By the way, Pierre Strong Jr., running back from South Dakota State, now gone as the Patriots select him at 127. We've gotten to the point in the draft where they don't necessarily announce every pick. Instead, the Blue Man Group is showering the NFL Network crew with ribbons, it looks like, on the national broadcast. But we are one pick away from the Cowboys. The Ravens are on the clock at the moment after Pierre Strong Jr. goes off the clock. What are we thinking here, Bobby? Are you thinking tight end still? You going back to corner maybe, linebacker?
I mean, if we're sticking to picking their needs that they say are not their needs, then yeah, I would say you'd go tight end here. Kohler would make some sense. Again, maybe it's too early for Isaiah Likely, but Jake Ferguson, Wisconsin, those could be names. If you're not going to go tight end here, I think they're just going to – a lot of these picks today I think are just going to be about what does our board say, where's our value. We got a bunch of darts. We'll cover positions today.
Dave, you were saying you didn't feel antsy earlier. Do you feel antsy yet?
No, I don't. Yeah, maybe
pick us in. Cowboys are on the clock.
I think Bobby's right. Maybe it's just because like the quote unquote crush guys got taken, but I feel good about a tight end that they would take here. I feel good about
everybody's clapping
cornerback I would take here. Is there a linebacker I would like here?
Well, there's Beavers, I know on my board, but there's like some whispers that he can't really run.
Too early for our guy.
Baltimore just.
Oh, jeez.
Hold up.
That's Lunda Wells coming in and fist bumping people. That's
So
the tight end coach.
Tight end. That's not Charlie Kohler because he just got taken.
Let's read some tea leaves then.
He just got taken by the Baltimore Ravens. So
this is probably Ferguson.
This is Jake
maybe?
Ferguson, right?
Yeah,
it's got to be.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. They're passing the phone around. They got the phones fixed today. Thank God we got that done.
We could get that secret audio back in.
Yeah,
I don't think it was their fault. I think Sam had crappy
fun,
reception.
Dave.
Just saying. Just saying.
Hey, they got the cell phone working. They got the AT&T working out there. They are happy. And Jerry is still on the phone with whoever the newest Dallas Cowboy is. It's not Charlie Kohler. The Ravens making another good pick there, by the way, Brian.
Oh, no, absolutely. That was my last tight end in that group, of that pocket of third-round guys. So now we're going to get into the Fergusons and guys like that here. So
that's really cool of Lunda Wells to come in and tip the pick for us. That used to happen like every year, and it really hasn't been a thing since Mike McCarthy took over. So.
I think if you wouldn't have seen Wells walk in right there, we would have been maybe talking everything else.
Oh my God, what do you do?
What's happening?
What's going to happen?
But now we kind of understand. All right, let's I don't know if they're going to announce this pick or not. The pick is in on the broadcast. Let's go ahead and go there just to be safe, whether or not the Cowboys are going to have their pick announced here on NFL Network.
Thank you, guys. There you go. Blue Man Group.
So whose pick is this one? I don't think we're going to do that. I think Charlie Kohler. They're just now announcing him.
I don't think they're doing announcements right now. Like the last 6 picks haven't had the whole podium spiel.
Yeah, they're outlining Charlie Kohler, but it looks like the Cowboys could still be taking a tight end here.
So I mean, I think it's Jake Ferguson, but Isaiah Likely's still there.
No, it's Ferguson.
Yeah, I think
it's going to be Ferguson. Yeah, I think so. And and again, the pick will come official here. Hopefully, the pick is in. But we can go ahead and talk about him a little bit, right?
Yeah,
is that okay? When you watch this young man play, and it's so funny because Todd Archer and I were talking about Todd Archer about 4 weeks ago said Jake Ferguson's going to be their pick. Watch one of those prediction things, and he was right. 6'5", 250, outstanding soft hands for a receiver. He catches the ball really easily. He didn't fight it at all. He'll free himself down the field with an arm over move. You see him use it 2 or 3 times a game. He does a really good job of working himself open. He'll line up in various spots. I feel his best work is when he can line up in the slot and has a feel for how to get open in the red zone. His height, his length give him an advantage when he's in that area. there is some nifty moves as well. He does a good job on the boots and the waggles. That's one of those things when you watch the Cowboys play, that's what they do, boots, waggles. He's get to get the flow, and has the flow to be able to find that open spot. He'll come off well as a blocker or work to finish. I wouldn't call it his strongest suit. He had to block in the Penn State game where he came out the ball and really punished his man.
Yep.
So that was the one time that maybe gave you a little hope. There's some snaps where he'll catch the ball, then go to the ground. I wasn't really sure his balance at first, but it improved the more I watched him. He'll make his share of tough catches in order to convert third down. So he's kind of a slim-built guy when you watch him on tape, that Jake Ferguson.
Apparently his grandfather is Barry Alvarez, so he has
The
some
AD.
lineage there to work with. And just in talking with him at the Senior Bowl and then following through the Combine, very well-spoken. He's a smart player. It looks like he has everything from an intangible side of things. Reliable as a pass catcher is the first thing I have on there. He's reliable. Doesn't mean he's going to jump off the charts as a pass catcher, but his real strength is blocking. I think he'll get the job done. He can be a safety blanket for an offense. He's somebody that I think the spotlight was always on him in Madison. He was one of their highest tight end recruits in the history of that program. And the fact that he is ultimately one of those guys. And by the way, the pick is in. It has been announced. Tight end Jake Ferguson from Wisconsin is the pick for the Dallas Cowboys. Round number 4, pick 129. As it is official, we had kind of read the tea leaves like Dave said earlier. Lunda Wells jumping in, tight ends coach into the War Room cam as the celebration ensued. And then
let the coaches come in on day 3. Yep. Give us a 10-minute head start on what to expect.
We pretty much knew it was going to be between him and Charlie Kohler.
Yeah.
Kohler goes a pick before to the Ravens at 128, but Ferguson is the selection moving in.
We said last night that they wanted to find a tight end. They were talking about it when they got off the clock last night. I think Cade Oaten was their pipe dream. Like if he had slipped a handful of spots in the 4th, if he'd been there at pick 111, 112, maybe you try to use some capital to go get him. But he was the first guy taken. They didn't go up that high, and then they said, "All right, well, somebody else will hang out," and that's exactly what happened. And I just tweeted this. If you play offensive line or tight end or even running back at Wisconsin, there's a pedigree there that I'm not saying he's going to be a superstar, but I just trust that you can come in and figure out how to help out and develop into a useful player. So I at pick 129, I feel totally fine with it.
Now, in terms of scouts and the way that this worked out, this isn't a Kubiak because he's Midwest, right? So who would this be under from a scouting standpoint?
Bobby, is this our guy Eric?
So this is tough because again, it's the way they split things up can be a little weird sometimes. So this
Chris
is
just
Klein.
told it.
Is
this Klein?
This could be Klein Kubiak, Eric Ellingworth, or Brett Maxey.
Okay.
This could be any of them.
And then the other thing is the other two have cross-checked him too. That's Chris cracked me up when he was like, "Yeah, well, I'm the Southeast guy, but Mississippi belongs to somebody else." I was like,
"Yeah, Sam carries it all the way over to Mississippi, and then he picks up Alabama across and up the coast, I believe."
Well, like Klein, I think has had Tulsa, but up until this year, Sam Garza still was Oklahoma.
I think this might be a Maxey
so
guy.
that's the same state, and
I think this could be a Brett Maxey guy, but I'm not sure about that. Maybe
I'm not certain.
Maybe we can figure that out as we go.
By the way, before we go to break, I just thought I would notice the first punter is off the board, everybody. Jordan Stout from Penn State,
And
selected by the Ravens.
It's not the San Diego State kid.
Nope.
No. Punt
It is
god.
not. It is Jordan Stout. Hey, we've got punter B-roll here on the internet side.
I'm actually, you know what? I can throw you something on this because of some people that I've talked to. And I mean, the Cowboys need a kicker, so I've talked to some people that know this stuff.
Love it.
The league, I'm sure he's going to get drafted, don't get me wrong, but I don't know if the league loves, what's the punt god's name? Ariza?
Matt Ariza.
I don't know
You know,
if
it's
the
funny.
league...
He kicks old footballs. Have you ever noticed that?
No.
He kicks like beat up old footballs. I was watching him kick drills. It's funny. It's like the footballs he punts, and he plays a couple of games at altitude as well. When you look at with Air Force or Colorado State stuff like that, but no, the guy's got a strong leg. Don't get me wrong, but I see a guy kicking really old footballs.
Beat up.
I've heard from people that are like, yeah, he can kick the hell out of the ball. Can he does it have hang time? He's out kicking his coverage a lot.
And that's one of the reasons why he's not off the board, and Jordan Stout is the first punter taken here in the draft. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll continue breaking down the Cowboys' 4th-round selection. Jake Ferguson, tight end from Wisconsin. Cowboys continue to address their needs in the 2022 NFL Draft here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. And we're back on the internet side of things. Sorry, I didn't want to cut off your punter talk. I love it when we talk punters.
Oh, no, you're totally fine. I mean, I made my point. And like I said, I think Matt Ariza he'll be fine. He's going to get drafted. But some people question the accuracy, the hang time, and it's like, yeah, cool, he can punt the ball 80 yards. Can he help his coverage out? So maybe the league isn't as surprised as some people are that he's not the first punter taken.
So everybody, now that we've gotten a couple picks to kind of let this sink in a little bit, everybody happy with Jake Ferguson?
Yeah, I think we came in. Maybe in the pre-draft we should have been saying they're going to draft every need they have. Is what we probably should have said. Yeah, this is not, and they'll tell us the board fell to them in a certain way, but they took the players they wanted to take. I'd be interested to see the Kohler situation, because again with Kellen Moore going up there, Dan Quinn went and did a workout. So you would think, man, it's Kellen Moore going up there to look at the quarterback. Was he going to look at the running back? Just so happened the tight end was there, kind of a thing. So, I want to believe that Oaten was probably their first guy, but then as they worked their way down, this was the second guy, and they were very comfortable with that.
Oh, that one I think hurts the Cowboys right there.
Ooh, Hassan Haskins off the board, running back from Michigan, goes to the Titans at 131.
Or doesn't hurt them, but I think they would have been interested in him as a value pick in the 5th round if he had gotten there.
By the way, 23 picks now until the Cowboys are back on the board again, and then, gentlemen, it gets fun.
My God.
I'm going to ask you guys a question here.
Oh, boy.
In the 5th round, would you take a flyer on Sam Howell, the quarterback from North Carolina?
As a backup?
Yeah, and just say, you know what, we're going to bring him in and let him compete with Cooper Rush and the heck with Greer and Ben DiNucci and all those. Yeah.
Quarterbacks are lottery tickets, and the further down the board you go, again,
they're still there.
That's and I at the end of the day, I don't care that much. Like the 5th round picks, you hope for the best, and if you hit gold at the most important position in sports, it's well worth it. Yeah, I would do it.
I'd be cool with Sam Howell. I'd honestly be great with Carson Strong, Bobby's guy too. If you wanted to take a flyer on the knee, if you feel like the knee could be an issue, he's your backup. It's not like it's a big time thing there.
Yeah, I have no idea if he's on their board.
He may not,
because I know he's not on a lot of people's boards.
Yeah,
we are officially.
Oh, Dowds goes, huh? Is that his name?
Romeo Doubs.
Doubs, yeah.
Yeah, from Nevada, wide receiver off the board to the Packers. They got 2 receivers now. Went and got a guy in the 2nd round that was Christian Watson with pick number 34, and then now they select Romeo Doubs. They like their small school wide receivers.
Who played at the Senior Bowl.
I'll tell you what, I thought he was, when you watch Nevada tape, because you're watching their quarterback throw, and every ball that he throws, this kid was a converted wide receiver, by the way. And I was pretty impressed with the way he looks the part. I mean, physically, there's a lot going on for him. He's got length, he's got height. He wins at the line of scrimmage. He's got initial quickness. I mean, you got to love it. There's a lot of things. He catches a ton of balls when dealing in traffic, too. And we probably need to talk about Haskins a little bit, again, because that's a big guy. To me, he was never going to run away from people.
No.
But he was always going to be the guy when you get down to the goal line, he was going to score. There's so many times where they hand him the ball, and he just powers his way in. He's like 226 pounds, I believe. So big-time physical runner there.
Good pass protector, too. I know they like that about him. He was going to block.
Exactly.
He could help them.
Complete back type of skills. Bobby's absolutely right about that.
Then Dobbs taken by the Packers. What does this do for that offense now that you've got a couple guys? We'll answer that coming back. '22 NFL Draft coverage rolls on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Glad you're with us. Day 3, we are at pick number 133 overall in the 4th round. Another punter off the board, Jake Camarda from Georgia. I've never heard of this punter's name, honestly, and he is off the board at 133 out of the Georgia Bulldogs. Third special teams player taken here in this.
How much punting did this guy really do?
That's what I was about to say. That Georgia team scored a whole lot. He wasn't necessarily needed.
Yeah.
We're taking a look at Romeo Doubs, by the way. He was just elected to the Green Bay Packers at pick number 132. Prior to that, it was Hassan Haskins from Michigan, the running back, at 131 to the Titans. The last couple picks for the fourth round of action here on day 3. And the Cowboys, of course, most recently selecting Jake Ferguson, tight end from Wisconsin. Brian, since we're looking at highlights, continue on with Romeo Doubs, if you could.
Yeah, no, I mean, to me, I just, when you're watching that quarterback play, you see it. You see, I mean, he's catching every single ball. And there were a couple times where he body caught the ball and juggled it and others, but he came down with it. You can use him on screens. He's explosive. He's a change of direction guy. I mean, he's got, the hands, I mean, they translate into he doesn't drop many balls at all. But this guy, I tell you what, he's ranked 6th in the FBS in yards per punt return. He's 14.2, and he finished career average with 11.9. So this could be one of those guys that the Packers are saying, okay, we start him off at wide receiver, but he's also like your primary returner. He's got some dual threat to his game.
And unfortunately, we weren't able to see his speed. He was supposed to be pretty quick in his timings, but he had a knee injury that sidelined him for the combine and his pro day, so he never got to actually run. But 8 touchdowns in a single game in high school. He broke a high school record in terms of scoring 8 times in one game. That would be fun. I haven't scored that much in my entire career. So how about that? All right, we're getting closer to the end of the fourth round. Just a couple of picks remaining, about 10 or so left in the fourth round. The 49ers are on the clock at the moment, and we have got some secret audio to go to. By the way, the 49ers pick Spencer Burford, offensive tackle out of UTSA. But we're going to go to the Cowboys' most recent pick, Jake Ferguson. Secret audio here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
Jake?
How's it going?
Hey, Jake. Well,
how's it going, sir?
Good talking to you. It's hard to hear. Got a lot of fans in this room, but this is Jerry Jones with the Cowboys, and we've turned your name in and want to put a star on that helmet.
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
Well, congratulations, first of all, on really distinguishing yourself with your time in college. But I'll tell you what, you coming into a situation where it's a good opportunity for you. You can step in here and play right off the bat. But it's going to take some work.
Yes, sir.
Well,
let's do it. Let's go to work.
All right, Jake. Okay, buddy. Congratulations on being a Dallas Cowboy. We all envy you. We all would love to be in your shoes and be out there and have what's ahead of you. So listen, I want you, this is our coach, Mike McCarthy. He's going to get on the phone.
Jake, Mike McCarthy, congratulations.
How's it going, Coach?
You having any fun right now?
Yes, sir.
All
yes,
right.
sir. Better now that I got a star on my helmet.
That's right. Hey, well, obviously you've been working at this your whole life. Enjoy this time with your family. We're thrilled to death to have you part of it here. So I know you'll be a great fit for our locker room, and I remember your words in your interview, so I'm going to hold you to it. You just come in here, kick ass, and be yourself, okay?
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
So a couple nuggets there. First off, Jerry Jones is envious of these prospects. He wants to be in their shoes. The second one...
Let's be young again.
Yeah, right. We talked about that last night with Will McClay a little bit in the press conference.
Sure did.
And then he also, Mike McCarthy, saying that he remembers his words in his interview, so there has been plenty of contact with Jake Ferguson throughout. But how much do you take stock in that and the fact that, hey, he made an impression on this team when they first had a contact?
No, absolutely. And, that's the whole thing. And, I'm sure that if they would have drafted Oaten, we'd have had the same kind of conversation. Hey, I really remember what you said about, when you came in here, and we're happy that, But, yeah, I mean, Ferguson, this guy's a productive player. And, Mike McCarthy, I mean, he knows all his years living in Wisconsin, he understands those people. He understands what the lifestyle is and, how they are, the toughness that they have and what they endure. And there's a lot of prideful people. And so, yeah, I'm sure that Mike's happy to have that type of guy that he understands, their backgrounds and what they're able to bring.
Maybe this goes without saying, but I thought it was interesting that Jerry Jones said, you've got a great opportunity to play right away. Yeah. I mean, you think about the fourth-round picks last year, Josh Ball and Jabril Cox didn't have that. Even before they got hurt, they were going to have their work cut out for them to have a steady role on game day. But if Jake Ferguson has a great offseason and training camp, I mean, there's nothing saying he couldn't be the second tight end on this team by the end of training camp if he handles his business and they evaluated the pick the right way.
Bobby, could you see that not only being a possibility, but even maybe a likelihood, the fact that he could be that number 2 tight end pretty quickly here?
I mean, they took him here in the 4th round. I'm sure they had other people up there that they liked, and the fact that they took him means there's some sort of plan for him. And I mean, I don't think Jerry's just saying that. I think it's a little interesting just because, I mean, you have Schultz right now, and I know they've liked Sean McEwen.
They do.
And so and
they re-signed Jeremy Sprinkle.
Yeah, and so I mean that's a little interesting to me but I mean that tells you what they think of him, I think.
Not a ton of tight ends on this roster at the moment. And Mike McCarthy, even talking about it just in passing at the Combine, says he loves having those guys on your roster because it helps out for special teams too. Not sure how much Jake Ferguson's going to make an impact on special teams.
He could. I mean, 4th round that's right where that starts. Like, yeah. I mean, Jabril Cox, again, had a chance on special teams before he got hurt. He played kickoff team. And that, I mean, God, coaches are such football dorks. Like, coaches love tight ends for that very reason. Like, they block, they can play special teams, like they can do a little bit of everything, and coaches love nothing more than a guy that can just do about 6 jobs on a game day.
Can't have enough 6'4", 250-pound guys on your football team is ultimately what they like, and that's what they got in Jake Ferguson. Most recently, the picks flying off the board. Spencer Burford, offensive tackle, offensive guard from UTSA, goes to the 49ers at pick 134. Then the Chiefs at 135 select Joshua Williams out of Fayetteville State corner.
This is an interesting pick right here. And again, you're really kind of projecting this kid. Tell me, this kid was a Senior Bowl. Did he get an opportunity? Okay, so good. He got that competition there. This guy's a tall, rangy corner. He'll play either side of the field. Actually, I watched Lincoln University play against him and Bowie State with the two. I wouldn't say that he has great time speed, but good enough to cover receivers that he had to deal with. He's got the ability to carry his man all over the field. Good job of playing the ball, especially inside on those inside breaking routes. He's got a knack for staying off the receiver when coverage allows him to play, with that offhand. The pedal, the redirection's good. Really didn't face that stiff a competition with him when it comes to the routes, but I thought he was a good, aggressive tackler. He's quick to read the routes, quick to come forward. The ball tends to go to his direction, especially when it comes to those turnovers, because he puts himself in position to make those plays. He didn't give up a touchdown he did give a touchdown on a back shoulder fade I saw during against Bowie.
Played with some bouncy houses in the end zone and a fun player to watch on tape. All right. Another fun player to watch on tape, Jake Ferguson, the tight end from Wisconsin. The Cowboys selection at 129 now joins us here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Jake, first off, congratulations. Welcome to Cowboys Nation. Can you describe this feeling right now?
It's hard. Thanks for having me, but it's hard to put it into words. But, I'm just really excited to get to work, get down to Dallas, and get the star on my helmet.
What was that first contact like with this team? Mike McCarthy said it on your initial phone call that you made an impression during the interview process. What was your conversation with the staff like throughout this process?
So I really had a formal interview. That's where you just go in and meet the coaching staff at the Combine with Dallas. And meeting Coach Wells and Coach McCarthy and just being able to talk with them a little bit about life, about football, about everything, really. It was a really easy connection, and I felt like there was a connection there as well. So getting that call today was something really special, and I'm excited.
Hey, Jay, congratulations, man. It's weird to say, but it feels like yesterday that Dalton Schultz was actually a rookie 4th round draft pick by the Dallas Cowboys, and here we are a few years later, and you're coming into a room where he's coming off back-to-back really great seasons. Just curious what your impressions of him, and maybe just kind of give us a snapshot of what your strengths are as a player as well.
Yeah, I'm extremely excited to be to learn from him and kind of see how he goes about his business. Being able to kind of pick apart his game and watch his film while I was in college was something that I really like to do just because he's that all-around tight end. And I think whether it's in the trenches or in the passing game, I mean, he's always that guy who's making plays. So just kind of trying to model my game a little bit after him and continue to just kind of bring that high level energy.
So you being a lifelong Wisconsin guy, I'm curious. I mean, surreal at all to be coming to play under Mike McCarthy, who I'm sure you're familiar with from his time in Green Bay, and also if you have any, I assume being old teammates with Tyler Biadasz, if you have any type of relationship with him from Wisconsin.
Yeah, for sure. Being a Wisconsin guy with Tyler was something that was really special, and getting a couple years to play with him and block with him was awesome. And just knowing that I'm going to be on the same team as him again is really cool. And I'll definitely be giving him a call here in probably the next couple of hours and juice him up a little bit and talk about what the future holds.
Well, Jake, one thing I've learned, I was a former scout, and I worked in Green Bay, and I worked in Dallas as a scout, so you're probably not going to have too many people up there in Wisconsin who are pretty happy about you playing for the Cowboys. I'm just going to give you a little idea on that. But, and again, I lived 5 years of my life up there in Wisconsin. You folks are different people, and I mean that in a respectful way, that you're tough, you're tough-minded, you're hard-going, Is that what we're getting with you? I mean, I love scouting Wisconsin players because it's just like what I just described, that type of demeanor.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I think it starts, we always talk about the 3 words that we live by at Wisconsin, that's smart, tough, dependable. And in the last 5 years of college football, I've been trying to base my life on and off the field off of those 3 words. So, like I said, I'm excited to get it going, and I guess I'm excited also to get out of the cold weather.
There you go.
Got you covered on that front.
Yeah, get ready for some heat and humidity. You'll be just fine there.
Yeah, you got rookie minicamp outside a little bit here in a couple of months at the same time. So you've got some heat on the way. Since this is really your introduction to Cowboys Nation, we've seen the scouting reports. We've seen your film. You have great highlights along the way. But you yourself, what do you see as your biggest strength that you're bringing to this NFL franchise?
I think just my knowledge of the game. Going to Wisconsin and being able to learn a ton of different schemes, our offense as a whole, and at Wisconsin, we run a pretty pro-style offense, so being able to translate that pretty early and learn new stuff is something that I pride myself on. And I also think that I'm just one of those guys who brings high energy all the time, whether it's on the field, off the field. But when it's time to do business, it's business. So I think I'm a lot of my stuff comes from off the field, but that also plays into what I'm able to do in the field of play.
I kind of get that sense that you are a business first sort of mentality. This is a next step for you. We wish you all the luck. Congratulations. Enjoy this moment, and we look forward to seeing you in the Star soon.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
There he goes, Jake Ferguson, the newest Dallas Cowboy. We need to take a break. And when we come back, there is a potential for a Cowboys trade-up. They're having some conversations. I want to talk about that potential when we come back. On the other side of the break, it's the 2022 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Back here for the internet. Glad you're with us, DallasCowboys.com fam. David Hellman, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt. I'm Kyle Yeomans. Okay, you've got 4 fifth-round picks. You interested in popping up here if you have somebody you like?
I think they probably are.
Yeah.
Jerry did his best to telegraph that he felt antsy about having all that ammunition last night.
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Cade Oaten was maybe a name to know, and that's I don't know who they might do it for. At least not yet. Maybe we can do some work and get to the bottom of that.
Well,
but, yeah,
okay, we'll just start picking off needs.
Yeah,
that's
what they're doing.
Yeah,
so.
that's what I'm saying. We're kind of, as you see the war room there in the corner again on the radio. Sorry about that, but if you're watching along, you got the war room on the bottom right corner there. I just kind of. We were mentioned. Bobby was talking about running backs. Haskins and stuff. Well, we're starting to see the running backs come off the board.
Yeah.
Is it like, hey, we can't sit here and wait and hope. And I know it drives people nuts. I mentioned Ridgeway, the defensive tackle from Arkansas, was another guy. I don't know if that's a small move to, give a 5th-round pick to do this, but that might be something that we think about. Cornerback, another spot. Maybe these corners are starting to fall off the board too quickly for them.
Who's left on the visit list?
Wonderful question.
That might be the place to start.
Good place to go with it. Jalen Weidemeyer, Marquise Bell. Weidemeyer, Texas A&M tight end. Bell, safety from Florida A&M.
Bell is a guy that I think was going to go higher than like there was a lot of chat. Like I think most of the media was starting to settle in, and a lot of the simulators had him as like 6th, 7th. I mean, Bell was one of the names I heard early on last fall.
Yeah.
About like a good sleeper, like mid-round guy. So I always kind of got the vibe he was supposed to be like 4th, 5th round pick. So maybe him, maybe your future J. Ron Curse.
Anybody else, Kyle?
Yep, Luigi Villain from Wake Forest. He's an edge rusher. Dawson Deaton, Texas Tech.
He's a little bit
center.
more of a later guy, I thought. I kind of
think
thought he
both
was
of those.
6th, 7th round kind of guy there. Yeah.
David Anini, edge rusher from Houston.
A lot of people liked him.
I actually liked his tape a lot.
Yeah.
I have him as one of my highest non-combine invites, and I liked talking to him too. Let's run down some of the recent picks. I know you're pointing at the screen there.
No, I know. Who did it? New England just take Zappy?
They did.
Okay.
So some of the most recent picks, we talked about Joshua Williams, corner from Fayetteville State, going to the Chiefs at 135. 136, the Cincinnati Bengals selected Cordell Volson, offensive tackle from North Dakota State. And then the Patriots at 137 selected Bailey Zappi, quarterback from Western Kentucky, transfer from Houston Baptist. And just an absolute stat god. If you look at some of the numbers he put up, they were just mind-boggling. He put up 6,000 yards nearly of offense in one season at Western Kentucky.
Wow.
I'll tell you who.
Passing yards, by the way.
Yeah, I'm telling you who I'm feeling sorry for right now.
Darian Kennard?
No.
Speaking of medical.
Okay.
Is it?
Kennard is medical.
Okay. Well, then that
Do you hear what it is specifically?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. I just followed up, but it's medical.
Dang.
Okay. Well, that makes a lot of sense.
It does.
Because I've had that happen to me before.
Who do I feel sorry for?
No, Hal.
Sam Howell.
Did anybody start off with the hype of Heisman Trophy guy, maybe a top 3 or 4 pick in the draft, maybe the best quarterback in the draft preseason and all that?
Good point.
And then he went from being a team. He was a quarterback that was playing in the Orange Bowl to a team that was trying to get to 500. And I don't think a lot of it was his fault, But man, I'll tell you what, Zappy's a nice player. Don't get me wrong. I'd rather have Hal myself.
Ooh.
Hal is an athlete. Hal's a tough guy. What are you saying, about?
That's a good pick, Calvin Austin.
Oh, Calvin Austin?
Calvin
Steelers.
Austin III to Pittsburgh at 138.
God, he's my height. I'm serious.
Well, and we say this, the Cowboys weren't going to take that guy, right?
No.
They weren't gonna take
but
that guy.
he's fun.
No, he's absolutely
It's very fun. I'll give you a scouting report on Mr. Austin here in a second. Memphis, redshirt senior, 5'7", 170 pounds. He is a lightning in a bottle because he can pretty much fit into a bottle because he's tiny. First team All-American Athletic Conference. He has actually returned a punt for a touchdown in each of the last 2 seasons. He is tough to bring down. And for a guy at 5'7", he actually plays against contact exceptionally well. I think he takes that absorbed hit. He goes up. He can make the contested catch. He was in a track events back in 2018 and 2019 in the American Athletic Conference. He is a speedster at every sense of the word. But the biggest knock is that he is just really, really small. Back here from the Star in Frisco, Fort Center at the Star. NFL draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan, DallasCowboys.com. The Cowboys at the moment, their next selection coming up in 16 picks as they have pick number 155 in the 5th round. The first of 4 5th-round picks that they have at the moment. Let's run through some of the most recent picks off of the board here in the NFL draft. We'll start at pick 135. The Chiefs selected Joshua Williams, corner from Fayetteville State. The Bengals at 136, Cordell Volson, a offensive tackle from North Dakota State. Bailey Zappi, quarterback from Western Kentucky, goes to the Patriots at 137. An interesting selection there. Steelers get a wide receiver, Calvin Austin III, wide receiver out of Memphis, goes at 138. And then Isaiah Likely, the tight end from Coastal Carolina, picked at 139. So those are the most recent selections in the NFL draft. Glad you're with us. Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, David Hellman. I'm Kyle Yeomans.
Who did Baltimore just take?
Isaiah Likely.
Isaiah
I was
Likely.
waiting for your reaction to that.
I'm sorry, I was doing book work there while I was. Okay.
I like Baltimore's draft.
Good job. As it goes without saying, though.
I think. I mean, and again, like this
said it all last night.
This does not mean that they're right. But but I think every pick they've made has been the guy that's at the top of the best available list in a lot of cases.
I'll tell you what, it makes me feel better when you have the guys in the spot and the Ravens do take them, because that's
makes you feel smart.
Well, yeah, it gives me a little justification, like, oh, well, these guys draft pretty well, you know.
I want to see their. I mean, just going back to Marlon Humphrey, Ronnie Stanley.
Yeah.
Offensive tackle Zach Tom from Wake Forest goes to the
Smith. I mean,
Packers at 140.
Their share of misses too, but who doesn't?
Say Zach Tom. I mean, that's not a. I mean, okay, here we go. You went to the Packers.
Yep.
See, that's the thing where that's an undersized kind of guy that needs a little bit more strength. Could play tackle. Could probably play guard. I mean, you watch him, the footwork and the balance, the body control. And he was pretty impressive with what I watched him handling those edges. You'll see right here, good job of beaming those guys, having it on the. Look at that, man. That's kind of a guy holds the edge right there. Boom, getting down the second level. That's a really good athlete. He doesn't have a lot of strength. So the Packers, David Bakhtiari, whoever else you want to throw at the Packers for the offensive lineman, they've got a pretty good understanding of these guys.
I think he might have been a guy the Cowboys would have been interested in.
He is extra athletic.
Yes.
I mean, he was at the top of the class in his 10-yard split, his vertical, his broad jump, his shuttle, and his three-cone. Yep. They were top 3 in all of those in terms of offensive tackles, and it was all combine numbers, not pro day numbers. And he also played 3,100 snaps in his career. Out of those 3,100 snaps, Brian, he gave up 2 sacks.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He is going to need some strength work, but his athletic ability is off the charts, and not just the numbers, but just the way he moves. I mean, they run the football, they run behind him. He's always in position. He's not on the ground. So I mean, that's a quality pick right there by the Packers.
Ravens on the clock at 141, 142 the Rams, and then the Titans. The final 3 selections here in the 4th round. Then we go right back into the 5th round. Now, I will say, you look at a potential trade up here. We don't necessarily know who. All those names, and Bobby, you brought up a fantastic point. You start at the visit list, and then you go down of names. I don't see any that we saw in terms of the visit list. Maybe Marquise Bell that would fit in a spot like this. Safety from Florida A&M. That's probably the most likely.
One of those long corners left.
Tyreek Woolen, maybe.
Mccallum, Woolen.
Kennard was a combine meet. It wasn't a visit. Damon Clark was also a combine meet. You can maybe have those. Those are both formals there. But outside of that, Rasheed Walker, offensive tackle.
They're going to go. What about that Arizona State lineman they brought in? Dish? Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Donovan West.
That's what I was thinking,
They're both
too.
still available. But, yeah, okay.
Isn't Dish higher, though?
I would take
generally, for most
Dish.
people?
I would take. I have him clearly in the 4th round. That guy's that's an interesting player too. When you watch him handle the edges and stuff that in the Pac-12 that he had to deal with. A lot of people mocked him. You know, early in those mock drafts, they kept mocking him, and I hadn't worked on him, and I'm like, what the hell are these people doing? And then all of a sudden, I'm like, watching him, like, damn, these people know this player better than me.
He's a Texas A&M transfer, right?
Yeah. So
came over from there.
I tell you, I was super, super impressed with how he played. This is a good group of guys. I mean, I don't know Volson. I don't know him, but Zappi, Austin, Likely, and Tom. I mean, those are all good picks right there for those teams.
This is the meat of the draft.
I think that value with Zach Tom there is absolutely phenomenal for Green Bay. He played at tackle and center. Like, how do you have the athleticism to play at center and then the strength to pop out the tackle? That's pretty impressive.
No, he's a good player, and like. I keep saying this. If those guys lack strength, and I say they lack strength, keep an eye on them. They're probably going to end up being really good players. But he is a good player. I mean, because he's really light-footed, and he's just just going to work guys past the quarterback, no problem at all. That's just.
I love how scarred you are from saying players lack strength.
Yeah, Bobby tried to let you off the hook. That's what you said about Connor Williams. You were right. You're right in that regard.
Well, but the thing about it is, it's the tackles. It's if I tell you a tackle lacks strength, he's going to be an all-pro. Just mark it. It's just
you hate to lose so much more than you like to win. Like
no, I mean seriously, it's
true.
I like to be honest, and the problem I have nowadays,
the stuff that you're wrong about bothers you so much more than the things that you're right about makes you happy. Like. You were right about Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, and you bring it up sometimes, but you tell me this damn David Bakhtiari story like 5 times per draft. Like, it just eats at you.
Yeah, because he's a damn good player. That's an all-pro player.
So's Patrick Mahomes.
I know.
But being right about that doesn't mean anything to you.
No, you remember the ones you miss more than the ones you make.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
But no, all scouts do that. I'm sure if we asked, Chris and Klein and those guys about, hey, I asked them a question about, hey, you get excited? Or do you get a little satisfaction when you write to fill in the name and stuff like that? I think that you do. You're like, if the room is against you, okay, let me give you an example, Dave. I'm fighting against David Bakhtiari because he's not strong enough, and 3 other scouts say that, no, this guy's going to be a great player, and then all of a sudden, it's like we don't get him, but you watch him play. Those 3 scouts are like,
hold a grudge.
Come on, Brian.
Yeah. Well,
damn, Brian. The last time you said that the guy didn't have strength, that he was an all-pro.
I'm gonna say being right gets you a pat on the back, and being wrong gets you fired. So that's not great.
If you're wrong enough, yeah.
One of my favorite things about Brian is when
Baltimore just takes somebody. I'm sorry.
Damarian Williams.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Is when he just randomly will remember something from his scouting background that still makes him sick.
Yeah.
I remember one time somebody was just talking about how difficult Irvin was to guard, and Brian goes, Terrell Buckley had problems with him. We picked him in the top 5. He was too small. Shouldn't have done that.
Should have took Troy Vincent.
Well, Bobby, there's a reason I'm a failed scout.
It had nothing to Buckley wasn't. It just Irvin's name came up, and he was like, yeah, I remember Buckley couldn't cover him. We shouldn't have taken him.
He couldn't cover Harper. That's it. It's bad.
Also, why Brian likes the draft is because the stakes are lower. It's the games.
It takes me back to a dark place.
Now
who did Baltimore take?
He took Damarian Williams, cornerback from Houston. You like that pick, or you?
I just didn't know. No, I didn't come off the top of my head.
Yeah,
so.
Deep safety as a box or in the box as a junior. He kind of was very versatile. Then they moved him to corner as a senior. Honorable mention, All-American Athletic Conference in 2020. And he was actually top 5 in the conference in 2021 in terms of pass breakups. He had 10 pass deflections throughout his final season. So he's all over the field.
That's why I went, because I didn't know the player.
Yeah. But Damarian Williams, there are a couple Houston guys on the board still that I liked. Of course, we saw Logan Hall go off. We talked about David Nini. That was a pretty good defense. Marcus Jones, you liked him a lot.
I did. I loved Marcus Jones.
Yeah.
And here we're at the beach house drafting for the Rams. It's glad to see these guys sobered up to make a pick today.
They're the best, man.
It doesn't look like
they don't care.
No, they don't care. They won the Super Bowl.
They
Why
do they care?
Their picks and won the Super Bowl. They don't care.
It's like they have the neighbors coming over, like Bill and Phil are over in the back here helping.
Extra potato salad.
Yeah.
I think McVay and Snead enjoy rubbing it in everyone's face that they took off on this alternate path and are kicking everyone's ass.
They're rubbing it in our nose that you don't have to do it your way.
No.
Your way, my crusty Brian Broaddus way. You don't have to sit in a room that it's like you're being on a submarine for 3 days,
And this one actually has a selection, so let's go to the podium. The Rams at 142.
With the 142nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Super Bowl champs, Los Angeles Rams, select the Kobe Durant, DB, South Carolina State.
Another FCS, or is this D2? What is South Carolina State?
They're FCS, I believe.
I believe they're FCS. I didn't want to speak out of turn. But Durant, another small school guy. That'll be a safe way to do it. 5'9", 190 pounds. Transfer from, looking at the wrong line on my sheet. Actually, he's not a transfer. He played there all 4 years. First Bulldog to win Defensive Player of the Year in his conference. Listen to this. Javon Hargrave and Darius Leonard.
There you go.
Those are 2 good names to be along there. He was first team All-MEAC at South Carolina State.
I don't know off the top of my head their classification, but I know that they've put some decent players in the NFL over the time that I've been doing this. That's for sure.
He had 15 pass breakups this past year, Brian. 3 interceptions. Over his career, he had 44 PBUs and 12 interceptions. So
it's amazing. I mean, it just shows you what the draft is, though, because we rank guys like we said, Woolen, big, long, tall guy. Here they go draft a guy that's 5'10", 180 pounds. Just shows you about the draft. Everybody's different.
Yeah.
Everybody's different the way that they evaluate. And I will say this about the Rams and all the craziness they have right now. They do hit on their picks. The picks they do make.
Look at Cooper Kupp.
Are pretty amazing.
Even I argue with people all the time, like
they've had a lot of picks.
For all the crazy stuff they do with their big picks, they amass day 3 picks and they do good things with them. Like they find starters and role players with 4th, 5th, 6th round picks all the time.
Yeah, that's kind of the myth about the Rams and the whole, F them picks and we just did it the whole trade. It's like your 2 best players on both sides of the ball were draft picks.
Yeah.
Donald and Kupp.
Well, no, for sure. I've looked this up before. But I think Donald was drafted before they kind of adopted this
got into that
hyper-aggressive mentality.
Yeah.
But even right off the who's the I bring up Jordan Fuller all the time. Like he's a solid player. He's a 6th round pick.
Van Jefferson's good.
Van Jefferson's really good. The
2nd round pick, right?
The D tackle I think they just lost him, Sebastian Joseph Day.
Yep. Let's take a break. The Titans are on the clock for the final pick of the 4th round. Then it's on to the 5th round as the Cowboys pick at 155. Just 12 selections until their next selection, one of 4 in the 5th round. We'll be right back with more NFL draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. And while we're waiting on this Titans pick, I would love to hear one of the scouting reports. If we have the Jacoby Durant cornerback from South Carolina State, I would love to hear this from Dane's Beast draft guide.
Jacoby Durant, cornerback, South Carolina State, 5'9", 180 pounds. Durant needs to improve his anticipation and can be out-muscled by size at the catch point. But he has the mirroring athleticism and innate ball skills that are NFL-worthy. He creates flashbacks of Buster Skrine as a prospect and owns the talent to carve out a similar NFL career.
I like Buster Skrine.
Yeah.
Good player.
Good player. Good comparison there, too.
As soon as they said his name, I was like, get the Dane report ready.
We're getting into that.
Here's the Maryland tight end went to
Chigoza Okonkwo.
I like this.
To the Titans. They've had a pretty decent draft so far, too.
The Titans the Titans do a good job. I think their coaching staff has an idea of how they want to work these. Their roster to look at. But this is an interesting player from Maryland. And the staff use him all over the place. He plays inline, slot, wing.
Yeah.
You could see him lead the way on sweeps and the next play with backside cutoffs and stuff like that. There's some really raw traits to his game, but he's got a feel for how to get open. I felt like he catches the ball well. He's natural doing it. Impressive run after the catch with some nifty moves. He had a touchdown run against Michigan State where he took a screen and was able to jump over a tackler and get into the end zone. He does a good job of getting up the field in order to complete the route. He's big on crossing routes and drags. He could find spaces and sit down and make those plays. So quarterback tends to have a little bit happy feet, and he's always trying to find space. But this guy does a good job of, like I say, quarterback kind of moving around, and he finds space for his quarterback, and he can make some contested catches. I like this kid. I think they did a good job.
Yeah, if the Cowboys didn't select Jake Ferguson in the 4th round, I'm not saying they would have taken Okonkwo in the 5th, but I would have really liked that selection. He's not a blocker, don't get me wrong.
No.
He can block sometimes.
But I did see, I saw him do something Dalton Schultz can't do.
What's that?
Backside cutoff.
Yeah.
It was like they were on the goal line, and he sticks his head all the way across the defensive end's body and then turns back. I can't tell you how many times I've seen Dalton Schultz not be able to get the backside cutoff, and all of a sudden it's a gain of 1 or -1 because he can't make that block. This kid's got that kind of ability, though.
4'5", 40, 35.5-inch vertical. I mean, he is athletic as they come. He's a good receiver. I would say that right now. You said it.
Yeah.
They used him in the slot. They pushed him out wide. They put him in line. He could do a whole lot of things, and I like him as a fit there in Tennessee. All right, that brings the 4th round to a close, and now we head into the 5th round.
This is where the Cowboys round, right?
This is where things could get really interesting. Some really notable picks as of late out of the 5th round. George Kittle back in 2017, 2015, Stephon Diggs. Here's the Commanders kicking off the 5th round.
144th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. The Washington Commanders select Sam Howell, quarterback.
Wow.
All right, there we go.
How about that right off the board to start? Sam Howell, tell me about him. Brian, he's finally ended his slide.
Yeah, he is. And you know what? I was kind of with Dallas. I was thinking, man, is there going to be some value with this quarterback spot? But Hal, he was really highly decorated coming into the season, and it just didn't go very well for him. He's one of the toughest quarterbacks I've seen in the draft. Him and Matt Corral, those guys. I mean, they take a beating, and the team had some bad losses in the season. People will blame him for it. I don't think that's right. I love the way this guy competes. He never gives up on a play, especially with the ball in his hands. He's going to throw his bodies around. He's going to bounce off tacklers. He's going to work his way to the goal line. There's an impressive spirit about the way that he plays. I'm channeling my inner Jason Garrett on that one. But, he makes some accurate throws along the way. He'll put the ball right on the money to receivers. Some guys have to do a great job of getting open. He has that overhand throwing motion off his toes because he's 6'1", but I kind of feel like I got a little Drew Brees vibe where he has to kind of move to kind of get that ball to the point. But he can whip that ball into some tight spots. I didn't see many missed deep passes. Ball was kind of where it needed to be. But the majority of the snaps were played in a shotgun where he's faking first and then making a throw. He had a bad interception against Notre Dame where he's trying to bring his team back. So some bad luck along the way for this guy.
Now,
he's just a gamer, I think he's got underrated athleticism. Honestly, again, not so much the way they play, but just like his profile as a player kind of reminds me of the guy that's already there, Heineke.
Yeah.
Just in turn, like deceptive athleticism and stuff like that.
We'll continue this quarterback conversation. From Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, it's the 2022 NFL Draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. You heard it there. David Hellman, Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus. I'm Kyle Yeomans. Glad you're with us. Couple picks to catch you up on over the last couple of moments. Jacoby Durant, corner out of South Carolina State, goes to the Rams at 142. The final pick in the 4th round, 143. The Titans select Chicozo Okonkwo, tight end from Maryland. And then the Washington Commanders with the first pick in the 5th round take Sam Howell, quarterback out of North Carolina. Now, Brian, you gave the scouting report on the internet side, but on the radio side, I want to ask you this question. One of the biggest knocks against Sam Howell was hype in 2019. You mentioned it. Top 5 player sort of hype, Heisman sort of hype. He never really reached that. He never got to that point. Is there any question mark, at least in terms of the slide that you saw going from a 1st, 2nd round potential into the 5th round because he may have hit his ceiling too early? Maybe what he is.
These quarterbacks are so hard to evaluate, and I've missed on some. The guys like, the guys like the Mahomes and the Allens and those guys. You're just looking. Give me the guy that's got toughness. Give me the guy that doesn't quit. Give me the guy. I mean, look at Mahomes at Tech. Hell, he could put up 70 points in a game and still lose, and he just keeps playing. Josh Allen, he's throwing to pharmacists and cattle ranchers at Wyoming, and he's just, he's still battling, I think there's a certain level with these quarterbacks. It takes toughness. Look what Dak Prescott's done going into 7 years. You probably say Dak's not the most talented guy, but man, the toughness, the leadership, all those things about him, the ability to make plays when he has to. I think those are why, a guy like Hal, I don't know what that ceiling and floor crap all means, but I do know though when you see a guy when you see a guy like this, you kind of like, man, he gives it everything he has.
You want to hear another eye roll? Here we go again sort of moment. The Kansas City Chiefs at pick number 145 select Darian Kennard, offensive lineman out of Kentucky. A top 50 player for a lot of people on the board. Bobby, you said it was a medical.
Yep, which they did that last year, 2 years ago with Trey Smith.
Yep, I was about to say that.
Worked out for him there. How about Darian Kennard? And now he is off the board. Kansas City with a fantastic draft so far. You look at some of the guys that they've selected: George Karlaftis, Trick McDuffie, Darian Kennard, Leo Chanel, Brian Cook, Sky Moore, and Joshua Williams in terms of their selections that they've had to this point. Brian, tell me about Kennard out of Kentucky. A big, hefty mover, but he's also, it takes a little bit to get him moving too.
Yeah, it does. And, again, there's people will say that he's a little bit of a slow-footed guy, and then Bobby did a great job of running down the injury, the problems there, that there's the medical, but he started at right tackle for Kentucky, and I think, like I say, he's projecting inside because of the lack of foot quickness. You could see someone leaving him at tackle, but I think it's just likely due to his size. He's a massive player. He can hold his own on the edge. He doesn't get away from the line exceptionally quick. He tends to drift and float back and then engage with his guy. He'll play tall out of his stance. So there's really not much knee bend to his game. He works to control his man with his size and his length. When defenders rush him down the middle, he has a better chance of taking the man out of the play, but he can get a little overextended, a little off balance as a blocker. When his head goes down, you see him kind of stumble a little bit. So, the power's impressive, getting into his guy. He can create holes in the running game. There's some finish to his game, but the balance is a problem at times.
I apologize if you said his size, but 6'5", 322 pounds.
Yeah.
Significant amount of time at both guard and tackle. Sometimes they did it on the same series. He was that versatile. They would put him at guard for one play, and then 2 plays later he would be at tackle. They would swing him out on a couple of different occasions. Super strong. Powerful from head to toe is one of the first lines on my scouting report. He's so versatile, and some of the most entertaining film was with him and Zachary Carter. I know we weren't super high on Carter out of Florida, but those two guys, both categorized as tweeners, they battled it out, and they had some really fun tape whenever they played against Florida. He was the number 3 tackle out of 481 tackles in the history, or not even the history, but in the past season of Pro Football Focus's run grades. He was third. He had fantastic run blocking ability, and if he, injury-wise, checks out, he could be a starter within a couple years on that Kansas City offensive line and somebody blocking for Patrick Mahomes in the future. I really like Darian Kennard. I think it's unfortunate that there was a medical issue there because, I thought he was a top player. He was the last player in my top 60 to go off the board. So,
that's the annoying thing is it's a medical issue. It's not.
Yeah.
I don't think he fell all this way because he's a bad player.
No. Well, this is where you're going to start now. Maybe the 4th round. When I used to talk about the criminal medical round. Maybe now we're in the 5th. That's where you start to take. That's where you start to look where maybe and there's probably 4 or 5 other guys on this board that have medical issues that we're going to learn about. They're going to say, well, what about this guy? And then we've done this all long enough that we all realize that, there's something going on here. Yeah. And he was clearly, there was something going on there. Him, Nakobe Dean, guys like that, you just knew something was going on there.
Winfrey.
Yeah,
was
Winfrey.
Another one that fell.
Exactly.
Sam Howell fell, but mainly because of quarterbacks.
Yeah, and Winfrey, like I said, that sounded more like interviews more than medical.
Now that we're 9 picks away from the Cowboys selecting again at 155, Bobby, are you hearing anything in terms of potential targets here, what they could be looking at?
No, I was just now looking around, and I was about to text again because the other one that I'm sitting here wondering why are they falling seemingly is because Jamari Salyer still has not gone, right?
No. Right, he has not.
And that was another one that...
Yeah. You can watch him play against Michigan, and he's blocking both those guys.
We talked about
playoff
that.
game. You're like going, oh, Hutchinson's not really getting. And they move Hutchinson to the other side, and then Ojabo goes the other side, and it's like he's not getting anywhere. And you're going, okay. Well, maybe I need to like this guy a little bit at Georgia. I was a big fan of him, and then I was also a big fan of Schaefer, the left tackle, left guard combination there for Georgia. I thought was pretty good.
Giants at 146. They must have really liked what the Cowboys did last year in the first round.
Who did I miss on the Jets?
Going and picking
Giants. They had
Giants.
Back Micah McFadden.
Oh, it's Giants.
Yeah, I was trying to get to the joke.
I saw what you were trying to do.
Yeah,
Brian doesn't care.
I'm sorry.
Brian's trying to draft.
It's okay. Micah out of the Big Ten, but it was Micah McFadden from Indiana. Picked by the Giants at 146. Man, I was loading up. That's okay. Here's the Giants selection in 147.
The New York Giants select DJ Davidson, defensive tackle, Arizona State.
Oh, this is the next one because they have 2 in a row.
Yeah, back-to-back. So DJ Davidson out of Arizona State.
Got me on this one.
Defensive tackle. Do we have a DJ Davidson scouting report? I would love to hear about Mr. Defensive Tackle for the Giants. We'll talk about Micah McFadden there as well a little bit too, but
McFadden was a position, I'm sorry on that
linebacker.
Linebacker, okay, my bad.
Arizona State, second team Pac-12. He had 31 defensive stops on run defense. He was actually second in the FBS behind Cincy's Curtis Brooks in that stat. So he had a ton of stops on defense, and he had a late start in football. Didn't start playing football until his junior year in high school, did DJ Davidson.
Wow.
6'3", 327. Here's his scouting report from Dane Brugler.
DJ Davis, defensive line, Arizona State, 6'3", 327 pounds. Davidson will never be known for his pass rush prowess, but he has a stout anchor and a nose for the ball and a steady flowing run defender. He will appeal to multiple schemes as a rotational nose.
Rotational nose tackle for the New York Giants. There you go.
I kind of think I got a guy like Ridgeway from Arkansas on that board to do something like that. Big body guy as well.
Why is he still sticking around?
There's something there.
I don't know if it is a medical. Again, he's another one that I know throughout training was always banged up, though.
Really?
So he struggles with that then, too.
Yeah, I mean, I know when he came back from Senior Bowl, he wasn't able to work out a lot because he was having some issues with. I don't remember.
That might be, and these guys know these Arkansas players here. Stephen Jones' son is a quarterback there. The Jones family alums, donors, they know what's going on with these players. I'd kind of heard that maybe Ridgeway was a guy that they maybe had talked about, but maybe they got all these multiple picks.
It'd be ironic if. They were so heavily tied to Traylon Burks, and it would have been the first time they've drafted an Arkansas guy. They haven't even used a disposable pick on an Arkansas guy in ever. I think Felix Jones is the only one ever, and so it would be funny if they missed on Burks.
I'm wondering what's wrong with Woolen maybe a little bit, and McCallum. I get it.
This is traits now for Tyreek Woolen here.
Yeah.
So there's got it. This would be the perfect spot.
Yeah.
Bills select Khalil Shakir out of Boise State, the wide receiver, as another wide receiver off the board. They are flying. He was my top one remaining. 5'11", 196 pounds. Brian, do you have a scouting report?
I do. If you want to go ahead and talk about it.
I'll give you some time. First team, Mountain West, 121 all-purpose yards per game during the last 2 seasons, which was top in the conference. 3-year starter, and he played that H receiver for Tim Plow over at Boise State. Had over 1,100 yards and 7 touchdowns. He's smaller guy, however, still a big impact from a production standpoint.
Yeah, I think you got the guy right there. I mean, with me, this is a impressive run after catch guy because he takes the ball on the move and it's a great finisher. He makes a ton of plays on the move. He's tall and he's long, but he doesn't play like a slight guy. I mean, again, he looks like 6 foot. He's 197 pounds. But, man, outstanding concentration, balance when playing. He'll make his share of circus catches. The harder the reception, the more likely he is to come down with it. He'll run routes at all levels on the field. Some of his best work is dragging across the field underneath. I don't think he has a fear for dealing with the traffic. He was used on quick screens. He was a Wildcat quarterback too. I saw. I got Fresno and BYU in those games. He's got some toughness to him. They outstanding time speed, but man, you don't always see him just run away from defenders, but more likely to try and run through guys as they're trying to tackle him.
So he is selected at pick number 148 for the Bills. I wonder how Kellen Moore feels about Khalil Shakir.
I told you I tried to ask him, and he was like, nobody wants to hear how I feel about a Boise guy. He's like, of course I like him, but... I mean, you could ask Kellen how the weather was, and he would be like,
I can't really talk about it.
I never could ask him what he wanted on his salad. He's always in front of me in the salad line, and I'm like, well, what kind of dressing you like? Whatever they have is kind of good.
Very nice guy, but
okay.
Very nice guy. Very much doesn't want to give any detail about anything.
No, he didn't want to give anything up, for sure.
The only guy that I have left that's on the board available that was in my final mock was Esezi Otomewo from Minnesota, edge rusher opposite of Boye Mafe.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the fierce passing attack that they have. Everybody else has been taken. Tyquan Thornton, Dane Belton, Logan Bruss, Spencer Burford, Cade Otten. Everybody else is gone by this point.
I'm getting annoyed. I'm annoyed because I don't feel like I have a read right now.
I have zero read.
They've checked all of these need boxes. I mean, we
Cole Turner just went, huh?
They did exactly what we thought they were going to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, in terms of doing exactly what we thought they were going to do, didn't we think pretty likely they do what they did the first 2 days, then target tight end now, and then weren't we kind of like probably just whatever's the value?
Yeah, that's a good point.
This is the whatever side.
So I mean, this is so unless we just know exactly where their board stands at the time they pick, I think we're not going to have a good read on it.
What about double dipping? Oh, actually, let's start with linebacker. Why not start with linebacker? My top guy, and yes, I know we've talked about him, Damon Clark. He's on the board there. Darian Beavers, JoJo Doman, Jesse Luketa.
Yeah, they'll tell you Beavers can't run. That's. I mean, I had him in the fourth round, and I think he can. I
got him in the fourth too, so you're not alone.
We talk about
4.7 nearly. That's tight.
Yeah,
I think we did this at the top of the show. Like at pick 155, if they like him, I think you're
trade.
Oh, I thought it was
Texans on the clock.
If they like Damon Clark, then this is a range where it makes sense to. I mean,
Would it make sense to try and hit it at the last pick in the fifth?
Or is it the classic thing, Brian?
Because you're not going to have him for a year, right?
I don't know that for sure.
6 months is what we were talking about
6 month
earlier.
timeline. So what's 5 plus 6? So yeah, I mean he could conceivably be ready for like the last month of the season, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, you're probably not going to have him as a rookie. It doesn't seem likely.
Yeah.
So, but again, you're talking about you're in the 5th round now. What are you really counting on from your 5th rounders as rookies?
There's 5 guys left in Dane's top 100.
Who are those guys?
Sawyer, Enigbari, Dominic Robinson, Tariq Woolen, and Marquise Hayes.
He's the guard from Oklahoma, right?
Forgot about Robinson still being there.
Yeah, you liked him at the Senior Bowl, Miami, Ohio.
You know what? If you're going to tell me if I'm going to take a flyer on a guy, if I'm going to take a hurt guy or whatever, I'm going to go draft Woolen. I'm going to take a chance on that long. I mean, now maybe there's thinking, I mean, he's crazy. He's wild ass to watch play sometimes. But I mean, you're talking about traits. Maybe I'm missing out some, but man, he's pretty impressive when you watch him run and go with those receivers.
Let's go ahead and take our break here because the Cowboys are on the clock in 6 selections. The Texans right now, followed by the Falcons and the Seahawks and the Broncos. We'll be right back with more NFL draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Here we are, internet side of things. Glad you're with us.
Could they look at a safety? Is there any safeties you guys are interested in?
Kind of have decided they could be looking at whatever they want.
Oh, here we go, Texans.
Texans selection at 150.
50th pick to the Houston Texans. With the 150th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, my Houston Texans select Thomas Booker, defensive tackle from Stanford. Welcome to H-Town.
I think he could have been of interest to the Cowboys at some point in the 5th.
Yeah. You know anything?
If you guys got him, go for it.
Career high 59 tackles as a defensive tackle. He had 5 tackles for loss in 2021. Second team All Pac-12. He was twice named a team captain. He also was great on special teams. He blocked 3 separate PATs in the last 3 seasons. So, I mean, he's active hands at the line of scrimmage. He's one of those guys that he's not a people mover. He's more of a finesse defensive tackle, that perfect 3 technique, a little bit of speed in his game. I would love to hear what Dane has to say on Thomas Booker if he's got a deeper scouting report. Here's Dane Brugler's report.
Thomas Booker, defensive lineman, Stanford, 6'3", 301 pounds. Booker is a unique prospect with his intelligence, physical traits, and mature makeup, but he needs to get an early advantage or he struggles to be a factor. He has the tools to be a rotational 3 technique, with some teams curious about his transition to the offensive line.
So that makes me go back to the strength, right?
Yeah, well, the fact that that teams might move him to a offensive line position, that's interesting in itself.
The thing you hear, Booker's one of those names that occasionally you'll hear a day 3 name that I've just got random information on. He's one of them that it's just you hear super smart culture guy. Like, I've just heard people rave about the intangibles with him.
Did Atlanta just take a runner?
Yes, they did. Tyler Algier.
I don't remember what it was.
It was Gier. I knew it because I wanted to say Allgeier, but it wasn't. It's Tyler Algier from BYU, running back off the board to the Falcons at 151. Brian, you really liked this guy.
I did, and I need to do a better job of getting over there quick and getting it done. But yeah, let's see if I can pull him up right off there because he's right at the top of the page. This kid, when I watched him at BYU, he's thick built. He's like 5'11", he's 224. He's a physical runner that doesn't have much speed or quickness. And he's not always going to be able to create on his own. He's just going to rely on brute force when he runs. He's a straight ahead runner for the most part. He's going to go low. He's going to lower his shoulder. He's just going to run through tacklers. He's always going forward with the ball. I did not see him get knocked back or stopped at the line. He's going to punish tacklers. He's the type of back that's going to wear you down the more he carries the ball. And so it's really going to be it's not going to be nifty like or fancy or anything like that. But when you watch him, I think he's got the toughness as a pass blocker. He's got the stoutness in order to take defenders on. There's nothing special about his game other than his toughness, his desire, and he's solid with the ball in his hands.
Broncos on the clock now, followed by the Seahawks and then the hated Philadelphia Eagles, picking right before the Cowboys at 155. Dave, I know you ran to the restroom. You weren't going to check on who they're picking or not, right?
Just throw me under the bus. Sorry, I got a small bladder, man.
I was just asking if you were running. You could have been having a conversation. I don't know.
No, I just had to pee.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's fine. I'm probably right behind you.
In 2022, if I'm going to get any intel, it's going to be via text anyway.
That's a good point. Can we take a look at the War Room when we get a chance?
I was about to say, if they saw me within 30 feet of the War Room door, they shut
the blinds.
Shut the door. They would be like, somebody go escort him out of here. What the hell is going on?
Somebody's in there having a conversation.
Will is standing up.
Is Will being animated right now?
No, it's just standing up.
Will wearing a bright color today. Everybody else is in dark shades. Way to go, Will.
Delarian Turner-Yell, Oklahoma safety, is off the board to the Broncos at 152. Just a couple selections away from the Cowboys' first pick of 4 in the 5th round. The Cowboys picking at 155. Let's run down some of the most recent names that are off the board, and then we're going to set up what the Cowboys could do in what will be their 5th selection in this year's NFL Draft. The last 5 selections, Bills take Khalil Shakir, wide receiver from Boise State at 148. Cole Turner goes to the Commanders at 149. He's a tight end from Nevada.
Good pick.
Thomas Booker, defensive tackle from Stanford, maybe even a chance to move him to offensive line for the Texans at 150. Tyler Algier, from running back from BYU, goes to the Falcons at 151. And then Delarian Turner-Yell, safety from Oklahoma, to the Broncos at 153. The pick is in for Seattle. Then it's the Eagles, and then the Cowboys at 155. We're taking a look inside the War Room at the moment. Also, Pete Carroll literally has his shirt off in the War Room.
You're kidding.
Oh, this is a commercial. That's when he met. That's when he met.
DK Metcalf.
DK Metcalf.
Right. Yeah. I thought it was happening again. And they took Tyreek Woolen from UTSA. The Seattle Seahawks did.
There you go.
Good pick from Seattle. John Snyder.
John's rallying a little bit. All right, my man. Yeah.
You're not allowed to talk bad about him next year.
No, I can't.
Dave can because he hates his running back.
I don't hate his running back. I hate the thought process that brought him there, though.
Okay, that's fair.
I like the player. I had him in 3rd round myself, but
I did too.
That's what maybe John and I were on the same page on that one. No, that's a good one.
Thank goodness. Finally, took about 50 years. Not really that long, I know. All right, 2 picks for the Cowboys coming up. Eagles here, followed by Dallas. What are you thinking here, Brian?
Wow.
It's hard. I know I'm putting you on the spot.
No, it's okay. Like I say, Will standing up, okay, if I'm looking at War Room Cam the right way, Will stand up. He's presenting an argument for a guy.
Well, he's sitting now.
Well, earlier he was. And now he's sitting down like he's grabbing the phone like, what the hell? Okay.
He looks upset?
No, I think he's okay, but you're talking about when usually the director stands up, he's making a plea for something, and maybe he's trying to figure out maybe they've got a couple of players right there they're trying to think about because they've got to navigate this round. They've got the multiple picks in the round.
And I do think
so. They're trying to put in order who they want to take. So it's kind of hard to say, oh, well, they're going to take this guy. No, he's trying to map it out like, all right, the pro guys are telling him these are the needs between you. These are the guys that could go. These are the guys that likely could be there. So I think he stood up just to remind the room how they want to navigate this thing off their board.
It is fun for us, too. I mean, we just said we don't have a great read on this pick, but whoever they do pick, the guy that they opt not to take has a good shot to be available. They're going to pick 3 more times in the next, 20 whatever selections.
Plenty of opportunities here.
Yeah.
Should we run through names that we know they've had connections with, just to maybe throw some names out there?
Bobby, you got anything on? I mean, I've got the same names: the Sailor, Hayes, and Gabare. Those are all my top guys. McCallum. I'm sure there's somebody on that board.
There's the visitor, Deesh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's a 4th round tackle. I really liked him. I really, really liked him. As far as where, matter of fact, I had Tyler Smith. I had him in the 3rd, and I had this guy at the top of the 4th. So they were kind of a similar type of where you pick them in the round. I kind of felt like that those were the guys.
I will say this is just this specifically. Like day 2 is a whole different beast, but like this is where things can
Jacksonville on the clock for Philly now.
This is where things can go sideways, and you just start hearing names that you hadn't heard anything about.
I mean, they needed to. They've addressed what they needed to address,
Right.
and so that's the whole thing. Is that it's like, who are we gonna
Josh Ball's a great example. I don't remember saying a word about Josh Ball last year.
No.
Who else did they take? Israel Mccallum. I think maybe we talked about him.
Deshaun Wright. That was 3rd round.
Deshaun Wright came absolutely out of nowhere for sure.
Same thing, though.
So, yeah, you do your best to read the tea leaves, but the later you get into some of these traits picks, it's like, okay,
So
what the hell was I
because
supposed
some
to
of the
do
ones
about
you
that?
get whispered about too, or that I've already mentioned, like Haskins. Well, Hassan Haskins has already been taken.
Gone.
They've addressed tight end, so any tight end names we've heard, those are probably out the door.
I'm going to just start naming some guys that I know they've had connections with. Rasheed Walker from Penn State, Cade Mays from Tennessee. Going down the list. Rashad White's done. Sorry, I didn't have him marked off. Dominique Robinson.
Someone's phone's ringing?
Well, let's go.
It sounded like
it.
Yeah.
I was trying to resolve that without saying it, but yeah, somebody's phone.
I don't know
was
who's
ringing.
Cowboys' phone's ringing. They're talking to somebody.
Yeah, they're having a call. Matt Waletsko from North Dakota is there. Dontario Brumman from Ole Miss.
They met with Cade Mays at the Combine.
Yeah. Could you see a double dip there? Is that possible? Maybe
The
go
value's there.
offensive line?
If the value's there.
I like Cade Mays more than
Can never
most.
have enough offensive linemen. That's a position
I would
that's
take
starved
Desh.
in the NFL.
If that's Desh, I would take him over Cade Mays.
Arizona
myself.
State, tell me about him.
Yeah, to me, this guy, and hopefully they get the opportunity. Let me pull up my notes on the tackle, but he's one of those guys that I mentioned. I got mocked to me a ton, and I'm like, all right, stop, folks. I get it. So I started watching him. He's 6'7", he's 303. He's the left tackle at Arizona State. He's one of those guys that the Pac-12 tackles that always, like I say, looks super light on tape, but plays really, really well. And his foot movement and the way he plays in space will catch your attention. He runs and he moves well. Getting away from the line, he plays with knee bend. He's got balance. There isn't much labor or struggle to his game in that regard. Where he does have a little bit of problem is that power. But he will work his hands inside and he'll try and hold the defender in place. So, I like this guy. I really, really did.
It's offensive line. Philbin's in there.
Yep, Joe Philbin just walked into
Yes,
the room.
the coaches are tipping the picks.
All
Let's
right.
go.
So we may be double dipping at offensive line here.
Maybe.
Walker?
Maybe.
No. I was going to say no, they are. If Philbin's wandering around.
Rasheed Walker's my top offensive lineman left. matt was that oh gosh, I already
Let's go.
Well, let's go. Yes, almost like Will Let's Go, but it's Wool.
Marquise Hayes, Braxton Jones, Cade Mays.
I'm gonna laugh. Let's go played at North Dakota.
Yeah.
Not even North Dakota State.
No,
like, just ND.
That's a Division II school.
Yeah,
that would be. And
it's out of character.
Not saying it's impossible, but that would be such a departure from what we're used to seeing from the scouting staff.
I think this does show that they're just whatever the value is. Go get it.
Go get your guys.
That's fine.
Yeah,
with
that's
me.
fine.
Jamari Sawyer, Dylan Parham. Oh no, he's gone. Sorry. Donovan West.
Refuse
Cade
to
Mays.
I refuse to ever be worked up about a 5th round pick. You just can't.
I'm worked up.
No way. Unless, worked up in a good way because it's like a pet cat. That's fine. But like, if you're mad about a 5th round pick, just take several deep breaths.
All right,
we're all looking at phones and stuff.
Now we're just waiting. Everybody's working the phones in here. The pick has been in for the Jags for like 20 minutes now.
Who'd they trade up for?
That's a good question.
I
They
haven't
traded
seen.
with the Eagles.
It says it's in, but I don't know.
They haven't announced it yet. They were having a concert.
Well,
on
Let's Go
stage.
went to school because I did not do him, so I was hunting my notes and stuff like that. I did only 190 players, and he was not one of my guys.
Who is this?
Well, Let's Go.
Let's Go, the North Dakota.
Who are the visitor offensive linemen left? West and Deaton. That's it?
Deaton was a visitor.
Oh, yeah, Deaton.
Deaton was a visitor. They met with Let's Go at the Combine. I know
Who else walking around the room?
I haven't watched a minute of him. I didn't know.
That's what I'm saying. I managed to do 190 guys. So if he's the pick, somebody better come with some notes.
Nicholas Zakel from Fordham is still available. If we wanted to talk small school guys, Myron Cunningham from Arkansas, Braxton Jones from Southern Utah.
That's what I'm saying.
He's.
I got Desh. I got Walker. I got Braxton Jones. Those are all like 4th round guys on my board.
I'm actually shocked Braxton Jones is not there.
Me
I don't
too.
know why
Rosenthal, Lowe.
Jacksonville picked our bulldozer running back Snoop Connor.
Okay.
Ole Miss.
He's a bulldozer, man.
Which means in reality, the Cowboys have obviously made the pick, but they're on the clock on TV. So.
Yeah. And we won't get it announced. We'll have to announce it ourselves. And, of course, stick around with us because we will have secret audio and we'll have an interview with the newest Cowboy, whoever they select here at pick number 155. They have not traded any of these 5th round picks.
We feel good that it's offensive linemen.
Yeah.
We said Deaton and Deesh were visitors.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, Let's Go was a combine. Mays was a combine.
Jamari Salyer, something.
Rasheed Walker was a combine.
Here's Dallas's pick. They say it's in. Let's see if they get the announcement on it. It's just pick a 5th round 155, by the way.
It sure is.
Showing the different areas. It looks like we're announcing this in London, England.
Is this
54th pick in the 2022
Jacksonville.
That gave me a heart attack.
Jacksonville Jaguars select Snoop Connor, running back, Mississippi.
Matt, well, let's go.
Dallas.
The official pick is in. We just heard Jacksonville's there, but the Cowboys pick is tackle Matt Waletzko from North Dakota. Not to be confused with North Dakota State. 6'7", 5'8", 312 pounds. Brian, he is a D2 mauler with the best of the terms.
Yeah, like I said, I did 190 players, and that's him. Yeah, right, here we go. And you watch him, he is a left tackle, it looks like to me, getting out in space. That's hard for a big guy like that to get out there. I mean, tall guys usually can't move very well, but this guy looks like when you got him out in space a little bit, here's that angle block right there, able to kind of secure his guy. So, yeah, I mean, being that tall, 312 pounds, but running right at almost 5 flat, you have to be pretty impressive with that. Looks like to me the ball going behind him a couple of different times here. So, good job. I mean, it's so unusual to see these guys that are that tall. Hard for them to move. But, man, it looks like getting away from the line of scrimmage pretty well there, able to kind of wall this guy off and make, the footwork is kind of what you need right there.
Cowboys make their selection at 155. We will hear plenty more about Matt Waletzko. Plus, the Cowboys have 3 more selections here in this 5th round. We've got a busy couple minutes. Let's take a break. More NFL draft coverage coming your way on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. And I assume we're back on the internet side of things. Second team All-American at the FCS level. Third fewest sacks in the FCS was his offensive line in 2021. He did miss the final game of the season due to a shoulder injury. Let's hear Dane Brugler's report on the newest Dallas Cowboy, Matt Waletzko.
Matt Waletzko, offensive tackle, North Dakota, 6'7", 312 pounds. Waletzko has length that cannot be coached along with functional foot body quickness, but he must continue developing his strength and stature before he is ready for live NFL reps. He has legitimate NFL upside, but he will require patience.
Matt Waletzko, NFL upside.
Well, let's you go. In the 5th round, we're talking about the traits, and they've got a lot of picks. I mean, personally, I would have gone another, but this draft has been about them, and it ain't been about me. I'm learning that, and I've learned that these last 3 days, and that's okay. And if, we had Joe Philbin in earlier. It's really when you see these guys that are 6'7". Guy looked like he moved. That was really my first exposure to him right there.
Brian's going to go watch this guy's tape tonight.
Oh, I have to. I absolutely have to. There's so many players you can get through. But yeah, this kid, you listen to Dane talk about the traits, but it's going to take some time there. So, but they did it with Ball. We'll see. They Joe Philbin talked about. We were asking him about Ball and Farniak and those guys, and he's like, man, we had to kick him out of the building and all that. So maybe this is a kid that's going to be kind of the same way. Senior Bowl guy, huh? Is that what we got there, right there? Senior Bowl stuff?
Yeah, he was at the Senior Bowl, yeah.
I know Dane had a 7th on him. I was just texting around. Consensus around the league is this guy was a 4th-round player.
Damn.
Okay.
Wow.
That's what I heard.
Media low.
Yeah, that sounds like
teams
viewed him more as a 4th-round type of player.
That's interesting. You'd have to think the traits are probably what's behind that.
Man, that 86-inch wingspan.
Yeah,
it's massive.
That's good. Like
second longest arms at the combine.
Wow.
It's these tackles, you take them, and they're like, the older they are, the better they are. But he's going to need to get some experience, and I'm sure that they'll work with him. And because you can't be 312 pounds and run 5 flat. That right there is, I think that's pretty rare when you start to talk about players and stuff like that. But it's at least the highlights that I've been able to see here so far, he looks pretty productive getting into his blocks.
I just love, and I know that this and how they think about it, but we're just constantly chasing after what they might do. And for so many years, we've been like, well, Power 5, that's what they do. They draft these guys from these big schools. And
we were in that wrong this year.
They are poking holes in that this year. I've said it more times than I can count. I'm like, why are we talking about an FCS guy? Well, yeah, that's why. That's why we are.
FCS guy just went off the board, by the way. Zion Mccallum, 157 to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Drafted my guy Jalen Darden last year, so they like their small school.
Who did Minnesota take? I'm sorry
guys.
about that.
Jerome Ford.
Okay.
Out of Cincinnati, running back.
Okay.
He's actually another combine meet with the Cowboys. Maybe a late running back potential there. Maybe one of these 5th-round picks could have been Jerome Ford, but ultimately he goes to the Vikings at 156. So now we continue to look ahead. 9 picks away from the Cowboys' next selection, and then it gets quicker. It's 8 picks to their next selection, and then from that one they get 2 picks in 3 tries. So Tyreek Smith, edge rusher, off the board here for Ohio State as he goes to Seattle at 158. You know that guy? Can we make fun of John Snyder here or no?
No, John's doing a fine job.
Okay. Yeah. I wanted to give you the opportunity here.
Nah, we're good.
We're
good. We're good with that one.
I've got a list here of just some of the people that I know they talked to at Combine.
Okay.
And I don't know how many of these guys
Haskins
are left.
did go too.
He did.
Okay.
Yes.
Hassan Haskins? Yeah. Okay, so is Keontae Ingram still on the board?
Yes.
USC. They talked to him. They talked to Abram Smith, the running back from Baylor.
Abram
that
Smith
would be fun.
He would be a fun pick. Just because what he could do on special teams.
Connor Hayward, Michigan State, which he's kind of an H-back.
Mm-hmm.
He was a tight end, but he's probably fullback. He's short. Who else?
Dominic Robinson from Miami, Ohio, like we talked about with Dave earlier.
Chasen Hines. Cade Mays.
Oh, you're just reading off the list. I was going to say, you're stumping for an LSU guy?
No, I'm telling you people I know just from having been out in Indy.
I would
people
be
they
shocked
talk to.
if they let Damon Clark fall past this 5th round. I really do. From what I'm hearing about the fact that they like him, even with the neck injury, they feel like he has a chance to be okay from a medical standpoint. Welcome back to NFL Draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. We are in the middle of the 5th round. The Cowboys have made 5 selections in this year's NFL Draft. Let's run through them while we got an opportunity. The Cowboys have 3 more picks here in the 5th round. They pick in 8 selections. Tyler Smith, offensive guard out of Tulsa with the opening pick in the draft. Sam Williams at pick number 56, edge rusher from Ole Miss. Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver from South Alabama at 88. Jake Ferguson, they go get their tight end at 129 in the 4th round. And then Matt Waletzko, a offensive tackle from North Dakota,
picked here in the 5th round, and that is where we stand at the moment. David Hellman, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, I'm Kyle Yeomans. Glad you're with us. We are looking at the Colts on the clock now. They just made their selection. Missouri State defensive tackle Eric Johnson, selected by Indianapolis here. But we really are, we're closing in on another pick for the Cowboys.
We're going to have a run here where, I mean, they come up in 7 picks, and then they'll pick 3 times in the last, what is that, 12 to 15 spots of the draft, because they go 167, 176, and then again at 178. So it's going to be hectic for a little bit, I would guess.
Some of their targets that at least we thought going off the board early in this 5th round, potentially Tyreek Woolen, corner from UTSA. That one hurt a little bit for both Brian and I. I know we were both big on him. Jerome Ford, running back from Cincinnati. Zion McCallum, cornerback from Sam Houston, goes to the Buccaneers at 157. Tyreek Smith goes 158 to the Seahawks. He's an edge rusher from Ohio State. And then I just mentioned Eric Johnson from Missouri State, and he goes to the Colts at 159. Chargers are on the clock now. Cowboys pick here in 7 selections. I like the way Bobby's thinking, though. Let's look at the breadcrumbs that we've got. That's really all we've got a chance to do right now, because with it being so close together, all these picks jumbled up, it really doesn't allow a great read. It's basically just whoever they want to pull up in the room and whoever they feel best about amongst a group of players, right, Brian?
No, I think you're absolutely right about that. It's you're looking for the traits. Again, the tackle that they just took, 6'7", 312, runs about 5 flat. That's that kind of stuff. Length, that's something you don't get to teach that. So you feel like, well, hey, we have a high enough grade. The line coach, obviously, he was on board. He was happy about that. The scouts, the cross checkers, all that. His tape, to me, just watching that little bit I got to see, it's pretty impressive for a guy that big, that size, to be able to move the way he does. So maybe they can work with that.
Check this out. His relative athletic score is going around Twitter right now, and I know that doesn't mean everything, but it's
something.
It's an indicator of how athletic you are. Yeah. He's at a 9.96 out of 10.
Yeah.
He's out of 1,200 tackles that have ranked since 1987. He's 6th on the list. So he's athletic. I'm fine taking a gamble on a guy with traits like that in the 5th round.
Yeah, I wish I would have taken a chance to take a peek at him, with those numbers and stuff like that. But like I say, the little clips I got to see of him right there, was pretty impressive.
So now that we're looking at some of these players left on the board, the Chargers take Otito Ogbonia from UCLA.
Yeah,
player.
He is I liked him as you're talking about a guy that like that one technique. A player, this draft actually has some of those guys that we've been able to talk about. He's initially, he's very, as a one take, super active. He does a really good job with the quickness off the snap. There's several plays where you see him playing on the offensive side of the ball. He could be hard to handle with that first surge. He's got the power to beat up on centers that aren't ready for him. So he could be disruptive for his size. He can get to the outside. He can clean up plays. I was watching the LSU game. He was running all the way to the edge to make a tackle out on the sideline. So
my initial impression of Zion Johnson was not positive, because at the Senior Bowl, you and Jeff were like, get eyes on this Zion Johnson guy. He seems like a dude. And I was like, this D tackle from UCLA is kicking his ass. So I don't know, man.
Yeah. He was, I was surprised to see he weighs 324 pounds, and on tape, he doesn't look that big. And so you're like, oh, okay. Moving around that size at 324, I think is pretty impressive.
I actually, if you look at some of the tape that he had with Osa Odigizua, he played a season with Osa Odigizua. I would like to, one of the things that I talked about was his run defense. I kind of liked him as a late round fit for the Cowboys. I'm kind of on Brian's train now about the Ridgeway, because Ogbonia is off the board. If he would have lasted to one of these picks, I would have loved to see him reunited with Osa Odigizua, because I think he's good against the run. He gets off his blocks for the most part. He doesn't move people. He doesn't fill multiple gaps. He's more of just a let me get there guy, and that's kind of the way he's done it as a nose tackle. And I think that's why he fell, because his strength isn't there as some of the top nose tackles in this draft, like Travis Jones from UConn and guys like that up at the top of the class. fast, but still somebody that I think could provide an impact in a rotation. So now we've got Ogbonnia off the board. It's the Saints, the Broncos, the Titans, the Raiders, Vikings,
I appreciate
Bears,
you enunciating
Cowboys.
that T there. Titans.
Tighten up, baby.
I just wind up saying Titans all the time.
I do too, but also
my dad gives me. He's like, it's a boat. You pronounce the T.
Titans.
I'm like, no, man, it's a boat. It's a boat. Sorry.
Your dad's a doctor and you're a writer.
Good point.
This is
so disappointed in me.
This is kind of. I was just looking at Matt Willetsko's.
No, he's not. My dad
That was so sad.
No, he's not. My dad is very proud of me.
I was just looking at
I
Matt.
have a story about that real quick.
Oh, God.
Not about your dad. Do we have time?
Can we
here we go. My gosh, the
Hey,
Saints.
good
All
player.
right.
That hurts, Dave.
That's a pet cat for sure.
You got a report on him?
No, I don't write reports. Y'all write reports.
Got a report on him.
I just say, literally,
Kyle.
the way I do this is say, oh, yeah, I like that guy. Or, I don't know if I like that guy so much.
Well, you talked about Zion Johnson getting blown up by Otito Ogbonnia throughout the Senior Bowl. DeMarco Jackson was blowing up anybody that came his way. Coming off of that second level, some of the most fierce fight intensity, tenacity that you have off the second level. He was that guy. Sunbelt Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
Only player in the FBS with 200 tackles and 25 tackles for loss over the last 2 years. Only player. Talk about getting to the football. He did that. DeMarco Jackson out of Appalachian State to 161 and a New Orleans Saints. I want to hear your report on him here in a second, Brian, but we have secret audio from our newest Dallas Cowboy, Matt Willetsko from North Dakota. Here he is on the line.
Hey, Matt, this is Jerry Jones with the Dallas Cowboys, and we want to put a star on that helmet.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Well, sitting around a room here, and you've had a lot of great observation, a lot of great evaluation, and boy, I'll tell you what, we all love football in here, so I envy you to think about the player you can be and getting to take off on this journey in the NFL. And boy, if you'll work, which they say you will, you could have a heck of a career here. So we're excited about having you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Well, listen, I want to hand the phone over here to Mike McCarthy, your coach, and then we'll let you talk to Coach Philbin, your position coach. But here's Mike.
Matt, how you doing? Mike McCarthy.
Good. How you doing, Coach?
Hey, congratulations. This is awesome. Can't tell you how excited we are to have you part of our football team, and obviously you're coming to a great organization. So, are you home with family, or where are you right now?
Yeah, I'm back home with all my family and friends. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Well, you can hear the excitement for you. So, you're a great add to our O-line room and to our locker room. So, congrats, and I'll see you when you get down here, my friend. Okay.
Thank you so much, Coach.
You bet. You bet. Here, I'm going to put Coach Joe Philbin on here. Congrats.
Matt, Joe Philbin, how you doing?
Good. How you doing, Coach?
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Who would have thought? I remember last Saturday I told you I might be calling you in a week, and man, I'm ecstatic about this. This is awesome.
Yeah, me too. I can't wait.
Yeah, you with your family?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, the journey's just about to begin, but there's no better place to be a professional football player than Dallas, Texas, with the Dallas Cowboys. It's an incredible organization. Can't wait to get started working with you, and man, it's going to be great. It's going to be great.
Yeah, I can't wait, Coach. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Step one, we're going to start at step 1. We're going to go to step 99, and we're not going to skip any steps. And the whole way, we're going to be right there together. And, man, that you're available at this point in time. You got some traits that are rare, exceptional. And now we got to put it all together. You follow me? You're not going to be perfect day one, but we're going to get better every day and enjoy the journey. And, man, I'm excited as hell. So congratulations to you and your family. Enjoy this time together. And you get down there, get ready to tighten up your cleats and buckle up your chin strap, and we'll get to work.
Yes, sir. I can't wait, Coach. Thank you so much.
There's the secret audio. Matt Willetsko from North Dakota, selected in the 5th round of this year's NFL Draft. Emotional on the phone. It was a fun phone call with him, Jerry Jones, Mike McCarthy, and Joe Philbin. And now we get to have a phone call with him here on the Draft Show and 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Matt, first off, congratulations. Welcome to Cowboys Nation. You sounded like you were a little emotional on the phone. Describe the emotions of this moment for you.
Yeah, I definitely was. Just because it's a childhood dream come true, and just being able to play for America's team. It's such an honor, and just to be able to be picked by such a prestigious organization. It's unbelievable.
Congratulations, Matt. I'm just curious. We heard Coach Philbin talking to you on that call as well. He mentioned that he talked to you last week about how he was hoping he'd be calling you again. If I'm not mistaken, they talked to you at the Combine. I'm just kind of curious what your contact with the Cowboys has looked like during this pre-draft process and what they've been talking to you about.
Yeah, actually, they were one of my formal interviews at the Combine. So I ended up meeting Coach McCarthy and the assistant O-line coach there. And then from there on, I talked to, Philbin last week, Coach Philbin, and it's just been great.
Matt, we're kind of studying. They're playing the highlights of you, of your college stuff and like that. You appear to have, for a very tall guy, a very nasty, mean streak. I see a big-time finisher on my tape here. Is that something you really pride yourself on?
Yeah, I'm really big on, playing nasty, especially at the line position, and just, being able to finish guys. I think that's what this position is all about, and definitely take pride in that.
When you first had contact with the Cowboys, was that something that they had really alluded to you, that they liked the way that you're built and some of the projection that you could have at the NFL level?
Yeah, even talking with Coach Philbin and some of the other coaches, they just love, my traits that I have, like my athleticism, my long arms, and they believe in me that I'll, play in this league for a long time, and just going to be more thankful.
Now, are you with family? You having a party? What's the whole situation like up there?
Yeah, I'm with family and some close friends. Just having a little party and just celebrate now.
Well, congratulations. Have fun. Enjoy this moment. We look forward to seeing you in Cowboys Nation very soon.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
There he goes. Matt, well, let's go. North Dakota offensive tackle and newest Dallas Cowboy, but not the newest Dallas Cowboy for long because they're on the clock in 3 picks. We just had a trade. The Rams are on the clock now at 164. Then it's the Vikings and the Bears.
Got a text from somebody.
Uh-oh.
Said they're stunned. Well, let's go was there in the 5th. That's just consensus. People are like,
I feel bad. I didn't look at him. Yeah.
The league, apparently, just from what I'm getting the sense, the league thinks this was really good value for them in the 5th.
That's fun.
Good deal.
Seriously,
just a little bit you watch him, a guy that big, 6'7", the way, 312 pounds, running 5 flat, moving the way he does, gets on the outside. I'm watching him finish. I'm watching him get to second level. There's guys that have far, far less traits, as Joe was talking about, Coach Philbin, than this guy. And, that's the great thing about it. If you can go out and find guys that you feel like that, hey, I can work with you, I can make this. They felt like they got something with Smith, with him. There's traits. That's size, that's length, that's mass, that's all that stuff. Think about the linemen they've added to this thing. Those are like 2 big guys. You talk about big guys. Yeah, exactly.
Is that a shift for them with the offensive line? Because you talk about Steele and the Smith pick, and we see this one, just to go so heavy in the direction of like traits guys with the last few offensive linemen they've brought in here.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a shift. I think that they realized for 8 games last year they weren't very good moving the football, and running the ball. And maybe it's a little bit more about getting a little bit nastier up front.
I think
a little bit more of an edge.
I think it's also interesting, and Joe Philbin kind of really briefly touched on it when we were talking to him, but the idea of clean slates, raw guys that you can come in here and you can bring them up the way you want to be. And I think they thought there was value in that with Terrence Steele, and I think they've seen how that has gone, and it makes sense that they're trying to go like, hey, let's find these guys with traits and just turn them into players.
It's funny to think about. Like, Brian, you brought it up when Joe was in here. Everybody was way down on Terrence Steele.
No, I give him credit for that. I really do.
So now he's got, oh my God, everybody in that O-line room other than Zach and Tyron are young players.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how well they develop those guys.
What about some of those defensive tackles, Brian? A couple of them are still sticking around.
Yeah,
John Ridgway from Arkansas, Haskell Garrett, Ohio State.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing about it is, they're okay. Now let's think about this. They're hunting traits. We're looking at guys that are long, guys that are 6'7", guys that are run 5 flat. I mean, if you want to talk about looking at profiles, and the Rams just took our running back from Notre Dame,
Kyron Williams. Board.
But yeah, the thing I think right now that they're trying to get maybe a little bit bigger team. When you look at the situation. I'm not talking about the tight end. I mean, the tight end's a good sized guy, but a better athletes. I mean, they're talking about athletic guys is what they're looking at in their draft so far. So
I mean, they talked last year about how they weren't fat. They didn't have enough team speed.
Yeah,
and they went. I mean, they got Micah Parsons, which not everybody's Micah Parsons, but it does wonders for your team speed when you put a guy like that on the field.
Couple guys that had some team speed relative to their position that they brought in for 30 visits. Devin Harper from Oklahoma State, 4.4 940. He had a 1.59 split, which is both of which in the top percentile, not the top percentile, but a top part of the class. Deron Bland from Fresno State, cornerback, 6 foot, 197 pounds. He ran a 4.46 and had a 155 10-yard split. Good vertical, good cone. Shuttle was okay, I guess you could say. But overall, those are some guys that you can maybe keep your eye on here. I like Ridgway. Dawson Deaton, I don't know if you would triple dip at.
I thought he was more of a 6th round guy myself. Yeah, he was a little bit, they brought him in. I mean, he's an athlete. There's no question about that. But I kind of felt like that was a little bit of that would be a little bit. If you picked him now, with some others on the board, again, it's their board, not my board.
Yeah.
But I would say that would be a little early for me.
The one thing about Dawson Deaton is you may be able to get him as an undrafted free agent because he's from Frisco. He lives in Frisco. I mean, that may be a talking point there.
And they will use those visits to set up recruiting for undrafted free agents.
Hey, Brian.
Yes, sir.
What would happen if you I'm talking day 3. I'm talking here in the less important rounds. What would happen if the guy you were drafting didn't pick up the phone? What would you do?
It happened. It happened to me one time. We were in Green Bay, and who's my guy? From Virginia Tech, Freeman, and Antonio Freeman. He went to the movies, and this is before cell phones. So we were we drafted him not knowing if he was even alive.
Let's take a break before this pick. We got to get it in. Okay. We got to talk about it. The Cowboys coming up in a couple selections. We'll be right back on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
You took that to
back here on the internet side.
We're still here. We don't ever go anywhere. You took that to a really dark place, Kyle Shanahan.
No, that's
just he could have been dead.
No, it's true. But this was before when Duck was taken. It was one of those things where you're the player wasn't picking up, and they give you 2 or 3 phone landlines to call, and he wasn't. We didn't have cell phones. And he went to the movies.
But y'all turned the card in.
We turned the card in anyway, and then when we got done with the movies, he found out he got drafted by the Packers.
And this is that. I guess that's my question. Is this is. It's just customary and nice to call the guy, right? If he didn't answer the phone, you'd still turn the card.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and
as long as
Sam Williams said
he was alive.
Sam Williams said yesterday that Dan Quinn was texting him going, "Answer your phone," because he's like, "I'm sitting right here. My phone didn't ring."
That would happen to me. I get y'all have all called me at home at some point in time. Yeah. I get the worst reception at home. I would be so screwed if that happened to me.
We need another coach to tip the pick here. Can we get War Room Cam? Because we're getting close. I need to see what coach is going to waddle in there.
Trying to figure it out.
Had the coaches figured out to get on camera though that help us out there?
Thank you, Bamer.
Walk into the middle of the room.
Asezi Otomewo, by the way, defensive end, potential target for the Cowboys, off the board at 165. That's my final mock draft guy. I got both guys yesterday. Nobody today, unfortunately, but that's okay. Defensive end off the board, and then you've got the Bears on the clock at the moment. Then it's followed by the Cowboys.
Bears have had a pretty good draft for not having a first-round pick, I believe.
Yeah, Will Dialing.
That first-round pick is Justin Fields.
Who's in the back stretching there? Like it's
That's Shy.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
Shy. Will's got his hand ready to dial.
You think it was coach?
I just like what's going on back there. We got a trade.
Cowboys are on the
Bengals.
clock.
The Bengals
Popped up there. What are they going to do?
Ravens.
Your Bengals.
My Bengals. What do they do? The Bengals never traded. What are we doing?
What do you can't believe it?
Oh, this is good. There's like a lot of great players still on that board. Look at Daniel Jeremiah's board. Those are some quality names on that board. But
Beavers, Smith, Castro Fields.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see what the Cowboys do here. It's going to be interesting. We're going to get it on the radio side, but the Cowboys are officially on the clock, and we'll talk about it right after this. Jerry Jones is on the phone as the Cowboys are making their fifth-round selection at pick number 167 in the 2022 NFL Draft. Glad you're with us on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Cincinnati has had their pick selected, and we are awaiting the announcement of the Bengals pick, but the Cowboys are officially on the clock, and Jerry Jones on the phone. They look pretty happy here. We're trying to figure out who this could be. There's a bunch of really good names. There are some value players that are slipping, plus the Cowboys have 3 picks. Well, in the span of 12 selections.
Oh.
Yeah, this is going to be fun.
Tyson Anderson, safety from Toledo, to the Bengals at 166.
Nice player.
Now it's the Cowboys selection. They've double-dipped at offensive line already. They feel like they have great value. Bobby Belt reported that a moment ago. Good value with Matt Waletzko.
Well, the league believes that. That's from multiple teams.
So even better.
Just throw some darts.
Now who do they go select?
I wonder if this is the Arkansas guy. Everybody's kind of happy about what's going on. With,
maybe
they're joking around.
Yeah, they're like, Pig Suey, woo, Razorback. They're doing that number maybe in there. We'll see.
I think that was basically just live footage right there. That was hacking into the
I'm surprised nobody has the plastic Arkansas helmet on.
How about the foam?
Dan Quinn's going to jump on this bad boy. Yeah, so defensive player. Think about it.
Could be D-line then too. Could be Ridgeway.
John Ridgeway the third. Are we going back to a defensive tackle again?
I tell you, that South Carolina kid's still on the board though too. I don't know if there's something going on there, with that, but. They're all clapping. This is probably the defensive tackle from Arkansas. That'd be my guess.
If it is, it has been so long since the Cowboys have selected an Arkansas
running back,
Razorback.
Right?
It was Felix Jones. Even Britt Brown giving some handshakes.
Oh, look, when Jerry's getting a handshake and Steven, those are the Arkansas alums.
Oh,
Jerry
man.
Jr. went to SMU, so he's like patting him on the back.
Guys.
They finally drafted a guy.
I don't actually
They finally
care about
drafted an Arkansas guy. Yeah, here we go. This is what this is all about. Get
all right,
ready.
here's the selection at pick 167.
Is this West Coast though?
We do see our West Coast guy in there, don't we?
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Darren Bland.
Yeah, that's West Coast.
If we would have had 30 more seconds.
That was just when the West Coast scout walked out there. I was like, oh, no, wait, this is on the
Darren
West.
Bland. All right.
Deron Bland, Fresno State cornerback out of Modesto, California.
I read the room wrong there for sure.
We were talking about team speed, Brian. We were, and I brought up Bland as a 30-visit guy who brings team speed. 4.46 40.
Yeah.
He has good cones. He has good shuttle. Transfer from Sacramento State. First team All Big Sky. Competed in track and field. Finished 5th in the 60-meter dash in 2019, and he started 9 games for the Bulldogs. And what did we talk about small schools, David Hellman?
Guys,
did you get one right?
I got 2 right. I forgot that I mocked Ferguson the other day. Go me.
Get up there.
What did you
Dave
like
Hellman.
about the guy?
I'm not a total idiot. What did I like about the guy?
Why'd you mock him?
Because they liked him.
Oh, you knew that?
If you do your job the right way, you kind of know some names. You're like, oh, okay, they like this this West Coast kid. I don't know anything about him as a player. I just know that they like him.
Let's hear Dane's report really quickly before we get to Bobby here in a second. This is what Dane had to say about the newest Dallas Cowboy, Deron Bland, cornerback from Fresno State.
Deron Bland, cornerback, Fresno State, 6 foot 197 pounds. Bland has only average hips and will lose his feel for the route at times, but his length, speed, and toughness are desirable traits for the NFL to develop.
He's traits.
Yeah, that's what it is. You know, the guy's over 6 foot. He's 197 pounds. You know, the 4.4, 4.5 speed right there. I mean, that to me, you know, that's you mentioned the kid gets his hands on the ball and stuff like that. I like the ball skills with this kid. I like the way he's covered. I like his size. To be honest with you, I'm super. You know, don't give me the shorter. Even though my short guy, the Marcus Jones kind of guy who went a lot earlier. If you're going to do that, go for some guys with traits. This guy's got the ideal height and weight to play corner, plus that speed at 4.46 will give you a lot.
First Cowboys selection that was not a combine invite. Were you going to say something prior to the scouting report there, Bobby?
I was just going to say that, like, before Bland popped up as a visitor, like his name had come up. Like just I know that, like, and not just here with Dallas, just in general, like teams talking about, like, hey, this guy's intriguing. Like the traits are there. He's really, really interesting. So, you know, I just think that there's been buzz about him around league circles and scouting circles before he even popped up as a visitor.
Interesting to think about because of the traits, because of the selection.
We're going traits heavy as all.
Yeah, we really are right now.
And
yes,
with no regard as to the school too. By the way.
Yeah, I know Will McClay is not worried about making my life more difficult, but he is, because I love to just write certain schools off. Not so much Fresno State, but certainly North Dakota. Now I'm just like, well, guess I can't.
Well, they busted all those myths.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
They're
but those
us
kids
to
need to
shove
come in and play. You know, they need to come in and play, and you know, we'll see. That's the thing when you get into this draft. You know, they have a great advantage of, you know, bringing these kids in, talking to them, visiting with them, getting an idea. You know, about Joe Philbin again. We had a coach come in and talk about meeting with Smith and all that, and how that all plays out. So, yeah, I mean that's the great thing. I seriously, I thought the Arkansas kid was going to get taken there. The way everybody was reacting,
everybody looked really
like Jerry and Steven were kind of like, I thought, man, they got their Arkansas guy right there. But hey, that's reading the room. But good job for Bland coming in here. Like I say, he's a good looking kid physically, no question.
We're usually pretty good at reading the War Room, Cam. We can usually hit it pretty spot on.
I don't think we're crazy for thinking Ridgeway is in play here. And again, the fun thing about this is they'll be on the clock again in like 15 minutes.
No, it was funny because Dan Quinn talking to him specifically. It's not
He's
just
a
the
D-line
coordinator,
guy.
but you're the D-line
Yeah.
guy. Like I said, it was tough because just as soon as they come to the mic, it's like, you see the West Coast scout coming. It's like,
That's
rat.
so-
Ross Winchie, their West
Ross
Coast scout,
Winchie's,
walked into
yeah.
the frame, and I was like, that's the tip-off. That we could have known if he walked in just a little bit earlier.
Gosh.
We probably would have looked at our Bland probably would have popped up.
Which going back to what Klein was telling us at the beginning of the show, I love that thought of you're just sort of sitting there waiting to hear something, and then the bigwigs are like, "Get down here, we're taking your guy. Come on, let's go."
You think it almost feels like for them, like the process of the players walking out of the green room, like my name, and I got it with you get the call, here I go, we're getting my guy.
Those guys like to play it cool, but it's got to be a thrilling feeling when a guy that you've been on for months winds up being the pick. I think Cheeto Awuzie was one of Ross's guys as well.
Midwest, Colorado.
Yeah, and when the organization spends a big pick on a guy that you like, it's a big deal for sure.
And you think about Nashawn Wright last year as well, top 100 pick for Oregon State. I mean, that's a West Coast guy as well. Here's the Bears selection at 168 on the clock.
Winning Chicago Bears select Braxton Jones, tackle, Southern Utah, bear down.
Yes! Fantastic.
Finally, Braxton Jones is off the board. I really liked him out of Southern Utah.
I did too. And let me write his name down. I'll give you a little scouting report.
He was a heads-up guy for me back last summer. That was one of the names that it's that was like when I've talked about reaching out and trying to find out about names like, hey, who's somebody that was just named here's a guy you can keep an eye on.
I liked him. I called the Tarleton Texans game against Southern Utah at Globe Life Park. And, I mean, going into it, having the conversation with that coaching staff, forgive me, I can't remember the coach's name from Southern Utah, but he was all over Braxton Jones. He is one of the best players they've ever had in their program's history. I mean, he was the best player in the Big Sky. If they could give a Player of the Year award to an offensive tackle, he would probably have won it, but they ultimately didn't do that.
I bet you didn't know the Southern Utah, they're named the Eagles.
by the way.
Thunderbirds.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
y'all are all wonderful. Like, you like him. You've been on him. You were on him last summer. I didn't know Southern Utah was a school.
I didn't watch him. I just was told.
They're the Thunderbirds, though, Brian.
I thought it said the. Oh, maybe I typed Eagles. Looking at, I thought
Which I think is a
Thunderbirds. Okay, I was
fantastic
named for the previous guy. That was like, I'm sorry about that. But yeah, he's a different built guy. I would call him high cut, which means he's got a short upper body and real long legs. So that would be high cut in scouting world. He plays in a 2-point stance. He tends to catch blocks, especially when it comes to his pass blocking. The rushers will get right on top of him, and he'll do his best to sit down, but it doesn't always happen. Would be a little concerned about his technique if the NFL with rushers might get underneath him and walk him back into the quarterback. But he tends to get away with this in that Big Sky. So keep an eye on that in the pros. Movement is good away from the line, not great. He doesn't have initial quickness or snap to that game, but he gets really close as a run blocker and does a good job of getting his hands inside to get that push in the running game, keeps his feet moving. And I kind of see him as a wall and shield guy when you watch him play.
Vikings select Ty Chandler out of North Carolina, running back at pick number 169. Another running back off the board. Still no Isaiah Spiller. Oh, no, he did.
I was like, that would be
absurd. Yeah, my bad. I still am catching up on a lot of my names.
It happens when you get in this draft. You start losing track of who's there and who's not.
Cowboys, this is where it gets fun, everybody. We've got 6 picks till the Cowboys select twice in 3 different tries. They go 176, and then the Lions at 177, and then back to the Cowboys at 178.
Now I'm like, so now I started the draft. I was like, second round's way too high for Damon Clark. There's no way you would do that. Then I was like, fourth still feels a little rich to me. Then they've taken some interesting traits, guys. And now I'm sitting here like,
take him.
Damon Clark's a hell of a player and would be a second or third round pick if he was healthy. And if he's still hanging around with one of those picks, I would draft him. That's what I would do.
I think I'm with you.
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
No.
Bobby just doesn't like me.
No, he went to LSU.
Yeah. Player 238 on your board or whatever it was, right?
I think it was like 292 something
yeah,
like
that's
that.
what it was. Let's hear the secret audio from the most recent Cowboys draft pick, Deron Bland out of Fresno State, who was on the line with Jerry Jones in the Cowboys front office.
Deron, Jerry Jones.
How you doing, Coach?
Hey, I'm doing great, and of course, how's it feel to put that star on that helmet?
Good.
Well, I'll tell you what, I want to congratulate you. Really proud for you, and you got a lot of support in this room. And so I want to let you know that, but main thing is congratulations. You're in the NFL, and you're a Dallas Cowboy.
Thank you.
Okay. Hey, here's your coach. Here's your coach, Mike McCarthy. Here's your coach.
Deron, hey, congratulations.
Appreciate it, Coach.
Hey, where are you right now?
I'm back home.
Okay, awesome. Well, obviously, we had a great visit with you, and I can't tell you how excited everybody is to have you part of this. So enjoy this moment. This is a special moment, and you know what we're all about here. We had the time to visit. So once again, give us a call if you need anything. Congrats.
We'll do. Thank you.
There it is, Deron Bland, corner from Fresno State. Let's take a break. The Cowboys pick looming, not only just one Cowboys pick, but a couple. We'll have it when we come back on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
Who did the Texans take?
Tegan Quitoriano. Quitoriano, tight end from Oregon State.
Okay.
That's a new one.
I had him earlier than this.
Did you?
No, I have no idea who that
I was about to say Bobby's full of crap.
About to say this is where we get into troll territory.
I was not totally prepared to jump on day 3 until last week. So
I agree. Honestly, I think you've done a fantastic job. That's not an easy thing to do.
I'm gonna be, like I said, I'm gonna be trying to cover more. What does the league think? And
I love that. That's something we haven't necessarily gotten the chance. I mean, Dane, of course, did that, but of course, with Dane not here, we
Dane
need
is
that.
He's inhuman. He's
phenomenal.
He starts after the Memorial Day, so
here we go.
Luke Wattenberg.
This is great job.
Luke Wattenberg from Washington goes to the Broncos at 171. Let me recap the picks following Deron Bland real quickly. The Cowboys take him at 167. Braxton Jones, offensive tackle from Southern Utah, goes to the Bears at 168. Vikings take Ty Chandler, running back from North Carolina. Tegan Cotoriano from Oregon State, tight end, goes to the Texans at 170, and then the Broncos at 171 take Luke Wattenberg, center from Washington. UW Huskies represented.
It's interesting. I mean, there's all these names on this board again, and this is where you get the point in time in the draft where you're like, okay, you're missing something, but if you are missing something, if it's medical, is it the time to like grab one of these guys? You mentioned, I think the fans out there would be totally okay if they took the LSU linebacker right now. That's kind of where I
would be ecstatic with it.
Yeah.
I really would. I know you guys have your reserves.
Well, is he going to play? I mean, that's the thing about it.
My only reserve with him is that he's not healthy. I think he's a fantastic player.
Yeah. But also, I mean, I'm in the business of drafting healthy players right now. I'm in the business.
Good point. In the 5th round?
Yes.
We're not getting.
Well, but here's the deal.
Looking for day one contributors.
No,
right now.
but I mean, if I think the Cowboys really think so far today they're getting value above where they're picking, and so I mean, if you're getting value like that, are you wanting to use up any of them on, injury concerns? If you've got guys that we've got a 4th round player sitting here, I don't necessarily want to get a medical redshirt guy.
It's the 5th round. Like it's not Jalen Smith.
All right, Dave. Screw me. Okay.
We're just not talking about that type of pick.
I know. I'm just
we're
relax.
talking about
just
a guy.
relax.
I know. But we're talking about guys that even if healthy might not get a jersey on game day.
Simi Fehoko was 179 last year, just for reference. And then 2 years ago, 179 was Bradley Anai. And look how those last two turned out.
I would rather...
Bradley Anai was a great pick. At least we thought so.
If I'm drafting a guy who might not play this year, give me the guy with the upside to be way better than where he was drafted. I'm fine with that.
Samuel Womack from Toledo. Corner goes to the 49ers at 172. Now we are 3 selections away. It's the Giants on the clock, followed by the Bears and the Raiders, followed by your Dallas Cowboys.
Position of Womack played, I'm sorry? Cornerback.
Yes, sir.
From where again?
Toledo.
Thank you.
Let's reset the board a little bit. The Cowboys have 3 selections in between them and 176, and then they pick again at 178. So 2 Dallas Cowboys picks on the horizon here in the 5th round as we finish up the 5th round of coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Ty Chandler, running back from North Carolina, goes at 169 to the Vikings. The Texans take the tight end out of Oregon State, Tegan Quitoriano. Then Luke Wattenberg, offensive lineman from Washington, goes to the Broncos at 171. And then Samuel Womack, corner from Toledo, to the San Francisco 49ers. It's the Giants, Bears, Raiders, Dallas Cowboys at 176. Glad you're with us. Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, David Hellman. I'm Kyle Yeomans. And David, on the internet side of things, you were talking about Damon Clark as a possibility here of somebody they would take. John Ridgway III is still there as well from Arkansas. We thought maybe he was the selection at 167. We got juked out by the War Room Cam. If you had a preference, are you going Damon Clark? Are you going John Ridgway? You may end up with both guys because you picked twice.
I mean, that's the beauty of it. Once you make this pick at 170, what is it? It's 176. You only got to wait one more pick, and then you get another one. So maybe it's those 2 guys, but regardless, whoever you don't pick, you got a great shot of him falling that one more spot to you. But I was saying, and I know I catch flack for this because of where the guy went to school, but Damon Clark, second-team All-America. He's a big...
About to slug you, Bobby.
He's a big athletic linebacker.
Dave might take it, but I'm not.
Thank you, Brian. You're close enough to punch him. So. Second-team All-American. He's big athletic, not like freaky athletic, but athletic. He had 6 sacks last year. He was maybe even if he falls like the way Jabril Cox did, he's still a 4th round pick at worst, but probably better. Like I think he's probably a top 100 pick if he's healthy.
I had him in the 2nd round, but I didn't put him on my board. When I found out the medical, there were 2 guys I took off the board. I took him and then I took the Michigan guy off the board because I didn't know. I mean, I didn't want to be one of those things like you put him in there in your top. And then it throws off your order of your stack and stuff like that. Because I figured they're not going to play this year.
And there's some risk. He had surgery on his spine. But when you're talking about late in the 5th round, I mean, even if healthy, some of these guys are going to have a hard time having roles as rookies. And if that's the case, give me the guy with the highest upside.
If this is the traits draft, which it seems like it's really starting to be, the traitsiest guy that sticks out to me right now is that Virginia Tech edge rusher, Amari Barno.
Yeah, that, I was just about to ask about
but
that.
His film is rough.
But man,
his traits are there.
Yeah, you look. I mean, he is long. No, seriously. I mean, you would watch the tape and you go, "Is that the same player?"
Yeah.
I mean, but man, Bobby's not wrong. I mean, the guy can run. He's long. I don't know. Maybe
he gets talked about.
See, that's the problem is people look at the tape and they're going, "There's no way that guy plays that way."
Look, 6'4.5".
Oh, I know.
34-inch arms. That's going to fit Quinn's measurables.
I would rather go
4.36, 40, 37 vertical, 10-11 broad.
Give me Dominique Robinson's traits over Amari Barno, though, in terms of what he could bring to the table. I know Barno, a 4.36 40 is nuts for a guy like that. I understand, but man,
It's basically what Micah did.
It is
about the same weight, about the same speed.
Micah had good tape, though.
No, I know. I'm just saying it's about the same traits, though, in terms of athletically.
Kingsley Enagbare is still there too.
Why? I know. That's got to be injury.
I've got to. His tag is just like blinking at me right now, and I'm like, I don't even want to look at it anymore.
It's disgusting.
Well, no, it is because that's the problem you have. You put these guys in order that you think how they play on tape, and then something knocks them out. Oh, he's got a midfoot problem, or he doesn't have a. He doesn't have a bone in his shin, or and you're like, that just kills you for these when you're trying to stack this the right way for everybody out there. You're like saying, hey, who should they take?
There's Dominique Robinson right there.
There
off the board. So now I don't have to worry about it. Taken by the Bears, edge rusher out of Miami, Ohio, at pick number 174. Dave liked him too. I wasn't alone on that one.
That was the first thing I said. When we interviewed, we got to do interviews with the front office guys at the Senior Bowl, and it was like after the first day of practice, and I went up to Will and I was like, I like this Miami, Ohio kid. And I mean, Will's not going to give anything to me anyway, but he basically was like, yeah, okay, shut up.
Did he really?
I mean, he was like, we're going to do this interview. He just doesn't. He didn't want to.
Doesn't care.
He didn't have time for you?
No, he doesn't.
He's probably
have time
hungover. Okay, hey, the thing about it is that this guy will play. I mean, he'll play with his hand down, or he'll play in a 2-point stance. And there's some initial quickness off the ball. There's some snap when he's gaining some ground with that first step. And there's others time where he gets a little bogged down. Yeah. I thought he had a little bit better success rushing the passer against Central Michigan than he did against Minnesota. And it might be because those Minnesota guys are huge. He goes, the coaches like to try and put him in and move him around in order to free him up. I didn't think he had much success really rushing that way. He tended to get stuck attempting to find spots to rush, but I didn't feel like he had a great feel for that. So I thought he was a little bit of a hit and miss as a player right there.
Exceptionally raw, and part of that was because he played a different position in 2020.
And not the one that you would think.
Nope, he played wide receiver and he transitioned
wild.
to edge rusher in 2020. So, I mean, he's raw. I'm right there with you. But in terms of kind of going back to what Bobby was talking about, 6'4", 250 pounds, and then the traits, he did not run a great 40, but his vertical was the best in the edge rusher class. His broad jump was second best in the edge rusher class, and so with his shuttle. So, overall, definitely a guy to keep an eye on. Also a guy to keep an eye on, Deron Bland out of Fresno State, cornerback, joins us here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Deron, how's it going, man? Explain this moment. Congratulations, you're a Dallas Cowboy.
Thank you. I can't really explain this moment right now. It's everything to me right now. Yeah, I can't really put this into words.
You sound like you're just emotional about the situation. What is that wait like? I mean, none of us in this room have experienced the wait that you've had to go through, but you're a talented football player. You kind of go through all the workouts and everything about this. When you finally get selected, I mean, is it just like such a relief?
Yeah, it's such a relief. You've been working for this like all your life pretty much. I started playing football since I was like 7 years old. I mean, this journey has been a lot, especially since like my uncle's not here.
one I really dedicate my journey to.
Sure.
So it's been a lot, and it means everything.
Congrats, Duron. I'm just curious. We saw Dan Quinn on the phone with you there when you were picked. We know from covering the Cowboys, he's a very hands-on coach. He's very involved in this type of process. How much have you had a chance to get to know him at all during this pre-draft cycle? What's your relationship like with your new DC?
It was a good relationship. I met him my visit. Cowboys was my first visit, so it was a good relationship from the beginning. So yeah.
What kind of player would you describe yourself as? What kind of strengths do you bring to the table, and what an NFL team's going to have to worry about with you?
I say my strength is my man coverage, how I'm able to just kind of just stay sticky on my man and everything. Also, I also love how, like, I think I can play good in in zone coverage too, and also I like to tackle, so I feel like I bring a lot.
Well, we're excited to have you, Duron. Thanks so much for taking some time with us. Congratulations. Enjoy this. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
There he goes, Duron Bland, corner from Fresno State. The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock as his newest teammate will about to be announced here in a couple of minutes. By the way, brought to you by Miller Lite, the Cowboys being on the clock. Here's the Raiders selection at 175, and then we're going to break down the war room here in a couple of moments.
Great English teacher at Brian and Terry Graham Middle School in North Las Vegas. Marshawn is a sports and fitness teacher at Nevada Prep Charter School in Las Vegas and serves as chairman for the Nevada Public Charter School Network Intervention for Black and Latino males. Kara Brumfield and Marshawn Winters.
On behalf of the teachers of the city of Las Vegas, for their wonderful partnership with us through Character Playbook. Thank you so much.
I'm about to get out of this.
I thought you were trying to get my attention.
No. I really don't care about the Raiders selection at 175. I want to talk about the Cowboys here.
It's day 3. Like, why are we doing a 5-minute selection on day 3?
I'm so excited. I love when the War Room cam comes up. I'm just like, who's going to just appear from the shadows and tip it off?
We haven't had really any tip at the moment. Jerry Jones is on the phone as the Cowboys have made their pick. What are you thinking here, Brian?
I don't have no idea. I really don't. I mean,
I think it's between Clark and Ridgeway for me, honestly.
I thought it was Ridgeway last time, and like I say, I think it's all about the traits. And Bobby threw something interesting out there about the Virginia Tech kid,
Barno.
I thought.
What about that German corner,
Oh,
Marcel Dabo?
I think we're getting a Bayou Bengal, fellas. I think we're.
Is that your call?
Right here.
Putting it in?
Right here.
Oh, yeah?
I think we're
going
getting
to have to
one.
show off the
well,
tattoo
that's
here in a
and
moment.
if that's the case, too, I mean, I thought Ridgeway, Clark, makes a lot of sense. I just couldn't put him on my board. You know, I mean, initially I had him as a second-round grade, and I know I'm an LSU guy, and Dan Quinn. So, yeah, it's a defensive player, but I had him on my board as a second-round grade. And then the injury or the stuff, the information came from the combine, and I was like, okay, man, he is not going to play. I don't want to put him somewhere and then all of a sudden not have it be accurate where he is. But this guy, I think he's got second-round ability if that's the case. I really, really do.
If he recovers well from this injury, I think he'll be a heck of a player.
Matthew Butler goes to Tennessee at 175. They finally made their selection. Defensive tackle from Tennessee to Las Vegas. The Cowboys have made their selection. They were on the clock. Brought to you by Miller Lite. 2 selections and 3 picks. So they can't really celebrate. You got to get right back into it here. And they've made the phone call. Now we're just awaiting the announcement here from the Star in Frisco. Glad you're with us. He's David Hellman, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt. I'm Kyle Yeomans.
We're flying through this thing, man.
It's rolling. It's only 2:30.
So you like really? I mean, we've seen the kid play. I know. Are we thinking about a guy that is it going to be November before we see it? This is something about going forward.
I don't know, but I have heard the prognosis is like 6 months. He had the surgery earlier this spring. I mean, he was top 100 on a lot of.
No, that's what I'm saying. I got my own board.
I'm just gonna say I want to make it clear. I was kidding most of this time.
Yeah.
Because if you look, I think
gonna walk
I
it
think
back now?
No,
No, I'm
because,
kidding.
No,
I
because
know.
I think if you can go look in that Google Drive, sir. I think that was the very first defensive player I cut up.
Yeah,
Was it Clark? I think so.
Wow. I bet a lot of A&M Aggies remember him from the end of our game this past fall. He's a good player. But yeah, I mean, I don't know the. We'll see what happens, but the prognosis is 6 months. I know the Cowboys, not saying they didn't consider him at 56 and 88, but they were talking about him as early as yesterday. And I think it was a matter of like, when is the value right? And
now, this is the value.
The value's awesome.
I think there's a good chance they get both of these players that we're talking about.
They only
Him
gotta wait
and Ridgeway.
They only got to wait for one team to pick.
Yeah.
So
unless the Lions want to really mess with the Cowboys, which I don't see necessarily happening, then maybe they.
But we kind of figured out though that they waited till the end of the round. That's what we were talking. Instead of knocking it early, just go ahead and let that thing go. I mean, they sweated it a little bit.
But I don't even know if they sweated it, but they got 3 guys that they don't have to wait to be ready, and they can still. Or excuse me, they drafted 2 or 3. I mean,
For what?
They drafted 2. The tackle in the corner, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. This would be
But
the third
so
round.
they still got 2
third in the round
and waited, and they'll still get this guy.
In that sense, it really is just the lottery ticket draft then, because it's either traits or it's just let's go ahead. We'll take the guy with the medical flag.
Yeah.
Well,
It's interesting to think about.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I do. Okay, since we've been talking about this, I think we're talking about the right things. I do think we're talking about the right things. I think when you say go for it with Clark, and then I've been pining for Ridgeway the whole time.
And that's the value. That's where comes in.
You could do it either way, but right now I could see this. The more you really dive into things, I could see this being Clark and then Ridgeway, or one of the back. Either one.
Yeah, take your pick.
Take your pick. One or the other. Yeah.
I had Clark over.
Is that their
Sam
board?
Williams on my board?
Is that the
before
Ravens board?
injury. Yeah, it is.
Oh, that happened on Thursday.
Yeah.
That happened on Thursday.
They've got the entire board up there, showing the Ravens.
It can't be their board though, because
there's the pick, Damon Clark.
Oh,
linebacker
there you go.
from LSU.
Yeah.
Second year in a row. Damon Clark, former teammate of Jabril Cox. He was the
I really
replacement.
like this guy.
Patrick Queen, Devin White. He was kind of the next in this lineage of big, beefy linebackers. If everything checks out from a physical standpoint and a medical standpoint, this could be a value pick that people look at for years.
Okay, I get icky talking about medicals because I don't know anything about it. I'm not a doctor, but the report from like the national people is that a full recovery is expected. Like I don't think this is like a Jalen Smith situation where you're like, oh, he might not ever be the same. I just think it's going to be a lengthy recovery.
I'll tell you what, I'm proud to read this report because I had him in the second round, and toughness and physicality are a big part of his game. He's a load to deal with as a blocker, see ball, hit ball type of player. He takes on blocks well. He's able to get off him quickly. He makes things happen. I think the best thing is when he can play downhill, he's disruptive. He attacks gaps. He attacks holes. He'll finish with a pop. He's a wrap-up tackle. There's some violence to his game for sure. And he can really close down in a hurry. It's not often used in pass coverage. Will generally be near or around the line. Did have an interception in the Florida game where he had to carry the receiver down the field. Sideline to sideline player who flows well. I don't see him getting caught up in the trash or bodies on the ground. For a large man, he moves really, really well. He moves easily, too. Was a leader on a defense that needed one. See no reason why that wouldn't carry over to the NFL. That's what I said about this kid.
Cowboys are on the clock. The pick has already been announced for the Lions at 177. James Mitchell, the tight end from Virginia Tech, goes to Detroit at 177. The Cowboys on the clock, presented by Miller Lite, at 178. Now, I've got a report on Damon Clark, too, because I had him as a top 100 player. I've got a full report on John Ridgeway, the third out of Arkansas,
Me too.
because I had him as a top 100 player. This is value central for the Cowboys, and one of them because of medical. Have we heard anything, Bobby, on Ridgeway on why he fell in the first place?
I reached out. Somebody said, at least one person told me they're not aware of any injury issues with Ridgeway.
He's my top interior defensive lineman remaining.
Cowboys pick is in.
Number 75 on my board. Brian, you like him a lot as well.
Yeah, go ahead and read the report if you want. I mean, if I was a guess, I think it's Ridgeway.
I think so too.
We're gonna nail these two.
Yeah,
we've been on it from the start of the round.
We're
honestly,
doing our jobs right.
We just didn't know it was the last 2 picks out of 4. We thought it would be earlier.
I'm a big fan of this kid, the Ridgeway, because I think he plays as a true 2-gap nose.
Yep.
You see him like he extends, he looks inside, he looks outside, he finds the ball, he'll line up right on the center, and he operates from there. That's what he does. He's a powerful player. He's more capable of holding his man along the line of scrimmage. He does an outstanding job of playing with power. There you go. Picks in. Pick is in. He extends his hands into the blocker. He kind of waits for the ball, then discards the man, and then he goes and makes the play. Another violent player in the way he plays. He will smash the ball carrier in the ground when he has a chance. Good wrap-up tackler. When he gets his hands on you, you're done. He doesn't let the ball get inside on him. I really like this player a lot.
You talk about a guy who was recruited offensively as an offensive tackle and not only made the switch to defensive line, but he went from an FCS Illinois State to the SEC and saw 0 drop-off in his competition level, and he saw really more success at the SEC level than he even did at Illinois State. So John Ridgeway III, the pick for out of Arkansas to the Cowboys to round out the 5th round. Let's take a break. When we come back, we continue to break down 2 of the most recent picks for the Cowboys. We're on to the 6th round of our NFL draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Now, there's not a whole lot of times where we go out of our way to completely just make it known that the front office and protect the front office. But this is one way I'll say they finally take an Arkansas guy. Don't think this is homerism. This was a fantastic value pick.
Oh, when you start,
is awesome.
Yeah, when you start to talk about guys that are hard to move. And plays with the violence. I mean, the last 2 guys I've talked about, that Dan Quinn. Anybody that Dan Quinn, I feel like that they're going to draft. I kind of feel like that they're going to take. It's weird. It's weird, but it's true. I mean, I have more faith that, like, if somebody has traits, if somebody is mean, if somebody is tough, if somebody has ability, that these coaches on defense will get the best out of them.
It's not weird. It's you're trusting what you've seen on the field.
Yeah.
We used to get this bad feeling in our stomachs when they would do these when they would really go all in on a defensive guy. Tristan Hill's a great example. I think a lot of people weren't convinced on that.
Yep.
And it's borne out, unfortunately. And now, but you look here and you're like, man, look what Dan Quinn did with what he had here in his first year. Like, yeah, I'll take my chances that he can get something out of him. Absolutely, I will.
Back to Clark a little bit. I know because LSU, the 18 is like a big deal there, right? And so, I mean, again, when we talk about they're looking for, there goes Enigbari finally.
Wow. Packers?
Yep. Just when you look at when you talk about they needed juice, they needed leadership. This draft, it felt like was as much about the talent they were acquiring as much as the type of culture they were wanting to build.
Which, I know most people don't want to hear me just go all LSU and talk about my alma mater.
I want you to do it.
My bit's over. Go ahead.
No, but it's funny. I mean, most players that come into LSU.
I said Derek Stingley was player 293. Y'all thought I was serious.
No. Most players that come into LSU are really talented. I mean, he was highly touted as a recruit, and through the first couple years, it was a lot like Clyde Edwards-Helaire, to be honest with you, where I was like, man, is this guy as good as they told me he was? He was fine and he was there, but then 2021, he's like one of the best players on a piss poor LSU
He was.
team.
They needed him bad.
They got their coach fired, but he just evolved into a monster. I mean, he made 130 tackles, 15 for loss, and 6 sacks. And he even had a pick. He was all over the damn place. And this is a team 2 years removed from winning a title. Not to throw shade at Derek Stingley, but it would be easy to be like, you know what, I'm going to focus on the draft. And Damon Clark did the opposite.
He came back and played.
He's like, I'm going to play every damn game and fly around like my hair's on fire.
Mm-hmm.
I love the guy.
Going to be fun to watch. I'll continue with, or I'll say, I didn't get to give a report on Damon Clark.
Do it.
Rich tradition of LSU linebackers, Patrick Queens, of course, Jabril Cox. They will now be reunited
Brady
on
James.
the second level. Brady James. 2-year starter, played alongside Cox in 2020. Really shined as the main man on that second level, like Dave just said, on a bad LSU team, unfortunately. Sorry, Dave.
We sucked.
We were bad.
Great athleticism, unbelievable motor. I mean, those are two things that really stand out for Damon Clark. And then you also look at a perfect build for a downhill linebacker as long as the neck stands up. That's part of the things that I've had here. I watched the Auburn game, Ole Miss, UCLA, and I mean, I was blown away on what he could do from an athleticism and a motor standpoint. So I'm excited he's in this locker room. I think him and Jabril Cox could have some fun together. Now, I will say, as we're done with the 5th round, we go to the 6th round, and we've got 13 picks till the Cowboys select again. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock at 180. Their pick is in to start the 6th. I don't know if we could really nail this just because it's one of those, all right, what do you want to do next sort of deals. Here's the Bills selection to get us underway in the 6th round. We're going to talk about Cowboys options here in a second.
For this opportunity, with the 180th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Matt Araiza, punter, San Diego State. Go Bills! Let me tell you something.
All right, Matt Araiza.
Punt God.
Punt God is what they call him.
Went later than I thought.
Oh, yeah. I think so. He's the 3rd punter off the board, right?
Yeah, went a lot later than I thought. And but I was just watching him punt. That guy kicks old footballs.
Yep.
I'm going to be interested to see. And here's a guy too, man, that plays in conditions in Buffalo too, with the wind and stuff. Heck, the way he drives the ball, that might be good. I mean, they might need somebody that can maybe it's not about the hang time. Maybe it's about getting through some of those bad conditions and stuff that they play there in Buffalo. But I did notice that, man. There's some wore out footballs that guy kicks.
Maybe they're worn out because he beats the hell out of them.
In college football, they allow you to kind of have your own football out there.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be a little nervous. Keep an eye on it.
So
Buffalo's in a position where they can draft a punter in the 6th round. They've got a team.
I mean, well, hey,
they're a good drafting team though too. Now let's not be wrong about that.
If a dude is good, a great punter is worth a decent pick. I mean, the guy up in Seattle is a stud. But yeah, I like I said earlier, like I heard some tidbits that maybe people who evaluate specialists weren't as smitten with this guy as the media was.
I will say we're getting a lot of special teams questions on Twitter. Dicker the kicker, maybe? Could you maybe use this 6th round pick to go get your guy? We'll answer that on the other side of this. Back here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com, our 2022 NFL Draft coverage rolls on from the Star in Frisco. Ford Center at the Star. Cowboys rounding out their 5th round. They've made all 4 selections in their final 2. Very good value out of the SEC. Damon Clark, linebacker from LSU, and John Ridgeway III out of Arkansas, the back-to-back newest Cowboys. Here's Damon Clark on the phone with us now, linebacker from LSU. First off, Damon, congratulations. Welcome to the Dallas Cowboys. I want to let you know there are 4 people in the studio right now, 2 of which went to LSU. So you have some Tigers in company once you get to the building. But congratulations. What's this moment like for you?
I mean, it's a real moment. Just since growing up playing football, I want to make it to the league, man. My opportunity presents itself, and I just got to give God all the glory.
Hey, Damon, congratulations, man. I'm big fan following your career from when you got down to Baton Rouge. And I just, obviously it goes without saying that it's so unfortunate for you with this surgery that, I mean, you should have heard your name called much earlier than this. And I'm curious how you've kind of adapted to this change in your draft cycle, what teams have been telling you, and unfortunately you had to wait as long as you did, but it seems like you found a really great landing spot here in Dallas.
Oh, yeah. I mean, everything happened for a reason. You just got to, all I need is opportunity. My opportunity presents itself. So, once I, get back from my injury, get back on the field, do what I love to do, everything else will take care of itself.
I think obviously people that follow the draft are familiar with your situation, but could you give us any kind of update on where things stand with your recovery and kind of what your expectation is of where you go from a health standpoint now that you've been drafted?
I mean, I'm on schedule with the road to recovery. It's just one day at a time. I'm not rushing the injury. I'm just going to take it one day at a time, like I said.
And it's like David was saying, and I'm the second LSU guy in the room, so I can't tell you how happy we are to have you here. I mean, we absolutely can't wait to be in a crawfish boil with you, to be honest with you. But, the thing about it is, I mean, and I know I'm a former scout myself. I had second-round grades on you and stuff like that. I thought you're a hell of a football player. It seems like to me your attitude about this is you've got faith that you're going to get through this and you're going to be a better forward and a better player. Is those are the types of things that's kind of carrying you through as you begin this journey?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I have a daughter too, so
sure.
I want to be able to provide for my daughter. So, I mean, like I said, everything happens for a reason. My name got called. It don't matter where or when. Everybody still got to go on the field and play football at the end of the day.
Hey, Damone, I'm just curious. We saw Dan Quinn talking to you when you did get selected. Have you had much contact with him? What's your relationship like with him at all? Or really just the amount of contact that you've had with the Cowboys during this process when they decided to select you?
I met with him. I met with him at the combine. I met him at the combine. I had a really good meeting with him at the combine. And I'm actually when I was going to the combine, we actually all got on the same flight with each other. So it's a coincidence that I was talking to him as we was getting on the flight.
That's awesome. Now, who have you had the most contact with out of the staff throughout your draft process to getting to this point?
I mean, it was all, I all talked to them the same. The only time I really had any contact with them is when, I did I had a formal interview with them at the combine.
Damon Clark on the line, LSU linebacker selected in the 5th round by the Dallas Cowboys. Damon, thank you so much for taking some time. Congratulations. We'll talk to you again down the line.
Go Tigers, man.
Hey, go Tigers. Appreciate you.
There he goes, Damon Clark, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
There's a traits guy. Kyron Johnson goes.
And you wanted him in the mock draft, right?
I did.
Yeah.
Tell me about him. Why'd you like him so much?
I mean, with him, it was just, again, you're talking about traits there. You're going to have to project him because he played edge. He was a really undersized edge at Kansas, but everything about him is the perfect dart to throw in the 6th round. Toughness, motor, the athleticism, it's all there. He could contribute to special teams immediately, and the traits are there for you to develop a really good linebacker.
He was a combine invite, and he's got some of the speed. I thought he was.
No, he was not.
Okay, well then I will take that back. He was not a combine invite.
But he ran
4.40 in his pro day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've got it.
He was a Dallas Day guy.
Yep, I've messed up my rankings at some point. But
I'll tell you what, though, Bobby's right though. I couldn't believe there were times to let this guy just run. I mean, it's like teams are like, oh well, let's not block him, and he runs and makes it. Or it's like, oh, let's not block him while he's blitzing, and he'll run and make the. I mean, he is a really, really good player. 6 foot, 230 something pounds. I mean, he could really motor. He could run. But you're talking about it. Traits pick. He might be a little bit of a shorter guy, but the guy can run. The guy can finish. I enjoyed watching him on tape.
Those traits starting to fly off the board. Who else is out there from a traits standpoint?
Bobby's guy from Virginia Tech.
If we're looking for Dallas?
Yeah, anybody really.
There goes Darian Beavers, by the way, to the Giants.
Wow, that was a late fall.
So some of the guys that stand out as athletes, Amari Barno, who we mentioned, I was thinking Kyron Johnson, that guy we talked about from Germany, Marcel Dabo. That's another one where he's
Beavers just went off the line here with the Giants.
Because that's a guy who was vertical of 40. What's wrong with you?
I'm never going to hear the end of it if he's the Cowboys pick.
Why?
Because I've just been hearing so much stuff about it from our buddy.
Well, I'm just he's a freak.
Yeah,
athletically, he's a freak. So that's one of the ones. I mean, who else do we have that really stands out? I know they at least were intrigued by the. I think they interviewed him on The Fan, and he was a physical freak. The Oklahoma State linebacker too.
Harper.
Yeah, Devin Harper.
Yep. I mentioned him when we were talking about speed guys.
So yeah, if you're talking traits, there's some names.
Yeah.
Amari Barno, Marcel Dabo, I don't know how he says it. I don't know how they would pronounce it there with the German name. But Devin Harper. Who are some other guys we're looking at here?
Rasheed Walker, edge rusher, or no, offensive tackle from Penn State. I don't think they would triple dip an offensive line. They could. Don't count that out.
They're throwing darts.
Cade Mays, they've had contact with on multiple occasions, Senior Bowl Combine.
I think.
Did you say Oklahoma State linebacker? I was thinking Rodriguez. Malcolm Rodriguez is who I was thinking.
I mean, if we're talking traits, though, like
he's 5. I mean, yeah, but he makes every single tackle. Shoot. He's 5'11". He's 232.
I mean, Harper was 6 feet 234. He ran 4.49. He had a 40-inch vertical and a 10-foot broad. So I mean, he was, and his 3-cone was 6'8".
Yeah, he was blazing fast. They're both. Right,
so if we're talking about the traits,
safeties, you mean like any safeties on this board? How about a guy from McKinley?
I like Verone McKinley. I've just been worried Verone might fall out because of the size.
The size?
The size-speed combo.
Get out of here.
Let's go ahead and take him. I'm cool with it.
It's tough. Size-speed combo, man.
Bring him home.
Whatever.
Bama man.
Where's the... Whoa, Black Betty.
There hasn't been a ton of safeties taken in this draft. They've really kind of been sparse.
Kevin Harris, running back, South Carolina.
13 total safeties.
Been more Kevin Harris, huh?
Taken. Kevin Harris.
Sounds like an accountant.
Let's recap the last couple picks because I feel like we've probably let that slip a little bit now that we're talking. But the Bills started the round with Matt Ariza, the punter from San Diego State. Kyron Johnson, edge rusher from Kansas, goes to the Eagles at 181. Darian Beavers ends his slide. Linebacker from Cincinnati to the Giants. And then you've got Kevin Harris, running back from South Carolina, to the Texans at 183. Patriots on the clock at 184.
Yeah, it's a shame because the whole thing with Darian Beavers is that, the speed. But, I mean, I talked to him about, like, him and Chenal. There's those throwback linebackers, the size from guys from another era. I like to say I think he's got range though. He's really good when the ball goes right at him, and the size and the strength to take on blockers, make play. He has a physical wrap up tackler that the Giants are going to get right there. Many of his coverage snaps aren't the one-on-one types, but more those where he drops and he's handle, things coming forward. He's not afraid to drive and hit the ball out of, knock the ball loose. Used as a blitzer in certain situations as well.
So we've got about 9 picks or so till the Cowboys are on the clock. We are waiting to hear from John Ridgway III. Because of that, we're going to take our break a little bit early here. We'll get you to the top of the hour. Coverage rolling on from Sports Center at the Star in Frisco and the 2022 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. There we go. And by the way, I want to correct myself. Kevin Harris, running back from South Carolina, went to the Patriots. I mixed it up. Vikings on the clock now, followed by the Bills, the Bears, 49ers, and then 9 picks from now, the Dallas Cowboys at 193. Brian, if we're looking, I mean, we of course we were looking for traits.
I know. I say I never know what they're going to pick because this has been a kind of, in a way, a good draft for them. I mean, it's great that they're doing the boards for me. I really haven't got a gauge of which way, but now, I mean, I thought earlier they were picking around ahead, and then I think things kind of stabilized for them a little bit. I do love the pick with Ridgway though, with what they were able to do. Getting a chance to study him. I'm super fascinated by the big offensive tackle. That's the one I need to go back and take. And here's a tackle, speaking of that, from Illinois.
Lowe.
Yeah.
That is a really, everything about that pick's very interesting. From taking FCS that early, which is off-brand for them, and just the fact that the guy's a super freak.
Now, I just want you to reset your board for me, Brian. Who is on your board that's still up there at the top? Because we've seen a couple names, Ridgway, Beavers, fly off recently that were top guys.
Probably nothing that's going to be helped because I've got those 2 guards. Saylor is involved. Hayes from Oklahoma. Those are my 2 top players right now. I've got 2 guards. Dish, the tackle from Arizona State. Strong, the quarterback from Nevada. Killian Davis from Central Florida, defensive tackle. I had McKinley up there myself. I like the way he plays. That's kind of where I'm at right now with those guys. If you look in the 5th round, it's that, the guys like Barno, West, Stuber, the tackle. I don't think they're going to go offensive line. It seems like to me my offensive line are the kind of the guys that are hanging out more on my board than anything else there. And, Benford just went Villanova to the – was that one to –
the Bills.
Bills at 186 or 185?
185.
Okay.
Christian Benford, corner from Villanova.
Can I admit something to y'all?
Yes.
This whole time, I just sort of assumed something would happen that I didn't think that they were going to pick at 193 and then be done for the day. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know. Like maybe you trade out of a 5th round pick, or maybe you trade up back with old picks, kind of like the Xavier Woods trade. I guess they still could, but I get the impression that they're going to pick it.
I think they're going to pick.
And be done.
Yeah.
And
what they'll probably do is they'll probably pick, and then they'll turn around and start into trying to recruit free agents, even though the draft will be.
Yeah, but that doesn't do anything for our coverage.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, you're exactly right. But I mean, for them, it might be a situation where they got they might say, okay, there's a couple of free agent guys. They really can't do it that much. I mean, they can organize.
Yeah.
They could organize. Like Stephen Jones could tell them, okay, now here we go. These are the positions we've all kind of knocked in our needs. Maybe we need to add 1 or 2 other players here, and there might not be. We'll see how much extensive free agency post draft that they really do.
Bears on the clock at the moment at 186. Cowboys selection is 7 picks away. Bobby, Carson Strong just off of too many teams' boards, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think it's just too many people.
The knee's not great.
The tape gets him drafted.
Yeah,
the arm talent gets him drafted.
The knee is he's got a disease that it's I think it's hard to pronounce. Then again, I'm an idiot because I can't pronounce anything to begin with.
I've had a rough day too. Don't worry.
But and you're a professional broadcaster.
I know that's even more so.
But yeah, he's I'm going to say this about the kid. This is my first line. Is one of those quarterbacks that old crusty scouts fall in love with. Tall, sturdy in the pocket. Ball comes out of his hand quickly. Does a nice job of moving around, but he's not going to do anything extra as a runner, But see, that's what I'm saying. He was wearing a knee brace, and then at the Senior Bowl, he wears on his right knee during games, but he didn't wear it at practice in the Senior Bowl. He has a medical condition that's called, and it's this long thing. It's the separation of cartilage from the bone.
Ugh.
So that's what he's dealing with. Ow. He's dealing with this long disease that means separation from cartilage from bone. That's what you're dealing with.
Yeah, that doesn't really bode well, does it?
No. Hell no, it doesn't. I mean, I can see why teams are like, Bobby's right. The tape, he could throw the ball from far hash to the sidelines.
Yeah.
But he has a condition where his cartilage doesn't hang onto his bone.
I'm certainly not laughing.
You're not laughing at the kid, but you're laughing at me describing it, right? Yeah, I wish I could describe what it's called.
He's master of the YOLO ball, though. He'll throw it into some tight areas, just like, I got this. He's got some guts throwing it.
Yeah. Looking at some of the other names, what about Jamari Sawyer from Georgia?
Holy crap! What happened to him?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because you can watch really good games of him playing against quality defensive ends, and he's doing a good job. And I'm surprised. There's a couple of those guys, him and the kid from Oklahoma that I have there in that third round that didn't get picked. I thought that would
Winfrey?
be Hayes. Hayes.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Winfrey has already been gone.
I thought you were talking about him lasting though. Sorry.
No.
Those are the only 2 guys left in Dane's 100.
Yeah.
Hayes and Sawyer.
Yeah. So that's tough.
Dane having a good year again, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Tyreek Castro-Fields out of Penn State.
Yeah.
Mario Goodrich from Clemson. Cornerbacks.
Job from Alabama is another good player there. I mean, there's some corners if you want to double dip on those corners.
Did the Nebraska linebacker ever go?
No, he's still Joe Doman.
Yeah.
Doman. Yeah. Zachary Thomas went to the Bears.
James Cook went like a long time ago, right?
Yeah, like 4th round.
I was like, I know he's not still on there,
Welcome
but
to
I didn't have him crossed off.
Keep up, bum.
Control F.
Control F, idiot.
Oh, we are into the 3 o'clock hour.
Can I get this water bottle open? That's a question.
No, Fort Center at the Star in Frisco.
They're melted on here, man.
Uh-oh. Here we go. We're on the back half of the 6th round, we've started the 6th round. We're getting into the delusional side of things on our coverage.
No, man, we're good.
105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Glad you're with us.
It is funny. Like, I keep thinking, man, this is really flying by. And then you just said it's the 3 o'clock hour, which means we've been on for 5 hours.
Fourth round took like 2 hours.
My God.
And thank God again for Roxy helping us with that.
Roxanne Medina.
With the first
thank you
hour of the show with all the guests that she booked. That was clutch.
Great. Yeah, I believe this is going to be archived somewhere. Go back and watch it. Even if you don't get anything about the draft in this, it was so insightful in just how this whole process works. Chris Vaughn, Klein Kubiak both joined us from the scouting department, then from the coaching staff. Wide receivers coach Pierce in studio. And then we had
Joe Philbin,
offensive line coach, come in as well.
I said it earlier, but I love behind-the-scenes stuff like that. Like, if me or Kyle wanted...
Oh, they laugh at us.
Well, if we wanted Joe Philbin, we would have to take it to PR, and PR would be like, well, he's pretty busy. It's the draft. He's doing this. He's doing that. Maybe between 11:15 and 11:18, he could maybe do something for you. And Rox has just been here forever and is the most beloved.
She's got great relationships.
Yeah, and she just walks right over there and is like, come here now. I need you. You're going to talk to the guys. Yeah. We appreciate it.
Fantastic. And PR does a lot of stuff for us.
I know. I'm sorry.
Don't give them too much.
There goes Scotch.
They do a really good job.
They do a great job. But Rox is a little more effective at booking podcast interviews.
It's more of just a go-getter mentality.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
But we are at pick number 186 here in the 6th round. Let's recap some of the most recent selections. Kevin Harris, running back from South Carolina, goes to the Patriots at 183. The Vikings at 184 take Vidarian Lowe, offensive tackle from Illinois. Christian Benford, corner from Villanova, goes to the Bills at 185. And then the Bears take Zachary Thomas, offensive tackle out of San Diego State.
Yeah, if you want to give you a little quick scouting report on Lowe.
Yeah.
He is the left tackle for the Illini. He looks shorter on tape. I was surprised that he's 6'5", but he's a physical player. He does a really good job of getting away from the line in his pass set and the position to take his man. He tends to catch the blocks more than he strikes. I'd call him a push-shove blocker, but he'll extend his hands and make that happen. Good footwork, good balance. He'll get some movement in the running game, keeps his feet moving with a wide enough base. I really kind of like this guy's, like his athletic ability, but I didn't always see him adjust great to the target when he was in space. So that might be something that he has to work on when he gets in the league. He's got to be careful a little bit, his pass set, not to go too wide because he got beat inside a couple of different times against Virginia when I watched that game. So kind of like the player a little bit. 6'5", 314 pounds, and he was selected by the Minnesota Vikings, I believe.
Yeah, a couple selections ago. Just like the Cowboys selected John Ridgway as their most recent draft pick. They did so at pick number 178 in the 5th round, and he is now on the line with us on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. John, congratulations. Arkansas to Texas. It's not a long trip for you, but it's still a huge step forward and a dream come true, I'm sure.
Yeah, it sure is. I'm excited for the next chapter of my life and to be able to play at the highest level of football.
Hey, John, we got it tipped off that everybody was there. You're going to get picked because everybody had their plastic hog hats on in the war room. Is that? Did you send those ahead to everybody? I mean, to start the day. I mean, Jerry and Steven, they all had these plastic hog hats on. What the heck was that all about?
We're some diehard hogs. I mean, what can you say?
Well, they're going to be. They were calling the hogs when you were picked. Trust me on that, man. But congratulations. I was a scout for a long time in this league. You're like an old school, hard-nosed slugger inside defensive tackle. I love to watch the way you play, the way you kind of beat up on centers and guards. I hope you come to the NFL and do the same damn thing you did at Arkansas.
Well, I don't plan on getting no back seat in the NFL. I plan on getting in that driver's seat and taking off.
There you go.
like that, and you can see that on your film. I mean, you are a next level. You kind of play with an edge, and that's something that we've talked about with this draft class so far.
Yeah, you thought I played with the edge then. Wait till I get in the league.
Hey, I love this already. You're already one of my favorite calls of the week. So tell me where that edge comes from. Why do you play with such a gritty mentality, and how are you going to bring that to the league?
Just because I know what I'm capable of, and I know there's a lot of people out there that voices carry over mine that like to talk about the negative aspects of my game. But I just try to focus on what I can control, and that's tackling people, making plays. And that's what I want to do. I'd rather that speak than me go out on the internet or Twitter and start talking crap,
You got anything for him, Dave?
Well, I mean, gee, I'll tell you what, man. Like,
You're speechless now, Dave. I'm surprised.
I'm blown away. Like, this is a really fun interview, man. I appreciate your confidence. These guys have seen more of you play than I have. I'll be completely honest with you, I gathered the edge is a big part of it. But just what do you enjoy the most about football? Like, if a Cowboy fan is turning on your YouTube highlights right now to see what you're all about, what are you most proud of that they're going to see?
But definitely, I'm going to try and break someone's neck when I get out there. But if I can't, then I'm just going to tackle someone really hard and try and make a big play, make the crowd go crazy.
That's amazing.
That's perfect.
I appreciate
now,
that.
John, you you did get to Arkansas from Illinois State. You went through that journey, but not only that, but you switched over for being an offensive tackle. What went into that decision to go from the offensive line to being on the defensive line, and how did that transition help you out in your career?
Well, I was a redshirt freshman. I haven't played yet. Brock Spack at Illinois State decided to move me to D-tackle since he wanted to pick up an offensive lineman from U of I. So I was like, what's best for the team is what's best for me. So I got in the defensive line room and just took off. It's like, there's no excuse why I can't get on the field. If they moved me, they moved me for a reason. So that's just been my whole mentality about it.
Well, your mentality is cutthroat, to say the least, and we love that.
Hey,
have fun.
You got a fan here, man. I'm on board. I can't wait to watch you play.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I can't wait to get down there.
There you go. We'll see you soon. That's John Ridgway joining us here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
Wow.
Breaking necks.
That's amazing.
Let's
get after it.
Like, it's one thing to say that, but it's another thing coming from a guy who's like 6'6", 320.
I know.
That's intimidating.
Seriously, but he tackles. He is violent. He is a violent player. He's not lying about that, man. He really isn't.
I kind of, I pulled that from the fly, but we haven't gotten a chance to talk about it yet. But edge, again, we're talking about guys with an edge early in this draft. He is one of those guys that's going to bring that to the table.
It mattered to them. It mattered to him a lot.
Yeah. I mean, that whole thing about maybe thinking that you got bullied and you're trying to fix that.
Oh my gosh.
That guy sounds like the bounce. Like, you know how the big dude in the black T-shirt at the bar you don't want to mess with? Like, holy crap.
How many times have you messed with those guys, Dave?
I try to keep a wide berth of anybody.
Dave tries to be friends with those gentlemen.
Yes, exactly.
Tries to get it out of the way.
Kill them with kindness and humor, man.
Somebody tell me who San Francisco took at 187.
I'm going to run through it right now. 187, it was Nick Sickell from Fordham, the offensive tackle.
Oh, okay.
Going to the 49ers at 187. The Detroit Lions took Malcolm Rodriguez, your linebacker from Oklahoma State, Brian, that you liked.
Yeah.
Going to Detroit at 188. Then at 189, the Carolina Panthers took Amari Barno.
There we go.
Virginia Tech, your edge rusher, Bobby.
Well, that's one of the, like, I think your last pick, you're just going to go traits again. They've done it so much today, so he seemed to be one that would make some sense. But so I think he could have at least been in play for him.
Trying to think of even who would be there.
I just can't get over that interview.
I'm gonna
break somebody's neck. My dude's a member of the Wu-Tang Clan. Let's go.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
That was phenomenal, Dave. I didn't mean to put you on the spot there. I thought you said you wanted.
Oh
to
no,
ask
I didn't watch John Ridgway, so I was trying to say like I don't have anything, but I'm glad you threw it to me anyway, because that's when he told us he was gonna break somebody's neck.
With as good of an interview as that was, I am so excited to pitch to this audio, because we have the secret audio from John Ridgway as well.
Oh.
And if the interview was what it was there, let's listen to the secret audio. I want to hear what he has to say here.
Hello, may I speak to Big John, please?
Yeah, this is John.
This is a cowboy with a pig suey call for you. I got somebody who wants to talk to you.
John Ridgway? Hey, listen, you old Razorback, I want to put a star on that helmet. Alongside
Sounds good to me. I'm with it for sure.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'm proud for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'll tell you one thing. I would hope that joining the Cowboys as a Razorback was as good to you and as it has been for this Razorback to have been with the Cowboys.
Yeah, I'm ready for sure.
Hey, it
Just
works.
ready to win a Super Bowl, man. We ain't getting no. That's what we're winning, man.
That's it. I'll tell you what. You put these pigs with the Cowboys, you can tear their ass up.
Sounds good to me. I'm definitely gonna be after it.
Hey, well, we're fixing to turn your card in and make you a Dallas Cowboy.
Sounds good. I appreciate it.
John, okay, I want you to talk to Mike McCarthy. He's getting ready to take the phone. Wants to welcome you to the Cowboys.
Hey, John, congratulations. This is Mike McCarthy. Hey, how's it going? You having a little
Pretty
fun?
good, man. Yeah, I've been waiting. I'm excited.
Yeah, well, sorry
Excited to get back into Dallas.
Absolutely. Well, hey, sorry for the long wait. Obviously, a phenomenal moment for you and your family, so enjoy it, and we look forward to getting you down here. And once again, I think you're a great fit for not only as a player, but for our locker room and our D-line room, so congrats. Okay?
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm ready for sure.
Oh, man.
This guy's good. I mean, look, I love, with all due respect to Damon Clark, this is like my new favorite draft pick.
He already, like right after he got picked, he tweeted a picture of him and Jerry and said, "Dallas Cowboy, baby." It's Jerry raising a fist at AT&T Stadium.
Oh my gosh.
That's
did he
awesome.
say, when Jerry said we want to put a star on that helmet, did he say come with it?
Yeah.
That's
he
amazing.
did. You think he knew it was Jerry?
I don't know.
I don't think he
Because
did.
Jerry never identified himself.
How many people have ever said come with it to Jerry Jones?
Jerry Jones, come with it. Okay, we do have the Cowboys on the clock because the Colts are at 192. The pick is in for Indianapolis. The Cowboys have their selection being made. If we could take a look into that war room, I mean, you're thinking traits here.
Traits. I'm going to say we're
It's
going.
somebody that they probably don't want to fight for in free agency.
We're going-
I know there's a seventh round.
Seventh round usually.
Then
This
we're
is our
going
last pick.
Marcel Dabo, the German corner, or we'll say Devin Harper, the Oklahoma State linebacker.
I think I'm with you on Harper. There was some smoke with that moving into today. I don't know if that's anything that
I have
goes
no
into
idea.
the
I'm just throwing traits against the wind. Those are the two that stand out to me that are still on the board. I would have had Barno in here too.
You could go back to edge rusher. I don't know. Sam Williams kind of stirs you up pretty well at that spot.
Well, Will's on the other side of the room.
Yeah, he must be standing at the board. He's okay.
Well, he's by the phone.
He's with Steven.
Steven.
Okay, what Will's trying to do is, I guess he's trying to maybe talk about guys that they don't want to fight for in free agency. They're like, okay, because they don't have a seventh round pick.
Devin Harper.
Okay, Devin Harper. There you go.
There it is. Linebacker Devin Harper out of Oklahoma State. The selection
Is it
for the
bad
Cowboys.
if I didn't even realize that Dallas was on the clock?
I mean, that just means you were not listening to us talking for the last 2 minutes.
No, I mean, I heard you talking about the players. I just
teasing.
didn't realize how close we were to the pick.
They probably have already done their phone calls and everything. Now they're looking at probably free agency is what they're doing.
Okay.
Yep.
Devin Harper.
We got to him late, I guess.
Yeah. Devin Harper, Oklahoma State is the
Who
selection.
did the Indy take ahead of them? I'm sorry, just real quick.
Some tight end, Andrew Ogletree.
Okay,
Youngstown
thank
State.
you very much.
Let's talk about Devin Harper a little bit here.
You got him.
I do. 30 visit guy, 6 foot, 235 pounds, high school legend at running back and linebacker before making the full-time switch in Stillwater back to linebacker. Played through a broken hand in 2019, the entire season. He was a special teams stud, had 96 tackles, 11 of which were tackles for loss, also 6 sacks. So maybe he brings a little bit off the edge here, something to keep in mind for him moving into it. If we have Devin Harper's scouting report, I would love to hear what Dane Brugler has to say on this about Devin Harper and what he brings to the table. He was not a combine invite, so he may not have the scouting report on Devin Harper. 44940. Oh, we do have it. Of course we have it because it's Dane Brugler. Let's listen to it here.
Devin Harper, linebacker, Oklahoma State, 6 foot, 234 pounds. Harper's coverage lapses on tapes are bothersome, but he shows the downhill speed and demeanor to be a nickel defender and special team standout.
Special team stud. What we talked about.
Well,
He
the
can-
traits,
he
yeah,
can run.
and we'll see. Like I say, the thing with the coverage and all that. As long as, like I say, as long as the ability to run, the ability to finish, stuff like that. That's really going to be, that's the key for these guys right now. And they've kind of addressed the linebacker situation again. Our LSU kid won't likely be available for a long time, but they have to find a way to kind of mix in with the guys that they currently have, and I think a lot of these guys can run and they can finish. So that's why you do something like this.
So the Saints are on the clock at pick number 194. At the moment, it looks like the Cowboys draft may be coming to a close. They may be looking ahead to undrafted free agents, but don't worry, we're still right here up until the very end. Pick 262 is when we will be done, as we got a long way to go. More reaction to the Dallas Cowboys draft pick of Devin Harper, Oklahoma State linebacker, when we come back on the other side of the break on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. And now that we're on the internet side, I'm going to toss this to you guys, and I'm going to go run real quickly. However, you want to just talk about the draft class as a whole right now? Because, that's kind of what it looks like, right?
Yeah,
at this point.
Or people we want to fall more and get to you in free agency. I'd love Verone McKinley to fall out. I'd hate it for him, but I'd love it.
For it. Well, you're getting to the point of the draft now where a lot of guys would probably rather fall,
Yeah.
Because, your job security is not a whole lot better, and you at least get to choose your landing spot.
Some guys, though, you talk to some guys, they just take it as a point of pride, though.
Yeah,
that nobody
getting drafted
me.
is a big deal, and your signing bonus will be bigger. You'll get You get a six-figure signing bonus as a sixth-round draft pick? I should know the answer to that.
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Man, I still got a lot of really good players in my board, I think, and that's the thing. I'm interested to see how this draft kind of plays out at the end, and who will be available. But if you talk about the Cowboys overall, it was one of those drafts where like I said earlier, I felt like it started off, maybe they went around earlier on some guys I liked. I think it stabilized for them. I think they found some really I love the picks of guys like this Ridgeway. I'm not just talking about because he's but how the interview went. That's a legitimately mean, tough guy. And this football team has needed some of that. Bobby, you brought it up earlier. This team's needed a little bit of some edge when it comes to with the drafting of Smith, in the first round, stuff like that. They need some toughness.
Well, let's look. Tyler Smith. You see grit on the film. You heard him talking about playing with a chip on his shoulder. Sam Williams plays the same way.
Yeah.
You see it with Tolbert.
There's a theme here.
I don't know about Ferguson. Yeah. Damon Clark was, even if he's not an edge guy, he's 18. He's a leader. He's a culture guy.
Yeah.
Ridgway's a guy with an edge.
Yeah.
Ferguson's also played at Wisconsin, which is just,
that's that demeanor we talk about with. And I asked him about that.
Nobody's ever come out of Wisconsin with like a nose to the grindstone attitude,
No. That's for sure.
Well, and he comes from a big football family because Barry Alvarez is his grandfather. His brother played at Wisconsin. His dad played at Nebraska. So he's a football guy.
Yeah, that's some pedigree right there. Yeah, I don't know. They can say whatever they want.
I don't feel like it's one of those things where you're going, wow, like we do that with the Ravens and people like that and all. But with this team, I know this on 105.3 The Fan when we talk about it on a daily basis. Is we talk about this team, one of the strengths it really has is its ability to draft. And not all the players, but for the most part, when they make the choice that this is important to them. And I'm going to give them that. I'm going to give them the, I understand what they did with Sam Williams. I understand what they did with Tolbert. I think they've added some legitimate players. It might not be the wow players, but it might be those players when we look back on this thing 2-3 years from now that we're like, remember that day. Remember when we were sitting in the 5th round and John Ridgway was on that board.
Tell me how you feel about this. This is going to sound silly because every team identifies players that it wants to come away with, but I feel like, for instance, they didn't think they had a shot at CeeDee Lamb.
No.
And then he falls, and they were like, well, we can't.
And
pass
we
this
cheer
up.
for that because, my God, they picked CeeDee Lamb.
I feel like for better or for worse, they had a game plan in mind of who they wanted to come out of this draft with.
Yeah.
And I don't think they were going to be swayed off of that.
No.
It was almost like again, these are the culture fits. These are the traits guys. These are the big, nasty SOBs that we think can really revitalize our program, and we're going to go get them. And clearly, there's plenty of disagreement about the value they got. Like some of these picks are some good value. Some people view some of these picks as bad value. Of course, they don't care. We say that all the time. But it just seems like It just seems like they had a predestined strategy for a group of guys that they thought could be the culture shot that they need, and they did it. We'll see we will see how many of them they are right about. That's kind of how I feel. Like I don't think this was a bad draft. I'm not.
No,
convinced.
I mean,
but I don't think it was bad. I'm not convinced it was amazing.
I don't necessarily feel. I don't feel great about it, of course, but I feel better about it at this point in time than I did at this point in time last year about that class. Currently at pick number 165 here in the 6th round of the 2022 NFL Draft. Glad you're with us. Did I say 165?
It's been 5 hours. You're allowed. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of numbers flying around.
6th round, 195. I flipped it. Chargers are on the clock. The Cowboys have made all 9 of their selections. We said this going into the draft that we would be shocked if they made all 9 selections after making all 11 selections last year. They have not traded a single pick in the last 2 seasons. I guess the first round pick last year.
Yeah, but it was a two-spot trade back, yeah.
Outside of that, really nothing.
20 draft picks over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
I mean, that's almost half of an active regular season roster. And we talked about this. All 11 made the team last year. So now you got another big draft class. I mean, something's got to give there. It would be shocking if all 20 of these draft picks made the team.
Do you think that?
Oh, here's the Sailor just went for
Jamari Sawyer finally.
Sawyer, yeah.
To the Chargers at 195.
I wonder what the deal was there. Did you hear anything about that, Bob?
I never heard back on that one.
Interesting.
Man,
he's my top offensive lineman still.
I really liked him a lot. I mean, and seriously, it was just that tape. It was a tape that, you watch him play against those quality, those edges in the SEC. That the guys he had to face, in the playoff games, and I mean. This is a guy that he'll surprise you with his athletic ability. 6'3", he's 321 pounds. I only saw one snap where Hutchinson used an arm over on a move to get around him. That was it. I mean, he was beaten kind of quickly on the play, but man, he gets movement in the running game. He's going to overpower defenders when he comes off the ball. He can really lean into his man and get pushed. He could be a problem to deal with when he's playing that type of game. So I saw a guy that did a good job of getting away from the line of scrimmage on his pass set. He didn't get overextended or end up on the ground, but I just saw every time I watched him against good competition, he was up to the task. Surprising he's lasted this long.
Yeah.
There must be something that I honestly don't know about.
I'm looking at a lot of names here. And we've talked about the depth of this draft on multiple occasions. I'm looking at a lot of names I really do like that are still on the board. And, I mean, to the point where most of them will most likely be there after we're done in the 7th round.
I've heard that teams believe that there will be players they have graded in the 4th round out there in free agency.
Is that because of the pandemic boards?
It's just loaded with day 3 type of talent.
Yeah.
It's just the number of guys that went back.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get your guy Varone.
I would love that. Are you kidding me?
Nice.
Maybe Dan Quinn.
Is that a definite though for the Cowboys? I mean,
I don't know that it's a definite for the. I don't know that the Cowboys would totally be interested. I don't know that.
Okay.
And I don't know that would be where Varone would want to go if he was a free agent.
Yeah.
I would think he'd be interested in being here, and I would think that a lot of the things that make Verone McKinley a good football player are the things that they would be interested in. I mean, DeMonte KZ's not a giant at safety. And
True. That's a
and
good
Dan
point.
Quinn had him.
He had prior history with him. But he drafted him.
But that's what I mean. Yeah,
he drafted him.
He wasn't afraid. But also, I mean, KZ was probably faster. KZ probably hits harder.
Yeah. We have secret audio that we still need to get to from Damon Clark. Let's go ahead and listen in on what that selection was like. The Cowboys picking the LSU linebacker at pick number 176 in the 5th round.
Hey, Damone, this is Jerry Jones.
How you doing?
I'm doing just fine, and we want to put a star on your helmet, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Listen, first of all, it's great to talk to you. You're a hell of a competitor, and man alive, you're a football player, and we know it. But you're going to have to work hard to get in here, and we're going to work with you as we get into this year as far as bringing you along so that we can get you ready to play quick. Okay.
Yes, sir. Oh, no, it's good. I mean, I've been working my whole life. It's good.
Hey, Damone, it's a pleasure to have you on the Dallas Cowboys, okay?
Appreciate that.
I want to hand you to our coach, Mike McCarthy. All right, buddy.
Gotcha.
Damone, congratulations.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Hey, man, I know this has been a long couple of days for you, but we are thrilled to death just to have you part of it and obviously work you back and, get you back here in mid-season and get rolling. So,
Yeah.
where are you right now?
I'm in Baton Rouge with my family.
Okay, awesome. Well, hey, this is a special moment, and enjoy it, and we'll see you here in a couple of weeks. Congratulations.
Yeah, appreciate it.
And we've also got secret audio from the newest Dallas Cowboy, Devin Harper, another linebacker. They go 2 linebackers late here to try and fill that room up a little bit out of Oklahoma State. He was picked at 193. Here's his phone call.
Devin, Jerry Jones with the Cowboys.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing fine, and I think we're both doing fine. We want to put a star on that helmet and have you continue being a Cowboy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well,
thank you, Jerry.
Congratulations, and first of all, congratulations on your career there in college. But just as important, we're excited about what your opportunities are here. And
yes, sir.
If you'll work as hard as I know you did in what they've evaluated you as, if you work that hard up here, you'll have a great career. And
yes, sir.
I want you to have it here with the Cowboys.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you a lot.
Well, we're very excited, and we're turning your card in, so we're drafting you right now. And I want to hand you over to Mike McCarthy, your head coach.
Yes, sir.
Devin, Mike McCarthy. Hey, congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hey, man. Well, Oklahoma State right down to Dallas. I just cruise on down 35 and get going. You ready?
Yes, I know, right? Close.
Yeah, absolutely. No, this is awesome. So, hey, we're ecstatic to have you here. You're a great fit, and I can't tell you, we're very, very fortunate that you're still around at this point of the draft. So, enjoy it. Are you with family and friends?
Yes, sir, I am. I'm with my family right now.
Awesome. Well, great moment, obviously, and just so proud of what you've accomplished, but really excited about where you're going. Okay.
Yes, sir, thank you.
That was Devin Harper's secret audio and the phone call that he had with the front office. And now he gets to have a phone call with us here from the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Devin Harper, newest Dallas Cowboy. He was an Oklahoma State Cowboy at linebacker. Got to keep the nickname around. Devin, congratulations. Welcome to Cowboys Nation. What's this feeling like for you?
It's a dream come true, man. Just a lot of hard work put in and finally become a reality, and it's just a lot to take in, and it's just a blessing.
You're in a situation where, like you say, as you're waiting for your name to be called and all that, and I'm always fascinated by that with these players. Though, what were you doing? Were you just kind of following along with the draft, or did you go out, take a walk, go hit golf balls, go do something else other than watch the draft?
I'm not gonna lie, I've been chewing on sunflower seeds the whole time, and I'm going through a whole bag of just kind of waiting my time and just wait for my name to be called.
There you go.
So, what was that moment like for you? Who was around you? What was going through your head when you saw that phone number pop up?
I mean, as soon as I seen the star, I kind of already knew. And then, I was around my son, my mom, my brother, and a couple family members, and I just had to tell everybody to be quiet. And as soon as they called and my son started kind of screaming a little bit, so it was kind of one of those situations. But it was worth it. Every bit of it was worth it.
Congratulations, man! I'm really pumped for you. I'm curious. We heard Mike McCarthy talking to you a little bit. And obviously, you're right up the road, like you mentioned. What's been your degree of contact with the Cowboys? Did you kind of have an inkling that they were interested in you? that sort of thing, or did this come completely out of left field for you?
I mean, I've been in contact with the Cowboys since the end of the season. I already had a 30 visit before I didn't get a combine invite. So, I mean, I already was familiar with the staff, and I had a 30 visit there as well. So I already knew they kind of had interest in me, just a matter of them picking me.
I'm guessing looking at your athleticism alone, I feel like this staff loves the idea of you being able to fly around on special teams. Have you talked about what they envision for you as a rookie and what you might be able to do right away?
Not really. We really didn't get much into it, but I mean, just wherever they want to put me, I'll play it. Like, I'm a versatile player. I mean, whatever they want me to do, I'm going to do. And when the camp comes around, we'll find out then.
Well, camp's coming up. I mean, you've got rookie minicamp before that. You got some work to do coming up soon. We're excited to have you, and congratulations again, and we look forward to seeing you soon, Devin.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
There he goes. Devin Harper, newest Dallas Cowboy, picked in the the 6th round of the NFL draft. We are now in the back half of the 6th round. Let's catch you up on some picks as of late. So, following the Harper pick, Jordan Jackson, defensive tackle from from Air Force, goes to the Saints. Jamari Sawyer, offensive lineman, Georgia, finally off the board to the Chargers at 195. Tyler Batty, the running back from Missouri, goes to the Ravens at 196. Gregory Jr. How about Ouachita Baptist making
I actually watched tape on him.
Cornerback from Jacksonville, or going to Jacksonville. I want you to tell me about him.
Yeah, it's interesting. It was funny because it was so strange because he was they were talking about him as a possible Senior Bowl guy. Did he go down?
He was a Senior Bowl guy.
Yeah,
That's what I was about to say.
And then we were going to do a draft show, and this was right when we started. Like, we were, I was thinking, okay, give me some names, Senior Bowl guy. And I was thinking, like, okay, who's this obscure guy that I could find? Gregory Jr. was that guy. Ouachita Baptist. He'll generally line up at the right corner, but he did some traveling how about this? He traveled in the Henderson game. He looks a little small on tape height-wise, but he's easy to locate with his long hair. It appears that he's able to run well. He's got some quickness to his game. He played with a burst. He had to chase the ball across the field. He was fine with that. They used him on this blitz. The back pedal looked relaxed and smooth. I would say it's more to his ability and skill. I mean, he appears to be very natural with the way he moves and reacts, the off coverage and stuff. I thought he did a little bit of some freelancing a bit, but sometimes at that level you can get away with that when you're so much better. But I think that he initially wasn't very highly thought of by the two scouting services that cover, that's Bledsoe and National, but I bet you he could draw more interest in Mobile. And that's what I said in the last thing in my report right there.
Yeah, he definitely did. By the way, you mentioned Henderson. Yeah. I've waited for the day to be able to talk about my favorite rivalry,
Henderson State
athletics.
Yeah.
Henderson State and Ouachita Baptist hate each other.
Do they really?
They absolutely.
Well, I watched the right game, man. It's the only thing I had.
Absolutely hate each other. You want to know how close their football stadiums are?
How close?
You could throw a football from one stadium to the other stadium. They were literally right across the street.
Did not know that.
But do they have a bounce house?
Actually, yeah, they do.
Oh, sweet.
Bounce house.
Henderson State does. Ouachita Baptist has a nice stadium. I had one of my best friends. He went to both, actually. He went to Ouachita Baptist to start, then he transferred. And, I went up there, and I could not believe how close it was. I mean, Ford Center to the practice fields out here between the two stadiums. Absolutely insane. So, congratulations to Gregory Jr. out of Ouachita Baptist. He was selected at 197 of the Jags. Then you've got the Philadelphia Eagles, Grant Calcaterra from
concussions
SMU.
will be the question there, man.
Yep, tight end from SMU.
He's a heck of a player.
He's going to the hated Philadelphia Eagles. So he goes from Dallas to Philadelphia. Then Cade Mays off the board to the Panthers at 199. I liked Cade Mays a lot from the time I got to talk to him at the Senior Bowl. I thought he was very underrated in this draft process. The fact that he fell isn't surprising. I was more high on him than most. I like his strong hands. He's got a little extra punch. When things go to plan and if they're scripted, he's nearly perfect. I mean, you look at the Senior Bowl one-on-ones. He was very active. He was fundamental. Had some good footing, good balance. But he's not a great mover. When he has to kind of freelance a little bit, it gets tough on him moving, and sometimes he labors a little bit. I think he's better at a guard spot whenever he gets that chance. So I think this is a good value pick for the Carolina Panthers at $199, and the Patriots are on the clock at $200. Let's take a break. When we come back, the Dallas Cowboys front office is going to have their presser from about 15 minutes from now. So it looks like they're done. Not going to get back into the 7th round. We'll have that live for you on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com when we come back. There we go. Back here on the internet side.
They shut it down, didn't they?
They were.
I mean, what
done.
What are you gonna like? You're gonna give something up to get into the 7th round? Whatever.
No, they're doing their work now. They're making calls.
They're calling
that's
hey, we love you.
Yeah, this is
we know we didn't spend any of our 9 picks on you, but we love you.
Hey, if there was a 7th round, oh wait,
yeah,
if there was a 7th round
we had
pick
this
in this
7th round pick. Come on, Verone.
This is when Sean Payton is selling Tony Romo on to come to the Dallas Cowboys at this time. Yeah.
Right. Sam Roberts selected by the Patriots here at 200. That name sounds familiar. Where did I know him from?
He won the Cliff Harris Award.
That's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Northwest Missouri State, right?
I think so.
The best, or one of the, what is it, given to the nation's small college defensive player of the year.
Hasn't every year Dane has had at least like one guy that got picked that wasn't in his book?
No.
Last year he got it right.
He did. He got it last year? Okay, I was going to say, because he's...
No, Dane didn't have Jeff Swaim, and I could be wrong, but like he took that as a personal attack and has gone out of his way to make sure it never happened again.
But with a guy like Swaim, but he's I remember he always used to say, he'd say there's always like one guy that gets picked in like the 7th that I didn't have.
I think Bobby's right. Yeah, I think and he hates it every year.
And
that
so
he had a long snapper one year, right?
I think the one that's that'll be concerning for him this year is that German corner, because he didn't have him in there. And I was texting him about it the other day. He's like, yeah, I know.
I love it. Like Dane's like Brian. Like he'll have a report on 1,200 guys, but the one he doesn't get is the one that eats at him.
You look at Sam Roberts at 200, 6.5 sacks, 18 tackles for loss. Cliff Harris Award winner. He actually was up here at the Star.
What school is this?
Northwest Missouri State.
That's not
D2.
That's not where Zerline went, is it? He went to somewhere Missouri State.
It might have just been Missouri State.
I don't know. There are several directional schools per state.
You've seen this logo before. I feel like this is a very recognizable logo. It's got like the bear claw.
Buddy, I ain't never seen that in my life.
Never seen that logo?
We're Bear Caddy in Cincinnati.
What?
That's their slogan they say up there. We're Bear Caddy in Cincinnati. Yeah.
I think you're trolling.
My dad is from Cincinnati. I promise that's what they say.
I don't care. I want to.
I don't care about you, Dave.
I could guzzle a pot of coffee right now. I could drink the whole thing.
You want the Mountain Dew?
Are you not going to drink that?
I was going to.
No,
I'm offering it to you.
No.
Okay,
I'll handle it.
Oh man, what are we doing?
Do you want a Red Bull?
Keontae Ingram,
Red Bull?
USC.
I don't.
Running back.
You're a piece of work. Bill.
Work isn't what you wanted to say.
No, I didn't. We're on the internet side, but I don't want to hear it.
You don't want to do it. Should I go on a Ravens rant to get everybody going again?
Yes.
Yeah. Get mad, Brian.
Bobby, by the way, everybody that. By the way, if you're listening and you tweeted at us last night, you made my night at 1:20 in the morning when I was sitting there.
I was listening to that driving home like on a loop.
The Proud Brian picture, though, is so bad. I feel honored with the Proud Brian. Oh, look at my man, Andy Reid. That's my guy.
Got the Hawaiian shirt on.
My man, Andy. You talk about, I used to make red beans and rice up there in Green Bay. My man could eat the whole pot of the red beans and rice. He loved it, man.
Recipe is legendary.
I tell you what, I love Andy. I really do. He was my neighbor. Green Bay. Michael Woods gets taken.
Speaking of,
this is a pick from. This is the Amari Cooper pick, by the way.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, this is the Amari Cooper pick from Dallas.
Who did Dallas take with the Cooper pick?
They took another Oklahoma. They took an Oklahoma guy there.
Oh, by the way,
who did Dallas take with
Dallas?
the Cooper pick?
That was 55, whichever one.
The first one in the 5th round.
155, yeah. Whichever guy that was.
Who was that?
I got it.
It was well, let's go.
Well, let's go.
Yeah, well, let's go.
I'm
feel
looking
good about.
I'm looking forward to studying him though.
Yeah,
I'm gonna need to go get you some tape.
Yeah, I need.
I already checked the database.
Did you?
Need to get some.
All right, well,
I'll get some today.
There's sometimes we could do this and sometimes we can't. So
no, we'll get this one.
I know you will.
I can get it. I just
know.
Have to go.
Yeah,
put it in.
like you don't have 75 other things to do.
The reason we even have access to a lot of the tape we do is because Bobby pulls magic strings to get it for us. It's incredible.
It's incredible.
Very well done.
People are they're like, what website do you use to watch the college tape? I'm like, I don't.
Built.com.
I rely on my shady friends to send it to me.
The website is drive.google.com.
And now you've just given the entire draft internet a new avenue. And
Yeah, they're like, Bobby, give me the goods. Also, if y'all said this, I'm sorry, but Keontae Ingram also went. He's gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, Keontae Ingram, running back USC, went to the Cardinals at 201, 202. Michael Woods the second, wide receiver from Oklahoma, and the Bears pick is in at 203. Now, Brian, you were talking about making your night last night with some of the Twitter memes.
Yeah,
and stuff
folks were
after last
super
night.
nice, but that's funny, man.
Oh man,
I'm getting you that shirt.
Get out of here.
I'm getting it.
Hey,
so good.
You are literally half the man you were from the Proud Brian photo.
He's a Bama man.
I'll tell you, I was half the man. You and I punished so much food in the press box that day.
Yeah, we did.
Remember that chicken and waffles and carving station? And I looked down your plate. I'm like, where did you get that? It's like, man, they have it around the corner over there. I'm like,
AT&T?
No, this is St. Louis.
The Edward Jones Dome in St. Louis.
Their team was bad, and they got great food in the press box.
Usually a press box will put out, you just get one meal. They make something, and it's usually good.
It's like going to Waffle House.
This place, the Edward Jones Dome cycled out. They had chicken and waffles when we got there at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
And then like 40 minutes later, they had like a brisket station. And then right before kickoff, they had something else. I was like,
prime rib, and I'm like
incredible.
going, what the hell?
That was back when you still traveled before you were like, no,
scared.
I'm done with this.
I told Derek I'm done. Derek was nice not to let me have him and Nick.
Who was that? Who was the quarterback that day for the Rams? Was it Austin Davis?
Might have been Austin Davis. You're absolutely right.
Kid? Yeah.
Des made a huge play in that game. Remember, it was kind of we were kind of like they're
Janoris Jenkins out of his shoes. I think.
they were we were in trouble. Oh, Tristan Ebner, Baylor guy.
Yep, Tristan
ahead
Ebner.
ahead of Abram.
He go
Smith.
before Abram Smith.
He did. That's very interesting. The fact that he went before Smith. Abram was the guy who lost his starting spot to Abram Smith. I mean, he was a Big 12 Special Teams Player of the Year, fantastic returner. This is the second guy they've taken as a returner, though, because they took Velus Jones earlier in the draft.
Yeah, he's really good.
That's what I said.
You said Velus.
I said Velus.
You said Velus.
Go back and look at it. I said
Gladly.
Velus.
It sounded like Velus.
I thought I said Velus.
Bobby loves this guy the way
I know.
he's yeah.
No, it's just
I thought I said Velus.
No,
I
I know it's Velus. That's all.
I even have it written down as Velus, and I still thought I said it that way. First team All Big 12 kick returner, and then he also, I mean, they used him as a receiver and as a running back. They kind of put him out wide a little bit back and forth when Aranda got there because Matt Rule used him as a true running back, and then not so much with Abram Smith. Cowboys press conference coming up here in just a couple of minutes on 105.3 The Fan, DallasCowboys.com. Keontae Ingram, running back from USC, off the board, 201 to the Cardinals. Michael Woods the second goes to the Browns at 202. He was a wide receiver from Oklahoma. And then Baylor product, Tristan Ebner, running back, goes to the Bears at 203. Interesting enough, he goes in front of Abram Smith, his running back counterpart with the Bears in that backfield, who had 1,600 yards in his first and only full season as a running back.
I really like Abram Smith. Not like I'm not saying he's like going to be this great NFL running back, but the fact that he played linebacker for as long as he did, he just sounds like the type of guy that a coach would love to draft. Because again, like, how do you get a guy a jersey? Well, if he can tackle and run down and do all this stuff that linebackers do,
Special
and
teams.
be your third or fourth running back, yeah, why not? I would draft him.
I was standing up just to stand up.
That's when things got crazy yesterday, was when Brian stood up.
You're not mad at the chair today?
No, the chair actually changed it out.
The chair's a lot better. Oh yeah,
we are a $7 billion company
The
here. We
chairs
get
with the
better
little
chairs,
bitty
Derek,
backs.
if you're listening.
The chairs with the little bitty backs are no fun.
No fun.
I forgot to finish my thought on the internet side of things because of Ebner getting drafted there. But we were talking about things in the memes of your rant last night with either the I'm Karloftis or the Baltimore rant that you went on. There was a meme today from our friend K-Mess on Twitter, and it was the bus on the railroad tracks, and it says breaking down players, and then it has a train just barreling through it, and it says "I'm Karlaftis" in all caps.
Yeah.
It was hilarious.
I felt sorry for that poor kid. That kid that couldn't, he's like
David Bell?
Yeah, he's thinking.
I don't run very well inside.
I don't. He's like,
Why are you making me go outside?
hey, Karlaftis, I really don't have time for this, brother. I mean, seriously, I don't run well enough, and you're going to ask me to run in like 28-degree weather?
I'm Karlaftis. We're going to run outside.
He did.
Let's take our shirts
I'll
off.
carry you on my back. I'm Karlaftis. I'll run with you on my back, and I'll have a good time. Better than what you run.
How are we getting back into this?
Here we go again.
I'll fireman carry you across. I'll do the 3-cone with you on my back.
It just gets to it like when Brian gets like this, he could say anything and it would make me laugh. It doesn't really matter what we're talking about.
We're having fun. Draft. There was a time where I would never. Seriously, I had a sip of alcohol last night in a draft room.
Picks are done. You should drink both
No.
those.
I might just shotgun one. How about that? but
be
Machota,
entertaining.
there's only one guy I would probably have drank that beer for was Machota.
Machota.
Yeah, John listening. I
Hey,
appreciate
you did
that.
it. You did it.
Yeah, thank
Should
you.
we take a look at Baltimore's draft while we're talking about Karlaftis and all these different guys?
It's okay. It's
you don't
good.
want to look at it?
Nah, Baltimore's good.
Who else has stuck out from a draft standpoint?
You know who?
Kansas City.
Yeah?
I mean, I think that, you look at it.
That's Karlaftis. That's who took Karlaftis.
Yeah.
Check this one
What
out.
about Houston?
Let's look at team. I'm just going to go
Right,
team by
I'm
team.
a big fan of what Green Bay has done.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
Yeah.
Going up to get Watson.
I mean, okay, the trade maybe is rich, but just adding the player and then on top of
Deculus went.
Getting the 2 Georgia guys.
Atlanta has done well. Drake London, they got Ebikidi, they got Troy Anderson. Then they waited. They didn't jump for Ritter. They waited until 73 to get Ritter. They got D'Angelo Malone.
I'm proud of all these teams for just hanging out and letting the quarterbacks.
Justin Schaefer in the 6th round. Atlanta had a good draft.
Theo Jackson, safety from Tennessee, goes to the Titans at 204. And then you said Austin Deculus?
Yes, Deculus. And I was saying Houston had a good draft, but Deculus, my man played about 70 games at LSU, right, Dave?
Offensive tackle.
For a reason, Brian.
Yeah.
You keep playing games in college if you're like, I don't know about all this.
Seriously,
NFL
I think
stuff.
he's 31 years old playing. No, seriously. But he played a lot of snaps.
He did.
A lot of snaps. He was on the national championship team. And then the offensive line had a lot of problems along the way the last couple of years. And, he was of the group, of the national championship group, he was probably the one that struggled the most. And then all of a sudden it became all of them struggled.
He just turned 23, so he's not like.
No, seriously. But how many games he played?
He's
played
been playing forever.
Like 50 games in his life?
I'll pull it up.
Started at both tackle and guard. Missed the final 3 games of the year due to injury.
Yeah.
That was it. Yeah, I don't have anything on games, though. I'm excited to hear Dave's thought process here.
I'm just trying to look at North Dakota's schedule and figure out which games I want to try and get of Let's Go.
Anything stick out to you?
The opponent: Idaho State, Utah State, Drake, North Dakota State, probably North Dakota State, just because
North Dakota State would be a good one. Yeah.
Utah State.
Western Illinois, Missouri State.
Bro.
Hey,
Austin Deculus.
Hey, we're going to have to wait on this. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The press conference starting now upstairs. The front office with their wrap-up of the press conference right now.
Well, it's good to see you smiling today. I was a little worried about you. You look like your fantasy draft didn't go very well yesterday. Some of those questions you were asking. Good?
A lot of talking in that draft room goes on about you guys. Okay, I think what we'll do is, Stephen, you take any questions and go down through them a little bit, and then Coach, you do the same thing. And Will, to the extent they do, you do the same thing on your own or ask any questions. I think that's better. Not a lot to talk about before we get into the players. So once you start it off.
I mean, you want to take questions or do you want to?
Or just what we ought to do,
I think, questions.
Or I think we ought to just go down through each player and give a thought about it. Take questions.
You see how our day went today?
We're good.
Get me a drink.
Steven, can you go like pick by pick? And just...
There you go.
Okay, guys, let's do it. We'll just take the questions.
That tight end, the fourth round pick, can you talk about him?
Jake Ferguson. Obviously, we had a chance to visit him at the combine and had really good grades on him. I think his versatility, both on the ball, off the ball, tough guy. Grew up in it. Really liked his attitude and his demeanor. I think he's an excellent fit for our guys.
Are those tight ends at Wisconsin considered like linemen? They obviously block well there. Is he one of those guys that can block on the line?
Yeah, I think he can play both on the line and off the line. I think he'll be good in the insert schemes. Makes competitive catches, plays with some tenacity. Like I said, I was real excited to, based on where we had him ranked and everything. So to have him available there was excellent.
Good football background with Alvarez, being his granddad.
Coach Alvarez.
Grew up with it.
How much did you talk to him, Mike, during that process? I don't know if you called him on the phone or.
Me personally, just had a chance to meet him at the combine. He was one of our interviews here. So, so it was obviously spent a lot of time at the University of Wisconsin and was always in the locker room and obviously had a lot of good positive feedback about him.
How well do you know his grandfather?
Cordially. Yeah, I've had a chance to be around Coach Alvarez a number of times, and obviously, what he means to the University of Wisconsin, and hey, he's got a stature in front of the stadium. I think that says it all.
Mike, I know you were saying going into this draft that you consider this a huge class from the standpoint of just the roster integrity that kind of the last couple of years. Can you talk about that a little bit more, and did you accomplish what you hoped to accomplish in this draft?
Definitely. I mean, I think every prospect speaks for himself, but what they bring as a class is, to me, this business is about stacking success, and we, and from my perspective, this is 3 draft classes now that we've stacked together that I think really holds the future bright for us. Draft and develop is the bloodline, lifeline of how you want to build your football team inside and out. Obviously, we were able to hit positions of need, and but I really like the way everything came together as far as putting the board together, and frankly, we were very disciplined and patient and stuck to our board.
Steven, do you feel like you guys might have drafted a little bit more for need this year than you maybe have the last 2 years?
Not at all.
And I don't know, I just feel like that's kind of the outside look at the way the first few picks and things like that. Just throughout the entire draft, you felt like you guys just took the top player that was there?
Absolutely. I mean, that's part of, I mean, you look at it and there's obviously, positions here where it helps, but that was across the board. I mean, yeah, we didn't get a quarterback, we didn't get a running back, but those are, positions of strength for us. We obviously signed our 3 safeties back and, position of strength, but I wouldn't necessarily say there were those positions that were doing that to us, when we were picking other players. I think it was just sorting through, when was the best time, to get these players, whether who's, if it's the best guy right off the bat's the lineman, then take him. If it would have been the pass rusher, then take him. But I think we did a really good job there of working through our board. I think starting this morning, all the picks until Ridgeway came from our 4th round, and so we just worked through it and made good decisions. Actually, Clark was actually a 3rd rounder, but because of his injury, there was reason why we didn't jump on him right away because of the. With his injury that he went through this year, then, he's going to be a guy who's going to be a pup guy, and we'll see how, he responds as to what part of the season he can join us.
So all the picks were rated as 4th rounders except for Ridgeway?
All the way through Ridgeway, and Clark was actually a 3rd rounder.
Other guys are all 4th. Okay, on your board.
You were saying last night when you were coming down, you had a discussion about whether or not to move up and use some of your capital to do that. Did you determine not to do that? Did you still try to move up today? And just in general, with the 4 picks in the 5th round, what your approach was?
We never tried to move up. We just felt like, we had, a big group of players in that 4th round there that we really liked. I mean, I think we were, been saying that for 2 weeks now, that we felt like, the weight of our draft board was really weighted toward, the 4th and 5th round, and felt like there was going to be a big group of players there that we could really improve our football team with.
I assume that your phone was ringing from other teams today. Are you kind of surprised that you didn't make a trade to move up or move down at all?
It was ringing, but it's not anything that really enticed us. I mean, when the time came for us to take a pick, we had several calls, a couple times where, hey, do you want to move back? But usually it was too far back for us to really have interest in it. But I think those 4-5s really paid dividends for us. I think we're going to have a really good group of players out of those 4 5th-round picks.
Clark's injury, can you just talk about that and the expectations for him?
Well, I think we've got a good feel for it in terms of what we're looking at with him. I mean, he's definitely going to, at a minimum, be a PUP guy. And so he'll miss, 6 months from his time of surgery. And, this is a guy who works. And football is very important to him, very committed to getting back. And, is going to work through his injuries. And, if anything, he's going to be one of those guys that's ahead of schedule. So
it's not a redshirt year. He could have a chance to play this year.
Absolutely.
The Senior Bowl seemed to be a pretty important event on your guys' calendar. It is every year, but a lot of picks from Mobile. Can you maybe go into what you guys saw there, how instrumental that event was to formulate the draft?
For me, I think the Senior Bowl gives you an opportunity to see those players live and in a different environment. You get to have your hands on them. You get to see them compete against the better guys. And so that does add to it, but that's not the end-all to be-all. That's just a piece of the puzzle. We do like to see them in that environment, see if it matches with the information we get. Then you go to Combine, you do all those other things to add to it. But it is a good exposure to those guys at the Senior Bowl.
For a guy like Willetsko, though, who's moving up in a level, is it more important than it is for some other guys?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very valid point. Okay, we're talking coming from that conference, and then you just want to see them against better players, and then you see how the physical skill set matched against the big college players, and you showed that he belonged, and then he just continued to grow from that point, in our eyes with how he did at the interview, at the Combine, and everything else we've done with him.
Can you talk a little bit more about him, just what you see and how you project him, just where he is in his development and kind of what he needs to do?
Well, what he is a football player that plays the game the right way. He's got prototypical NFL tackle size. He can play either side, and he plays the game nasty and physical. And then, it's kind of the tempo that coach wants to set and we want from our linemen. So he has that skill set, and then he has growth from that. He had an injury a couple of years ago with his knee, and he wasn't able to rehab that. It was during the COVID year, but he found a way to do that in Minnesota through the snow and everything else to get ready to play. And so the sky's the limit for him, and still there's opportunity to grow from that and get stronger.
Mike, the roster as it sits now, as you head to OTAs and then maybe even on into camp, feel like all the pieces are there? Is there anything else you might like to see before that time hits?
Well, I mean, we're obviously just getting started on the potential rookie free agency process, so that'll be another add. I think we'll probably have close to 19 players there that'll be added to this class. But yeah, definitely. I think like anything, I've always looked at the collection of talent as the starting line. The connection of the talent among your football team is where the real money's at, and that's where we're focused on.
Stephen, when a guy like Clark, when you go through the medicals with him, is it, hey, have the Cowboys had a guy like this, has had this injury and come back from it, so you feel more comfortable about it?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of hate to get in talking about other people's injuries this day and time. You get yourself in trouble, but we do have, we were able to compare Clark to a player on our team that very similar. So feel good about it, and feel good about this guy and how he's going to go about his business and how much he loves the game. I really think we got our hands around this, and this guy's one hell of a football player when he's healthy. So, and think he'll be healthy. Like I said, in time, maybe even to, really help us this year at some point.
You added some linebacker depth. How important is that when Micah maybe can move around, and the more depth you have there, the more versatile he could be on defense?
I mean, it's very important, and those are conversations that are ongoing. I mean, it's obviously Mike is a featured player on our defense, and as much flexibility that we can put around him to really take advantage of his flexibility. And every time his name comes up, I always go back to, from an offensive perspective. I mean, he's someone that every week is going to be targeted as far as how the offense is going to try to help, whether it's in protection or so forth. So yeah, definitely player flex and our defensive front has definitely been a priority the last 2 years, and I think it was a big part of our success last year.
What do you guys like in Bland? What do you guys like in Bland?
Big, long, athletic corner, and it fits again the prototype of what we're looking for when you build your defense. You want big outside corners that we call it vertical control, can stop the vertical routes, be able to run with those guys and then make plays on the football, and then the athleticism that he has. So you're adding another young, big, athletic, corner to the mix.
Jerry, do you remember your conversation with Ridgeway after the A&M game?
Let me tell you this. We got that trophy. You notice I say we, the pigs, got that trophy sitting out there at AT&T Stadium, and the picture of him and several of the others when I presented them the trophy as a keepsake. And yes, I remember him well. And then, of course, we've gotten to see him play here over the years, and it was real rewarding for me to see Dan and see the coaches as well as see us all see how he could help us and come in here and help us as a big man. As Mike said, I said, boy, we've got our boy Bohannon from Kentucky. He said, we need two of these big guys. They need to alternate some plays. So I'm proud for him. He's a unique pick for us relative to most of the years we've picked with the Dallas Cowboys, because we've usually had less or size and more quickness. And so Bohannon has that, of course, along with the size. So I'm really good because I've always, on our defense against a running game, have always held my breath on getting Big Boy in there. And so this is a real statement in my mind with Dan and with Mike as to how we're going to address the run game when we get into the playoffs, which we're sure to have. And Mike was sitting there all day going, playoffs, just remember the playoffs. So that really is not only a great pick, he's a hell of a competitor. He really is. But it's also a philosophical thing that feels good. Here we've got two of those big guys. While I'm at it here, I want to say that from the standpoint of how these guys were drafted in the order they were drafted in, this is one of the most unique drafts that I've been a part of. And I'm going to call it, just bear with me a second, when we got to Sam Williams, we really were really looking at Tolbert as well. And so that was a lot of time we spent how and who to pick to get both. How could we get both? And then it doesn't make any difference which was the third or fourth pick as long as you did get the both. And the facts are that those two guys were sitting there. When we got to those tight ends, when we came in this morning, and we got to those tight ends, which they were there, and a group of them were there, as many as 5, certainly 4. Well, the idea was where we were, could we wait without bumping our 4 up? Could we wait and get one of those tight ends with a 5th-round pick? We felt that there were attributes of all the players that made them all there together, so could we wait and get that done? We successfully did that without having to give up one of those 5s to bump the 4, because we really did know one of the 4 or 5 tight ends we wanted to get down to Bland, Clark, and Ridgeway. We almost from the get-go today had that as, boy, we want to get one of those guys with those 5th picks. How can we come out of that 5th round? Dare say, could we get 3 out of 4 or 5 of our top 5th-round picks? Well, you can't do that if you get nervous and give up another pick to go get it. So unbelievably, we sat down with that 5th pick, And when we got in that deal right there, those were the guys. Those were the 4 guys. And the question was, could we wait and which one to take first? Certainly we knew that because of the injury situation, we were excited about all of that group there. The way this draft went, we were really fortunate because the Sam Williams-Tolbert thing was a product of a pod concept, and which one would be there, which one it wasn't. And we had a very interesting time today talking about the sequence of how those guys were drafted, because we had them all in the same kind of thought there. And I know we're talking about different positions, but we're also talking about how the round failed. And that was quite a participation. I wish all of you could have been in there to see it. Now, you want to find out who makes the pick when you go through that. If you'd been a fly on the wall to see that, you don't know today, and I don't know who made those picks when we got through it. It was that kind of participation, that kind of collaboration. Exactly, that is the word. But not necessarily really where it was on the board as much as which one, because they were close enough. There weren't 3 points worth of difference on all of them on these decisions. Same thing on the Tolbert situation. So the trick is which one would last the longest when you're going down the draft. And so that's the best I've ever seen us work it in a draft room, with a combination of how we ended up with these players that if you'd walked in here and started this morning, this is what we'd like to come up with. We knew we were going to get at least 2 or 3 of them, surely. But could we fix it to where we could get each one of them in a group of 5 or 6, get 5 of them? We did.
How much improved is the team after the draft, where talent-wise?
You're looking at me, and I guess you're asking me, and very well. I think as much as we improve the team.
So just so all of our listeners on the radio can hear this, we are going to break, but you can join the rest of the press conference on DallasCowboys.com. We'll be back in a minute. I'm sure they probably won't be wrapped up by then, but our NFL draft coverage continues on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
Where you were in this draft, that wasn't really possible being at the end of each round. But so you feel it is comparable to that? It's not more of a blue collar kind of fill the spaces.
But obviously, one of the questions that I kept asking Mike and Dan and if you will and Stephen, one of the questions I kept asking. Is there a pick here that would give us a big compliment to what Micah is? Is there a pick here that would make him have more pass pressure, or let us use him more flexibly behind the line of scrimmage, get more blitz out of him, or get that? Where's the complementary aspect to it? And we really addressed that good. And I think that when you look at Damien Clark and you look at Harper, I think that, and then when you step over and look at Sam Williams, I think we have really upped what the options that we have with Micah to get that done. That was in the forefront of our thinking there. And so we really, I think, built off of the good fortune that we had of getting Micah Parsons last year.
Your primary offensive groupings are 11 and 12. What did you feel like those back-to-back picks in the 3rd round, Tolbert and then the tight end Ferguson, did to get better as an offense in that regard?
I mean, definitely. I mean, you don't just play with 3 tight ends, or excuse me, three receivers and 2 tight ends. So, I mean, flexibility is something we talked about. We talk a lot about, 1-back offense versus 2-back offense versus no-back offense, obviously, is an auxiliary approach. But the ability to be in 12 personnel with 2 tight ends and play the same as you do in 11 personnel, but also get into more of the 8-gap run game, more 2-back downhill, more action. I think we can do things in 1st and 2nd down to make it a little easier on Dak. So, I mean, those are the kind of things that when we talk about how will we use these players, what the importance of having, quality backups all through your 11 personnel focus and your 12 personnel focus was all part of that. So yeah, definitely. I mean, we drafted 9 players. Yeah. So yeah, we got a lot better here the last 3 days. So that's very important. And these guys will, I think they're, obviously very talented, but they're all very good fits for how we want to play.
Can you talk about your comfort level at the center position and just, I think you had a chance to maybe get the best one in the draft, but is it you just got a lot of confidence in Biotish and And you feel like you just didn't want to get anybody that could maybe stop any kind of progress there?
I would say that was the approach. I think, like anything, you want as much competition throughout your roster. I mean, to me, the healthiest roster is the most competitive. I think last year was a great example. I think what the NFL's done with the roster flexibility, learning from the pandemic and having that many people, the opportunity to have that many players in the building is huge. I think it's great for the game of football. I think it's definitely benefits us here for how we want to function. I wouldn't say we just stayed away from it. So, and I think Steven says it every time we talk about player acquisition. It's an ongoing process. So, you're always trying to make things as competitive as possible.
You touched on it a little bit, but do you feel with Smith in the first and then Ferguson that you did improve the run game, and how much was finding some guys to help you in the run game an emphasis this whole season?
Yeah, definitely. You want to be big, athletic, and long up front. And I think, if you even take it further, you're trying to hit the target on how many tackles you want, on your 90-man roster and so forth. So they had 2 young tackles, to our offensive line. I thought was huge for us.
Steven, you often tell us you take snapshots of the cap 2-3 years down the road and things like that. When you look at having the picks you had today, does that play a part in that? Because you know what's coming salary cap wise with the big money guys you have, and then what you may have with Trayvon and Micah and CD.
It's always on your mind. I mean, that's why we do take snapshots 2 and 3 years out. It's not just who's going to be here for this year. It's, you can project out a little bit and know there's going to be some holes 2 years from now and 3 years from now. So, that's why, and it's just like Nick said, he's wondering, you say we drafted for need, but yet he said we didn't address a need. So I think that's part of it. I mean, it all depends on, I think all teams, would like to have more I think every spot on your roster can be a need when you're getting into those type of things, competitiveness, compete for a roster spot. I would add Farniok, as a guy that we really like a lot, that's going to push somebody. And, we're going to be playing him at center, correct, Mike? And, he's going to push. And he was a guy we drafted last year, and he's done nothing but come in here and do everything the right way. But I think all these guys you look at, when you look at taking tackles like that, and we got Ball, what's this roster going to look like 2 and 3 years from now in terms of, who will be on it? And, we weren't against. We looked at a couple of running backs because, Pollard's going to be free next year. Rico's going to be restricted. Zeke's making a lot of money. All those things come into play. This thing's fluid, especially as you start to look at 2 years from now, 3 years from now.
It's hard for me personally to take a center that can get knocked back. Now, I understand reach, and I understand going to the second level, and I understand the importance of the center to call. This is just me. But it's real hard if that center can't interchangeable and be a good guard, which does take a lot of base, then it's hard for me to go with just that with the makeup of our team right now. And so that when it's obviously a prospect that could be both center guard appeals to me more. And so someone asked the question here earlier, why'd you pass on that center? When you are sitting there with center, we've got that. We've got a big base guy here. And so and obviously we had alternatives when we got it done.
I was just wondering who the best center was. That's all. That's just,
Yeah.
Well, any of the centers are the best one.
Well, I think, Jerry makes a huge point, especially in today's NFL. It's pertinent to how defenses are playing, especially more in first and second time more than ever. Your center's covered up. And if you've ever had a small center or undersized center, which I have, and you deal with it, and then you line up on Sunday, and first thing you look for is, how many times they're going to leave your center uncovered. So, your center's not uncovered very often right now. We call it 5-man spacing, where they cover both your center and guards and get to it, many different ways. No different how we get to it with Micah. So that's important right now. That's definitely a trend you have to pay attention to.
How strongly did you consider using a pick on a kicker, or was it that's the first thing we address after the draft, and they're going to want to come here because they know there's a spot open?
Well, I would have used a pick on a kicker if I hadn't wanted to use it on something I thought was better than a kicker. When it was in there, seriously. I think I watched the success that they had this year with with the draft pick on the kicker. So I went into this thing thinking we might could use a pick on a kicker, but we had a better choice.
Matt Waletzko, we've talked about him, but can you maybe just detail, whoever would like it, kind of what you see in terms of his traits that you have to work with and what it looks like from a developmental standpoint, while also just kind of wrapping that in with there are a lot of young offensive linemen on this roster that you guys are kind of developing, with Tyron and Zach in the building and what that could mean for the future of that room.
Well, I want Coach to answer that, but I will tell you, he sure took the spot of a veteran swing guy out here in free agency. We won't be seeing one of those. So, Coach.
Yeah, definitely. And that was part of the conversation. But, yeah, Matt, I really like his length. I think we all have comparables of players we have, worked with in the past. And one, 36-inch arms. John Alt was the first, left tackle that I was around in the league back in the 90s, and I just always had such great respect for him. And John was was ridiculously long that way. So I mean, Matt has that kind of ability. Obviously, his athletic ability has the ability to play both left and right tackle. So I thought he was an excellent choice, particularly at that time, and it's someone that we had our eye on and was talking about for a while.
Athletically, he seems to be a day two type of guy. Him being able to be found when you guys got him, that just small school and some natural rawness there to develop, or why do you what part of his profile is why he was available when he was?
Yeah, and that's all fair, and I think also you look at every individual's path, no different than his path, with the injury that he had and during the pandemic, and so you factor all those experiences into it, and playing at a smaller school, and but I think particularly the last 10 years in the league, the smaller school guys have been getting more credit and have carried more value. So I think he's I know I keep saying this, but I think he's a really good fit for us.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
And we are back here from the SWBC studios at the Star in Frisco as the front office just wrapping up their post-draft press conference in the media room upstairs. Glad you're with us. David Hellman, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, Kyle Yeomans. And we've got a whole nother round to get through now. We've wrapped up the post-draft press conference
and
at 4:15.
Kudos to them for calling it a day and getting that out of the way, because on the reporter side of things, last year they did it after everything was over, and as somebody who's trying not to be here till 9 o'clock tonight,
Quitter?
Yes, I'm ready to quit, and I'm very happy that the press conference
Make him feel guilty, Brian.
out of the way.
Brian's really good at that. Makes Dave feel guilty a lot.
No.
It took me 5 years to have the professional confidence to take a vacation because I was worried about what Brian was going to say.
I already knew whenever I took mine earlier in the month, I knew I was getting
We did the draft show, and I'm like,
roasted.
You're like,
where's Kyle?
Hey, man, I'm going.
Oh, he's on JetBlue somewhere. I'm like,
we're trying to watch players.
We're trying to draft here
American
today?
Airlines, by the way.
We're trying to draft. We're fighting for our lives.
Yeah.
Fighting for our lives here, man. What's going on?
And then I got stuck, so that didn't help out. But
Yeah.
that happens. So, press conference wrapping up. Bobby, anything stick out to you on what you heard from the front office as they made all 9 picks, and they've got some tough decisions on the way as well?
Them talking about that all the way up to Ridgeway, they got 4th-round players except Damon Clark, who they said was a 3rd.
Actually had him better than they did. Yeah.
But, it sounds like exactly what we all kind of thought, that they were just getting really good value today. They felt like, where their board was and the guys that they were picking, they felt good about it. And so that's kind of what stood out to me.
They clearly had a plan for how they want to attack the day, and they navigated those 5th-round picks. And I think that that's what you have to. That's the only thing you can. You don't want to say, "Oh, we'll just go and see what happens." They had an idea where they wanted to take some guys along the way, and they were able to make that work. And it started very early with them. With the way they work it out. I mean, Jerry even walked you through the Tolbert Williams situation.
Yeah.
Because we were all thinking, I know I was, that I know how much they loved Sam Williams. And then Bobby's talking about, like, wait a minute, they really love this Tolbert kid. And so it was like they figured out what order made best sense for them and how that worked out. And I, again, if you can go through a draft and plan out of how you want to navigate this thing, I think that's I don't think you could ask for anything better for that. Again, hey, we all might disagree on the players, but that's their job. We're here to evaluate and stuff like that. Jerry made a quip that he talks about the media and the war room. I'm sure they do. It's okay, but that's what you have to appreciate about it. That they set the board, they had a plan, and their plan worked out well for them. Now we'll see. We'll see how the players play. That's really the evaluations going forward.
Part of that too. We talked about them having a plan and kind of having guys identified. I think one of the things that stood out to me was Jerry, which again, like Jerry probably says more than Mike McCarthy wants him to. But
when he went into that explanation with all that, you could see Mike kind of go, "Man, we really don't have to do this, bro."
Yeah, exactly. But Jerry, telling the story about how like throughout the day and throughout the weekend, McCarthy was like playoffs. We're thinking about playoffs. We're thinking about like tough, physical, potentially depending on the location, cold weather football.
Saw his team play the last 8 weeks of the season.
I think the Cowboys know that they kind of got pushed around in the second half of the year and in the playoffs as well.
Something consistently we've talked about.
I don't know if these guys will fix those issues, but that's the goal.
Ridgeway will.
Oh my God. I can't wait to meet that guy.
That sounds so fun. I'm even getting tagged. Apparently, he challenged Roman Reigns at one point, straight up called him out, and he's that kind of guy.
Break a beer bottle over my head, bro. Let's go.
I would love to ask him to do that as well. I would love to see him break a beer bottle over your head.
I got a Miller Lite. I need a bottle. This is a pint.
Yeah, that's probably not going to work as well.
He
can still hit you in the head with it, but it might not feel as good.
True.
All right, let's take our break. James Houston, the edge rusher from Jackson State, off the board at 217 to the Lions. We'll try and catch you up a little bit as well on the other side of it. NFL draft coverage rolling on here on 105.3 The Fan and on DallasCowboys.com. And here we are, back again on the internet side. This is getting to the point, Dave, that you say this on a yearly basis, but if you're still watching, especially now that the Cowboys don't even have a draft pick left, we consider you close friends.
You're my people. If you're listening to this, the Cowboys don't have a pick. The draft is over. The press conference is over. There's no reason for you to be listening to this other than you just love talking draft and talking Cowboys/NFL football. And I appreciate the hell out of you. Actually, I forgot to do this earlier this year, but if you're listening somewhere outside of America, tweet me.
Yes.
Let me know where you're at.
Tweet us all. Put us all on there.
I want to shout you out. I just love how devoted the listenership of this program is. All of our listeners and viewers are great, but I feel a special connection to you draft sickos. I love you very much.
Do we want to take calls at some point? Is that a possibility?
Are we hooked
Are we
up
okay
to do
with that?
Do we have the capability?
I mean, draft picks have called us, right?
Oh, that's
I mean, that's
point. You've been on the phone.
You better ask somebody that's about to screen those calls if they want to do that. I'm okay with that.
Kyle
myself.
out here trying to create work for people who are
I'm
just
about
trying to
say,
get through
man,
the day.
I'm trying to make our jobs easier by just answering
I was
fan
going to
questions.
say, we make the seventh round go a lot faster.
Were we wrong about Marquise Hayes, or is he's? I wonder if he's medical. I asked somebody about him. I have not heard.
Yeah, I don't know that either. I need to probably reach out on that one as well. But no, if we get Rocks to get an hour's more worth of guests and stuff, that'd be great.
Hey, we just bring the whole front office in here.
She did.
We
Again, a heck of a job there. Really, really.
Hey, Will McClay, come on down. Let's talk about this draft.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Jerry, come on.
Let's get Jerry.
we could all go take restroom breaks if Jerry got down here. We could have that whole conversation. It'd be great. So the Titans on the clock at 2:19. Anybody else on your board, Bobby? You mentioned Hayes. Is anybody else kind of sticking around?
I didn't stack that deep just because like I said,
Yeah,
I was unaware I was doing day 3
Yeah, you were a
until
late start.
late. But just looking at some of the names that stand out that are still, if I've missed somebody, that went. Some of the highest left for Dane: Marquise Hayes, Oklahoma; Rasheed Walker, Penn State; Christopher Allen, Alabama. Has he gone?
No, he has not. He has not.
Castro Fields, Penn State.
He is not either.
Kellen Deesh, Arizona State.
That one's interesting because, Brian, you were talking about him.
Yeah, that's these names that Dane's talking about. My highest rated guy is Hayes from Oklahoma, the guard. He's still. I told you all these offensive linemen. I probably have a rounder. Maybe they're all undraftable guys, but Hayes was on my board. Deesh was on my board. Walker from Penn State. Those two guys were 4th round guys on my board.
Has Ben Brown from Ole Miss gone?
Ben Brown has not gone.
And then
Strong, we talked about him though. But he's dealing with the cartilage, not on the bone.
Josh Jobe, Verone McKinley.
Yeah,
these are some of the names you're looking at. I think as we look to them starting to make some phone calls, I feel like
who did Tennessee take?
They took
just now.
Yeah,
Chance Campbell, linebacker from Ole Miss.
Okay, well then, how did I miss? Okay, the Rams.
At 218, it was the Buccaneers.
Buccaneers. Who did Buccaneers take? I'm sorry.
Kieft. Kokieft. Tight end from Minnesota.
Chief Kieft.
That's an interesting, reference.
That's his nickname.
Is it really?
Uh-huh.
Wow. I thought you were just making a reference. I was
am.
Like, that was
you fell
good.
for that hook, line, and sinker. Jeez. Come on.
It happens to me all the time, man.
See, Dave doesn't even blink.
So
Dave knew better than to even look over and think that was a real thing. He also wasn't listening.
He's also not listening at all.
I'm collected. Look, dude, we're getting shout outs. We got people listening.
Oh, here's a guy.
Hawaii, Scotland, frickin' Beaumont, Texas. Shout out Beaumont. Yeah.
That's an international.
409.
Mexico. Sorry, I'm doing a bad job of keeping all of this in check, but
Dave sounds like he's ordering at a drive-thru.
Can I
have a Whataburger? Oh man, I had late night Whataburger last night. It was fantastic.
I'll tell you this though.
Sorry, Brian. How about this? I will shout you out, sir. Stationed in Germany and has listened to all 3 days of coverage, even the ones that have started after midnight. Love it.
Let's go.
I love how much y'all love this. It's great. Sorry, Brian, go ahead.
No, I actually, the 49ers just took a guy in.
Yep. There's Castro Fields.
Yeah. Did they have back-to-back?
Yes, they did.
Okay. So there's 2 guys right there off the board.
Davis from UCF.
Yeah, it's funny.
Castro
In my
Fields.
stack, I had Davis, tackle from Central Florida. He was 116 on my board, and then the next guy they took was at 117.
Nice
on the board. So the Castro Fields, the cornerback there. So
you want to tell us about Castro Fields? We could do some scouting reports this late,
You
right?
do some scouting reports.
I've got one. Do you want me to start on you?
Go ahead.
Quick and compact corner, has some good length despite 6-foot size, right leverage and depth to the corner or to cover multiple route stems is what I have down. Good ball skills, not a ton of interceptions throughout his collegiate career. Smaller, compact, but he plays bigger than his size. Has the speed to keep up step for step with most of the receivers in the Big Ten. Also, interesting note here, held Chris Olave to 2 receptions on 6 yards when he was covering him. So, I mean, he has some decent tape. I had him as a top 80 player. He was the final top 80 player on my board to go. I'm wondering if there's something there. Of course, I haven't heard anything. I would love if we could hear, Bobby, if you hear of anybody medical, or maybe he's just terrible and I have him way higher. So maybe that's it.
I hadn't asked about him. I can ask.
Tyreek Castro Fields. We are into the 7th round of the NFL draft as the Jacksonville Jaguars are finally on the clock to begin the final round here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. So glad you've elected to join us here on this Saturday afternoon, just nearly to 4:30 p.m. Central Time. Now, with the Jaguars on the clock, the final pick of the 6th round, Brian, you were talking about a moment ago on the internet side, Tyreek Castro Fields, corner from Penn State. Good player overall.
No, I thought you had him right. I want to talk about the guy before him if I could.
Yeah,
Davis from Central Florida. That's a defensive tackle. This guy's got really good initial quick. And the reason I'm bringing this up is this was players 116 and 117 out of my 190 that I did. but really good initial quickness off the snap. He gets across the line in a hurry, fires his man. I think he'll struggle a little bit to finish, but he can't be disruptive in the way he plays. There's plenty of snaps where he's into the opponent's backfield. I was impressed with how quickly he's able to get off the snap. He's got a really good sense of timing and anticipation. There's some pop and power to his game. There were several snaps where the Boise offensive lineman was knocked back or surprised of how quickly that he got into them. He's got some chances to make some stops at or behind the line of scrimmage just because, he's got that quickness. The lateral agility was just a tick off, but he did get close enough to when he make a play, he could finish right there. If you can get around how he physically looks, he's a pretty good player in a rotating system for the Knights.
And then Monteric Brown, cornerback from Arkansas, the first pick here in the final round of the NFL draft. And do you want to go to Tyreek Fields there as well?
No, you got it. You had him right.
Okay, good. So I didn't know if you did both. I was looking.
No, I did both, but
my bad.
But I kind of felt like I'll do it. We got what do we got? A whole nother round to
That's
do,
true.
right?
We got an entire hour here.
Okay, let's kill it. We'll go. We're on the power play. Fields. That would be he'll line up at either cornerback spot. He's got excellent time speed, that 4.38, and there's snaps where you see him use it. He can really drive on the ball when he sees it. He's had some seasons where he's had more pass breakups than he did in 2021. He's got some bounce to his game when you watch him move. He does a nice job avoiding blocks. He's got a chance to make a play. He moves with body control, foot quickness to pedal. I mean, he can collect himself. Boom, he is gone. He's got that makeup speed that you absolutely love. I mean, aggressive when he could fight through that. When they target at him, he fights through those screens and stuff. He fights through and is able to make plays on that. And I kind of liked how the willingness that he was to drive on balls, how physical he was. You watch the Senior Bowl, the coverage, and he kind of had a little bit of grabbiness to him in that stuff. But I'll tell you what, man, this guy's a pretty good player. I like what San Francisco did here.
Back-to-back picks of solid players at the back end of the sixth round. That'll do you some good for your value. Now, speaking of value, and we talked about this a little bit early on with the Cowboys and going for traits, going for these players at specific spots along the way, do you feel better about this draft this year, Dave, than you did when we were at this point last year?
You said that earlier, and it's a great question. And it's funny because I had like an uneasy feeling about Micah Parsons when they drafted him. I was like, this guy could be great. And I think I even said I thought it was a boom or bust pick. Like I thought it would be really, really great or maybe a disaster. And it's been really, really great. Like it's hard to even imagine that I felt that way. I think, wow, that's weird. That's really, I'm processing all of this live and I'm sorry, but like, I think I feel more confident in what they have from this class right now than I did last year. And mainly that was the first two.
Yeah.
Like Parsons and Joseph, you're just like, I don't know. And Parsons has been amazing. Joseph, that's kind of come to fruition in a bad way. So, maybe that wasn't the wrong way to feel. And then, Josh Ball came with some concerns. We didn't know a lot about Nashawn Wright. So, yeah, I think I feel better here as the picks are happening about this class in totality. Although I don't think there's a player here with the upside of Micah. Maybe I could be wrong, but that's how I feel. So, this is a meandering answer, but I think right now my baseline feeling about this class as a whole is better. Am I crazy for feeling that way?
No, I don't think so. And, the thing that I'm hopeful for is he mentioned, Jerry was talking about, our guy, the North Dakota, the offensive tackle that, no, we're not going to see a veteran swing tackle. What does that say about Ball? Was he not thinking about Ball? Whereas Joe Philbin was telling us about Ball and
Ball and Farniok are killing the game.
Yeah, their line coach and then Jerry's, maybe he knows something like that. I like to believe that some of these guys, maybe this draft is not going to be the one that maybe one or two guys are going to be at it that are going to be helpful. But then maybe it's last year's draft, those guys that were kind of, let's see what happens with Golston. Let's see what happens with Bohanna. Let's see what happens with, I'm kind of thinking about that's the draft I want to see.
I am guilty of I overlook Semi Fehoko on a regular basis just because I didn't see him do anything last year. But
see, that's what I want. That's what I want to see. I want to see the guys that have been here for a year that kind of were redshirted. I'm interested in seeing Jabril Cox. I'm interested in seeing those guys play. Now, if some of these guys can plug, let's see what happens at left guard. Because if that's the 16th best player on their board, he should be plug and play. Let's go. There shouldn't be competition over there.
That's
if they want to move on from McGovern and stuff like that. I'm okay if you guys feel that strongly about that man. Let's go,
Brian. Over the years we've gone to like OTAs and training camp. And there's always, not always, but there have been rookies where you're like, I don't know, man.
Yeah. I felt that way about Ball last year.
Yeah.
The OTAs and mini camps, I watched him. I didn't see a very strong guy. Again, here's my phobia about strong offensive tackles. But then it happened in mini camp, and then it happened in OTAs. And I'm like, man, this guy needs to get stronger. He needs to be redshirted. He doesn't need to play. He needs to be in the weight room every single day working on this stuff. So I think that's where I'm going to focus. I think there's some guys in this class that can clearly help you, no question. But I also kind of feel like, though, I'm kind of fascinated to see the guys, like we say, Bohanna, Golston, Ball. Where are these guys? Because if those guys can come through and play and be those capable backups, then that takes it takes pressure off some of these other guys to have to step in and play. I mean, the linebacker here, that's going to replace Luke Gifford and people like that, right?
Yeah.
And that they're
talking about Devin Harper.
Yeah, Devin Harpers and stuff like that. That's going to replace those guys that 2-3 years ago when you draft them or sign them as free agents or whatever, that you're like, we've kept them around for a couple years, but they're not good enough.
I'm rooting. I feel like I find myself rooting harder for Tyler Smith than a first round pick that I can remember. And it's mainly, I'll be honest, it's mainly because he was such an engaging personality yesterday, and it's a cool story. And I also think I'm not necessarily his career. You can't call a career after even 1 year, let alone like one training camp. But I feel like we'll know pretty quickly with him when he gets out there, like, oh, this guy's a beast and he's ready to maul from the get, or ooh, this guy is going to take some work. Like, I feel like we'll know that pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, even if you see it as there's clearly a learning curve or whatever, I think we'll know pretty quick, like, if the flashes are there to like be able to step in and contribute. It's like, even last year when people were like, how raw is Micah and stuff like that, you can see the players see the flash. It's like, remember on Hard Knocks, they had that promo the first week where Dak was just like going, whoa, he is so good. Like, it'll stand out. You'll see it.
And it's not fair. Sorry, it's not fair, but it's going to happen. Like, there's going to be.
They need Smith. They need Smith to be a player right off the jump.
Yeah. And
they need to stabilize that left guard spot.
He's going to get out there, and he's either going to body slam Neville Gallimore and go viral because of it, or Neville Gallimore is going to make him look silly, and that's going to go viral, and everybody's going to be calling the Cowboys dumb.
Or what if they both go viral? You get both clips.
Well, one of each, yeah.
And then it's just chaos.
And that'll say there's the potential, and there's the work that needs to be
What's
done.
your expectations of Tolbert right off the jump?
Third receiver on this roster.
Yeah, third receiver to me.
Got to be.
Yes, although I think James Washington will have a role. I don't think it's just like. How many snaps do you play in a season? 1,000? I bet Jalen Tolbert will play like 40 to 50% of those.
You remember probably a role similar to even though it was not a great receiving core. You remember Gallup wasn't really a full-time player.
Yeah,
the first half
exactly
of the season.
Gallup caught 30 passes his rookie year.
So
I imagine something similar.
Probably
to
similar,
that.
but I think right now Jalen Tolbert's a better player than James Washington is, though. That's just what I think.
I also think Jalen Tolbert has an opportunity to play a bigger role than Michael Gallup. He doesn't have to, but with Michael Gallup being out in the early parts of the year, he's going to fill the Michael Gallup role early on.
Since we got the time, then they may get all the picks in front of them, the list.
The Cowboys picks?
Yeah,
I can.
In order.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right here.
Let's talk about what you see that role is for those particular. Just go down through and say starter, left guard.
Tyler Smith.
Starting left guard.
Starting left guard. Okay.
Sam Williams.
Rotational pass rusher.
Obvious passing down pass rusher.
Okay.
He can play against the run a little bit.
Better than Armstrong and guys like.
Are we talking about right now?
Yeah, I'm talking about
right now.
when we see them. When what your expectations for 2022 on these guys. What's your expectation?
A member of the rotation
Rotational
who specializes in.
So a guy that's on the active roster every week.
If Sam Williams is not regularly active, that would be a disappointment.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay.
Jalen Tolbert.
You guys said third wide receiver, right? Active every week.
Yeah,
and active every week in the offense every week.
Now
that's a necessity.
with the one caveat of, does the coaching staff do what some coaching staffs do, where it's veteran deference? Even though you got there's a veteran deference to James, he'll be as active, at the very least. He'll be as active as Gallup was his rookie year. That's what I think.
I like this exercise, and we've got the graphic up on the board. I want to continue this a little bit more in depth as we continue on, but we got to take a break. Nick Muse, tight end from South Carolina, most recent pick at 227 to the Minnesota Vikings. We'll be right back with more NFL draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Just since we're on the internet side of things here, I want to save that conversation for the radio for sure.
For the radio listeners.
Yes. Let's run down the picks that we've had in the 7th round. And Brian, stop me if any of these guys stick out to you and you want to talk about them. 222, first pick in the round, Monteric Brown, corner from Arkansas, off the board. Isaiah Thomas, the edge rusher from Oklahoma, goes 223 to the Browns.
Basketball player.
Cameron Good, linebacker from California, or edge rusher, depending on how you classify him, goes to the Dolphins at 224. Mark Robinson, linebacker, Ole Miss, goes to the Steelers at 225. Bears at 226, Jatir Carter.
Was he a Senior Bowl guy?
Offensive tackle at
Southern. He was Combine too.
Southern Jags.
Too late at 226.
Met with the Cowboys at Combine.
Human jukebox.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That I thought there was some familiarity with that.
Yeah,
name.
guard tackle.
Yeah. At 20, he was my 20th offensive tackle. So, I mean, he's pretty far down there, but it's probably about where he needed to be. Nick Musa. Is it Musa or Musa?
I would guess that's Muse. M-U-S-E.
Yeah.
Not a big fan of
not a fan of the band.
Not a big fan of prog rock.
Well, no, I wrote it down as M-U-S-A. I mistyped it on my
Put on
thing,
Knights of Sidonia on your drive home.
Nick
tonight.
Muse, tight end, South Carolina. And then Tariq Carpenter, Georgia Tech safety, goes to the Packers at 228.
And I think he was just announced as I think they announced him as a linebacker though.
Oh, really?
Like it says safety up there, but I think he was announced as a linebacker. Oh. He's a strong safety if he's a safety. He's a box guy.
Yeah. Little Jameron Curse action sometimes, maybe a Keanu Neal action.
I don't even know that. Yeah, I don't even know that Carpenter. I was vaguely aware of him last year because there was talk that he might come out, and so I had seen a little bit of him, talked to some people about him, but no, I wouldn't even say. I don't even think he covers tight ends like Curse. He's pretty much just against the run.
Gotcha. Carpenter off the board. I'm looking for who's coming up next. So the NFL draft continuing on. I'm not even in the right spot.
I write these. I've done this with Brian every year. We print them out. It helps me stay organized to like write it down and keep track of everything.
Mm-hmm.
But in the 7th round, knowing that the Cowboys don't have another pick, like my motivation is at an all-time low. I think I'm just gonna watch it on my computer. I don't think I need to write the rest of these down.
No, you're fine.
Man, you've made it this far.
Seahawks, Commanders, Bills.
See now, because are you a quitter? Are you a quitter?
Come on, quitter.
I mean, you know what's really sad? In this real
quick. The movie Pay It Forward.
No.
Oh.
I was moving, and I have draft notes from 1992. That I picked out. There's certain notes I pulled and others I just threw away. I was carrying around, since 1992, I had these huge draft books that I carried around. I'm like, I can't carry these anymore.
Was that the Terrell Buckley draft?
Yeah.
Did you have his report?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You kept that one?
Yeah. Well, no, I didn't keep that report. My gosh. He's coaching in the USFL. What league is he coaching? He's a head coach.
I didn't know.
XFL. He's like the XFL head coach now.
Oh, wow.
So anyway, but yeah, all these sheets, Dave, since 1992, I had them all,
dude.
And I said enough.
I'm kind of a pack rat.
Bo Melton.
I've got a
Rutgers.
lot of that stuff.
Yep. I kind of want to talk about Bo Melton a little bit here.
I don't have a report on Bo Melton, but if you do, go ahead for it.
I've got a little bit on him. 5'11", 190 pounds, goes to the Seahawks here at 229. Third in program history in games played, and he led the team 3 consecutive years in receptions and was 10th player ever in their program to hit over 2,000 receiving yards. He was a 4.34 guy at the 40. So, I mean, you go back to burner, slot guy. I mean, he's probably going to be in the slot more so than not. But, I mean, just an absolute speedster. And he showed up at the combine. He had, like, a big old chain and sunglasses on indoors. He has that swag to him, too. Back here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Couple picks to keep you up to date. 228, the Packers take Tariq Carpenter, safety/linebacker out of Georgia Tech. Bo Melton, wide receiver of Rutgers. We've gotten a lot of questions about him potentially going to the Seahawks at 229 as a late wide receiver. We are at 230. The Washington Commanders are on the clock, and we're back here with Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, David Hellman. I'm Kyle Yeomans, and Dave, you had a fantastic conversation going about one by one, going all the way through these draft picks and where we should see the Dallas Cowboys draft picks as expectations in year one.
We finished the Jalen Tolbert conversation, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Jake Ferguson, tight end out of Wisconsin. What do you see his role being?
Tight end too?
Competing with McEwen?
No love for Jeremy Sprinkle.
No.
Yeah, that's fair.
No, I think whoever loses out on tight end 2 is playing the role of Jeremy Sprinkle next year.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like Brian. What do you think? I mean, if he's as good as they think he is, then I think he should be tight end 2. But
or is do they think the future is let's just roll a year with Schultz and the future is McEwen and Ferguson?
I don't know enough about McEwen to know the answer to that.
I know they like him a lot.
They like him a lot, and he's shown some things. He caught a touchdown.
I think if they had to move on, and again, this is just me. I think that if they moved on, they would move on from Sprinkle. Is what I would do. I don't think I wouldn't let Jeremy Sprinkle get in the way of me. Because like I say, I mean, the tight ends I believe are going to be Dalton Schultz, McEwen, and Ferguson. I think those are going to be the 3 tight ends.
I've talked about this on other shows for DallasCowboys.com. I don't think I've talked about it with you, fine gentlemen. What is your current read on whether Dalton Schultz gets a long-term deal here?
No.
I don't think it happens.
No, I don't either. We talk about it on the radio quite a bit, and no, it doesn't appear that's the direction.
They haven't bothered negotiating an extension.
Wait, I mean it's the Cowboys. They love to wait until about 2 days before the deadline anyway.
Sure,
but
dead silence. That's not always the case.
No, I don't see it happening, and I just bring that up to say I don't really care how good Jake Ferguson is right now, but he needs to be ready to be a player next year if that's the case. Matt Waletzko.
They just told you he was basically their swing tackle, didn't they?
They did say that, and I feel like that's the future expectation. But year one, I feel like that would be steep.
Who's the swing tackle?
I mean, and Josh Ball and this guy. Jerry's basically said they did.
Who do they have graded higher? Waletzko was a 4th. I think they had a 4th on Ball. So they may think higher of Waletzko as a prospect than they did Ball.
From a projection standpoint, I could see that being absolutely the case.
To Brian's point, Josh Ball got out on the practice field last spring and didn't look like he was ready to play in the NFL. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Which and Joe Philbin told us today he's been in the lab.
See, that's my
Look at kill this poor guy.
That's my hope.
No, that's not what I'm trying to do.
Future accountant right there.
That's not what I'm trying to do.
No, I was just saying watch him kill that poor guy up there on the screen.
I'm sorry.
He destroyed that defensive back.
I didn't have my face on the TV.
Yeah, we were talking about the future accountant up there.
I kind of feel like though that if this guy, if he's the next one, okay, if they can, Ball is the guy that should be in the pipeline next, and if Ball busts and they have to go to this guy and he's not ready, I'm looking at the progression here. I'm looking at to me it's a competition between Ball and this guy.
As it should be,
as what I see. Now, Ball should have the advantage,
right?
Because he's been here the whole time. He's been in the weight program. He knows everybody in the building. He knows where to go get something to eat. He knows where his locker room is and all that. this is where this kid's got traits, and he looks like he's a bigger guy than what Ball was. I don't know. I mean, maybe he's just strong. We'll see. Bobby's got me some tape coming here, but that's where I'm. They said the guy who should be the swing tackle should be Ball because he's been here the longest. By a year.
They need Ball to be ready to do that, and if he's ready to be their swing tackle, then let's go. I'm just like, yeah, whatever, man.
Well, then you redshirt this kid for a year.
I have no expectations.
You redshirt this kid.
Okay with that.
Yeah.
But if Ball is not ready, then that puts a lot of pressure on this guy.
And see, there you go. There was a pick that they used with Ball. Premium was a 4th round pick then last year.
Yep.
Then we start talking about, wait a minute now.
So can we give this a tidy answer? What do you expect from Matt Waletzko?
Yeah, I guess y'all disagree. My expectation is he is the swing tackle over Ball, especially just hearing the way they're excited about him.
My expectation is that he makes the team and competes for the job.
You don't have okay, so you think it's competition, but no obvious leader yet.
Yes. I mean, how can I answer?
But you would expect him to compete.
Bobby makes a good point. Bobby really makes a good point that they really talk about this guy. I mean,
they're more excited about him than they were about Josh Ball
I agree.
around earlier last year.
I agree.
Okay. I think he makes the team regardless. Obviously.
I'm with you.
Deron Bland, cornerback, Fresno State. This is where I feel like
now how many
traits picks.
Yeah, okay. How many of these cornerbacks now? I mean, really, we haven't seen. We need to see what's going to happen with our man with
Kelvin.
Joseph, with Kelvin Joseph. Okay, what's going to happen with Nishan Wright? What's going to happen?
I mean, they've got one more year of Jordan Lewis and Anthony Brown, I think.
Yeah.
One more year of Anthony Brown. They can have Jordan for 2 more.
No, I know. I'm saying I think they have. I think they're just rolling one more year with those guys.
That is what I think as well. Yeah, I'm just saying Jordan could play here for another 2 years.
Sure. I just think you're rolling into the final year of those 2 guys, and then it's Usher. And so at that point, if those 2 are out, then you've got a core of 4 young corners potentially: Bland, Wright, Joseph. If Joseph
have
is
we
here,
named anybody as just a straight starter other than the first pick?
No.
Maybe Sam Williams. Maybe.
No.
But I mean, what?
But
where did we? There was only one spot where we went like they need a starter right now, and that was guard, and they went and got it with the first pick.
D-end was a need, but not like a playing today need, like a long-term need. They don't cut 5th round picks often.
It's a damn good play there by Bland on that highlight reel.
They don't cut 5th round picks often, but it's hard for me to envision a role for this guy other than as a special teamer.
Yeah,
I feel like I write the inactive story every week, and I feel like I'll have his name on the list half the time.
Are tackles battling the other tackle to see who's out of here, right? Is this kid Bland battling Nishan Wright to see if one of those guys is out of here?
They kind of fill a different role to a certain extent. I honestly look at this similarly, or maybe as a Kelvin Joseph protection pick. I mean, is that a possibility too? They're similar built corners. They have similar skills.
Maybe
Kelvin Joseph's way more refined than Deron Bland to a certain extent. That's why he's a 2nd round pick as opposed to a 5th round pick. But Bland and Joseph would fill that special teams role that at least Joseph filled last year.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think part of that is just about making sure you've got another guy in here. But the resource is obviously totally different. I mean, I wouldn't expect this guy to play significant snaps on defense right away, which
I don't think he
I
will.
wouldn't either.
I'm mostly saying from a player standpoint on special teams, not even just
I think it's a
defensively
cover yourself type of thing. What else? What was I going to say? Oh, about Nishan Wright.
Yeah.
They did.
3rd round pick.
Reggie Robinson's career ended in very unspectacular fashion.
Kind of couldn't figure out where to play him, could they?
But I would need to see them get rid of a top 100 pick in his 2nd year to believe that they would do it. I mean, he would have to be just completely not useful at all for me to believe that they would do that.
So you're saying that Wright and Bland are going to be the future of what this team does with corners? I'd say the future. Yeah.
I would bet on both of them being here in 2022 at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
You could just tack this guy on the depth chart.
Do you think Joseph is out of the woods yet?
No.
Okay.
The NFL does whatever it wants to.
Out of the woods in terms of punishment, or out of the woods in terms of his roster status?
Punishment.
Because you could ask that question as well.
I think he's here.
Oh no! Don't get me wrong. I think he's here. I just wonder what the league is going to do about that, if anything. They might not do
Here
anything.
until the next thing.
Yeah. Damon Clark.
He's going to be redshirted for the first year.
Yes.
Pup.
Although
physically unable to perform.
Steven said he wasn't going to rule out him being available at some point.
Yeah, but how many? That's the first 6 games, right? For sure.
Yeah,
at least.
Yeah, he said Pup at a minimum.
Yeah.
I just think that puts you behind the 8 ball. And I mean, a super talented player. We saw Chauncey Golston last year miss all of training camp and come right in without going to Pup and play well over the first month of the season. I definitely don't want to rule it out, but I just feel like it puts you behind the 8 ball as a rookie. He's not going to have OTAs. He's not going to have camp.
They're going to take their time. He even said it. Remember when we asked him, he goes, hey, I'm going to take my time.
Taking it day by day?
Yeah.
And I guess I just mean, so I lean more toward redshirt in the sense of like maybe they'll ease him in over the second half of the season, but it'll be a very gradual process.
And we've seen it before. Well, they'll stash guys on PUP as well. Tristan Hill this past year, for instance, they didn't need him for the first 6-7 weeks of the season. They put him on PUP, and then, of course, when they did need him later on, they ushered him in. Maybe you look at that from a linebacker standpoint. You don't need him early on. You can get by with the guys that you have, and then let this thing heal up, continue to be safe, or more on the safe side, more on the conservative side with the injury, and then, hey, halfway through the season, you have a guy go down. Clark's there to step in.
I'll be getting tweets every day like, you said 6 months, and it's been 6 months. Well, he's still on PUP. What the hell's going on with Damon Clark? Yeah, I can see that with vivid clarity.
I can't wait to hear you complain about that upstairs.
John Ridgway, Arkansas, D tackle.
All right, here's the competition.
Day 1 starter.
Yeah, you think?
Murder everybody. He's going to break some necks.
Breaking necks.
Okay, we mentioned his competition will be Bohanna, Carlos Watkins. A little bit there, you think?
Sure.
And Austin Falou, is he more of a 3 or I'm trying to think.
Isn't he a 3? He's
more of a 3.
I thought he was like
big guy.
Doesn't he weigh like 280 or something?
Yeah,
Very big guy.
No, but I was just thinking about defensive tackles though. So
that's going to be interesting because
I could say, I mean, they were talking. Coach was talking. You need 2. You need 2 of those guys.
I'm saying rotation period though, because like we've talked about this whole weekend, like they want edge and whatever. That's the most edge you got.
Seriously,
today, or this weekend was that guy, and so it's like, all right, if that's a tone you want to set, make sure he's in for a couple snaps.
Let's go ahead and take a break here. We're at the top of the hour. When we come back, we'll continue on. We'll get you updated on what's happening in the 7th round of the NFL draft. We continue to go pick by pick on the Cowboys draft class when we come back with more 105.3 The Fan coverage and DallasCowboys.com coverage of the NFL draft. Hello there, DallasCowboys.com. Do we want to wait again and continue this?
I was like, can't we just cram this last guy in?
I was kind of hoping.
There's only one more pick.
But I got a text from Tim. We got to kind of move on.
Sorry, Tim.
That's okay. We got to get to it. But we'll hit Ridgway on the back end, and then we'll get Devin Harper when we come back, I guess, on the radio side.
Okay.
What do we do wrong?
We just needed to take a break.
Got to take a break at the top of the hour.
Hey, I need to go ask a question, so I'll be right back.
Go for it, Brian.
You got it, Brian. Quitter.
Is that a euphemism for going to the bathroom?
No, I got to ask a question.
Really ask a question.
It's actual question.
I got to go see a man about a horse.
A Bama man. Should we update what's happening on like the draft that's happening?
Oh, it's a bunch of people that you never heard of.
Chris Paul I've heard of.
No, I know. You've heard of Chris Paul. You've heard of Balin Spector from Clemson. Linebacker goes to the Bills. Faion Hicks, the cornerback from Wisconsin, goes to Denver. Derek Young, Lenore Ryan, receiver, goes to the Seahawks.
Kyle Duggar shout out.
Jonathan Ford. Jonathan Ford goes to the Packers, defensive tackle Miami. That is the first Hurricane to go in the draft.
Yikes.
And then Daniel Hardy, defensive end, Montana State to the Rams.
Hey, Bobby.
Is there any Twitter questions out there?
You know who's still waiting to hear their first player get his name called?
North Texas.
University of Texas.
Texas, yeah.
Oh. Austin. The big boys.
I hope Deion Noville sneaks in the back of the 7th round.
I guess if you want to claim Keontae Ingram, you can.
No, that's not allowed.
We're just
might have beat LSU in 2019 if he catches that pass.
What's your thoughts on Dicker the kicker there, Bobby? How do you feel about Dicker?
You go get a kicker in free agency. You don't need to draft a kicker. That's what I would say.
Brian, were you saying you want to take Twitter questions?
I mean, I don't know if people got. I haven't even looked at Twitter all day, to be honest with you.
I'm trying to look here. Who can I get to priority free agency?
Okay.
Verone McKinley. I'd love that if you could make that happen.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
The receiver I keep coming back to because he was a Dallas Day guy and he's like really tight with CD is Charleston Rambo, Miami, who started at OU and then went to Miami.
They were like running mates with that Sooners offense.
They were literal roommates at OU.
And they were roommates.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, they were roommates.
They were roommates.
What is that?
We're sick internet people.
It sounded like it.
At least we didn't know who the yo-yo dudes were or whatever. The fro-yo bros.
Cheeky boyos.
That's what I said.
Cheeky boyos.
That's exactly what I said.
I feel like you've seen their stuff at some point along the way.
No,
I really do.
I've trained my algorithm to keep trash out on TikTok.
It's fair.
You know who I'd like? Aaron Hansford, linebacker A&M.
Okay. Good
special teamer. He'd be good in priority free agency if he doesn't get picked. He's really close with Babe Lothberg.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he and Luke were buddies at A&M together. And so Babe actually came down to A&M's pro day to just support Aaron.
Nick Starkel was there too, and apparently they were close, right? They posted a picture together. Nick Starkel was at A&M previously, went to Argyle Liberty Christian around here, and then he went to San Jose State and actually tore it up at San Jose State. Good question, or I guess looking at this, there's only been 6 quarterbacks taken in this entire draft. Kenny Pickett, Malik Willis, Matt Corral, Sam Howell, Desmond Ridder, Bailey Zappi. Is that it? Am I missing anybody?
It sounds about right. Carson Strong hasn't gone.
Nope.
That's the
Jack
injury,
Cohn,
though,
nope.
right?
Huh?
That's the injury.
Gotta
That's
be
100%.
Yeah.
No, his
cartilage on bone. He's got this thing
it's
where there's
ripping it off.
There's
Yeah.
cartilage on bone.
No, it's separating.
Separating on his bone. Sorry, I'm just
Sound like a bad thing, doesn't it?
I'm trying to pick
Sounds
my own energy
painful.
level up.
I'm Carl Loftus.
Yeah, Jack Cohn is still there, rightfully so.
Chase Lucas out of
very
Arizona
nice.
State, by the way, taken by the Lions at 237.
And I missed 2 picks. Who did the Rams take?
They had back-to-back picks.
Okay.
So 235.
Was it Rams or Chargers?
Rams Chargers.
Was it?
Yeah, it was Los Angeles Rams, Los Angeles Chargers. Rams took Daniel Hardy, defensive end, Montana State.
Daniel Hardy.
Yep. Defensive end, Montana State.
Okay.
Should I solicit Twitter for questions?
Yeah, sure.
And then the Chargers took, I don't know, Deane. I don't want to say it's Deanne.
I think it's Dean.
I think it's Dean, but
Okay.
Dean Leonard, cornerback, Mississippi.
Cornerback?
Mm-hmm. And then Chase Lucas went to the Lions, Arizona State corner.
Now you've got the
Raiders
on the clock.
Have the Raiders picked a 4-2 receiver yet?
I don't know.
They're about
I can
due.
tell you. Let's see who the Raiders have picked so far. I'm gonna go all the way down my board. No, they've only picked linemen to this point. Dylan Parham, Neil Farrell Jr., and Matthew Butler. So yeah, this could be their receiver.
Well,
who's the fastest receiver?
That's what
on
I'm
the
saying.
board
It's got to
right
be
now?
like the fastest possible receiver.
Let's not. Oh well, I forgot they have. Do they have anybody besides Adams? Like, is Adams their entire receiver core, not counting Waller? Even though
That's all you need. Ask Green Bay.
Did they trade Renfro?
No,
they have Renfro.
They still
You're
have
right.
Renfro,
I forgot
yeah.
about Renfro.
Kevin Austin, Notre Dame, isn't he on the board? He's a 4-4-3, or he's a 4-4-3 guy.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Edwards. Ooh, a draft crush of years past. Brian
South
Edwards.
Carolina.
Oh, he was, yeah.
Was that 2 years ago now?
Yeah, it was.
Adams, yeah, Brian
was my first
Edwards,
year.
Hunter Renfro, Demarcus Robinson, Mac Hollins.
Original Pet Cats.
He had an okay second season. He hasn't been great.
He made a little bit of an impact there.
He's been all right.
Back here on the NFL draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. We are working our way through the 7th round of this NFL draft. Let's recap the last 5 selections for you here, starting with the Packers at 234. Jonathan Ford, D-tackle out of Miami, taken by Green Bay. The Rams go 235 with Daniel Handy, edge rusher out of Montana State. Dean Leonard, corner from Ole Miss, goes to the Chargers at 236. The Lions, 237, take Chase Lucas, corner from Arizona. And then the Raiders with some offensive line help. The guard there, Mumford, out of Ohio State, taken at 238.
I actually have a report on him, believe it or not.
Let's talk about it. Why not? Second team All-American last year. Somebody up the middle. I want to say him. And he was one of the early draft show names, right?
He was very early. Yeah, he's 6'6". He's 328 pounds. He played left tackle in the Utah game, which was the Rose Bowl, and then he played left guard in the Minnesota game. There were some snaps where I thought he was going to be totally out of position, and somehow he managed to get back into balance. He plays over the tops of his feet. He'll recover to make the blocks. I wouldn't say he has great technique, but I wouldn't say that he's beaten all that often. The guy tends to catch blocks. He will try and muscle his man out of the way. The guy has some upper body power, but because of that, that's his technique. That's what it helps him. He gets close to his man and moves his feet as fast as he can in order to get that movement. I will say I was pretty impressed with the way he's able to keep his man off the quarterback or away from the ball carrier. I believe he gets away with it due to his initial quickness off the snap for a guy that big. So I believe he's going to be a good player, but it's always not going to be very pretty with him with how he blocks.
Would y'all like to take some questions?
Sure.
Yeah.
Getting a lot about Justin Ross, which is understandable. He's a high-profile guy. Whether it's the injury or the lack of mobility after the injury, he's certainly slipping. And I would guess that's why, right, Bobby?
Yeah, injury. I mean, he runs a 3-cone in the same time Brian probably would.
It's not good, Bobby.
No, it's not. Not good at all, Brian. No, just it's stiff player injury concerns. I mean, I think that's mainly what you're looking at there.
I like this one from Jake. Put you on the spot a little bit. I don't know if I know the answer to this. A loyal draft show listener. Tyler Smith and Sam Williams is the haul. How would you feel about that compared to Jermaine Johnson and Bernard Raymond if they had gone that route instead?
Because they could have had either one of those.
I'd rather have what they got myself.
Raymond what was the second one? I'm sorry.
When was Raymond picked? Was he available?
Raymond went in like the third sometime.
Yeah.
So the question was, Brian, would you rather have Jermaine Johnson and Raymond, or would you rather have what the Cowboys got, Tyler Smith and Sam Williams?
Raymond went at 77 in the third.
So he would have been almost available at the third pick.
Because I had the end. Both the players they drafted, the Cowboys I had in the third, and then the other two players I had second and third.
So Brian would
a little
take
bit better.
So I mean,
which you were kind of down on Jermaine Johnson, but you still had a better.
I had a second round grade on
Yeah.
him though.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So I think that to me that would have been probably the better way to go for me. But I didn't have. But I had a third round grade on Smith, and I had a third round grade on Williams.
So going into the draft, I would have taken Jermaine Johnson and Bernard Raymond. That would have been what my rankings said.
Yeah.
The more I learned about Tyler Smith since his selection and the information that kind of goes along with it, I want to say I would rather take Tyler Smith there. I still have Jermaine Johnson as a higher grade than Sam Williams. I mean, he's a first-round player, not a first-round grade, maybe a 1-2 in my book. However, I don't think I would have taken that scenario over what the Cowboys have and what they ended up with. Now that I know the full picture of the thought process behind the Tyler Smith pick at 24.
See, because literally, like Johnson was my 25th best player on my board.
Yeah.
Raymond was 32nd on my board.
I'm right around
So
with you.
I mean, that's better value.
Yeah. I mean, just if you're looking at my board, that
It's
Would
funny.
you have moved Tyler Smith up your board though? Now knowing what you know now. Because
No, I did not kill the kid. I said he just doesn't have great technique.
Sure.
I was trying to compare some other, and I think everybody, the holding penalties and stuff like that. I mean, you can clearly see that stuff. It's going to take some work. I mean, I love the way the kid came in. I love his attitude. I never had a chance to visit with him.
Yeah.
You know, if you have that opportunity before, you're like, hey, man, this guy's got a good personality. But if you just watch the tape, you know, but they have all that other advantages over us right now. They get to visit with the kid. They get to put him on the board. They get to have that interaction with him. You know? Yeah, sure. But, I mean, if you just said, look at the tape, where would you go?
I think if you polled NFL teams and asked them which scenario they wanted, I think most NFL teams would have had the Tyler Smith, Sam Williams draft that they'd rather have.
I think
that's across the league.
I think teams had more questions about Sam Williams than they did Tyler Smith.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree. And the funny, I'm not even worried about Sam Williams. Like it's the Tyler Smith thing for me, which I bet Jermaine. I don't know. I wonder if Jermaine Johnson is going to hit the ground running. My guess is that Jermaine Johnson will be a better player right away. But the more I've learned about Tyler Smith, I'm awfully intrigued by his upside.
You don't, like you said, tape is what it is. Everything else, it gives you hope. It gives you like, man, this kid will do it. This kid's got that ability. He doesn't have terminal traits. He really doesn't. I mean, he's going to, Joe Philbin even says it. He's like, hey, Zach Martin's not perfect. Tyron Smith's not perfect. Joe Philbin's not perfect.
You know what this? What this reminds me of to a degree. Remember when they drafted Nashawn Wright last year?
I do.
Everybody freaked out because nobody had good grades on him. Like it was seen as a massive reach, and still could be, by the way. Like I mean, we don't know that
we haven't been proven wrong.
No,
on that
we
one
have
yet.
not been proven wrong at all. But then you go watch it, everybody, and you're like, okay, I see what you're thinking here, and.
It still wasn't encouraging, though.
No, but my main point is like the mindset of the league kind of it can't help but inform your opinion. Like you go into the draft thinking like, well, Jermaine Johnson is this top 15 guy, and then he slides all the way down to the end of the first round, and all of a sudden I'm like, man, was he as good as I thought that he was? And then Tyler Smith goes into the back of the first round, and on top of that, you're hearing from 2, 3, 4 other teams like, oh, yeah.
No, Tennessee tried to get the pick.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
So
and that's my hope that.
If like 4 other teams are like, ooh, Dallas did something smart there, then you're like, okay, well, maybe they
might be totally
stupid.
When we go back and look at this, at another day, at 2 years from now, when you evaluate your board and you say, because I always look on my board at the end of it like, okay, I'm going to have 6 or 7 names of guys on that board that are not going to get drafted. Yeah. And I've got to figure out why. And I've got to figure out, okay, why did you put them in position to be drafted? And I think with the Cowboys, I'm totally okay with what they're doing. They have a plan. I mean, to me, what would drive me nuts if I did this for a living and I'm watching New England draft, and I'm going, God, no, what did I miss the guy that much? Are they missing this guy? With the Cowboys, I'm like in the same range, but hell, I had the LSU lineman. They're talking about the LSU linebacker in the 3rd round. Yeah. I'm the 2nd round. I thought he was a better player, and maybe it's because it's LSU, but.
Our buddy Koufax just wants everybody's favorite pick.
Tolbert in the 3rd round is.
That's easy.
I really love that pick.
I think I'm there.
I
with
wanted
you.
Tolbert in the 2nd.
It was either him or Ridgeway in the 5th. Those 2 guys I really like at the value that they
say
got
again.
on.
I'm sorry, I got distracted.
Favorite pick. Any of them.
Favorite pick. Man, all right, hang on. I tell you what, I like what they did with the defensive tackle. Yeah. I like the Arkansas kid.
Ridgeway.
Yeah, I really do. I mean, because like I said, I kind of felt like the other ones they kind of got them where they were. But Ridgeway on my board, like I said, just my board. 4 of their picks: Tolbert, Smith, Williams, Ridgeway, all in the 3rd round for me. And that's all. I mean, but like I say, we'll see what happens with Smith and all that. But the other ones, man, I was comfortable with where those guys were.
Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll continue this conversation as the NFL draft continues on. We are in the middle of the 7th round, 2:41 on the clock with the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll talk about more of the NFL draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com next. Finally have another quarterback off the board. Chris Oladokin.
Not Carson Strong.
Yep. And they're both to the Steelers, by the way.
That's the Jackrabbits, eh?
Yeah. South Dakota State.
South Dakota State.
My word. Those medical reports on Strong must just be brutal.
Well, you see, the problem is he's having his cartilage.
What's the issue? What's the issue? What's the issue again, Brian?
Dave's right. This guy has cartilage separate from his bone. How do you draft that guy? I don't know. I have him on my board though. Seriously, I mean, that's tough. I mean, seriously, that is tough.
The tapes say. I really like the quarterback. The tape, off the tape alone, I thought his tape, he's a second-round quarterback.
I had him in the fourth.
I
had him in the fourth, and I'm sitting there going, but he played without the brace in the Senior Bowl. He worked out and played without it and stuff. So you're kind of thinking, well, maybe there's something but he's got some condition I can't even pronounce. But what it equals is cartilage off the bone. That's not good. That's not good. If I was sitting there drafting him and said, "Oh, look, here we go. We got pictures. Look at this. This guy can throw it, man. Seriously, he can sling it. He's running all right there. So maybe the cartilage is back on the bone.
This is he will fit it in some tight spots. He's got look at that.
Look at this. Seriously, this guy. I'm telling you. This guy right here, he's got some
talent.
He's got that huge knee brace on his right knee.
Is the issue this is just it's not correctable? This is just a thing.
It's happened. They've tried to correct it, and it keeps coming back.
Ron Leary type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, but he's trying. Seriously, he's going to get to go where maybe someone will sign him just so he can go where he can go.
I'd sign him here. If he goes undrafted, of course he'll sign.
I mean, you'd have to. The talent alone, you have to. Talk about your lottery ticket.
Yeah.
Dane always saying that about the quarterbacks.
Yeah. The way he throws the ball, I'd give him my leg if he threw it like that for me. Seriously. I mean, here, take my leg if it helps us win games,
You would. You really would.
And with your leg, he'd run a better 3-cone than Justin Ross.
He you know what? The thing about this guy though is he's like an old school looking, it's like watching Drew Bledsoe throw. I mean, that big, tall, stand in the pocket guy.
No wonder you love him.
What? I'm just telling you.
The bigger,
I said that in my notes.
The guy.
I said that in my notes. You didn't listen? I read you the report.
I did read it.
I told you this guy is like a throwbacks quarterback. I know I say that a lot. I'm sorry I do.
How's Carson? How's Paxton Lynch doing?
He's not doing very well. You know what? How about this? How about this though? He's playing in the USFL, right?
Oh yeah. But does he have cartilage on the bone?
He probably does. But how about this though? This is what you didn't know about Paxton Lynch. Denver people. Last in, first out.
Didn't like football.
He didn't like football.
Yeah.
You owned the Denver beat on that.
I did.
It was one of the best things ever.
What's some Dallas Webb guy know about Paxton Lynch?
Curse. I yell at him all the time at the combine. You should
suck,
see
Bliss.
me. Yeah. Nice stand up, you hack.
That really happened.
I yell at him all the time. Hellman's like, dude, Rob Phillips is the best. Rob's like, Brian. I'm like, Rob, it's okay. Watch. Hey, you bum. When are you going to cover this team?
We set up next to the Jets one year. There were people kept showing. There were people would show up. Oh, I'm going to get them in trouble. There were people would show up at weird times. They would come later in the morning.
It was a long time ago.
Or do this or do that. And of course, Brian gets to the convention center at 7 a.m. and stays until they kick him out. And he's yelling about how not dedicated they are. I'm like, Brian, the Jets are right there. He just goes, F the Jets. Screams.
Hey, by the way, the Chiefs just took a guy I had on my board, Jalen Watson, Washington State cornerback.
Do you have a report on him, or is he just on your board?
Are you kidding me? I have a report
go,
on this
Brian.
Guy. In the 7th round.
Dane, who needs this?
Who needs Dane?
We
need Dane.
I love you, Dane. I'm sorry.
We need Dane.
I ain't going there with y'all.
Yeah. By the way, Kalen Barnes, corner from Baylor, goes to his old head coach at Matt Rule in Carolina, the pick prior to Jalen Watson. But tell me more about Jalen Watson from Washington State.
Okay, hang on just a second. I'm writing that Jalen Watson name right there. Okay, Jalen Watson. Come on. Sorry about this, folks. 1 year I'll get better at this. I swear I will. I'll learn how to post my board.
Let's do Dane's report on it while we've got an opportunity. Let's go ahead and play it.
Jalen Watson, cornerback, Washington State, 6'2", 197 pounds. Watson has only played 15 games at the FBS level, and it shows at times with his missteps. But his raw traits and instincts are enticing starter traits. He will be appealing to NFL teams that value big press corners.
There you go.
There you go, Dame. Played both corner spots for the Cougs, long, rangy. Majority of his snaps, he's playing an off coverage. 10 seconds stay here on that? So maybe we'll come back with that.
Okay. Yeah, we can go back to it.
Okay.
RG3 apparently ran a 4.38.
Who did Carolina take?
Kalen Barnes. Running through the last 4 picks for you as we are closing out the 7th round of the NFL Draft. At 240, the Washington Commanders selected corner Christian Holmes out of Oklahoma State. Steelers go with another quarterback. They took Kenny Pickett in the first round. They take Chris Oladukin from South Dakota State, the quarterback. Then Kalen Barnes, corner from Baylor, rejoins his former college head coach, Matt Rule, out in Carolina at 242. And then Jalen Watson at 243 goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. And, Brian, you really like that pick this late.
I did, man. The Chiefs, they continue to do awesome things. Jalen Watson's an interesting guy. I think when he plays, you watch him play, he's got both corners. He can play both spots. He's long, rangy. The majority of his snaps he's playing off coverage, and you'll see him bail when he turns inside. He'll adjust to what he sees. He has solid play strength for the position, the physicality, the reach. I mean, he does a great job of playing press. You could see in the Senior Bowl drills how he was able to stay with his man. There's some stickiness to his game. He's got a little bit of a long stride, to when he has to open and then run. But he can stay on top of those patterns that go down the field. He finds the football. He looks like a wide receiver with his timing and his high point ability and all that. So I see him like in run support. He'd go run up there, slam himself into the block or ball carriers. I would say there's a little bit of a liability as a tackle, but I'd say there's because of the wild technique, but I really do like the way this guy competes.
So we've got about 5 minutes left. We've got a hard out here at 5:24:18 for those of you in this room. That was just for you to look at. But wrapping up on the radio side, of course, we will continue our coverage on DallasCowboys.com until the final pick has been made. And we've got about, 20, just under 20 picks remaining. 18 to be exact. Christian Matthew, cornerback from Valdosta State.
Oh, here's another guy.
Going at
Patriots.
244. Which one? Christian Matthew?
Yeah.
No.
What? Tell me about Christian Matthew.
I don't know a thing.
Okay, there you go.
Kyle, how are you still falling
It's
for this?
Valdosta State.
Valdosta State, I associate with like buzzer beaters in March Madness. I don't know I didn't even know they had a football team.
I'm more trusting than you guys give me.
Who did Arizona take, by the way, real quick?
Christian Matthew from Valdosta State.
I did think we had gotten Dane here because I typed in Christian Matthew and it was not showing up in his guide, but it's because he has him in there as Chris Matthew. But he's got him deep in his corner rankings. It's near the end.
Andrew Stuber from Michigan, taken by the Patriots at pick number 245.
Got a report about him.
I do too, as well. You
go ahead.
first.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
So Senior Bowl standout, and one of the guys that actually I had as the top. He was my second best interior offensive lineman still available behind Donovan West of Arizona State. Second team All-American. He was a third team Big Ten. He stood out as a competitor. He went up against some of those big, meaty defensive tackles. Andrew Stuber was the only guy at the Senior Bowl, and I will say this all the way through, the only guy that provided Perion Winfrey any kind of challenge.
Resistance.
Yes, any kind of resistance. He stood right up to Perion Winfrey, who was dominating absolutely everybody, and he was the only one that had some success. Started all 20 games over the last 2 years. Athletic. He's able to get to the second level. Actually, I'm looking at the wrong thing, but he's big, 6'6", 325 pounds. Actually doesn't move very well is the way that I actually have it written down here. I was looking at the cons, not the pros, but he doesn't move very well. That's one of the biggest knocks against him. But in terms of a guard, somebody that they can move inside, I think he's somebody that you could look at.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because he was a starter at right tackle, and you could see him play some guard as well. I mean, and they do a really weird way of pulling. They kind of go along the line of scrimmage flat, and then it's not like they open up and pull. They kind of like do a dance step to get their guys outside. But yeah, I mean, he did pretty good job of I thought of getting on the pulls and stuff like that. His punch, I think, is pretty good. I think he can kind of shock his guy. The body control and pass protection to kind of work himself in position. I didn't see the guy get fooled at all. I mean, sometimes you see twist stunts and things happen to these linemen. This guy understood this, man. And when he could drive his lower body to create some surge and get defenders moving. I think that one of these guys that you look at, he's got some flexibility. He could play the guard. He could play the tackle. I think you're right. I think they say he took some snaps at center at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, he
did. Trying to do a little bit of everything as you go there.
Another offensive lineman that the Cowboys did look at as a potential, maybe preferred undrafted free agent, Dawson Deaton goes off the board at 246. Just a little bit.
That's a Chris Hall pen throw.
Yeah, that's a guy that you try to get in here after the draft for sure if he doesn't
Did he go to Cleveland?
Yes.
Okay, I got some about him too if you want.
I don't have enough time on the radio side. I would like to get to it at some point.
Well, close this thing out.
Skylar Thompson at 247 with the Miami side. But yeah, that's going to do it for us on the radio side of things. Man, this has been so much fun.
A lot of fun. Absolutely.
Everybody that's listening on the Fan, thank you for sticking around. Thank you for giving us an opportunity. Gavin Spittle, Tim Collins, everybody with the Fan that's been working the boards back at the studio across town. You guys are absolutely awesome, and it is a pleasure. I'm glad we got to do night one with you guys.
Absolutely. That was a lot of fun. It really was.
Super fun, and we were able to really do it the right way this year. Look forward to doing it again next year with you guys. How about that?
Sounds good. Wait, man.
Any final thoughts for you? We do have a minute to kill. I got a little early. You want to talk about
No, I'll close this out. No, but I do. I want to say we have a great partnership with 105.3 The Fan, and then also with the Dallas Cowboys. Appreciate what Derek Eagleton and him and Gavin have a great relationship. Everything that we can do together, it makes it a lot more fun. You guys are such pros to do this with, and I know our radio listeners are learning that about you guys. So I really do appreciate your effort as well.
No doubt about it. We love doing it. And by the way, we aren't done yet. So if you are listening on the radio, you can still catch us online at DallasCowboys.com because we will continue our coverage. We've still got about 12 more picks left on the board. Once again, Dawson Deaton, followed by Skylar Thompson, the most recent picks. But that does it for us. For David Hellman, for the great Brian Broaddus, for Bobby Belt, Chris Beam, everybody at the 105.3 The Fan Studios, I'm Kyle Yeoman saying so long for the NFL draft coverage here in 2022 on 105.3 The Fan.
Thanks, Peyton.
Peyton doing a great job back in the studios as we are still live. I hit that right on the dot, by the way, just so I know.
Good man.
Boom. So now we get to finish this thing out a little bit the right way, Brian. I'm sorry I didn't get to go to Dawson Deaton.
Yeah, Dawson Deaton. Again, I can see why the Cowboys had this guy in. LSU, Andre Eaton. Anthony.
I didn't even realize Andre Anthony was eligible in this draft. Oh, good for him.
But Dawson Deaton, 6'6", 306. He's Texas Tech. He's a center. He looks really tall and thin on tape. He doesn't have much in the form of bulk or anything that to his game. He's super athletic, though, in the way he moves around. Excellent position blocker. He managed to work his body in a way to keep him, the defender, between him and the ball. He has a knack for working his feet in order to tie up the defender, can reach wide techniques in the running game. He ain't going to drive him off the ball. Best he plays for is the stalemate. He's generally going to make that happen. You see him off balance some at times where the defenders grab him, but more chances he has uncovered, the better chances he has for some success. He's not going to make a living with a man playing on his nose all day, but he's a super athletic guy.
I know that y'all would read reports until your faces turn blue, and I love that about you. But can we maybe brainstorm some guys that might sign here in undrafted free agency?
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Do we have a lead on anybody yet, Bobby? I don't know if you've got
texting people. They're generally, it's hard to get a beat until like the draft ends completely because they're literally fielding calls from everywhere going like, hey, if you don't go, and they're like, and so it's hard to get a beat on it. But I think just names that make sense to tie to them would be something like names we've talked about: Verone McKinley, Charleston Rambo.
Do you have a Dallas Day list? That would, I mean, if you got that's huge. I think at least get it.
Let's see here.
Oh, Rashad Walker. I could read a report there, Dave.
Abram Smith still
this
hasn't
is making
been
me
drafted.
happy we got these guys I can actually read reports
Like
on.
Brian is on cloud 9 because he wasn't convinced he would still have reports this late in the day.
Donovan West. It's another one.
Donovan West, yeah. Arizona
That's one
State,
to
we
watch.
talked about him.
I think
What was our Florida running back that they brought in? Davis?
Malik Davis.
Malik Davis.
He was the starter over Damian Pierce, but didn't have as many carries as Damian.
How about our
Pierce.
guy Taylor Stewart from the corner from USC? Are we on that one?
You are.
I
don't know that.
Oh, that's
they'd
right.
be-
Bobby hates that guy. I forgot. I
No.
mean, you dislike. I
No,
shouldn't.
I
say
like him.
No, you don't. You said you
I
hated
liked
him.
I liked him, and then you liked him at first, and then you remember, Dave? We were both positive about him. You remember? And then 2 days later, Brian went, "Yeah, I talked to some people. I changed my mind."
Yeah.
Oh, did I talk to somebody?
Yeah, and you were. Just,
I pulled a Mike Zimmer on.
No,
you.
you were just like I told you said, "Yeah, I talked to some people."
Christopher Allen would be a good player here too.
Greg Eisworth.
Smoke Monday, just because people want that name.
Yeah, that'd be great.
He hasn't been picked yet.
Eisworth from Iowa State was a Dallas Day guy. Grew up in Grand Prairie. Interesting
GP.
to think about. Yes.
Kyle,
SGP.
did your guy? Yeah, no, he didn't. Dontario Drummond's still hanging around.
I would
You like
love
him,
that.
don't you?
I do. I would love that as Ole Miss wide receiver, somebody that you could maybe put in the back half of that depth chart. They talked with him at the combine. They had some interest in him early on. I don't know if they were ever really going to draft him though. So this could be the perfect spot to go and do it.
Reggie Roberson didn't get drafted, did he?
No,
Not yet.
not yet.
Way to pay attention to the draft, Bob.
I mean, I would have.
Trey Sterling from Oklahoma
That was the look I
State.
give you.
It's all those LSU comments you've been making all
I know
day.
it. Weidermeyer does need to be watched as a PFA.
Yeah. I'm right there with you.
I needed him
much as you
drafted,
hate
Bobby. I don't need you to tell me he's a PFA.
We're getting awfully close to the end, and still, Cade York's the only kicker, right? So I mean, you could
Yeah.
have your choice of anyone else.
Kickers you want. There's who is that footage?
What about that Wake Forest edge
Oh,
rusher?
it's Trey
Luigi,
Sterling from Oklahoma State.
He was a
however
visit,
you say
right?
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's another one.
So, I mean,
Luigi Villain.
It's kind
Yep.
of the same thing we do during the draft. We're just trying to read tea leaves on guys that we know that they've talked a lot to.
Kennedy Brooks, running back from Oklahoma.
Marquise Bell.
I
So-
would love Kennedy Brooks,
And
by the
then
way.
the other thing I would say to keep in mind when you're trying to figure this out is once a guy goes undrafted, he's going to sign
Yeah.
in the most advantageous situation. So, for example, if I'm a running back, is this where I want to be?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Now, running backs have made the back end of this roster a lot, and we're looking at footage of Kennedy Brooks here. Mansfield product, went to Oklahoma, had some injury issues along the way, sat out in all of 2020 because of the COVID-19 opt-out. He could be a guy that they've had contact with that they would go out and look at as, hey, he's the back half of the depth chart. You're going to be on the practice squad.
Is the kid?
You'll be here.
Is the kid? Is it saying his name's right? Ese, E-S-E from TCU.
Ezzy?
6'7", 321. I mean, I had it.
You talking about the Oklahoma?
He's a tackle.
Obina Ezzy?
Yeah. Do they go for?
That goes. I was about to bring
That's
that
it.
up.
I was just thinking of a local kid here.
He wasn't a Dallas Day guy, but
Yeah.
he's
one of the last.
high-rated
He's one of the
tackle.
last guys on my draft board. Is what I was.
Offensive tackle?
Yeah.
You remember a few years ago when we were stunned that Colombo convinced Mitch Hyatt and Brandon Knight to come here? Well, if I was an offensive lineman, I would not want to come to this team.
Sure.
With the capital that they've spent on the offensive line in the last 2 years.
And how quickly they'll spend more capital on it along the way as well.
I don't know. Do they want to do the lotto ticket at quarterback? EJ Perry from Brown is still there. There's a lot of people who liked him.
Yeah. Very athletic.
I guess
Nebraska.
I would go after that Arizona. Maybe something's wrong with that Arizona.
Here's
State.
EJ Brown, right?
Yeah, Britton Brown.
No, that's not EJ Brown.
No, I'm just saying. I was just saying the name Britton.
No,
Brown.
I know.
EJ Perry from Brown.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the pick that just went.
Oh yeah, no, there is a Brown that just went. Wow, that's interesting.
Beam is unloading it right now on the thing. He's just showing you every
Well, he
highlight.
spent all this time cutting the B-roll, so of course he's going to unload it if he could. He spent hours and hours in the back. Of course,
so prepared for this draft. He wants every
I think they ought to bring in Larry Allen. Let's see that.
Hey,
Watch, he's going to pull up Larry.
It's going to be there in a couple seconds.
That big old 6'8" tight end from Nebraska you liked, Austin Allen. He hasn't gotten drafted.
Yeah, but man, he wasn't bad.
No, you liked him.
I did like him. Did we mock him? We didn't mock him here, did we?
No, we just talked about him and Tell Me More.
Oh, okay.
Anybody got a kid? Anybody got do any of these coaches have a kid?
I don't think Deuce Vaughn's going to be hanging out.
Well, Deuce Vaughn's not going to be a PFA anymore.
I know.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
I'm excited about that. I haven't gotten super into his line of work, but
where's the Larry Allen Jr. they signed out of Harvard a couple years ago?
Forgot about him.
That was awesome.
Yeah, any family connection?
They didn't even have a PFA on. No.
Come on, Bobby.
No, Brian knocked that out of the park. He was like, Larry Allen, he wins. He got his degree from Harvard.
Yeah.
He gets to be a Dallas Cowboy.
Nick Starkel came to Dallas Day. He was there. Babe Laufenberg, again, with that connection. Who knows?
I'm not crazy, right? York is the only kicker that's gone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kicker. I mean, there's been a couple punters.
Yeah, there's 3 punters.
I'm talking about
straight
guys,
kickers. Yes, you're right.
Let's see here.
And here's Nick Starkel. We said the name. It's popped up on the screen at San Jose State. He put up some really good numbers, honestly. I liked him out of high school, but he never got a chance at A&M.
What about, Dave, what about our German corner?
Go get him.
I'm telling you, Sonny's never going to let me hear the end of it if they draft that guy.
Let's see it being
Isaiah Pacheco coming up there at 251 to the Chiefs, running back from Rutgers.
But sure.
That's the first player the Chiefs drafted. I didn't know who it was. Seriously.
He's a combine guy.
Well,
at least.
Brian, he's 5'10" and 7/8 coming out of Rutgers University. I don't know.
That like they've.
You're just trying to throw shots to throw shots, and I love it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Gosh, I made it to like pick 251 with these reports. I still got some left. Oh, we don't need to talk about reports anymore. Let's try and figure out who the Cowboys are going to sign after the draft.
I love
Have
the
we
draft.
have we made any progress?
I love the draft, and I love talking about it. I do not care about your report on the guy in the 7th round. Like, I just don't care.
I'm going to start talking about
What
it.
about it when like we're watching like the games and all of a sudden it's like, oh, we talked about that guy during the
for
draft.
sure.
Remember
And
that?
I'll remember.
And you
It's
do
what
you
makes
tweet
us
about
better
that.
than everybody else.
Dave's
is whenever
sitting
we
around.
can do that.
But I'm not. No, but I'm not.
Oh,
gonna,
they talked about it on the draft. You remember that guy?
I just love the way Brian gets verbatim. He's like, good hands we'll cut off the angles at the chase. He's got heavy hands. Not sure about his, and just like doesn't ever take a breath. He just reads all 300 words in one sentence.
Here's the thing. I think you're just being exceptionally unthoughtful in this regard because Brian spent time watching the tape and making that report. It's the same thing about Beam putting up this B-roll of guys like Pacheco, who got drafted by the Chiefs at 251.
He does. Look at this.
He's got Pacheco B-roll on the
What a beast.
I'm just saying, if he watches the tape, if he cuts the B-roll, we're gonna use it.
Does he have B-roll of Marcel Dabo? This German quarter we've been talking
Beam,
about?
Now that would be next level.
Do you have that, Beam?
If he does that, I will single-handedly bring him a bottle of whiskey tomorrow. I will 100%. He doesn't have it.
Well, that's because he's not in Dane's guide either. Dane didn't have him.
That's why Bobby wants
Dane
it to
is
happen.
sweating it right now. Do you think?
Oh, I think that was the name Dane was.
It's going to be
a little
Mr.
concerned
Irrelevant.
about. Dane tweeted about him the other day. I think to kind of like go like, hey, just so you guys know, I was not unaware of this guy.
Should we get Dane on the phone and talk to him about it? See if he gets all the way through because he's not doing any draft coverage right now.
Let's
First
see.
time in a long time.
10 picks left. Almost at the end. You think Rappaport's just like, why am I here? It's on round 7.
Rappaport's been there since like Monday.
I know, he crushes it.
He's ready to go home.
I wonder how hot it is out there.
I'm not gonna lie. I am ready to go home,
You're
but
so-
I'm not leaving.
I'm going
I'm
to
not
get
leaving.
margaritas.
That sounds like a great idea.
You want to go
Kyle.
get some margaritas? I'm going to Rusty Taco in Plano. Anybody want to meet me out there? I'll give you a high five.
I have to work again after this.
Are you serious?
Till
That
midnight.
sounds terrible.
Bro.
Till midnight?
Mm-hmm. Jeffrey Gunter, Coastal Carolina.
God bless you.
Edge.
Got a report on him, Brian?
I do not.
Beam, do we have the Dane report on file?
Oh, nice. I love it when that works out. I had 24 of my 25 top edge rushers gone, and that was the last one. So I got all 25 of my top edge rushers. Did good on edge rushers this year. Here's Dane report on Gunter. Let's go ahead and put it out there from Coastal Carolina.
Jeffrey Gunter, edge rusher, Coastal Carolina, 6'4", 258 pounds. Gunter is tightly wound as a pass rusher, and his inconsistent power could limit his pro ceiling. But he has projectable linear athleticism with the competitive energy that is easy to appreciate. He projects as a sub-package rusher with the potential to be more with continued development.
That doesn't sound like Dane.
It wasn't.
Shout out, Heck.
I only just realized that.
Really? That's and here's Gunter
look at this.
B-roll.
He's got him carrying the flag onto the field.
Look, this is like a highlight.
No. My man Beam just went to YouTube and got his hype video.
This was the number one pick in the draft.
This is made by Chanticleer 698 on
What
YouTube.
is this?
You're right, Kyle. We spent time, money, and effort putting these resources together. We're gonna burn them.
Bobby, just shout out Heckma Harrison. He's the one that recorded the voiceover.
Yeah, I know it was.
I know, but I wanted to put his name back out there too.
Yes, he does.
I wanted to get it back out there.
He
read 200 reports of Danes, by the way. So
for us to use 7 of them.
Use more than 7. Come on.
20.
I'm exaggerating. Russ Yeast.
I'm just
Googling. I'm putting every name into Dane's guide now that gets picked just because I want to see.
We
Russ
probably
is there.
had, we probably had
He's a
5
player.
different meetings about like we can't get our pants caught down with a Cowboys pick because Dane's not here.
Yeah.
So we came prepared. Okay.
We had it all. I want to say everybody with the
Dane's report on Yeast. Okay, Beam.
Do it.
Go ahead.
Russ Yeast, safety, Kansas State, 5'10", 192 pounds. Yeast has cornerback safety tweener traits, but he is an urgent player with the flow skills and cover awareness to compete for a nickel role in the NFL.
Russ Yeast.
The fact that this is what we I'm proud of us, but the fact that this is what we did to replace Dane, who can just do all this off the rip, just lets you know how good that man is at his job.
That's true. That's a good point.
I'd like to go hear a replay of the very first draft show we ever did. Oh, the very first draft we ever covered.
Like the back end of it?
Just
the first time we ever did all
we were over
7,
in Valley Ranch.
It was 15, right?
Yeah.
Because I remember that was the year they got Byron at 27, and we were convinced Philly was going to take him out from under them.
Yeah.
And they drafted Nelson Aguilar, and we were like, "Oh, they took Aguilar! We got Byron!"
Yeah, I would just like to go back and hear how that was, the production and stuff. That was cool.
We've come a long way.
We have come a long way with the draft.
Man.
Who's Mr. Irrelevant?
Oh, no. Is Chicago running out of time?
They had their clock run out.
They had the clock run out.
But they had back-to-back picks.
Oh.
They were both from the Chargers originally, right?
I'm going to...
Yeah, that's
Yes.
254 and 255, yeah.
Yeah, give us we got to guess Mr. Irrelevant. I'm going to guess our German corner is Mr. Irrelevant.
That's a good guess.
I bet you
I bet he goes the pick before Mr.
Does
Irrelevant.
anybody left on the board need a kicker? Seriously? Like, it's Chicago twice, Arizona twice, Green Bay, Kansas City, Chargers, Rams, Niners. Is Robbie Gold still in San Francisco?
He is.
I bet
he's going to retire eventually, right?
That guy in Green Bay is kind of shaky sometimes.
I bet Carson Strong is
different
Mr. Irrelevant.
You think Carson Strong is Mr. Irrelevant?
Yeah, Carson Strong, Mr. Irrelevant.
Who's Mr. Irrelevant?
San Francisco holds that selection, by the way.
God.
Just give us a name.
Who was that Ole Miss quarterback a couple years ago that was Mr. Irrelevant?
Machine
Gun Kelly.
Shotgun Kelly.
I was going to call him Shotgun Kelly there.
Is there a specialist? Is there?
I bet you the league. I wonder if the league is asking.
Give me a Mr. Irrelevant, Brian.
I don't think any of these teams need a kicker.
Hang on, I'll get you Mr. Irrelevant. Just hold on just a second here. Who's my guy? Okay, San Francisco has the pick.
Yep.
It was Marquise Hayes that we've talked about, right?
Yep. That's one that's still sitting there that's fallen.
He'll be Mr. Irrelevant.
Okay.
I just want to state for the record that I hate Mr. Irrelevant.
Whoa, plot twist, because somebody on Twitter said they anticipated a Mr. Irrelevant rant from me, but it's you.
It's rude.
Do you hate
it's
it?
It's mean.
I don't care.
It's mean.
You know, whoever was Mr. Irrelevant last year, and I can't remember.
Got drafted into the
It was
NFL.
Houston. It was the guy from Houston.
Yes. Here, I'll
the
pull
linebacker.
2 seconds.
Whatever his name is.
Grant Stewart.
Yeah, Grant Stewart. Grant Stewart got a sponsorship deal out of that for Hulu for being Mr. Irrelevant.
I think we're fine.
I don't want to go to a parade of people calling me Mr. Irrelevant.
Lorenzo Neal, I think, was Mr. Irrelevant one year, wasn't he, Brian?
Ryan Suckup is probably the best Mr. Irrelevant.
Tay Crowder in 2020.
Lorenzo Neal, if he was Mr. Irrelevant, he was like a Pro Bowler.
Elijah Hicks, by the way, is the pick for the Bears at 254.
No, he wasn't Mr. Irrelevant. Who was?
I think the best one ever is probably Ryan Suckup.
It's not a bad.
There was an SMU
What was our?
receiver
Yeah,
the
what was
other
our?
day.
Yeah, what was our? What was
Or the other year.
the Commanders had a guy that was Mr. Irrelevant, the little slot wide receiver
from SMU.
Was that him?
Who,
Yeah.
Trey
Quinn.
Trey
Yeah,
Quinn.
that's what-
yeah.
I mean, he was okay.
Let's see here.
He was decent for a couple years.
Ryan Suckup
He was Mr.
is
Irrelevant.
definitely.
They're replaying when they got the guy kicked off the stage.
That's Ed Marinero. Yeah.
Yeah, Marinero.
What the hell?
Yeah, I mean the list is not inspiring.
No, it's not. I know who Jim Finn is. That's the only other name that really I recognize.
Is Tay Crowder any good? I don't remember.
He was okay. He's still on a roster, I think.
He's still with the Giants who drafted him. I mean,
Yeah.
it's only been 2 years.
Oh, look, they kicked Rappaport out now. They sent him home.
He's He's got to
Get
be
outta
ready
here.
to go. Spending a week in Vegas, like on the Strip, it sounds like a really, really long time. So kudos to you.
They did a
And
good
none
job
of
with
these
the
guys have
production,
done
though.
anything.
No,
The production was really.
I mean, I love
well
the work
done.
that we do, but yeah, these guys knock it out of the park. I love the draft, guys.
I'm trying to find this Mr. Irrelevant.
You're running out of time, man.
I'm giving this some thought.
Marquise Hayes.
I'm going to go.
Oh, there goes another punter, Trenton Gill.
I wonder if it's a deep snapper.
That's what Dane I know is always scared of is the deep snappers.
The deep snapper. I'm going to say that Josh Jobe, cornerback, Alabama, is going to be Mr. Irrelevant.
I like that.
It's a good one.
Alabama on there.
Yeah, Alabama. I'm going to say
injury.
Josh Jobe, cornerback, Alabama's Mr. Irrelevant.
Injury history.
Marquise
Somebody didn't want to
Hayes.
fight for this guy. I wonder because I'm trying to think of the top guy you don't want to fight for in free agency. You know, if you're one of those teams, another Alabama guy, Christopher Allen, edge rusher from Alabama, another guy probably wouldn't want to fight for him. You mentioned Carson Strong, right?
Yep.
How about the Arizona State? We keep Dish, the tackle. There's something wrong probably with him.
You talk about Arizona State. I think Donovan West sounds like a perfect.
Donovan
fit
West might be
for
a guy. Yeah, because you're
Mr.
talking. Yeah,
Irrelevant.
exactly. You're
I
talking
don't know why Mike Rose is about to go undrafted.
The Cowboys have traded up. No, they haven't. I'm sorry.
God, how wheels off would that be?
Yeah, how quickly
They're
could
trading-
we get
They're
back
going to
into
get their
gear?
kicker. They're going to get their guy.
Okay, another. Obviously, again, I mentioned Marcus Hayes. Something's wrong. I mean, I was just trying to think
Abram
of
Smith, man.
Yeah, Abram Smith hasn't been picked yet either. Cowboys were interested in him at Combine. Or spoke with him at Combine. Interested is
it's relevant.
generous. It's San Francisco making that pick, too.
I want it to be a kicker. But they don't need one.
What do they need? What you need is not what you're picking in the 7th round anyway.
But I mean, if you're picking a kicker,
Sure.
you expect him to be worth keeping.
trying to look at their roster here real quick.
Who's like a return specialist or like a...
Let's have a Twitter poll. Tell us who they think Mr. Irrelevant's going to be, if you got one.
Yeah, there you go. Just tag us all.
Yeah.
Smoke Monday. That'd be nice.
Smoke Monday would be great. There's got to be something to it. You know,
Wait,
San Francisco's going to do a bit.
Have
You
we
know
all
they
made
are.
a pick?
Yeah, I did Joe.
All right, I'm going to put our pick. Brian, yours was Josh Jobe.
Yeah.
Bobby, who'd you say?
Marcel Dabo or Dabo, however you pronounce it.
Is that the
German corner?
German
corner. D-A-B-O, right?
D-A-B-O, yeah.
Kyle?
Carson Strong.
What? Oh!
Jim.
Cartilage from his knee.
Tore the cartilage off his bone. I will grind your bones to make my bread.
Are you
Is
John
that Karloftis?
Karloftis, damn it.
Let's all go run shirtless.
I swear to God, he messed that poor kid up for sure. Oh, there you go. Cartilage bone. There.
There it is.
Ripped right off the bone.
right off the bone.
I hope he gets drafted.
Oh, gosh.
I really do.
Oh, man.
Okay. Brandon Ayuk, Debo Samuel, Lon Jennings. Yeah, they took Danny. They took some. Drafted a couple guys along the way. Guard.
Bobby stays a troll until the end. Like, your Mr. Irrelevant pick is just so you can spite Dane. Who's like the nicest person in the world.
I love Dane. Dane is great.
Oh, me.
But I'm mainly just saying it because I heard there was a real chance he gets picked.
No, okay.
I've heard that too.
Okay, has anybody seen the German guy play?
No.
Okay,
But I mean,
what are we
tested,
doing here?
He tested really well, and he apparently did Jesse Lukita.
Oh, okay.
What's
beams up to something?
He went and dug up something on the German corner.
Listen here. Somebody's on the phone. Hello.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Oh, it's Eddie.
It's the originator.
Ed Cahill joining us on the draft show. How's it going,
I just
Ed?
wanted to, good, man. I just wanted to call and tell you guys are doing a great job. Just blown away by the amount of coverage you guys do, and all day and all 3 days. It's just nuts. And just really proud of what the draft show has become, and just wanted to check in and say, hey.
Hey, Eddie, well, thank you so much for, I just remember when you had the idea and you walked over, we were all talking, you, Derek, and I at Valley Ranch there, and, talking about the way to cover this draft. And, I always give you credit for this, and, it's come a long, long way, but you came up with that idea, man. So, we're all indebted to you for what you always had a creative side of you for things. And so thank you for that, man.
I think the origin story is overblown. I think it was more of a group effort, but it was fun. We saved some new ground. And I always remember that first draft class, very fondly. And they're some of those guys are out of the league and they're vets now, and it makes me feel really old.
Yeah.
But whenever I see those guys pop around, I'm like, oh, that was the first draft show class. And I was very fond of that, and Ziggy Ansah and Eddie Lacy battles that we had. It was good times.
Oh, yeah.
So,
really good times, man.
I loved it. I miss you guys. I don't want to take up too much of the time. I know you got Mr. Relevant coming up, and you guys are closing up the rest of the day, but just want to say hey, and congratulations on another good year, and I miss you guys, and wish you well.
It was good to hear from you, my friend.
Thanks, Eddie. Take care, buddy.
Chat soon. Thanks.
All right, boys. Have a good one. All right, bye.
Ed Cahill, what a legend.
Yeah,
if you're not, Ed's with the Falcons.
He's with the Falcons
he's
now.
He's up there too. He's like a Derek type of guy at the Falcons.
He went,
we're still here talking draft prospects.
He left us to go do soccer right in Orlando.
He was in Orlando
did a great job running that.
So
team.
that's a new move because he was in Orlando when you and I last talked.
Yeah, no, he took the Falcons job within the last year or two.
Okay,
so he's over there killing it.
Him.
Beautiful family. Yeah, shouts out, Ed. Yeah. Really appreciate you coming up with this, man.
It was because it was strange. You're thinking, well, anybody want to watch the whole draft and all that? And me, I'm like, yeah.
Now fast forward when Derek's like,
Marquise
Hayes, pin throw,
yes, more guys getting off the board, yes. That's all I care about now.
And that's the last of Dane's top 100.
Was that the final one?
Yeah, that was the last one. Been hanging around. He's got to have some medical problems.
Yeah, probably so.
Beam's got a guess. He said that one of the California guys, because they don't want to pay a plane ticket because he's a 49er. So you think West Coast. Think of the West Coast as Mr. Irrelevant.
Prospects that are in the Bay Area.
They want to find somebody nearby.
I think that is where Marcel Dabo's been.
Stop it.
I'm dead serious because his agent's Doug Hendrickson, who lives over in California.
I didn't believe him that time, and now he's telling the truth.
No, that one I'm dead serious. His agent's Doug Hendrickson, and Hendrickson's in California.
So you're going to win this by just having inside information?
No,
I feel like that's what it's like.
I kind of feel like that's what you just said.
Well, Dave will say I read it off Twitter, so
you did.
You probably did. Wouldn't put it past you.
Bobby's just tipping the pigs.
Going back.
That's Dave.
Going back to the conversation y'all were having about Ed and the early parts of this, because it's funny. Going back to it, I never got the chance to meet Ed, and I've told you this on multiple occasions. I don't know if I've ever put this on the air, though. When I was in high school and I was getting to college, and he said the draft class being out of league makes him feel old. I watched you guys as a high schooler and in college. I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you, I used to watch you guys. I've got screenshots. I found it the other day of the Taco Charlton pick and Jeff's reaction, KT's reaction, and you guys' live reaction because I was watching the coverage during the Taco pick.
So
I was in college.
You watched me try to put a brave face on the pick because
100%.
The only one that was willing to.
Yeah, before.
Oh, is that how you're going to spin it around now?
No, that's what happened. Okay.
I feel validated. Just like that.
I felt validated.
Just get me a dude. And that's what I feel they've done. They got a dude.
I thought he was.
I've seen that 10,000 times. I remember exactly how he said it.
Taco was capable of playing I thought if he was capable of playing every game and, flirting
Torre, another one going off the board. Yes.
This is gonna sound really stupid. If Taco had Dorrance Armstrong's career trajectory, I would have been okay with that. It's not a home run pick, but like a guy that
you would have been okay with that in the first round
at 28.
I know you do.
At 28, I mean it's not ideal, but at least it's not a waste of a pick.
Is Green Bay throwing slights at Aaron Rodgers? The fact that they just picked their third receiver in this draft, Samori Toure out of Nebraska, and now we've got.
He's a transfer from Montana. He holds the playoff record for like 300 something. I mean, it was crazy. What's that?
Go Grizz, right?
Go Grizz.
Grizz.
I actually wrote a report about him, but
he's actually a deep threat. 270-plus yard receptions, 1,500 yards in 2019 when he transferred. 2020 was postponed, then he comes back and was a baller.
Seriously, it was against, I think it was Southwest Louisiana. I was watching that game. I mean, he tore them up. But yeah, this guy's a productive player when you want. I mean, the body control, the balance, he catches the ball well on the move. He does a good job around in the red zone, too. He's pretty quick at getting in and out of breaks so he can get open. But that's a bad quarterback situation in Nebraska, and he made the best of it for sure.
When you have a guy of Aaron Rodgers' caliber.
This kid will be an all-pro probably then.
I mean, think of the guys that they've turned into useful players. I mean, Lazard was undrafted, was he not? Or was he a late pick?
I think, gosh, why he asked me that?
Sorry,
Lazard.
I got it.
What's up with all the questions, Dave?
I got it.
Asking all them questions.
Yeah. I think he was really slow coming out. I think the Packers. I mean, gosh, I can't remember.
I don't think Lazard got drafted. I'm almost positive.
But he was his.
I thought he got drafted in the 7th.
Undrafted.
His speed, his speed was not great. I mean, that's what I remember the most about him. Coming and watching him, there were a lot of plays at Iowa State where it was down the field, but he just couldn't run away from anybody.
I think Twitter's got a good guess on Mr. Relevant too, Leon O'Neal.
Oh, the A&M safety.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at safeties. I was looking at the San Francisco's roster, Bo, and I kind of felt like though I was thinking, who's the safety on this board that they might? Because like I say, it's George Odom, Jimmy Ward. I think Moore, Traveris Moore. Man, it might be. They might be a guy looking for a safety right there for sure. So we got a couple more picks, right? Down to 259 on this thing?
Yep. Chiefs, Chargers, Rams, San Francisco. So it's all West Coast toward the end. So we may get some guys plucked. We may get Mr. Germany plucked before he even gets to Mr. Irrelevant.
Let's see if Dane's got him.
It's
out of Marshall.
If it's a Marshall, that should
say there's no way Dane missed a guy from a group of 5 schools.
See the thing. Do you think the league is asking?
Dude, he's gone way. His best of the rest used to be 40 players. I think he's trying to cover now. His best of the rest in each position group is 230 names
really
now.
Long. He is,
but he still doesn't have Marcel.
Bum, bum, bum.
See the thing. Keep reminding. Do you think the league? Okay, we're playing in Germany this year, right? Yeah. Didn't we say that we're determined that Tampa Bay is playing over there?
Do you guys know something?
Who's supposed to play in Germany?
Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay.
Who are they playing though? Do we know?
Tampa Bay has picked.
They're going to pick him at
261. They don't have Mr. Irrelevant.
No, Tampa doesn't have 261. They traded it to the Rams.
Yeah, they traded.
Rams. Okay. There we go.
Keeping track. Damn it.
Okay, but what I'm saying is,
trade back for it.
All right, I'm asking you. Do you think the league is asking them to pick, or maybe he's already going to be an international player, right?
If they were going to do
it, it's like Alicon. I
don't know that they even need to ask though, because like I said, people are genuinely I think teams were interested in possibly taking him.
That's fine. If the league was going to do it as a publicity stunt, they would have done it earlier, like with that receiver from a few years back. Remember that guy? The Vikings drafted him. His name was German as hell.
Yeah.
Y'all don't remember that?
No.
Here, I'm going to Google Vikings.
German as hell. I can't wait for this name.
I'm going to Google.
It's like Chris Smith.
You don't know. His name was Moritz Boringer.
Can you say that one
more
time?
Can you do the accents again, please?
Moritz Boringer. He's from where is he? He's from Stuttgart.
Yeah. Why are you doing the accent, bro? Why can't you just say it like you're from Louisiana?
I put some flair on it.
Or say it in Broadus's Karloftis voice.
You just did.
The Vikings. I'm Boringer, damn it. The Vikings drafted him in the 6th round in 2016.
I think they talked him into doing that.
Yeah, the league was like, "Hey, do us
a solid."
Yeah.
I wonder if we're doing that because we're playing ball in Germany. I wonder if the league is asking these teams at the end, listen, we'll give you something. We won't make you play on Thanksgiving. That
7th round comp in the back half of next year's draft.
I'm gonna be mad if it is him, just because I feel like
Bobby's hoping. How about this is so bad?
No, if it happens, it's because Bobby knew something.
No, man, you've been trying to discredit me all weekend.
I know.
Xander Horvath.
Oh God, I thought that was a
fullback. He's on there.
Yeah, I think he is.
He's definitely on there.
All right, we're getting close to the end here.
Yeah, he is. He's like his 36th ranked running back. Ooh, getting nervous now.
Yep.
Now I really
want it to
now,
happen?
now I don't want it to be in because Dave's not going to give me credit for it anyway.
You would get credit for it.
No, he would just say you get credit because you knew.
That's credit in its own right. If you knew,
but I didn't
you knew.
know.
I mean, that's a good point. Bobby's basically Littlefinger. If you have ever watched Game of Thrones,
I haven't. There's dragons and nerdy stuff in there.
Mud on your face show.
Kind of a mud on the face show. He's just got
wearing fur, mud on your face.
He's got an ear in every corner of every hallway.
Yeah.
It's eerie. See what
I try.
I think it's just because he's plugged in.
That's why he's an insider.
Yeah, he's a badass. That's all it is.
He's good at his job. It doesn't mean I have to respect him.
Oh, goodness. Xander Horvath.
Come on.
Purdue.
This is why is
Did you know he started 14 of his 38 career games, Brian?
No, I did not know that.
Now you do.
No, I do.
And knowing is half the battle.
It's the Rams at 261 and then the 49ers at 262.
The pick is in.
Here we go.
The Rams are trying to get this thing over to get back to the beach house.
Right here. Just
No.
How about the people? How about we're looking up at the screen? There's still people hanging in there at Vegas, man.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, there are people
You know
like.
what sounds completely unfun and like a waste of time watching the draft in person. Like I don't get why you would do that.
Just to be a part of the mix. And
Zach Walchuk liked that reference, even though I don't understand it. He said, "You are Littlefinger, LOL." He just texted me.
Appreciate that.
Shout out,
Walchuk.
Zach. I need to go get beers with Zach.
Good dude.
I asked him the other day if he wanted to go get beers, and he rejected me.
7 to 11 on the fan.
Yeah, he's doing Rangers and
Yeah, it's-
nosebleed seats and whatnot.
What are you doing?
That's the little hick accent he puts on his promos. Join us 7 to 11 on the fan.
God.
Zach's heard me do that impression. I do it to his face all the time.
It's our teammate, bro.
I do it to his face all the time.
It's true. If you're willing to say it to their face, it's not actually trash talk.
Yeah. Oh.
And Zach does it. He puts an affected accent on it on purpose. I'm not mocking him. He does it on purpose.
Trying to sound more appealing to the.
Let me ask you guys this. Let me finish this thing up.
Yes, I guess so.
As we finish this thing up, though, was it an interesting draft for you? I'm not just talking about for the Cowboys' sake, but just overall. Post pandemic.
Not a ton of quarterbacks.
Was it strange? Did we feel like
this was a different?
It was
draft.
like the first round was kind of chaos.
It's going to be weird. It's going to be weird for a couple years because until these guys age out of the COVID year, like bonus
Extra
year that
year.
they can take if they want, I think you're going to have weird, like deep classes like this.
Yeah. We got one more year of a deep class, right? Next year will be deep.
No, because it's anybody who's a freshman.
Yeah, the next two.
And if you were a redshirt freshman, I mean,
Okay.
AJ. Surely, I'm sure Dane has him. I'll just double check.
Michigan State.
I know. I just said I'm sure. I'm just checking. Yeah, he did.
It's like the disappointment in your voice.
I mean, I love Dane. I want Dane to succeed. It's just like.
Do you think he's honestly sweating this thing?
No, I think I think once he knows he put like literally like 2,000. The only name he'd sweat is Marcel, and I think he's gotten to the point now where it's like, it's probably not gonna happen. This is probably. The guy's probably gotten into a point where he's just negotiating UDFA deals, and so teams aren't going to pick him.
I hate to. I mean, we're going to upstage. I don't want to upstage Mr. Irrelevant, but I don't. Odell Beckham is either trolling the world or just broke like the biggest story of the offseason.
What is that?
Odell Beckham Jr. just tweeted, "Breaking news: Deebo Samuel to the Patriots. WTF?" I kind of feel like he's just messing with everybody.
Yeah, he's been. Odell
traded.
The pick is in.
I kind of feel like he's messing with everybody.
Can we get the sound on this one? Because they do announce Mr. Irrelevant on the TV, don't they?
It's the daughter that goes up there and talks about in Long Beach. We've got a.
So you do? Oh.
Did you already see the name?
Sorry, I know who it is.
Man.
I'm not going to spoil anything.
That reaction wasn't upset enough for me to be right.
Yep,
so
so
that means I
you're-
was wrong. Thanks a lot,
you're
Dave.
out.
We're all wrong.
And
We're all
Tom
wrong.
Pelissero
That
said
ruins
this
it.
is not true. Carry on, by the way.
Okay. Sorry, everybody.
Is it like, and I mean, you can look at it here. Is it a quarterback?
You'll know the name.
Brock Purdy?
Can we do a report?
That was my second guess if it wasn't Carson
You might be able to do a report.
I bet it's
Brock Purdy?
I bet it's Brock Purdy.
That means I didn't win.
Wow.
That's right.
Why didn't I think of Brock Purdy? That's pretty bad if it's him.
The hunt for Red Brocktober.
Is it really Brock Purdy?
Yeah, it's Brock Purdy.
Oh, so you ruined it?
Sorry. I saw it on my screen. What do you want from me?
See, you are the one who actually tips picks off Twitter.
We could close this thing at the top of the hour then if you want.
As opposed to 7 overall, I feel like.
Yeah, I didn't tip 7 overall.
Oh, here we go.
Here's the announcement.
Please welcome Melanie Salata Fitch of Irrelevant Week.
They didn't want to fight for it.
Great.
They didn't fight for it. They didn't want to fight for a quarterback.
Keeping the irrelevant tradition going, I'm here with my daughter Alex, 3rd generation of irrelevance. And we've saved the best till last.
So weird.
So we're going to put it all on red, 49er red. There you go. That's who my dad played for, right? That's all right.
They're booing her.
So the 47th Mr. Irrelevant 2022, with the 262nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Brock Purdy, a quarterback from Iowa State.
There you go, Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, and that officially concludes the 2022 NFL Draft.
You see, like, I mean, I've watched plenty.
And there's some B-roll.
Brock Purdy, baby, Big 12.
I've watched plenty of Brock Purdy. I feel like people were a lot higher on him last year.
They
like,
were.
Maybe not as like a first-round pick, but a year ago I would have guessed that he would be like a 2 to 5. And
he didn't end out.
He didn't have a great.
Well, it's kind of like him and Howell. You know, you look at they both started off with this high. Iowa State, I believe, started off in the top 10.
Yeah, they did.
And then all of a sudden, they just went tumbling down. They had some bad losses along the way. I mean, but this is the kind of kid that he kept them in games. I mean, they've got the runner and stuff like that, and the tight end we've mentioned. But this guy had a heck of a career at Iowa State. He really, really did. And it was played in the championship game, right, a couple years ago, the Big 12 championship game.
One of 4 quarterbacks in 2019 to have over 25 passing touchdowns and 8 rushing touchdowns, and it was Justin Fields, Trevor Lawrence, and I forgot the other name already. It was up on the screen a second ago. But, I mean, he's put up fantastic stats throughout his career, but he is Mr. Irrelevant, and the NFL Draft is over. Gentlemen, it's been so much fun. Let's do it again next year.
And I just thought of this on the B-roll. I just want to double check, and Dave and Brian, you may know better. Am I the first to, if I referred to those clips as beam roll, would I be the first to say that?
Yes,
and I like it.
Oh, okay, I'm taking that then.
As somebody who
Beam
prides
roll.
myself on wordplay,
Sorry,
I'm
Beam.
jealous.
I wish I would have thought of that earlier this weekend. I'll use it next year.
Shout out Chris Beam.
Chris.
Jasmine Marshall also cut a lot of that as well.
Y'all are amazing. We appreciate you. Heckma, thank you for doing those audio reports. Roxanne, thank you for getting the interviews. Matthew Kent.
Kevin Timmons.
William Boykins has been running the stream all weekend. We've been
it's a team effort.
All of Shannon Gross's crew upstairs.
It takes a lot of people to do this type of thing, and we appreciate all of you. The listeners appreciate all of you, even if they don't know you.
Mm-hmm.
We love y'all.
Yeah, it's a group effort. It's not just us in this room. We're glad to have everybody along for the ride, and what a ride it's been. It will be a fun one again next year. Draft's in Kansas City next year, and it starts on April 27th. So mark it on your calendars. Make April 27th, 2023, and then we'll do it all over again. How about that?
Texas barbecue's better. I said it.
It is.
Yeah, go ahead and get that out of the way. Brian, any final thoughts?
No, I always enjoy working with everybody here. Again, the partnership we have with 105.3 The Fan and the Dallas Cowboys is so unique and so special in a lot of ways. Thanks to everybody out there that follow along the draft show. Like we started this thing off basically in January, and you guys rode it all the way through. Appreciate all the interaction with the fans, like I say, with the mock draft, stuff like that. Tell us more. You guys make this, you drive this thing. So really do appreciate that. It makes it a lot easier at night when you're sitting there looking at tape and you really don't want to look at tape. Mm-hmm. But, the fact that we do this every year for 3 days, I think is really unique. And I know there's a lot of people out there that are jealous that we have the ability to do this and the access we do. But again, it's all for you guys, and thank you for that.
I think it really resonates with people, like podcasts, whatever, TV shows. Like when you listen to people work together who genuinely enjoy each other's company, I think it shines through in the final product. And I honestly, going all the way back to Ed And when Dane was here and Jeff and everybody,
KT, all those guys,
KT,
yeah.
I think that's been the case this entire time.
Bucky.
I think, yeah, Bucky
Bucky
Brooks
even
as well.
was on it. Yeah.
That's what makes this show so successful. I love working with y'all. This was another great draft. Bobby, it was awesome bringing you on late.
Great job.
Great.
Yeah, and I think, people who love the draft, you got to love football to want to get this deep into the weeds. Like, you just have to. So we appreciate y'all, and cheers to another successful year.
Thanks to our friends over at Miller Lite, our friends at Papa John's. Got to thank those guys as well. They do a fantastic job. And everybody that's been involved on the 105.3 The Fan side and DallasCowboys.com. You got anything else to add here?
Oh, no, just this was very enjoyable. It went by so much quicker than I would have anticipated.
Yeah.
Whenever I watch it, I'm like, man, you guys are sitting in there broadcasting for like 18 hours over those 3 days. But then actually doing it, it's like, this actually went by kind of quick.
It's fun.
All things considered.
It was fun. We had fun. We made Karloftis memes.
I'm Karloftis.
Yeah.
Run outside.
And, I love you all.
All right, that's going to do it for us. The Draft Show 2022 coming to a close, and the 2022 NFL Draft coming to a close on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. For everybody we just named, for Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, David Hellman, I'm Kyle Yeoman saying so long. We'll see you next year on the NFL Draft coverage, everybody.
This has been a production of DallasCowboys.com and the Dallas Cowboys Football Club.